Can someone die from an ant bite and still travel through time and gain a bizarre physique that can lift 40,000 pounds? In a mountain village of Douluo Continent, two titled Douluo are battling fiercely. A man in golden armor swings his nine-eared sacred sword, while a burly man in black raises the Xiao Jiu hammer to meet him. Two yellow, two purple for black, and one red soul rings shine blindingly, especially the last red soul ring, which is extraordinarily eerie. The villagers are so scared they can barely stand. These are the legendary title Douluo. Who would have thought that the burly man in black is actually the village's drunkard blacksmith? And all of this started because they helped Tang Hao with a birth. Anyone who helps Tang Hao is an enemy of my spirit hall. Kill them all. At the command of the injured spirit hall expert, the mountain village turns into a river of blood. But no one notices a baby in the ruins opening his eyes. It's the time traveler Tang Jiu, who was painfully killed by a bullet. 6 years later, on the mountaintop of Holy Soul Village, Tang Jiu is squatting with a 200-pound forging hammer, not even breaking a sweat. Next to him, Tang San watches with twitching lips. Little Jiu is really abnormal. I can't even match his natural strength when practicing the Shintian skill. Tang Jiu secretly laughs. That's because you don't know I was killed by a bullet ant. Ants can lift things 400 times their own weight, which means I can lift 40,000 pounds. Third brother, it's time to eat. Tang Jiu carries a hammer taller than himself and follows Tang San home. Today is the day of their soul awakening, and old Jack has already said, it doesn't matter what they awaken, as long as it's something. Tang Jiu remembers Tang Hao's face, which turned as black as a pot's bottom dissing the hammer in front of the Xiao Jiu. He must want to be smashed away. At the dinner table, Tang San serves Tang Hao and himself each a bowl of porridge, pointing to the remaining in the pot. Little Jiu, the rest is all yours. Tang Jiu unceremoniously grabs the pot and gulps it down. Has no choice with such strength. He needs to consume a lot. He touches the iron piece in his arms, which Tang Hao had given him yesterday, saying it might come in handy during the soul awakening. As he steps outside, old Jack is already waiting at the door, rubbing his hands. Good kids, try to awaken a Xiao Jiu hammer for me today. No, I mean try to awaken a powerful martial soul. Tang Jiu pats his chest. Don't worry, village chief, it will definitely be more powerful than a hammer. He has already planned it out in his mind. With this ant physique, awakening a beast martial soul should be a piece of cake. Maybe he could even awaken an ant martial soul, and then empty the spirit hall. Wouldn't be a dream. As they reach the village entrance, they see Su Yuntao strutting in with flamboyant steps, followed by a group of timid children. Tang Jiu pokes Tang San. Third brother, what if I awaken an ant martial soul? Would that count as a waste martial soul? Before Tang San can respond, Su Yuntao suddenly points at Tang Jiu and shouts, this kid has a good physique. Come and awaken first. As soon as Tang Jiu steps into the black stone formation, he feels something in his body trying to break out, not a hammer or blue silvergrass, but a swarm of black ants. Su Yuntao's hand holding the crystal ball suddenly shakes. What kind of martial soul is this? Why are there so many? What's even scarier is that as soon as the crystal ball touches Tang Jiu's hand, it's instantly chewed to pieces by the ants. Su Yuntao screams, innate full soul power. No, this soul power level. Off the charts. Tang Jiu is stunned, awakening a swarm of ants? Is this a blessing or a curse? Even weirder, the ants suddenly climb up his arm and form a line of words. Beware of the spirit hall. Another bowl of porridge. Why is there no meat in every meal? Tang Jiu holds the iron pot and gulps, mumbling to himself. Tang Hao coldly replies with 2 words. No money. Tang Jiu rolls his eyes inwardly. How can a dignified title Douluo be so poor that he can't afford meat? No wonder he and Tang San are as thin as bean sprouts. Little San, little Jiu, Grandpa is here to pick you up? As old Jack enters, Tang Jiu hoists the forging hammer and pulls Tang San outside, leaving the grim-faced Tang Hao behind. Tang San sighs enviously. I feel like you're the biological one. I do all the laundry and cooking. Tang Jiu pats his shoulder. I think the old man owes me a lot of money. When they arrive at the Spirit Hall sub-ranch, Su Yuntao is casually sipping chicken soup with his legs crossed. Is it really this easy to become a soul master? I've already gone through 6 villages, and none of them have soul power. Old Jack's back is even more bent. Tang Jiu whispers to Tang San. This guy is only level 26. He's barely a low-tier cannon fodder. Who knew Su Yuntao's ears were sharper than a dog's? He turns around and glares at them. Ignorant. I could crush you with a single finger. As the awakening begins, the children in front are either scythes or hoes, and Su Yuntao shakes his head until his neck is sore. No soul power. Next, when it's Tang San's turn, as soon as the blue silvergrass appears, Su Yuntao directly waves his hand. Another waste martial soul. Next, you haven't even tested my third brother's soul power yet. Aren't you being a bit irresponsible? Tang Jiu directly confronts him. This guy is eager to spread toxic positivity, but is quite negligent in his work. Xiao Jiu is choked up and impatiently throws the crystal ball at Tang San. The next second, the crystal ball bursts with blinding blue, light innate, full soul power. Xiao Jiu's eyes nearly pop out. How is it possible for blue silver grass to have innate full soul power? As soon as Tang San puts his hand down, Tang Jiu already steps into the six-pointed star formation. Xiao Jiu impatiently says, "Hurry up, don't waste time." Golden light pours into Tang Jiu's body, and he feels a slight itch in his arm. He looks down. There's actually a white soul ring floating in his palm. A soul ring. Xiao Jiu is so startled he nearly drops the crystal ball. No one has a martial soul that is a soul ring. This defies logic. He quickly hands the crystal ball over, his hand trembling. Test the soul power. Quickly. As soon as Tang Jiu places his hand on it, the crystal ball cracks. Xiao Jiu screams. Another innate, full soul power. No, this soul power is even higher than Tang San's. Tang Jiu is bewildered. His martial soul is a soul ring. What can this thing do? Even stranger, he feels the white soul ring sucking in the surrounding soul power, and Xiao Jiu's two soul rings, one white and one yellow, are actually trembling slightly as if trying to be drawn over. Xiao Jiu suddenly takes 3 steps back, pointing at him. What kind of monster martial soul is this? Tang Jiu also wants to know the answer. He stares at the soul ring in his palm, suddenly having a thought. If I absorb someone else's soul ring, does that count as my own? Xiao Jiu seems to see through his thoughts and turns to run. This kid has a problem. I need to report to the spirit hall. Old Jack can't stop him, but Tang Jiu is smiling. His martial soul is a soul ring. This seems like a huge win, but he doesn't notice that in the palm of his hand, a black ant is faintly crawling. Tang Jiu suddenly realized this ring of light is exactly the same as the soul ring on Xiao Jiu. Could it be that his martial soul is a soul ring? Wait, my soul power hasn't been tested yet. Tang Jiu stopped Xiao Jiu, who was about to leave. This guy was almost turning the toxic chicken soup into tap water. He had to give him a big one. Xiao Jiu scoffed. What if I have innate full soul power? What good is a useless martial soul? You, a mere level 26 cannon fodder, what do you know? Tang Jiu retorted. Even if San Guess martial soul is blue silver grass, he could crush you effortlessly once he reaches soul sage. They're only useless soul masters, not useless martial souls. Do you dare to call me useless? Xiao Jiu was enraged, his soul power suddenly pressing down. Kneel before me. Go to hell. Tang Jiu grabbed a 200-pound forging hammer and threw it at him, while Tang San simultaneously flicked a pebble at Xiao Jiu's eyes. The timing was perfect. As Xiao Jiu dodged the pebble, the hammer slammed solidly into his chest. Bang! The level 26 Battle Soul Master was sent flying, crashing into the wall and sliding down, clutching his chest and coughing hard. He never expected that 2 6-year-old kids could beat him up so badly. Tang Jiu picked up the crystal ball and pressed it against his hand. There was no blue light, no strong light, only the transparent ring in his palm suddenly lit up. A white soul ring slowly began to spin. This is a soul ring? Tang San exclaimed. Xiao Jiu's eyes widened in disbelief. Frothing at the mouth, a martial soul that is a soul ring? It can generate its own soul ring? What kind of monster is this? Tang Jiu looked at the faint egg shadow on his body, then at the white soul ring spinning in his palm, and suddenly laughed. While others had to hunt soul beasts to awaken their martial souls, he had a ring. Already wasn't that like having an extra cheat? Xiao Jiu struggled to get up, pointing at Tang Jiu, but unable to speak. Tang Jiu strolled over leisurely, deliberately shaking his wrist. Who did you say was useless just now? At that moment, the sound of hooves came from outside the spirit hall, and a group of people in white robes rushed in. The leader, upon seeing Xiao Jiu's miserable state, shouted sternly, "Who injured my spirit hall's person?" Tang Jiu's heart sank. The spirit hall's people arrived so quickly. What would happen if his secret of having a soul ring was discovered? What made him even more anxious was that the transparent ring in his palm suddenly started to heat up, and it seemed to be drawing towards the yellow soul ring of the leading person. Could this martial soul actually steal someone else's soul ring? Hey, I think I just heard Dad's voice, Tang San said, looking towards the door, feeling that cough was very familiar. Tang Jiu quickly tried to smooth things over. It shouldn't be with the old man's condition. Could he have that much energy? He didn't dare let Tang Hao's identity be exposed. That was a ruthless man who killed the last pope, and just thinking about the days of being hunted by the title Douluo made his scalp tingle. Xiao Jiu clutched his bruised chest, trembling as he tested Tang Jiu's soul power. When the crystal ball lit up again, his eyes widened like copper bells. Another innate full soul power. Inside, he was collapsing, awakening a martial soul could actually have innate full soul power. Was this egg going to heaven? He himself only had innate level 2 soul power back, then comparing himself to others was really infuriating. Old Jack rushed out to ask the result, and Su Yuntao sourly said, "They're all innate full soul power, but unfortunately, they're all useless martial souls." Old Jack nearly choked, rushing home to complain to Tang Hao. "It's all your fault for not passing down good martial souls. Awakening a hammer would be fine too." Tang Hao's face instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. "Get out, Dad. Actually, I awakened a hammer," Tang San said, extending his left hand, revealing the shadow of the Haotian hammer. Tang Hao froze, hugging him tightly with tears streaming down his face. "Son, my good son, twin martial souls." He finally got what he was waiting for. "Dad, I also awakened a twin martial soul." Tang Jiu quickly showed off, revealing the shadow of the egg. "And there's a transparent ring in my hand. Can you see it?" Tang Hao frowned. "I can't see it. This ring looks like a soul ring. I think it is a soul ring." Tang Hao suddenly pulled Tang Jiu into the bedroom, instructing Tang San to guard the door. The next second, 9 soul rings lit up on him, 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red, exuding a domineering aura that reached the ceiling. "I am a title Douluo?" Tang Jiu was startled. This was not the old man who was drunk, but clearly the Haotian Duo standing at the pinnacle of the continent. "Try putting your ring on me." Tang Jiu complied, and as the transparent ring landed on Tang Hao, his shallowest yellow soul ring suddenly dimmed, turning pale as if covered in dust. Tang Hao wanted to use his first soul skill, but felt a sense of stagnation. His soul power felt blocked. "Dad, I can't hold on anymore." Tang Jiu felt like he was pulling a truck with a rope, his bones creaking all over. "Put it away." Tang Hao dismissed the soul rings, excitedly hugging him, his voice trembling. "I can finally live up to your parents. Your martial soul is truly a soul ring." Tang Jiu was stunned. A martial soul that was a soul ring could even restrict others' soul skills. Wouldn't that mean he could turn the soul rings of titled Douluos into mere decorations? At that moment, Tang San shouted from outside the door, "Dad, Xiao Jiu, there's an old man with glasses outside who wants to see you, claiming to be a theoretical master." Tang Jiu's heart sank. The master is here. If he discovers the secret of the soul ring martial soul with his obsession for theory, would he slice him up for research? What was even more thrilling was that the ring in his palm suddenly heated up, and it seemed to be drawing towards the door. Could this martial soul actually steal soul rings from a distance? "My parents? Do you know who they are?" Tang Jiu stared at Tang Hao, his eyes full of expectation. Tang Hao was silent for a moment, his voice heavy. "Back then, the spirit hall hunted me and your aunt, slaughtering your village. I pulled you out from the pile of corpses." Tang Jiu's fist cracked. "I will flatten the spirit hall and kill those bastards." The spirit hall couldn't defeat Tang Hao, so they vented their anger on the common people. This debt had to be accounted for. "Don't tell Xiao San about my title Douluo status." Tang Hao reverted to his previous dejected demeanor. The path of a soul master must be walked by oneself only through tempering. Can one become strong? Tang Jiu internally complained. "This acting should be live-streamed. It's a waste not to. There's only one work-study position in Holy Soul Village. You decide among yourselves." Tang Hao threw out a tough question. "I'm the older brother, so I'll give it to Xiao Jiu." Tang San immediately stated that I can make money, so the spot goes to San Ge. Tang Jiu shook his head. "I also want to pay respects to my biological parents." Tang San wanted to argue, but Tang Hao waved his hand. "It's settled. Xiao San goes to the academy. Xiao Jiu handles it himself." Then both of them shouted at Tang San in unison, "Go cook." Tang San was instantly petrified. All that previous emotion was just an illusion. After lunch, Tang Hao began teaching forging. Swinging the hammer, he shouted, "A person's heart has 3. The muscles of the 2 calves are the second and third." Tang Jiu's eyes lit up. Using this method to exert force increased his strength by 30%. Tang San was even better, striking 4 times in a row for the first time, accurately hitting the same spot. Tang Hao nodded in satisfaction. "Stronger than I was back then. I only managed 3 strikes on my first try." At that moment, Tang Jiu suddenly felt the soul ring martial soul in his palm heating up, and the old hen in the yard suddenly fluffed up, flapping its wings and charging over Dahi. Subconsciously urged his soul power, and with a flash of a transparent halo, the old hen instantly wilted, its aura weakened by half. This is the effect of restricting the soul ring. Tang Jiu was taken aback. What was even stranger was that a sudden thought popped into his mind rage. Could this be the soul skill of the old hen? Tang Hao squinted. "Your martial soul can absorb the soul skills of others." Before Tang Jiu could respond, a shout came from outside the courtyard. "Little San, little Jiu." The people from Notting Academy are here. The person who came was Su Yuntao, and upon seeing Tang Jiu, he frowned. Why are you still here? Didn't they say the spot was given to Tang San? Tang Jiu smiled and shook his wrist within the transparent halo. A white soul ring was faintly rotating. Su Yuntao suddenly screamed. When did you get a soul ring? Having a soul ring at 6 years old? This went against all common sense of soul masters. Tang Jiu's heart sank as he exposed. Su Yuntao took out a token. The Spirit Hall commands that all innate full soul powers must be registered. Come with me. Tang Hao suddenly stood in front of Tang Jiu, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his drunken eyes. Get lost. Su Yuntao was so scared that he took 3 steps back. This old man was not right. Tang Jiu stared at the one white and one yellow soul ring on Su Yuntao, and a bold idea suddenly emerged. What if he absorbed his soul ring? The transparent halo had already begun to stir, seemingly craving something. Little Jiu, you still need to master your skills. You have good talent, don't waste it. Tang Hao slapped Tang Jiu's shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain. This old man just couldn't stand seeing others show off. The next morning, Tang Jiu didn't go to train. His mind was filled with a crazy thought: could the soul ring martial soul be used as a real soul ring? He urged his soul power, and an egg-shaped phantom appeared, holding the transparent halo in his hand. The moment the halo wrapped around him, a miracle occurred. A white soul ring lit up beneath his feet, slowly turning yellow, finally stabilizing at the level of 200 years. His soul power surged like a flood, directly breaking through the level 10 bottleneck and soaring to level 11. Success! I'm an 11-ring soul master. Tang Jiu was overjoyed, even more thrilled that he had unlocked a soul skill rage, instantly increasing strength by 30, and for each additional ring, another 10, though the duration was only 5 seconds, which was a bit annoying. At breakfast, he mysteriously asked, do you think anyone can break through level 11 without a soul ring? Impossible. Tang San immediately denied it without a second thought. His Xian Tian Gong was a prime example. Tang Hao also glared at him. Stop thinking about these crooked paths. But I really reached level 11. Tang Jiu showcased his yellow soul ring, pouring his soul power towards the father and son. Tang Hao spat out the porridge he had just drunk, and Tang San dropped his chopsticks. And I have a soul skill too. Third brother. Aren't you jealous? Tang San's face instantly darkened, swinging his hammer, almost hitting himself. Tang Hao couldn't stand it anymore and slapped him. So happy? You'll wash the dishes later. Tang Jiu grinned, proudly holding up the iron hammer. Being able to show off in front of the Hao and Tang sect experts felt amazing. After breakfast, Tang Jiu carried the forging hammer up the mountain, wanting to test the power of the rage soul skill. Just halfway up the mountain, he encountered a half-man-high spiked boar, covered in sharp spikes, gleaming coldly, exactly 100-year soul beast. The spiked boar charged at him with a howl, and without a second thought, Tang Jiu maximized his soul power. Rage. His strength surged instantly, swinging the 200-pound hammer down upon the spiked boar. Bang! The spiked boar was smashed backward, crashing into a tree and fainting. Tang Jiu himself felt a numbness in his hands. This power was incredible. At that moment, the spiked boar suddenly twitched, its spikes starting to fall off, revealing smooth skin. Tang Jiu was stunned. Even stranger, the transparent halo in his palm suddenly lit up, absorbing all the energy emanating from the spiked boar. The yellow soul ring within the halo deepened in color. Can absorbing soul beast energy upgrade the soul ring? Tang Jiu's eyes brightened just as he wanted to try again. The sound of hooves approached from a distance. Su Yuntao charged over with 2 Spirit Hall attendants, and upon seeing the spiked boar on the ground, he shouted sternly, "Who hunted the soul beast?" Tang Jiu's heart sank. Hunting a soul beast required proof of being a soul master, and he didn't have any. Seeing Tang Jiu, Su Yuntao's eyes widened like copper bells. It's you again. What's going on with your soul ring? Tang Jiu instinctively urged his soul power, and with a flash of the transparent halo, Su Yuntao's soul rings suddenly dimmed. Su Yuntao screamed, "My soul ring! What did you do to it?" The 2 attendants immediately drew their blades. "Capture this monster!" Tang Jiu grabbed his hammer and ran, his mind only focused on one thought this time. He was in deep trouble. The Spirit Hall people were like sticky plasters. He didn't notice that the spiked boar, from which energy had been absorbed, suddenly opened its eyes, its gaze becoming human-like, quietly following behind. "I'm in a terrible situation, Dad. I'm really feeling awful. Why don't you go rob those heartless nobles in Nottingham? Don't let me starve to death." "How could I, a proud title Douluo, become a robber? I can't afford to lose that reputation. Tang Hao but you, a dignified title, are about to starve your son to death. Isn't that embarrassing?" Tang Jiu said, "Even in such a situation, You still can't keep your mouth shut. Tang Hao was almost driven to death by anger as he glared fiercely at Tang Jiu. If it weren't for the fact that Tang Jiu was sick right now, he couldn't help but want to give this brat a beating. But after a moment, his expression turned stern, and he said with hatred, "I never expected that Tang Hao, would be forced into such a situation by the spear hall, making my son unable to even afford meat." At that moment, he finally gave up some of his stubbornness and said seriously, "Xiao Jiu, don't be afraid. I'll find you something to eat. From today on, our family will have plenty of meat." Tang Hao stood up, instructed Tang San to take good care of Tang Jiu, then put on his cloak and disappeared into the forest, heading towards the direction of Nodding City. After Tang Hao left, Tang Jiu lay in bed for a whole day. No matter how much he ate, it was useless. He still felt incredibly hungry. Meat. How could one live without meat? At night, Tang Hao finally returned, directly carrying a huge soul beast that resembled a wild boar. Its body was over 10 meters long, with extremely fierce tusks and bristles all over its body, along with blood-red patterns on its skin. Tang Jiu and Tang San were both stunned. "Dad, what is this? It should be a savage spike boar." Tang Hao deeply, "A soul beast? It looks like a very powerful soul beast. Dad, where did you find this?" Tang San was astonished. "I just took a stroll outside and accidentally picked it up," Tang Hao said nonchalantly. "Picked it up? How is that possible?" Tang San twitched the corner of his mouth. How could he just pick up a soul beast when it was clear that this one was not easy to deal with? Even if it was dead and had lost its soul ring, wouldn't it be better to carry it back and eat pork? It is said that soul beast meat is a very high-quality ingredient, and the higher the level of the soul beast, the more expensive it is. Selling it to a restaurant would also bring in a considerable income. Who would kill a soul beast and just throw it away? In fact, this is what Tang Hao went to the hunting soul forest in Nodding City to catch, a real 1,000-year soul beast. Third brother, let's not worry about how it came here. Let us focus on how to eat it. Hurry up and cook it, because just seeing the pork makes me want to take a bite right away. Tang Jiu quickly helped Tang Hao out of the predicament. Now he just wanted to eat meat as soon as possible. Tang Hao picked up a knife and began to violently cut the pork, throwing the most tender ribs directly into the pot, adding some salt and spices before starting to boil it on high heat. 3 hours later, a whole pot of pork was ready, and Tang Hao directly picked up a huge rib and handed it to Tang Jiu, urging, "Hurry up and eat. This meat is nutritious." Tang Jiu didn't waste any time, grabbing the rib and starting to gnaw on it. It must be said, the meat of this soul beast was simply too delicious. Not only was Tang Jiu eating, but Tang San also started to enjoy this tasty pork. Since he arrived in this world, he hadn't eaten meat yet. The meat of the 1,000-year soul beast is rich in nutrients, and as Tang Jiu continued to consume it, the feeling of weakness in his body gradually eased, and he began to feel a warm sensation throughout his body. Tang San also felt that the soul beast meat was rich in energy, although it could not allow his Xiantian skill to break through. It was nourishing his body and continuously improving his physical quality. Tang Jiu and Tang San haven't done anything these past 2 days, just cutting up pork, then cooking it and hanging it up to dry. They haven't finished this pig yet, and one night, Tang Hao brought back a soul beast that resembled a cow. Tang San completely didn't want to ask anymore. After eating the meat of a 1,000-year soul beast for 10 consecutive days, which was plentiful and filling, Tang Jiu's body finally showed no signs of weakness. With the large intake of nutrients during sleep, he felt that his previously frail body was becoming more robust. Finally, on the 11th day, while gnawing on a pig's trotter, Tang Jiu's soul power became unstable again. Tang Hao frowned and asked, "What's wrong? Is your body having problems again?" "It shouldn't be." "No, Dad. I feel like my soul power is about to break through to level 12. Tang Hao. Tang San. I'm going to forge." Tang San was extremely speechless. Even eating meat could increase soul power. This Xiao Jiu is simply a freak. "Dad, what's going on?" Tang Jiu looked at Tang Hao, seeking an answer. Tang Hao looked at Tang Jiu as if he were a monster, and he sighed. "I've heard people say that your body used to be very weak, but now it's slowly recovering. As your body gets better, the speed of cultivating soul power will naturally increase, which is not surprising." Though he said it wasn't surprising, the corner of Tang Hao's mouth twitched. Tang Jiu's physique was too abnormal. The key point was still Tang Jiu's beast spirit, and perhaps before long, he would give himself a big shock again. As Tang Jiu's body gradually recovered, he began his daily training. Carrying a heavy hammer, he started frog jumps from the bottom of the mountain, leaping step by step up the mountain. When he reached a height of 100 meters, Tang Jiu was panting heavily. "Keep going, I need to constantly challenge my limits. My body still has a lot of potential to develop." Tang Jiu gritted his teeth, carrying a large casting hammer as he continued to climb the mountain. With each leap, he felt his body bearing immense pressure, but along with it came a tingling sensation. Tang Hao knew that the nutrients in the soul beast meat were continuing to nourish his body. The meat from a 1,000-year soul beast, even without a soul ring, contained an incredibly powerful energy. He had absorbed a portion of it, but the body had its limits for absorption. Only by making his body stronger could he absorb more of this impactful energy to continuously refine his physique. In the past, when his diet was insufficient, Tang Hao didn't dare to train so hard for fear of damaging the foundation of his body. Now that he had plenty of soul beast meat, he was determined to go all out, deciding to push his body and soul power to the limit in these 3 months. After a day's training, when Tang Hao was fiercely gnawing on a cooked pig's leg, he suddenly felt a change in his body. His martial soul actually activated on its own. The white egg martial soul even cracked open a small fissure, as if something was about to hatch. "Xiao Jiu, it seems your egg is about to break," Tang San said, feeling incredibly amazed. Tang Hao rolled his eyes. He didn't even have the energy to speak because his body was undergoing a terrifying transformation. 7. Second martial soul, bullet and crack, crack, crack. With the sounds, the egg martial soul on Tang Hao's body developed more and more cracks. Then, a pair of insect mandibles broke out of the egg. Tang Hao's gaze sharpened, and he couldn't help but feel shocked. As he had guessed, Tang Hao's previous body couldn't withstand the martial soul, so this beast martial soul revealed its most primitive form, an egg. Once Tang Hao's body could bear it, the true form of this beast martial soul would break out of the egg, a pair of sharp jaws like iron pincers followed by 6 long legs, and a dark body that shone with a glossy black, perfectly proportioned and filled with explosive power. This is an ant. Tang San immediately recognized that in the previous world, this type of insect was everywhere. In some places, ants could swarm and devour everything. The Tang sect had also raised those ants. No, these are not ordinary ants. Tang Hao's heart jolted with a clear answer. Bullet ants. In his last life, it was this guy that bit him to death. The pain from the stings still lingered deep within his soul. After the bullet ant hatched, it directly waved a pair of sharp mandibles to consume the eggshell, and in no time, it finished eating the eggshell. At this moment, the bullet ant's martial soul seemed to have grown a size larger. Meanwhile, Tang Hao's soul power was increasing at a terrifying speed. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3. It increased a full 6 levels before finally stopping. At this moment, Tang Hao's soul power had directly reached level 18. After the martial soul manifested, Tang Hao felt his physical strength double, reaching 1,000 Jin. "What's going on?" Tang Hao was bewildered. "I don't know either. You might have to ask a soul master." Tang Hao's eyes widened. He understood weapon martial souls. As soul power increased, weapon martial souls would also upgrade and evolve, like Tang San's current Haoyan hammer, even if it was just a small hammer. In contrast, his own Haoyan hammer could be as tall as a person and weigh dozens of times more than Tang San's, which could be called a divine weapon. Beast martial souls also continuously evolve and become stronger with the increase in soul power. And Tang Hao's martial soul, being an insect, meant that many oviparous creatures would eat their eggshells as their first energy supplement for development. This eggshell was actually energy, and for a soul master, it represented soul power. When a martial soul absorbed this energy, it was like consuming rare treasures or celestial herbs, resulting in a significant boost in soul power. However, it was unexpected that Tang Hao directly broke through to level 18, only 2 levels away from level 20, which means that Tang Hao could potentially reach level 20 without a soul ring. Just imagine how terrifying his first soul ring would be. Tang Hao actually thought of this question as well. He looked at Tang Hao and asked, "Dad, do you think it's possible for my first soul ring to be 1,000 years?" Tang Hao glared at Tang Hao and angrily scolded, "Don't court death. Although I am ignorant, I have never heard of the first soul ring being 1,000 years. Although Tang Hao is not as knowledgeable as the master and cannot accurately determine the maximum limit of each spirit ring, he is still from the Haoyan sect. Having a third spirit ring that can reach 1,000 years is already considered the best spirit ring configuration. As he travels the continent, he has never seen a first spirit ring that is 1,000 years old in the records of the Haoyan sect. With both of my martial souls being so powerful, if I don't give it a try, it would be a disservice to myself. Dad, I've made up my mind. My first spirit ring must be 1,000 years. If I can't achieve that, I will never eat meat for the rest of my life." Tang Hao swore earnestly. "You will know how ignorant you are then." Tang Hao was too lazy to waste words with Tang Hao and went straight into the house to sleep. Once Tang Jiu arrived at the Nottingham Academy and systematically learned about martial souls, he would dispel this ridiculous thought. Third brother, do you think I can do it? Tang Jiu looked at Tang San, who was washing the pot. Little Jiu, I think you should be more realistic. Tang San's mood at this moment was quite bad. This was definitely not a boast. Xiao Jiu was almost at level 20, while he was still stuck at level 10, unable to progress at all. Third brother, I know reality is cruel, but I am reality. Tang Jiu grinned. Tang San. Tang San instantly didn't want to pay attention to this younger brother anymore. Seeing that third brother seemed to be affected, Tang Jiu felt quite helpless inside. Outstanding people always bring endless pressure to those around them, making them doubt their own lives. Isn't that very normal? Taking advantage of the night, Tang Jiu came to the courtyard, pondering how he could properly develop his martial soul. He couldn't rely on the master for everything. He needed to do some research himself. After all, he was the owner of the martial soul. First, he wanted to see if the martial soul would change when he improved his soul power and added soul rings to it. Tang Jiu immediately activated his martial soul, attaching the soul ring martial soul to his body. As the colorless soul ring martial soul became a soul ring on his body, Tang Jiu was astonished to find that the color of the soul ring was slowly deepening. It seems my guess was correct. This soul ring martial soul increases the soul ring as my strength increases, and its limit is the limit of my body's endurance. The age of the soul ring started at 200 years, gradually changing to 300 years, and finally reaching 500 years. The soul ring no longer changed, quietly pulsating on Tang Jiu's body. He had broken through the limit of the first soul ring. Tang Jiu felt a surge of happiness in his heart, but then he frowned again. The limit of the first spirit ring is the limit that can be absorbed when the soul power reaches level 10. Now that his soul power has reached level 18, he should be able to absorb a 500-year spirit ring, shouldn't he? Tang Jiu's heart suddenly brightened. If his body could withstand a 700-year soul ring, then wouldn't it be perfect to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring after reaching level 20? At this moment, Tang Jiu's confidence in absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring soared. What he needed to do now was to cultivate his soul power and continue to temper his body to increase its endurance. Let me see if there is a difference between the soul skills of a 500-year soul ring and a 200-year soul ring. Tang Jiu was actually very curious about this too. It is said that the higher the age of the soul ring, the more powerful it is. Where is this specifically reflected? Isn't it just the soul skills? He couldn't wait to check the soul skill added by this soul ring. Berserk instantly increases strength by 35, which can be enhanced based on the soul ring's level. With each additional ring, the strength increased by the Berserk skill would increase by 10. After obtaining the second soul ring, the strength added by the Berserk skill would be 45. Duration, 5 seconds. Tang Jiu clearly remembered that the first soul skill, Frenzy, instantly increased his strength by 30. Then, for each additional soul ring, it would increase by another 10. However, the duration remained unchanged at 5 seconds. After finishing his cooking, Tang San saw the yellow soul ring floating around Tang Jiu in the yard and felt quite uncomfortable. He finally spoke up. Xiao Jiu, why don't you use your soul ring martial soul on me? Maybe it can help me break through to level 11. 8. The terrifying nature of soul ring martial souls. Using your soul ring martial soul on me, turning it into my soul ring, the possibility of that is quite low. Tang Jiu shook his head. Tang San looked at Tang Jiu with anticipation. Let's give it a try. What if it actually works? At this moment, his heart was filled with excitement. If he could gain an additional soul ring, wouldn't he be able to continue cultivating the Xiantian skill to the second level? However, this soul ring should be suppressing and limiting when placed on someone else. Tang Jiu replied, it's fine, let's give it a shot. There's nothing to lose. Just think about giving me more power and see if it works. Tang San said, all right then, third brother, here I come. Tang Jiu couldn't resist Tang San, so he could only urge his soul power to the soul ring from his own martial soul and put it on Tang San. Tang San suddenly let out a muffled grunt and was almost pressed down. Fortunately, his willpower was strong, and he quickly stabilized himself by taking a firm horse stance. Third brother, are you okay? Tang Jiu hurriedly retracted and summoned his soul ring and martial soul back to his hand. Only then did Tang San stand up, drenched in cold sweat, looking as if he had just gone through a fierce battle. After catching his breath, Tang San finally spoke. Your martial soul ring is too terrifying. It directly suppressed all my soul power, making it impossible for me to exert my strength. It probably limited my soul power to level 10. Tang Jiu was stunned upon hearing this. Depriving someone of 10 levels of soul power is too terrifying. No, wait. When Tang Hao put the soul ring on him at that time, it clearly didn't have a significant effect. Could it be that the restrictions of my soul ring and martial soul on soul power are determined by my own strength? The weaker I am, the more severe the restrictions. It makes sense to think about it. Tang San felt very disappointed. His beautiful wish had fallen through. It seemed that Tang Jiu's martial soul could not be controlled by his will. As long as it was attached to someone else, it would restrict them. It turns out, I really am a jinx. Tang Jiu felt a wave of underestimation in his heart. From now on, he wouldn't be able to assist his teammates. He could only add a fall buff to the opponent. He was curious about how the soul ring would be used after being attached to the martial soul. However, one thing was certain. The soul skills of the soul ring martial soul would definitely be very strange. Next, Tang Jiu entered a frenzied state of cultivation. In the past few days, he had a deeper understanding of the importance of the body to his soul master. And his bullet ant martial soul was a domineering power-type beast martial soul, so he needed to hone his body even more to unleash greater potential. The initial 200-pound hammer could no longer meet his weight requirements. This time, his strength had increased too rapidly. So he forged an 800-pound war hammer for himself using raw iron from home, completely mimicking the design of the Haotian hammer. Tang Jiu filled his neck with dried cooked pork and hopped along the way with a heavy hammer. Starting from the village, he made his way up the mountain, leaving a deep imprint in the soft soil with every jump. The weight was just reaching the limit of what his body could bear. Tang Jiu's gaze was resolute, and his frog jumps were precise, with sweat gradually soaking his clothes. After 1,000 frog jumps, he finally reached the foot of the mountain. Next, he sprinted up, dragging the hammer with both hands. He rushed up the mountain path at the fastest speed, feeling as if his thighs and calves were filled with lead, and his whole body began to float. By the time he reached the halfway point, Tang Jiu felt like his heart was about to leap out of his chest. Next, he rested his legs and did 1,000 push-ups. With the war hammer strapped to his back, he began to do push-ups to strengthen his arms. 1,000 punches, 1,000 kicks. He pushed every muscle in his body to its limit, feeling an incredible soreness and numbness all over, before finally taking off the dried pork hanging around his neck and chewing on it ravenously. Tang Jiu discovered that every time he broke through his physical limits and consumed the meat of these soul beasts, it would provide a deeper level of nourishment to his body, making him even stronger. Martial spirit manifestation. Every day after Tang Jiu finishes his training, he would activate his martial soul to equip himself with soul rings and then feel the changes in the soul rings. Each time he breaks through his physical limits, the soul rings become a little stronger. Tang Jiu immerses himself in this tangible sense of progress every day and finds it immensely enjoyable. In the blink of an eye, the opening day of Nodding Academy is approaching, and Tang Hao has once again brought back a 1,000-year soul beast, a pig, late at night. When Tang San was cutting the pork, Tang Hao brought Tang Jiu into the room and said seriously, "Little Jiu, don't be too ambitious. It's already impressive to absorb a soul ring of about 500 years for the first one, and absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring for the second one is also very powerful." Tang Jiu blinked and said, "But, Dad, after more than 2 months of training, my soul power has reached level 19. The most important thing is that my first soul ring can now withstand 600 years. Tang Jiu said as he unleashed his martial soul, enveloping himself with a soul ring. The yellow soul ring shining brilliantly. Tang Hao's eyes widened in surprise. His second soul ring was only 700 years old. "Dad, why don't you activate the soul ring and let me test the power of my martial soul?" Tang Jiu's gaze was filled with intense fervor. All right, Tang Hao activated the soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 and finally, the last soul ring was black with a hint of red. Tang Jiu urged his soul power, and the soul ring's spirit flew out, encircling Tang Hao. Tang Hao's expression changed dramatically. He was shocked to find that his first soul ring had completely disappeared and he could no longer feel it. Along with its disappearance, his soul skill was gone as well. However, his soul power level remained, but it seemed to be suppressed by about 1 level. 8 rings. You are 1 ring less than 9 rings. Tang Jiu was truly ecstatic at this moment, humming with joy, as he had actually managed to restrict one of Tang Hao's soul rings. This meant that he had directly invalidated one of Tang Hao's soul skills. Moreover, Tang Jiu felt that if his body could withstand the limit of the soul ring, he should be able to restrict the opponent's maximum age. For example, if he could withstand a 1,000-year soul ring, then the one he was restricting should be Tang Hao's second soul ring, or at worst, the third soul ring. What monster! Tang Hao was extremely shocked. The martial spirit itself was already so abnormal without the added soul rings. So how terrifying would the soul skills be after adding soul rings? However, upon hearing Tang Jiu sing, Tang Hao shot him an annoyed glare and said, "When you go to Notting City, don't expose the secret of your martial spirit. Don't let anyone know you're my son, and don't go against the spirit hall. As for revenge, I'll handle it." Tang Hao gathered his martial spirits and turned to leave the room. In front of Tang Jiu and Tang San, he took out a pouch of money and handed it to Tang Jiu, saying, "The money inside is enough for your tuition. As for Xiao San, just consider him a work-study student and make sure to study hard." Tang San was speechless, once again doubting that he was the biological child. Letting his own son work hard and save money while leaving his adopted son to live carefree was simply too heartbreaking. "Little San, Dad is doing this for your own good. Only by enduring hardships can one become superior." Tang Hao patted Tang San's shoulder firmly, believing that little San would eventually understand his good intentions. Everything must rely on oneself to become the strongest. "Third brother, look how good Dad is to you. I'm jealous." Tang Jiu blinked and secretly tucked away the money with a smile. "How about we switch?" Tang San said irritably. Tang Jiu smiled slyly and said nothing. "Little San, you must not expose the secret of your twin martial souls. It's hard for most people to notice a Xiao Jiu's twin martial souls, so you need to be extra careful. Remember, never attach a soul ring to your hammer martial soul." Tang Hao instut solemni. "Yes, Dad." Tang San nodded seriously, then turned to Tang Jiu and asked, "What about Xiao Jiu? My martial soul is a soul ring, so it can't be treated with common sense." Tang Jiu replied with a smile. Tang San. 9. A dog's eye looks down on others. 3 days later, Old Jack took Tang San and Tang Jiu away from Holy Soul Village, heading towards Notting City. Tang San traveled light, while Tang Jiu carried a huge bundle filled with dried pork. He also held a large hammer. Old Jack laughed. "Going to school and carrying so much meat? Meat is expensive in the city. You should try it. It's really delicious." Tang Jiu now regarded the meat of thousand-year-old beasts as a snack, and then handed a piece to Old Jack. As Old Jack ate the meat, he asked, "Have you got your tuition?" "Yeah, my dad gave it to me." Old Jack choked, incredulously saying, "You pay tuition to go to school, while little San goes to be a working student. Tang Hao really is something." Who exactly was the one who was picked up? Tang San really wanted to say, "I am." Along the way, Old Jack shared everything he knew with Tang Jiu and the others. The primary academy teaches only basic things and only accepts children who have just awakened their martial spirits. It's a 6-year program, and when students turn 12, they can graduate after obtaining 1 soul ring, and they can enter the Intermediate Soul Master Academy after obtaining 2 soul rings. Xiao San, Xiao Jiu. Although you both have innate full soul power, your martial spirits are 1 blue silver grass and 1 egg. Grandpa Jack doesn't expect much from you. If you can cultivate to level 20 and obtain 2 soul rings, it will bring glory to our Holy Soul Village. As for the Advanced Soul Master Academy, it might be difficult for you to get in. After all, there are only 2 major empires on the entire continent with Advanced Soul Master Academies, and the number of students they enroll each year is less than 100. Old Jack reminded them. The first 2 soul rings can be obtained with the help of other soul masters, but starting from the 3rd one, you have to rely on yourselves. In the future, be careful in your actions and don't offend powerful figures. Along the way, Old Jack imparted his teachings, and soon, the 3 of them arrived at the gate of the Notting Academy, ready to enter, but they were stopped by the gatekeeper. "What do you want? This place is not for country folks like you." The gatekeeper glanced disdainfully at the 3, noting their coarse, patched clothes, which clearly indicated they were from the countryside. The most peculiar was Tang Jiu, who was wrapped up and holding a war hammer, making it obvious he was not a good person. Old Jack smiled politely and said, "We come from Holy Soul Village. This year, our village has a quota for students, and one of us is here to enroll." The gatekeeper gave the 3 a dismissive look and sarcastically remarked, "A grass hut can produce a phoenix? A little village can actually produce 2 people with soul power? You must be fakes." And what's even more ridiculous is that someone dressed like this, clearly the son of a poor blacksmith, wants to enroll here. Do you know the tuition fee for the school for a year is enough for commoners to eat for 10 years? Hurry up and leave. Listening to the gatekeeper's continuous scorn and ridicule, Old Jack felt angry in his heart, but being from the countryside and lacking status, he could only continue to smile and presented the proof. "This is a certificate issued by Master Su Yuntao from the Spirit Hall. Please take a look." The gatekeeper took the 2 certificates and immediately laughed. Blue silver grass, innate full soul power. And this one, The martial spirit is an egg. Ha ha ha. The gatekeeper laughed heartily and mocked. I've been a gatekeeper here for 4 years, and have never heard of innate full soul power. Especially when one martial spirit is blue silvergrass and the other is an egg. I think this proof from the spirit hall is forged by you. You, old Jack, who valued his dignity, was so humiliated that his face turned pale, but he still prepared to bend down to pick up the proof that had fallen to the ground. Tang Jiu took a step forward, helped up old Jack, and looked at the doorman with a grim expression. You, pick up the things. TCH, with your poor appearance. Do you think I'm scared just because you're holding a big hammer? With all those bags, you look like a beggar. We might as well change the name from Saint Soul Village to Beggar Village. The doorman saw a kid daring to confront him, the doorman of the prestigious Nottingham Academy, and his words became more and more scathing, poking right at old Jack's heart. What did you say? Old Jack suddenly turned around. The doorman's words hit his biggest pride. Tang Hao had been scolded for saying the village was no good, and now, hearing the doorman look down on the village like this, he immediately turned to argue with him. You old guy, how dare you attack me? The doorman wasn't afraid of old Jack, seeing him charge over angrily. He casually accused old Jack, then pushed him without any courtesy, causing old Jack to stumble a few steps. If it weren't for Tang Jiu's quick reflexes to steady him, he would have likely fallen straight down. You dare to hit Grandpa Jack? You're really asking for trouble. Tang Jiu stabilized old Jack and, without any hesitation, punched the doorman in the stomach, causing him to crash through the door and fly out. The doorman, who fell to the ground, was not afraid at all. Instead, with a fierce expression, he said, kneel down right now and compensate me with a gold soul coin. Otherwise, I will report you to the Spear Hall Guard team, claiming that you caused trouble at Nottingham Academy and injured the doorman. I will make sure you can't escape the consequences. Tang Jiu snorted. Is the Spirit Hall your family business? Do you think they believe whatever you say? I am the doorkeeper of Nottingham Academy. The guards of the Spirit Hall won't listen to me. Do you think they will listen to you commoners? The doorkeeper glared at Tang Jiu, thinking about how to deal with them. Xiao Jiu, you are too impulsive. Old Jack said anxiously, leaning on his cane. Grandpa Jack, don't worry. The guards of the Spirit Hall definitely won't listen to a doorkeeper. Tang Jiu replied. You're still too young. Old Jack shook his head. Are you scared now? If you bow and apologize to me, I might let you suffer a little less. The doorkeeper sneered. Oh really? Do you think what you say carries the weight of a soul master? Tang Jiu saw that old Jack was scared and no longer hid his strength. He immediately activated his soul ring martial soul, and the yellow soul ring quietly floated around him, leaving old Jack dumbfounded. A soul master, and it's 100-year soul ring. The doorman's eyes widened, his face pale, trembling with fear as he realized that a commoner from the countryside was actually a one-ring soul master. Furthermore, his martial soul had a yellow 100-year soul ring. He knelt on the ground and pleaded, Soul Master, please spare me. I was wrong to underestimate you. Tang Jiu snorted and said, I told you to pick up the proof. Yes, yes, my lord. The doorman hurriedly crawled over, picked up the Spirit Hall proof that he had thrown on the ground, carefully wiped it with his sleeve, and handed it to old Jack with a smiling face. My lord, you are magnanimous, so please don't hold it against me. Oomph. Old Jack coldly snorted and took the proof, feeling a sense of glory rise in his heart. Look, this is the importance of a spirit master, who will dare to look down on Holy Spirit Village in the future. Little Jiu, is there anything you need Grandpa to help with? At this moment, old Jack looked at Tang Jiu as if he were his own grandson. Whenever you have the chance, remind my dad to earn more money and send it to me, Tang Jiu said with a smile. Tang San was covered in cold sweat. Sure enough, the most painful son is often the white-eyed wolf. Old Jack agreed, happily patting his chest, and said, If your father dares to slack off, see if I don't scold him to death. That's good. Tang Jiu smiled, feeling relieved. Old sir, may I see the proof in the Spirit Hall? I am from this academy. The master, who had been watching for a while, spoke up at this moment. In his eyes, Tang Jiu's spirit rings were not ordinary. With his extensive knowledge, he immediately recognized that these were definitely the colors of spirit rings above 500. He had only one thought in his mind. How is that possible? 10. The Master's view of the strongest martial spirit upon learning that the master was from the Nottingham Academy. Old Jack readily handed the proof in his hand to the master. Innate full spirit power. Blue silvergrass. Martial spirit egg. The master's gaze sharpened, and he said to old Jack, Old sir, please leave these 2 children to me. I will take them to complete the formalities. All right. Thank you, teacher. Old Jack was very happy and reminded Tang San and Tang Jiu to take care of themselves before leaving. The master, taking the 2 of them, did not go to the academic affairs office to handle paperwork, but instead led them directly to his office. "Teacher, what do you teach at the academy?" Tang San asked curiously. "I am not a teacher at this academy. Others call me the master," the master replied. "To be called the master by everyone. It seems your status is not simple," Tang Jiu sighed. His former dream was to let the world know who he was, but he had completely failed to achieve it. "Have you ever thought about taking me as your master?" The master, whose monk-like face finally revealed a smile, looked at Tang Jiu and the others. "Then it depends on what benefits you can offer us," Tang Jiu chuckled, while Tang San kept silent, but his eyes also told the master, "Why should I take you as my master? Really two clever children." The master smiled happily. "They are talented and not foolish, truly rare good seedlings." After entering the office and closing the door, the master then looked intently at Tang San and said, "You are the third person on the continent in nearly 100 years to possess twin martial spirits." Tang San was taken aback, not expecting that his secret would be discovered just like that. He had only glanced at the proof from the spirit hall, and it was terrifying. The master then explained, "I have investigated 647 people with a blue silvergrass spirit. Only 16 of them possess spirit power, and none of them exceed level 1. However, you possess innate full spirit power, according to my research on one of the 10 core competencies of spirits. Spirit power is proportional to the quality of the spirit. High spirit power indicates a powerful spirit, but your spirit is blue silvergrass, which means you must have another spirit, and it is likely an extremely powerful one, proportional to your innate full spirit power." Tang San was immediately impressed by the master's profound knowledge, and a look of respect appeared on his face. The master was very pleased, and then turned to Tang Jiu and said, "Your egg martial soul is actually the initial form of a beast martial soul, belonging to oviparous organisms. It only manifested in this form because your body is too weak at the time of martial soul awakening. It will only break out of its shell when your body and soul power reach a level that can withstand it. Moreover, I'm certain that it is a power-type martial soul." "Why?" Tang Jiu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. To claim it as a power type, just based on an egg martial soul, seems a bit alarming. "Because of the hammer you are holding. If you weren't a power-type soul master, you wouldn't have such great strength. Furthermore, your soul rings clearly exceed 400 years. So you must have another martial soul that enhances your physical attributes, which would allow you to bear such high-level soul rings. You are also a twin martial soul," the master stated confidently. Tang Jiu then realized that the master's observation and reasoning abilities were extremely impressive. No wonder he was the most knowledgeable person in the Douluo Continent. "Master, you made a mistake," Tang Jiu said with a smile. "Oh, what do you mean? Where's my judgment wrong?" The master immediately became interested. "My soul ring didn't come from hunting soul beasts. It is my other martial soul. My martial soul is the soul ring," Tang Jiu explained. "What?" The master's pupils suddenly constricted, murmuring, "How is that possible?" He had seen countless strange martial souls, and he believed he wouldn't be surprised by anything becoming a martial soul. But the idea of a martial soul being a soul ring had never crossed his mind. "Why don't you open your martial soul and experience it for yourself?" Tang Jiu suggested. "Okay." The master immediately activated his soul rings, and 2 yellow soul rings quietly floated around him. At that moment, Tang Jiu threw out the soul ring martial soul in his hand, wrapping it around the master. In an instant, the master's second yellow soul ring disappeared without a trace. This is too monstrous." Tang San had never seen Tang Jiu's ability to nullify Tang Hao's soul ring before. It was the first time he had encountered someone who could make another soul ring disappear, and he felt overwhelmed. A title Douluo only has 9 soul rings, and during battle, if one soul ring vanishes, it is a terrifying disaster. This truly is a soul ring martial soul. It directly severs my connection to the soul ring, rendering the soul skill from that soul ring unusable, and I feel my soul power restricted by about 3 levels. The soul ring, soul skill, and soul power are all limited. It's too frightening." Despite being mentally prepared, after experiencing the soul ring martial soul, the master was still deeply shocked by such test results. "Xiao Jiu, do you know? Your martial soul can be said to be a powerful one. I'm not just referring to land soul masters, but also including ocean soul masters." The master excitedly grabbed Tang Jiu's shoulders and shook him vigorously, his heart feeling like a volcano about to erupt. He couldn't wait to let everyone know that although Yu Xiaojiang might not be capable himself, he could teach the most powerful students. Most powerful? Isn't that too absolute? Tang Jiu didn't think so. Weren't there still some divine martial souls? But the master was incredibly certain, his voice deep as he said, Xiao Jiu, you don't realize the terror of your martial soul. The soul ring martial soul can restrict opponents. And if my guess about the additional soul ring is correct, it limits the opponent's attributes, such as strength, speed, soul power, stamina, and even vitality. But that's not the most frightening aspect of your martial soul. Do you know what the most terrifying function of this martial soul is? There was a hint of shock in the master's gaze, as if he had recalled some images that left him utterly astonished. Tang San couldn't help but click his tongue. Isn't this the most terrifying part? With the restriction of 9 soul ring skills, the opponent's abilities have been reduced by at least half. Tang San really couldn't think of anything else. Even Tang Jiu frowned in thought. What could be more terrifying than the ability to restrict others with soul rings and martial souls? Do you know about martial soul fusion techniques? The master took a deep breath and said. Tang Jiu's eyes suddenly lit up. How could he have forgotten this? There's a very small probability that martial souls can fuse and produce a martial soul fusion skill, which is simply a monstrous existence. The master's gaze revealed a hint of shock as he said slowly. The most terrifying aspect of soul ring martial souls is not that they can restrict soul power, but that soul rings can fuse with any martial soul and will definitely possess a martial soul fusion skill. What is truly frightening is the martial soul fusion skill. A martial soul fusion skill is not simply 1 + 1 = 2. Even 2 completely identical martial souls may not necessarily possess a martial soul fusion skill, because it requires complementarity and perfect pairing. When a martial soul fusion skill is produced, the power manifested is not merely the levels of the 2 soul masters, but an existence that transcends. The master explained the martial soul fusion skill to Tang Jiu and the others, which left Tang San immensely shocked. Xiao Jiu is simply a prodigy. The master continued. Xiao San, although you also have twin martial souls, the probability of your 2 martial souls being able to fuse is basically 0. Because there are few martial souls that can fuse in this world, and even fewer that are twin martial souls. However, Xiao Jiu's soul ring martial soul can fuse with any martial soul. Therefore, his greatest trump card is actually the martial soul fusion skill brought about by the fusion of his 2 martial souls. 2 martial souls, 18 soul rings, perfectly fused together. Just think about how terrifying that power would be. After finishing, the master was even more shocked by the incredible scene in his mind. Tang Jiu gasped in surprise. The master truly lived up to his title. He had never considered the idea of spirit fusion, but it was definitely feasible. Soul rings could fuse with any spirit, and this was beyond doubt. Xiao Jiu, no matter whether you become my student or not, I must warn you, do not use the spirit fusion technique recklessly. When 2 soul masters use the spirit fusion technique, they combine their powers, but both must bear the burden of that power. If you fuse 2 spirits and use the spirit fusion technique, then you alone will have to endure all the energy from both spirits. Although it can grant you immense power, it will also cause severe damage to your body. The master warned solemnly, I'm willing to be your student. At that moment, Tang Jiu realized that even though he had watched Douluo Continent, he was still overshadowed by the master's knowledge of spirits. If he wanted to gain powerful strength and become the strongest soul master, he needed the master's guidance. Tang San also bowed to the master to pay his respects. Good. I didn't expect to receive 2 talented disciples at once. Xiao Jiu, can you help your teacher with something? At this moment, the master's expression was particularly excited. What do you say, teacher? Tang Jiu didn't understand, but still nodded. Teacher, my soul power is stuck at level 29 with no progress. I thought I would never break through to level 30 in this life and become a soul master. But after seeing your soul ring and martial spirit, I know that one of my wishes in this life is about to be fulfilled. Only you can help me. Help you break through to level 30? How is that possible? My soul ring martial spirit actually restricts the opponent's soul rings. How can I help you? Tang Jiu felt lost and confused, and then saw that Tang San was also puzzled. The master excitedly tapped on the table, organized his thoughts, and said excitedly, restricting soul rings. I am at level 29 with 2 soul rings. If you restrict one of my soul rings, then I will only have 1 left. Wouldn't that allow me to absorb another soul ring? You must know that soul rings contain energy, and after successfully absorbing a soul ring, my soul power will definitely increase. Wouldn't it be easy to break through to level 30 and directly have a 3rd soul ring? Tang Jiu and Tang San were stunned. This truly is the master. The first time encountering soul rings and martial spirits, he could utilize them to the fullest. No wonder he is a genius with unbeatable theory. The master deduced his thoughts and found that implementing them was so effortless. His whole demeanor radiated joy. The austere, monk-like aura around him was significantly diluted. Evidently, breaking through to level 30 was an obsession in his heart. Master, if you think it's feasible, then it's fine. Just tell me what to do when the time comes. Tang Jiu initially thought that after the master consumed the supreme fairy grass, he seemed to have broken through to level 40, but for the master, waiting for another 7 or 8 levels was a torturous ordeal. Moreover, after the breakthrough, consuming the fairy grass might yield even better results. Thus, Tang Jiu didn't insist further and asked the master, Master, what is the development direction of my martial spirit? Your power-type martial spirit. I suggest you pursue an extremely domineering, explosive style, with soul skills that greatly enhance your power in a short period. The master explained, this is because your soul ring martial spirit has the ability to restrict opponents, but such restrictions are bound to have a time limit, so you need high explosive power, striving for a one-hit kill. After finishing, the master looked at Tang Jiu and said, if you were an ordinary twin martial spirit, I would recommend you focus on one martial spirit and not attach soul rings to the other. However, you are too special. I give you a choice. If you cultivate 2 soul rings simultaneously, you will definitely be incredibly strong in the early stages, crushing opponents of the same rank. And even fighting beyond your level 1T be difficult. But when you reach title Douluo, your combat power may not reach the theoretical limit. However, if you only cultivate 1 martial spirit, you will only be invincible at the same rank in the early stages, and it will be hard to fight beyond your level. But you will reach the theoretical maximum combat power when you become a title Douluo. Which one to choose, you decide. Tang Jiu thought without hesitation. I want to cultivate 2 martial souls at the same time. It's not his style to play it safe and wait for the later stages. He wants to crush everything and enjoy it all the way. After Master finished instructing Tang Jiu, he turned to Tang San and said, let me see your second martial soul. Do you mind? Of course not. In the Tang Men General Principles, it is stated that a teacher for a day is a father for a lifetime. A master is the most trustworthy person, just like a parent. Tang San immediately urged his soul power, and a pale blue light burst forth, revealing a small hammer in his left hand. The master's pupils suddenly constricted. He had long anticipated that Tang San's second martial soul would be extraordinary, but he never expected it to be the Hao Ian hammer. You, with the surname Tang. I should have realized it sooner. The master suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, you must never let anyone see this martial soul, and definitely do not attach any soul rings. The master's words surprised Tang San. My dad said the same thing, master. Why is that? The master was actually more curious. Little San, what does your father do? My dad is a blacksmith. Upon hearing this, the master understood. It seemed that Little San was unaware of his father's true identity, so he couldn't disclose the detailed reasons now. The master said, it's not time to tell you yet. You just need to know that my request, as well as your father's, is for your own good. Tang San nodded and did not ask more. All right, I'll take you to register for school. After the opening ceremony tomorrow, I will take you to find suitable soul rings. Tonight, I will start thinking about what kind of soul rings are more suitable for you, and also consider what soul rings are more suitable for me. The master clenched his fist. Tang San felt a bit excited, as he would soon obtain a soul ring. Perhaps his Xintian skill would also break through as he stepped into becoming a soul master, and he would definitely catch up with Xiao Jiu. After the master finished speaking, he took the 2 of them to the administrative office to register. He rarely went there because people like to gossip too much. But today he had accepted 2 good disciples, which greatly improved his mood. 12 helping the master vent his anger. Tang Jiu placed the dried meat he was carrying in the master's office, and then followed the master to the academic affairs office with a hammer in hand. The academic affairs office was on the first floor of the main teaching building, and it was headed by Director Su, who was over 60 years old, along with 2 young men who looked to be under 30 helping him. The master placed the documents on the desk and said to Director Su, this is the work-study student sent by Shenghan Village this year, and there's another student who registered at his own expense. Please take care of the registration. Director Su smiled broadly and said, Master, what brings you here? It's a rare visit. Why not stay a little longer? The master shook his head in refusal, turned to leave, and said, Xiao Jiu, Xiao San, you 2 register first. I'll be leaving to prepare some things. Okay, teacher. Tang Jiu knew that at this moment, the master must be preoccupied with the matter of selecting soul beasts, looking for a suitable 100-year soul ring for third brother, and also choosing a 1,000-year soul ring for himself. Just as the master turned around, Director Su smiled and said, "You call the master teacher? He is not a teacher at the academy." Tang Jiu nodded. "I know. We have already become disciples." Director Su and the two men were slightly taken aback, their faces showing an uncontrollable smirk. Director Su reminded Tang Jiu and the others, "Any soul master can only acknowledge one master. Otherwise, they will be rejected by the world. Shouldn't you reconsider?" Tang Jiu said seriously, "No one is qualified to be my teacher except for the master." The two men beside him couldn't help but laugh. "It seems you have also been fooled by the master's reputation. Let me tell you, it's all a scam." "Ignorant," Tang Jiu snorted. The faces of the two men immediately turned unfriendly. Director Su quickly coughed, as Tang Jiu was a paying student, 60 gold soul coins, and he was counting. This kind of rebellious student would have opportunities to be dealt with later. What a waste of his innate, full soul power talent. Actually, it wasn't a complete waste. One was a blue silvergrass and the other an egg, both useless martial spirits. Finding a useless teacher with a useless martial spirit is a perfect match. The two men began to mock the master and Tang Jiu in unison. Director Su was busy signing paperwork when he heard them and reminded, "The master is a friend of the principal. You shouldn't make unfounded evaluations." Although the master's theories have never been proven, no one has proven them wrong either. In terms of martial spirit theory, the master is invincible. The two men had no scruples. They were already used to mocking the master. It was just about the top 10 core competencies of martial spirits, which was ridiculous and had never been verified. Following such a teacher could only lead to being a waste. Just then, the master had just walked to the window and, upon hearing their ridicule, trembled with anger. His life had been difficult. He could accept being mocked by others, but he absolutely couldn't let those around him be implicated. The master suddenly turned around and pushed the door open, angrily saying, "Although my strength is not strong, my disciples will definitely be the strongest soul masters on the continent in the future." "Ha, how funny." The two men laughed even harder upon hearing this. Director Su coughed again, reminding them, "You two should stop. The master is a well-known figure in the martial spirit world." One of the two men felt that mocking the master in front of him was a bit excessive, so he shut up. However, the other arrogant man showed no signs of restraint. He wasn't afraid, as his brother was the Lord's guard. Seeing the master, who had been silent, daring to glare at him, he sneered, "Director, what famous figure? I see a famous clown instead. You." The master's face turned extremely ugly, his fists clenched tightly. He really wanted to punch this jerk in the face, but he truly couldn't defeat him. "Ha, did I hit the nail on the head?" The arrogant man laughed loudly. Suddenly, Tang Jiu jumped up and slapped him hard across the face, causing his head to turn 90 degrees and his body to spin and crash against the wall. Screaming in pain, "What a deserved beating. How dare you insult my teacher?" Tang Jiu scoffed, feeling great satisfaction from that slap. He had wanted to hit him for a long time. "How can you hit a school teacher?" Director Su said with a stern tone, standing up to reprimand him. "He insulted my teacher. Can I, as his disciple, hit him?" Tang Jiu coldly huffed. "But you are a student of the school, and he is a teacher. What you did is disrespectful." Director Su angrily said. "That's true." Tang Jiu walked over to Director Su, directly took his tuition fee from his hands, put it in his pocket, and then said, "Now, I am no longer a student of Nodding Academy, so it's no problem to hit him." Director Su was instantly stunned. What kind of operation was this? "Kid, if you dare to hit me, I will challenge you to a duel today." The arrogant man, who had just gotten up, looked grim. How could he tolerate being slapped in the face by a child? Instead of rushing to hit Tang Jiu, he initiated a duel challenge. Once the opponent agreed, it would be a matter of life and death. That's the rule of the world. A duel is fine. Am I afraid of you? Tang Jiu snorted. The master's expression changed. "Xiao Jiu, a duel determines victory and defeat, and can also determine life and death. You are only 6 years old, and he is almost 30. Teacher, you haven't seen my martial spirit yet. So today happens to let you see how I deal with this waste." Tang Jiu stepped forward with a battle hammer, facing the arrogant man directly. "Today I will make you die." The arrogant man didn't waste any words either, directly releasing his martial soul. 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, rose up, his body began to swell, his fur became abundant, and a wolf shadow appeared behind him. Zhang Feng, a level 27 strong attack system soul master, martial soul, wild wolf. Tang Jiu revealed a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. This Zhang Feng's wild wolf martial soul clearly looked inferior in grade compared to Su Yuntao's lone wolf martial soul, although his soul power was higher. He appeared to be several years older than Su Yuntao. In summary, he was just more useless than Su Yuntao. Martial sous manifestation. Tang Jiu awakened his martial soul, and a black ant appeared behind him, with a dazzling yellow soul ring manifesting on his body. Tang Jiu, a level 19 assault system soul master, martial soul, bullet ant. What? 6 years old, level 19, and with a yellow 100-year soul ring. Director Su's eyes were nearly popping out. This was simply unheard of. ISN, to your martial soul and egg? Another male teacher thought a question. This bullet ant martial soul doesn't seem to be a useless martial soul. So, with innate, full soul power combined with such a martial soul, that truly is a genius among geniuses. Zhang Feng was also shocked, and his gaze turned even colder. Kid, your talent is indeed excessive, but I have one more soul ring than you. You will never be able to defeat me. Now, kneel down and apologize to me and your teacher, and I can just break your bones, leaving you with one life. Tang Jiu sneered. Kneel down and apologize to me now, and I might spare your life. Killing you only requires one strike. What arrogance! It seems you are tired of living, so I will send you on your way. Upon hearing Tang Jiu's words, Zhang Feng's killing intent grew even stronger. Asking him to kneel and apologize to that useless master would make him even more useless, right? Wolf's Claw. Zhang Feng directly activated his first soul skill. The blue claws of his martial soul immediately appeared on his hands, and his own momentum also surged at that moment. The skills of an assault-type soul master would enhance physical attributes. However, Zhang Feng did not let his guard down because the opponent had a yellow 100-year soul ring, while his first soul skill only had a white 10-year soul ring. He couldn't underestimate Tang Jiu. Wolf's Beast Transformation. As Zhang Feng chanted his soul spell, the second yellow 100-year soul ring shone brightly, causing his body to swell slightly, and his momentum increased once again. Zhang Feng was actually going all out. Both of his skills could amplify his strength and speed. Something big was likely going to happen. Director Su looked at Tang Jiu with pity and shook his head gently. A true genius is one that grows over time. After all, he was just a child, completely unaware of the vastness of the world. He thought his talent was great and attempted to challenge those beyond his level. This was not courage, but a path to death. Tang San also felt immense pressure. He knew he was no match for Zhang Feng, but if he wanted to kill Zhang Feng, he still had a 50-50 chance. With one hand gripping the hidden weapon and the other ready to launch the sleeve arrow, he would be ready to step in and rescue if Xiao Jiu was at a disadvantage and the opponent dared to strike hard. Zhang Feng exerted force with his legs, his body leaping forward like a wolf, with his claws reaching out to slap down toward Tang Jiu's head. Tang Jiu did not dodge or evade, gently lifting the hammer in his hand, and softly uttered 2 words, Frenzy. The yellow soul ring lit up, and Tang Jiu felt an explosive surge of power throughout his body. 2 months ago, when his soul power was at level 18, he possessed a strength of 1,000 Jin. Over the past 2 months, he had devoured the flesh of 1,000-year soul beasts, tempered his body, and continuously pushed his limits. With his soul power increased by 1 level, his strength had now reached 300 Jin. The frenzy skill could instantaneously boost his strength by 35, bringing his total strength to 700 Jin. Swinging the hammer, the immense power created a howling wind. Tang Jiu's favorite is battling strong, attack-type soul masters. Because their combat style is the same as his, head-on confrontation, Tang Jiu accurately predicted the trajectory of the opponent's attack, swung the hammer, and there was no doubt that the hammer collided with the opponent's claws. Crack! Bang! Zhang Feng let out a terrible scream. The moment he made contact with the hammer, his arm was broken, and he was hit by the hammer, spiraling backward and crashing heavily into the wall, shattering the glass of the window. How is this possible? Director Su couldn't believe it. A ring defeated 2 rings, yet it was still a one-hit kill. The master had a satisfied smile on his face and said, although Zhang Feng's martial soul, the wild wolf, is a strong attack type, the quality of his soul rings is too low, adding up to less than 500 years. Moreover, his skill soul power enhancement is not only for strength, but also for speed and physical constitution. His pure strength does not exceed 800 Jin. But Xiao Jiu is a pure strength-type martial soul. I estimate his base strength is no less than 1,000 Jin. Not to mention the enhancement from the soul ring skills. Zhang Feng actually competed in strength with a pure strength-type soul master, attacking the enemy's strength with his own weakness. Isn't that courting death? The master's words suddenly enlightened Director Su, and he couldn't help but have more faith in the master's theories. However, he was still astonished by Tang Jiu's strength and couldn't help but ask Tang Jiu, What's your first soul skill? Frenzy instantly increases strength by 35, and it improves with the number of soul rings. Tang Jiu replied, while shouldering the hammer with a smile. What? How is that possible? The first soul skill can increase strength by 35, and it can continue to improve. Doesn't that mean that in the future, just activating the first soul skill could double the strength? Director Su had a look of shock. Such a soul skill could only be described as monstrous. This is just the first soul skill. It is no less than others' third soul skills. Director Su, it is a taboo to inquire about others' soul skills without permission. The master's expression was quite unfriendly as he coldly reprimanded. I'm sorry, master. I was just too curious. Director Su quickly apologized. Xiao Jiu, don't reveal your secrets to others in the future to avoid being targeted. The master said seriously. I understand, teacher. Tang Jiu nodded. In fact, he just wanted to show off, and this data would soon become inaccurate. He added a Millennium Soul Ring, and his berserk skill would continue to improve. Zhang Feng, stop playing dead. Kneel down and apologize to my teacher. Tang Jiu walked towards Zhang Feng with a hammer in hand. Zhang Feng was in a terrible state, with both arms broken and several ribs fractured, sweat on his face from the pain. If it weren't for another male teacher supporting him, he probably wouldn't even be able to stand. Seeing the aggressive Tang Jiu, he looked to Director Su for help. Director Su quickly acted as a mediator, saying, Master, Zhang Feng is also a teacher of the school. We are all colleagues. I think just having him bow and apologize would be enough. No way. He must kneel and apologize. Otherwise, I'll hammer him to death. Tang Jiu said firmly. Such a person must be given a deep lesson so that he can learn to respect others. Zhang Feng watched the warhammer swaying above his head, terrified and sweating profusely. In the end, his legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground, saying to the master, I'm sorry, master. I spoke out of turn. The master felt a sense of satisfaction seeing someone who mocked and ridiculed him every day kneeling before him to apologize, almost bringing tears to his eyes. Good child. The master patted Tang Jiu's head, his hand trembling. He was truly excited. He originally thought he would have to wait 10 years for these two disciples to bring him honor, but unexpectedly, on the very first day of being a disciple, he received such a great gift. Master, can we let Zhang Feng go now? Director sugeriría que. Of course not. Before the master could speak, Tang Jiu shook his head and said, kneeling and apologizing is because he has a loose tongue. But whether I spare his life or not depends on his performance. Performance? Director Su was puzzled. Of course, it's about buying his life with money. In our soul, fighting, life and death are at stake, and if I'm to let him go, there must be benefits. I won't ask for much. His life is worth at least 500 gold soul coins. Tang Jiu calculated and thought that the other party should be able to afford this amount. What? Director Su looked at Zhang Feng. 500 gold soul coins was not a small sum. Fine, I'll pay. Zhang Feng gritted his teeth and had his male teacher take out the card, swiping it to pay the master before being supported out the door. After leaving the academic affairs office, he shot a resentful glance at Tang Jiu's back and said to the male teacher, take me to the city lord's mansion. I want to see my brother. At this moment, Tang Jiu had already completed the enrollment procedures and was carrying his hammer to his dormitory. As soon as he entered, his roommates lined up on both sides, arms crossed, all glaring at Tang Jiu with unfriendly expressions. The only student sitting in a chair spoke arrogantly. Who among you will come and teach this junior a lesson? Let him know the rules of Nodding Academy. 14. Scaring the dorm leader to tear's boss. I'll do it. A sixth-year student stepped forward, holding his head high and pointing at himself. My name is Zhu Feng. My martial soul is a wild boar, and I'm a level 11 assault-type battle soul master. Kid, come over and bow to our boss. From now on, if the boss tells you to go east, you can't go west. Zhu Feng, the pig has indeed gone mad. I can't even afford pork. Tang Jiu wanted to retort upon hearing that name. If Tang Hao didn't send pork over soon, he really couldn't afford the Millennium Soul Beast. At least 1 gold soul coin per pound. Kid, do you dare to insult me? It seems I must establish some rules for you. Zhu Feng was furious. His surname was Jiu, and his martial soul was a wild boar, often mocked by others. He couldn't stand being associated with pigs. He was not a pig, but a wild boar. He had tusks, okay? He didn't hold back and directly summoned his martial soul. A white soul ring appearing as his body sprouted bristles and tusks, looking just like a small wild boar. Kid, do you know I have a deep resentment towards pigs? I used to be so poor, I couldn't afford to eat pork. Tang Jiu waved at Zhu Feng, signaling him to make him move quickly. So arrogant. Teach him a lesson. The others in the dormitory were all watching with interest. After all, who hasn't he been bullied by upperclassmen when moving into the dormitory? This is the rule at Notting Academy, to help them adapt to a world where the strong are respected. Wild charge. The white soul ring lit up, enhancing speed and strength, and Zhu Feng charged at Tang Jiu like a wild boar. The newcomers would definitely be lying in bed for 3 days. The others in the dormitory shook their heads secretly, recalling their own painful experiences. Just as everyone thought Tang Jiu would fall, he simply lifted the war hammer in his hand lightly, and then with a clang, Zhu Feng crashed headfirst into the hammer's head, rolling his eyes and passing out. You cheat. You actually used a weapon. The others in the dormitory were quite dissatisfied. It was supposed to be a competition. How could you use a weapon? Tang Jiu shrugged and said, since you won't let me use the hammer, then I'll put it down. He released the war hammer in his hand, and with a loud clang, a large stone tile on the ground cracked with a web-like pattern. The people in the dormitory were all startled. How heavy is this hammer? Not much, just 800 pounds. Tang Jiu smacked his lips. An 800-pound war hammer quickly became unwieldy, and next time he would probably need to forge one around 500 pounds. Fortunately, after being hammered, cast iron shrinks in size and increases in density, so no matter how heavy it is, the hammer's volume can still remain unchanged. 800 pounds. Is this still human? At this moment, the people in the dormitory were all amazed, stunned by Tang Jiu's display, and they turned their gazes toward the dormitory leader. A pure power-type soul master? What use is great strength if he can be controlled so easily? The dormitory leader stood up proudly and looked down at Tang Jiu, saying, power-type soul masters are just restrained by control-type soul masters. Unfortunately for you, I am a control-type soul master. As he spoke, he opened his hand, and a green vine appeared, with a yellow soul ring emerging around his body. The martial soul, green vine, a level 12 control-type weapon soul master. 1 yellow soul ring. When Lion announced his martial soul, he deliberately showcased his soul ring to flaunt it, as it had cost his family a large sum to obtain it from the soul-hunting forest. The yellow soul ring not only represents talent, but also status. Without a powerful family, how could one have a yellow first soul ring just relying on academy teachers? Kid, activate your martial soul. No need to activate my martial soul. I'm afraid if I do, I'll scare you to tears. Tang Jiu shook his head and laughed. Kid, you're too arrogant. Lion was furious, waving his hand, and the yellow soul ring lit up. The green vine quickly grew, and the first soul skill, bind, was activated, wrapping Tang Jiu tightly with a vine as thick as a thumb. The boss is mighty. Many teachers still had white 10-year soul rings. When everyone saw Lion's 100-year soul ring emerge, they immediately praised him, as he managed to bind Tang Jiu without giving him any time to react. Lion immediately became proud, saying, my green vine is already a high-tier existence among plant-type martial souls, and when selecting the soul ring, I specifically chose a 100-year iron bamboo to increase its toughness. If you're bound by my green vine, you won't be able to break free without 1,000 pounds of strength. Just as Lion was boasting about his martial soul and soul ring, there was a loud bang, and the green vine that had been binding Tang Jiu was completely shattered. Lion's proud face instantly turned serious, and everyone around gasped in shock. His strength exceeded 1,000 pounds. Lion, hurry up and call him boss, Tang Jiu said lazily. I haven't lost yet. The only reason you broke free from my green vine is that you must have used all your strength, right? But I am a plant-type martial soul, and it consumes little soul power. I don't believe you can break free from my next attack. After a brief shock, Lion immediately reignited his fighting spirit, conjuring another green vine in his hand, preparing for a war of attrition. Sigh, I didn't want to hit you, but since you insist on seeking suffering, then I'll grant your wish. A smile appeared at the corner of Tang Jiu's mouth. He wondered what the reaction would be when he used a soul ring martial soul for the first time. He directed his soul ring martial soul towards Lion. And the next moment, a scream akin to that of a pig being slaughtered echoed. Oh, my soul ring is gone. At the moment his martial soul was activated, Lion discovered that his yellow soul ring had completely disappeared. At first, he didn't quite believe it, but when he tried to activate his soul skill and got no response, he realized something was very wrong. He slumped to the ground, pinched his thigh hard with his hand, and when he realized this wasn't a dream, he began to cry. My soul ring, it's gone. Oh my God, what should I do? A soul master losing their soul ring is like an athlete losing their legs. Lion's entire belief system collapsed. After all, he was still a child, under 12 years old, unable to remain as calm as Tang Hao or the master. When the soul ring was lost, he couldn't even realize that his soul power was being suppressed. Even so, it dealt a devastating blow to his young heart. Lion hugged the chair and cried heartbreakingly. If you recognize me as your boss and are responsible for running errands and getting food for me in the future, I will return your soul ring. Tang Jiu couldn't bear to watch any longer, feeling like he was bullying a child. Really? Boss. Lion hurriedly got up and respectfully bowed to Tang Jiu. Good, not bad. Tang Jiu nodded and immediately retracted his soul ring martial soul. Then Lion sensed the restricted soul ring and immediately became even more respectful towards Tang Jiu. Curious about his strength. Boss, what exactly is your martial soul? What level of soul power do you have? Tang Jiu picked up the hammer and rested it on his shoulder, saying, Tang Jiu Wu and Bullet Ant, level 19 strong attack system, soul master. Strength, 1,300 pounds. Gulp. Everyone swallowed hard. A level 19 soul master. Doesn't that mean graduation is just around the corner? And this strength, it's simply too monstrous. Boss. At this moment, the people in the dormitory lined up neatly and saluted Tang Jiu in unison, each face filled with shock and admiration. From now on, who would dare to mess with their dormitory? All right, Leitan, go buy me 2 beds and bedding. I'll give you the money in a couple of days. Tang Jiu ordered. He had to send a bed to his third brother. He couldn't let Xiao Wu bully him. 15. Battle with Xiao Wu boss. I'll take you to Building 7. Leitan, holding a bed, led Tang Jiu to Building 7. The door was open, and a match was currently taking place inside. Tang Jiu raised a finger to signal Leitan to be quiet, then hid behind the door, watching with interest. The match was between Tang San and Xiao Wu. Don't be fooled by Xiao Wu's cute appearance. When she started fighting, she was exceptionally fierce. In just a few exchanges, Xiao Wu had caught Tang San's hands, delivered a kick to his stomach, and sent his face straight to the ground. This made Tang Jiu involuntarily think of a phrase, a rabbit kicks an eagle. Then, Tang Jiu saw his poor third brother being bullied by Xiao Wu continuously, directing Tang San to bring the 2 beds together and laying the bedding sent by the master in the middle. Third brother, I didn't expect you to be bullied so badly. Do you want me, your brother, to help you get your revenge? Tang Jiu said with a smile as he walked in. Tang San saw Tang Jiu looking very gloomy, having been beaten by a girl, and his younger brother witnessed it. As the older brother, he felt a bit embarrassed, especially since Tang Jiu was clearly gloating. Xiao Wu appeared very curious and examined Tang Jiu, saying, Are you from the 7th dormitory too? Do you want to fight me? Come on. Tang Jiu couldn't help but break into a sweat. Xiao Wu was really combative. He smiled and said, Sister-in-law, hello. What is a sister-in-law? Can it be eaten? Xiao Wu blinked her big eyes in confusion. But seeing that everyone around seemed to understand, while she was the only one who didn't, she glared angrily at Tang San and said, Little San, hurry up and explain. Tang San had a black line on his face and said, Sister-in-law, it means sister. This is my younger brother, Tang Jiu. Oh, I see. There's no need to call me sister-in-law. Just call me Sister Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu thought Tang Jiu was very cute, immediately calling her sister. That won't do. You have to call me Jiuge. Tang Jiu shook his head. Oomph. Xiao Wu stamped her foot, quite angry. Then her eyes turned and said, If I defeat you, you have to call me Sister Xiao Wu. If you can defeat me, you can call me whatever you want. Tang Jiu nodded. Then let's go. Xiao Wu smiled mischievously and lifted her foot to kick towards Tang Jiu's neck, her speed incredibly swift. Tang Jiu crossed her hands to block the kick, then forcefully lifted, sending Xiao Wu flying 3 or 4 meters into the air with immense strength. What great power! But compared to my brother Erming, you still fall short, Xiao Jiu. Xiao Wu smiled, rolled in the air a few times, and had already hit the wall. However, she pushed off the wall with great force, surprisingly using Tang Jiu's power to jump over even faster, launching another kick in midair and unleashing an even fiercer offensive. Xiao Jiu is going to suffer. Tang San shook his head. His skills couldn't gain an advantage over Xiao Wu's soft techniques, and Tang Jiu would definitely be at a disadvantage. Tang Jiu was not skilled in technique and could not match Xiao Wu's speed, so he could only passively defend. Xiao Wu, however, was as flexible as a boneless creature. With a twist of her body, she evaded all of Tang Jiu's attacks, then tightly locked his wrist and delivered a heavy kick to his stomach. Just like the move that defeated Tang San. Tang San's younger brother was about to lose. The boss had just used this very move to defeat Tang San. The members of Team 7 were all ready to cheer for Xiao Wu. However, Tang Jiu's body and strength were not something Tang San could compare to. He withstood the blow without being sent flying like Tang San, remaining as steady as a mountain and quickly countering by gripping Xiao Wu's wrist and forcefully throwing her forward. This was bad. Xiao Jiu's strength was too great, and Xiao was going to get hurt. Tang San immediately noticed that Xiao Wu's body had lost its balance, making it difficult for her to borrow strength this time. Seeing that she was about to crash into the wall, he rushed over to hug her and help dissipate the impact. However, Tang Jiu's strength was simply too great. In the end, he could only act as a cushion for Xiao Wu, crashing heavily against the wall, and then they both fell together, tumbling into a heap. Wow, Tang San's brother is so impressive. He actually defeated our leader. The others in the 7th dormitory were incredibly shocked. Are all the newcomers this year monsters? Xiao Wu pushed Tang San away and stood up, stomping her foot in anger as she pointed at Tang Jiu and huffed, I refuse to accept this. Let's fight again. No more fighting. A bet is a bet. Quickly call him Brother Jiu, and no cheating. Tang Jiu shook his head. Oomph. Xiao Wu puffed up her cheeks in frustration. She had never lost a fight in the Stardoe Forest. However, it seems humans should keep their promises. But she still felt unsatisfied, and suddenly her eyes lit up as if she thought of something, smiling and saying, You are Xiao San's brother, and I am Xiao San's leader, so. Xiao Wu turned to Tang San and said, Xiao San, quickly tell your brother to call me sister-in-law. Tang San. I don't know if it's still too late to tell Xiao Wu the true meaning of sister-in-law. With a chuckle, Tang Jiu almost laughed out loud, and the others in the dormitory also had a smirk on their faces as they looked at Tang San teasingly. Is there a problem? Isn't sister-in-law just another way of saying older sister? Xiao Wu asked, confused. Right. Tang Jiu suppressed his laughter. You call me Jiu go first, and I'll call you sister-in-law, and we'll each stick to our own. Xiao Jiu, brother. Xiao Wu reluctantly called out, then smiled at Tang Jiu and said, Come on, it's your turn to call me. Tang San couldn't help but look at Tang Jiu helplessly and said, You should still call her sister Xiao Wu. I also think calling her sister-in-law is a bit early. Tang Jiu chuckled and then called out, Sister Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was extremely happy, patting Tang Jiu's shoulder and indicating that if anyone bullied him in the future, they should come to her, Sister Xiao Wu. Third brother, do you want this quilt? Tang Jiu teased Tang San with a wink. No, just sharing one with Xiao San is enough. Xiao Wu waved her hand. At this moment, Tang San's face turned even redder. He always felt that Tang Jiu was here to see him make a fool of himself. Hey Xiao San, what level of soul power does your brother have? Xiao Wu was very curious. Before Tang San could answer, the blanket-hugging Ryan raised his head and said to everyone, Our third dorm's boss, Martial Soul Bullet Ant, level 19 Assault Type, Soul Master. Wow, level 19. Xiao San, your brother is much stronger than you. Xiao Wu exclaimed. Shouldn't it be that the elder brother is stronger than the younger brother? Xiao Wu felt a bit confused. In the world of soul beasts, the older they were, the stronger they became. Humans were truly a strange species. Level 19. Oh my, that means he will soon become a Turing Great Soul Master. Wang Sheng's mouth dropped in surprise. Compared to Tang Jiu, Tang San's innate full soul power seemed insufficient. All right, I'll treat Sister Xiao Wu to a meal, and everyone else can come along. There will be plenty of food. Wow, that's great. I'm so hungry. Xiao San, your brother is quite cute, isn't he? Xiao Wu was overjoyed. The group made their way to the cafeteria. The group that usually liked to bully work-study students saw Ryan and turned into his followers. One by one, they fell silent and didn't dare provoke Wang Sheng. Come on, Xiao Wu, the roasted rabbit here is delicious. You should try it. Tang Jiu tore off a piece of rabbit meat and handed it to Xiao Wu. Xiao Jiu. Xiao Wu stomped her foot in anger, wanting to fight Tang Jiu again. What's wrong, Xiao Wu? Tang San asked, puzzled. From now on, you're not allowed to eat rabbits. Little bunnies are so cute. How can you bear to eat them? Xiao Wu said angrily. If we don't eat, then we don't eat. Why get so mad about it? Tang San felt confused. Just as everyone was enjoying their meal, the master walked over and said to Tang Jiu, Come to my office later. I will guide you on the cultivation methods for soul power. Teacher, is it just me? Does third brother not need to go? Tang Jiu asked in confusion. No need. He has a weapon, Martial Soul, and what I will guide you on is the top-level beast Martial Soul power cultivation method. Tang Jiu's eyes lit up instantly. The inheritance of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. In Master S' office, Tang Jiu sat cross-legged on the floor, while the master patiently taught him a self-created soul power cultivation method. This method was primarily based on the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex soul power cultivation technique, combined with improvements from other beast Martial Soul family's techniques, summarized into a complete soul power method. This technique not only allowed for rapid cultivation of soul power, but, most importantly, could nourish the body with soul power enhancing physical qualities, and was particularly helpful in increasing a soul master's capacity to withstand when absorbing soul rings. While imparting this knowledge to Tang Jiu, the master couldn't help but reminisce, recalling how he had researched these things extensively in order to break through his own soul power, only to find that he couldn't use it at all. Afterwards, the master taught this upgraded version of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family's soul power cultivation technique to Tang Jiu. Under the guidance of the master's soul power, Tang Jiu's soul power began to circulate within his body along a special path, continuously drawing energy into his body. After just a short period of cultivation, he felt a warm and indescribably comfortable sensation. Suddenly, the originally gentle soul power absorption transformed into a massive tidal wave of soul power, surging into Tang Jiu's body like a violent tsunami. The master's expression changed dramatically as he urgently shouted, "Stop! Xiao Jiu!" Tang Jiu heard the master's voice and immediately stopped, asking in confusion, "Master, what's wrong?" The master's face looked grim. "Your cultivation speed just now was too fast. There might be something wrong. Perhaps there are huge flaws in the improved technique I provided." Tang Jiu thought for a moment and didn't feel any discomfort. So he shook his head and said, "Teacher, it's fine. I feel warm all over. How could this be? According to my reasoning, the speed of soul power cultivation shouldn't be this fast." The master said seriously, "It's better not to cultivate this anymore. I'm worried you might encounter problems. After all, I haven't cultivated this technique myself." Tang Jiu scratched his head and said, "Teacher, could it be that this problem is caused by the fact that it's my first time cultivating soul power?" "What? Are you saying that you've never actively cultivated soul power before?" The master looked astonished. Tang Jiu nodded honestly. "No one taught me." "Then how did you cultivate your soul power to level 19? The master asked. "I usually just exercise to strengthen my body, and then I eat meat, that's it." Tang Jiu thought for a moment and said, "Tang San can still cultivate the Xiantian skill. He really relies on talent, and fortunately, his talent is quite good." The master's mouth twitched. He had exhausted all methods to break through level 30, while this person just needed to eat meat. The master, feeling frustrated, took out a piece of jerky from Tang Jiu's offering, sniffed it, and felt that it didn't seem to be the usual pork. He then asked, "What kind of pork is this?" "It's from a rampaging spike boar. It's about 7 or 8 meters long," Tang Jiu recalled. "This is actually the meat of a 1,000-year soul beast." The master couldn't help but be amazed again. Truly, as the Hao Douluo, the meat for the child is from a 1,000-year soul beast. What extravagance. "Teacher, this method of cultivating soul power is amazing. I feel like I can break through to level 20 soon. At that time, can I get my first soul ring to be around 1,500 years? A 1,000-year soul ring seems like a waste of my talent." Tang Jiu looked seriously at the master. The master felt his heart twitch violently. Comparing people makes one feel inferior. His third soul ring couldn't even compare to Xiao Jiu's first soul ring. "Then we will set off tomorrow to the soul hunting forest. First to help Xiao San hunt for a soul ring, and then wait for my helpers there to hunt for us a 1,000-year soul ring." The master immediately decided to set out right away. The next morning, they didn't even attend the opening ceremony. The master directly hired a carriage and took Tang Jiu and Tang San to the soul hunting forest in Nodding City. "Teacher, didn't you say that my soul ring needs to be at least from a 300-year soul beast, and it's better to wait for helpers before going?" Tang San asked in confusion. The master had clearly stated before that he was not good at combat. "I have new research findings regarding Xiao Jiu's martial soul. If my deduction is correct, hunting soul beasts under 500 years will be effortless," the master said. "What research findings?" Tang San was very curious, and Tang Jiu also looked at the master. "Xiao Jiu's martial soul can restrict the soul rings of soul masters. Haven't you thought that it can also restrict the cultivation of soul masters? Limiting a 100-year soul ring corresponds to 100 years of cultivation. And the limit of Xiao Jiu's restrictions on soul rings, if I'm not mistaken, should be the maximum years of the soul ring he can withstand. For example, if Xiao Jiu's body can now withstand a 500-year soul ring, then he can restrict the opponent's soul ring to no more than 500 years. If a soul master's third soul ring is only 500 years, then Xiao Jiu can directly restrict the opponent's third soul ring." The master's eyes sparkled with an unusual confidence that didn't match his usual demeanor. "I didn't expect my martial soul to be so powerful. I didn't even know." Tang Jiu was also shocked. "Then in the future, hunting soul beasts will be as easy as killing chickens, right? Directly suppressing the cultivation of soul beasts. That's just incredibly strong. That's just abnormal." Tang San felt a bit bitter in his mouth. sensing that the distance between him and Xiao Jiu was growing. The master noticed Tang San's tone, feeling he was somewhat discouraged, but who wouldn't feel discouraged under Tang Jiu's talent. Xiao San, you are also very strong. You will certainly become a great soul master in the future. The master encouraged him by patting Tang San's head. Tang San's unbalanced mindset improved a lot. After all, he was a powerful figure in his past life, so he had some mental resilience. If he couldn't compete in the early stages, could he not compete in the later stages? He, Tang San, also had a twin martial soul. Third brother, don't be discouraged. In the future, when you unleash your full power, you might still be able to tie with me. Tang Jiu also comforted him, just as Tang San was about to be modest. Tang Jiu said, the premise is that I will only use one martial soul. Tang San. At this moment, he really wanted to say, this is definitely not my brother. I really don't want to know him. Master was amused by Tang Jiu, indeed still young, just loves to compete. He took out 2 belts from his pocket and said, I will give each of you a soul guide device. This was originally a belt with 24 gemstones. Each gemstone has a cubic meter of storage space. I have divided it in half, so each of you gets one. You can give it a new name. The master then explained to the 2 how to use the soul guide device, simply injecting soul power to take out and store items. Tang Jiu finally saw the legendary storage belt and happily started to play with it. This is an essential item for survival in the wild, as it can carry many things without feeling cumbersome. I will call it the 12 Beauties of Jinling. Tang Jiu immediately named the belt, and 24 bridges on a bright moonlit night was thus divided. 17 twin sword soul masters, martial soul fire guns, capable of defense, offense, and support, have been hunting souls for 11 years. Only 10 gold soul coins. Don't miss this opportunity. We are sincerely recruiting healing type soul masters, 7 gold soul coins. Once we have enough people, we will enter the soul hunting forest with a complete team configuration, absolutely safe. Just as Tang Jiu was immersed in the spatial soul guide, he was startled awake by the noise outside the vehicle and immediately lifted the curtain to see a bustling market. This was the last supply station before heading to the soul hunting forest, a gathering place for soul masters, some looking to be hired to make money, and others wanting to form teams to hunt soul beasts. Xiao San, Xiao Jiu, let's get off the car, buy some supplies, and then prepare to enter the soul hunting forest. After the master explained, he got out of the car to buy white radishes. After purchasing more than 50 pounds of white radishes, Tang Jiu went straight to the grocery stall. Boss, give me a big iron pot, and give me all kinds of spices, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Tang Jiu happily picked out items. Okay, please wait a moment. The boss squinted with joy. This was a big customer. Xiao Jiu, what are you buying all this for? The master asked, puzzled. Camping. Teacher, we're going to hunt 1,000-year soul beasts. Aren't we waiting for our helpers? We might as well stay in the soul hunting forest. After killing the soul beasts, we can directly stew the meat to eat. Tang Jiu thought of those strange soul beasts and couldn't help but drool. There's some reason to that. The master thought for a moment and felt it seemed feasible, so he didn't stop him. What kind of reasoning is that? You want to camp in the soul hunting forest? The child doesn't he understand. But you as a teacher are just foolish? No wonder so many people die in the soul hunting forest every year. At that moment, a mocking voice came over. Tang Jiu looked up to see a duo with a proud man in his 30s speaking. Where did this dog come from, barking here? Isn't anyone going to take care of it? Tang Jiu's good mood was instantly ruined, and he coldly retorted, Kid, I see you're tired of living. The proud man's expression darkened, and seeing Tang Jiu daring to retort, he immediately walked over. The grocery stall owner was also a soul master. He hurriedly played peacemaker, standing in front of the proud man. Brother Kai, calm down, the child doesn't he understand? Then the boss turned back to the master and said, These 2 are 3-ring soul masters, the strongest soul masters here, often helping people hunt 1,000-year soul beasts. The big guy is called Chen Kai, and the second is called Arthur, both with sword martial souls. They're known as the twin sword soul masters. Soul master. The master's heart sank suddenly, and his expression turned a bit ugly. If it were one soul master, perhaps with Tang Jiu's martial soul, they could take him down, but 2 would be difficult. The proud man, Chen Kai, upon hearing the grocery store owner praise him, raised his head arrogantly and glanced at the master from the corner of his eye, snorting, I kindly remind you, yet your blind student dares to insult me. When a student makes a mistake, the teacher should apologize. You kneel and bow to us an apology, and then pay us 20 gold soul coins for damages, and I will let you go. Surrounding people immediately began to discuss. What? 20 gold soul coins? That's too much. We risk our lives to hunt soul beasts and only charge people 7 gold soul coins. Yeah, making the teacher kneel is simply bullying, clearly trying to extort. There's no way around it. Who told them they're soul masters? It's also that kid's fault for talking back. Letting them insult you wouldn't kill him. Yet he had to cause trouble for the teacher. The master's face was extremely ugly at this moment. If Flinder were here, he would have slapped these two bastards by now. But he could only suppress his anger and said, "You are being too excessive. You are the ones who insulted first." Excessive? Are you stupid? We are teaching you how to be a person. Arthur disdainfully curled his lips, then walked up to the master and unexpectedly used his strong body to crash into Master, knocking him off balance. What a waste. Arthur laughed triumphantly. Tang San's arms slightly raised, aiming at Arthur's throat, ready to strike at any moment. However, he felt less confident than last time. Last time, he had provoked a 2-ring Soul Master, but this time it was a 3-ring Soul Zone, and he wasn't sure if the hidden darts would be effective. All right, old man. Hurry up and bow down to apologize, then pay the compensation. Otherwise, we won't mind breaking your legs first. Chun Kai impatiently pointed at the master. You are the ones who should bow down and apologize, or else I will break your legs. Tang Jiu coldly said. After Tang Jiu finished speaking, there was a dead silence around him, as everyone looked at him with a foolish expression. You want to break our legs? Do you know who we are? Double Sword Spirit Master. Chun Kai was so amused by Tang Jiu that he secretly thought this kid was indeed an idiot. Double Sword Spirit Master, indeed, very cheap. Tang Jiu raised an eyebrow and said, You're really looking for death. Activate Martial Spirit. It seems we need to teach him a lesson today. Chun Kai's expression turned cold, soul power surged, and a long sword appeared in his hand, with 3 soul rings rising around him, 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple. Arthur also shouted loudly, wielding a 2-handed great sword, with 3 soul rings around him, 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple. Although it wasn't the best soul ring configuration, the pressure from the purple 1,000-year soul ring immediately changed the expressions of those around them, who began to mourn for Tang Jiu and his companions. Why provoke anyone when it had to be these two? When the master saw the opponents activating their martial spirits, he immediately activated his own. A cute little creature appeared, resembling a dog but as fat as a pig, with big ears and short legs, waddling as it walked, looking particularly silly and adorable. Huh! It turns out to be a waste martial spirit. Chun Kai laughed wildly. Beast martial spirits are all attached, and the more ferocious they look, the stronger they are. But this one clearly had no attack power. Although they saw the 2 yellow soul rings of the master, they looked down on him even more. A man nearly 50 years old with only 2 soul rings. What else could he be but trash? Little Jiu, you're too impulsive. As a spirit master, sometimes when facing an unbeatable opponent, you have to endure. Now, I will cover your escape. The master had no intention of blaming Tang Jiu. He was just sharing his life experience. Escape? No. Teacher, I want to beat them until their mother doesn't recognize them. Tang Jiu shook his head, showing no intention of escaping at all. The people around him, upon hearing Tang Jiu's words, immediately began to shake their heads in disbelief, questioning whether Tang Jiu was out of his mind. Not only the onlookers, but even the master furrowed his brow and scolded. Xiao Jiu, you're usually quite smart. What's wrong with you today? Master, whether you believe or not, I can't handle these 2 scoundrels without lifting a finger. Xiao Jiu. Just as the master was about to reprimand him, he saw Tang Jiu take out a card and calmly say, I am hiring all you soul masters. Regardless of your soul power level, 5 gold soul coins each, as long as you can beat these 2 bastards until they don't even recognize their own mother. The previously noisy market fell into dead silence, followed by waves of cheering, and then voices began to emerge one after another. Activate Martial Soul. Activate Martial Soul. Nearly 100 people activated their martial souls collectively, creating an incredibly spectacular scene. The grocery store owner took the lead, raising his frying pan, martial soul, and roaring. First soul skill, throw the pot. What the hell? The dual sword, soul master turned pale. Kill these 2 bastards. My brother was crippled by them. Let's go together. Everyone get your revenge. In an instant, nearly 100 soul masters' eyes turned red. These 2 guys had often bullied others, relying on their superior strength. And while they had dared to be angry before, today, so many people were ready to take action. What were they afraid of? The only fear was not getting the chance to personally beat these 2 up. First soul skill, bind. First soul skill, flame burst. First soul skill, beast trap. Although many were just first-ring soul masters, 100 first soul skills attacking 2 people was not something mere soul emperors could withstand. They needed at least level 50 to hold up against it. Moreover, neither of the 2 was a defense-type soul master. and they were directly injured and spitting blood on the ground from the first wave of attacks. The two curled up, holding their heads, adopting the best posture to take a beating, their eyes peering through the gaps in the crowd, fixating on Tang Hao and his group like a beast ready to pounce. The master, witnessing the sudden turn of events, was momentarily stunned, then chuckled. Xiao Jiu, I focused all my energy on how to deal with martial souls and forgot that money could also be a powerful tool. Your approach is quite similar to a friend of mine who also loves money and has a personality like yours. But Xiao Jiu, how did you know these people would definitely take action? These two guys have high strength, yet no one likes to team up with them, which shows their character is not great. Plus, with their arrogant demeanor, they've surely offended many people. I just needed to slightly leverage the crowd mentality. Tang Jiu chuckled and said, I often do things like leading the rhythm. The master nodded in satisfaction. Then his expression turned cold as he said, Now, let me teach you one more thing. Cut the grass and eliminate the roots. Keeping these two people is a disaster. Tang Jiu had long wanted to get rid of these two guys. He made a throat-slitting gesture towards Tang San and said, Third brother, it's up to you. All right. Tang San nodded. Only he could kill these two soul masters unnoticed in the crowd. Now, with the two soul masters on the verge of collapse and their soul power completely exhausted, Tang San suddenly raised his hand and shook it. Two flying needles shot through the gaps in the crowd, accurately piercing the hearts of the two individuals. The double-sword soul master widened his eyes in rage, and then both fell dead. Tang Jiu pulled the grocery store owner aside, paid him 500 gold soul coins, and asked him to distribute the money to others. Then, taking advantage of the fact that others had not yet reacted, he hurried to the soul-hunting forest. Stop! Hand order! At the entrance of the soul-hunting forest stood a grand and towering gate, over 20 meters high, entwined with green vines, looking quite spectacular. There were soldiers guarding the entrance, clad in full steel armor and holding long spears, maintaining strict military discipline, exuding an aura of sternness. The master explained to Tang Jiu, This is a soul beast forest raised by the state, and entry is not allowed without a hand order. Obtaining a hand order is not difficult. As long as one's strength reaches the required level for hunting soul beasts, one can apply at the Martial Soul Hall. The master took out a dark black token and showed it to Tang Jiu and Tang San. Tang Jiu looked at the token in the master's hand, which had a sword and a hammer on it, along with a dragon-shaped mark. The master introduced, Remember this symbol. It is the exclusive mark of the Spirit Hall. There are 6 types of marks: sword, hammer, dragon, ghost, star, and chrysanthemum. They represent the 6 top-ranked title Douluos on the continent. The number of marks on the token indicates its level and the rights associated with that level. I heard that the Spirit Hall seems to have levels. Is it related to this? Tang Jiu's eyes lit up. Yes, the Spirit Hall is divided into 6 levels: Spirit Branch Hall, Sub-Hall, Main Hall, Holy Hall, Pope Hall, and the highest, the Worship Hall. Therefore, the tokens of the Spirit Hall are also divided into 6 levels. Holding a token of the corresponding level grants the holder privileges of that level. The master pointed to his own token and said, My token is a 3rd level token. With this token, I can enter most spirit beast forests in the Heaven Do Empire, and after hunting spirit beasts, I don't need to return the token to the Spirit Hall like other lower-level tokens. I can hold on to this one for life. Tang Jiu note that? No wonder he had previously seen only a sword symbol at the Wuhuan Hall branch in Nodding City. It turns out this represents the status of the Wuhuan Hall. The master handed the token to the guard, who immediately returned it respectfully and then opened the door to invite the master and others inside. Master, with this token, can we come here every day to hunt soul beasts? Tang Jiu thought to himself, calculating that this was a business opportunity. He had just lost 500 gold soul coins and needed to earn it back quickly. Xiao Jiu, the Wuhuan Hall, does not allow indiscriminate hunting of domesticated soul beasts. After all, killing one means one less. There's an enforcement team from the Wuhuan Hall in the hunting soul forest, the master reminded him. Then how strong are they? Tang Jiu asked, not giving up. Nodding City is a small city, and the Wuhuan Hall here is just a branch. The enforcement team belongs to the Wuhuan branch, and the member soul power should not exceed level 40 at most, the master recalled from the information in his mind. All right, enough of that. Now that we have entered the hunting soul forest, we must be cautious moving forward. As the master spoke, he summoned his beast martial soul, Luo Sanpao. As soon as the short-legged, big-eared, chubby dog resembling Mengqi appeared, Tang Jiu couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder the master had won the favor of 2 top beauties from Douluo Continent. It must be due to this martial soul. Luo Sanpao was simply a girl killer. Any girl who saw it would probably want to hug it. It was just too cute. Sanpao, scout ahead. Luo Sanpao ran quite fast on its short legs, and being a dog, it had a very keen sense of smell, continuously reporting back to the master about the species and numbers of soul beasts ahead. The master also took this opportunity to introduce Tang Jiu and the others on how to identify the age, strength, and attack methods of soul beasts, as well as which types of soul beasts are suitable for which kind of martial soul rings. Tang Jiu and Tang San were once again awed by the master's extensive knowledge. Throughout their journey, the master was familiar with all the soul beasts and could even point out their weaknesses. As night fell, Tang Jiu and his companions entered the century-old soul beast region. However, not long after they started, Luo Sanpao quickly ran back, making urgent sounds. Vo vo, lo vo. The master's expression tightened, realizing that a powerful soul beast had appeared. In the distance, the rustling sound continued, and a faint green poisonous mist spread toward them. In the dark, a pair of flickering dark green diamond-shaped eyes rose high, sending chills down their spines. The master lit a fire stick to illuminate the area and gasped. A massive triangular snake head was raised, baring its fangs and treating Tang Jiu's group as prey, ready to hunt. The scarlet snake tongue flicked out, hissing ominously, while the snake's body was as thick as a python, with scales that looked particularly eerie. The master's expression was extremely grave. It was a mandala snake, a species with extremely potent venom that not only paralyzes but also damages the nervous system, making it one of the most terrifying poison-type beings. Most importantly, it was incredibly fast. Teacher, I sense a dangerous aura. Tang San had a strong premonition regarding toxins and danger. He felt that this snake would be difficult to handle. The master replied calmly. The mandala snake's age is judged by its body length. It grows 1 meter every 100 years. This mandala snake is 4 meters long, which means it has reached 400 years. Can you handle a 400-year soul beast, teacher? Tang San asked. Of course I can't. Normally, if I encountered it, I would run as far as I could, but with Xiao Jiu here, the situation is different. This mandala snake is just at your absorption limit and will provide a significant boost to your blue silvergrass. It's perfect. The master appeared very relaxed and pointed at Luo Sanpao, saying, Sanpao, go lure it over. Luo Sanpao, feeling somewhat emboldened, walked up to the mandala snake, provocatively called out a couple of times, and even wiggled his rear end in a human-like manner. The mandala snake was enraged. How could such a small creature dare to provoke it? The triangular snake head lifted, and its tongue flicked in and out, producing a chilling hissing sound directed at Sanpao. Suddenly, the mandala snake moved with incredible speed, its head lunging down to bite Luo Sanpao. Xiao Jiu, use the soul ring, the master commanded calmly. Okay, teacher. Without hesitation, Tang Jiu unleashed his soul ring martial spirit and wrapped it around the mandala snake. In the next moment, the mandala snake's body seemed to be drained, undergoing a sudden transformation. It couldn't react in time and fell to the ground with a thud. Sanpao attack. Fart like thunder. Shake the heavens. Luo Sanpao. The master immediately initiated the attack. With a loud pft, like a thunderclap, a powerful shockwave swept out. Perfectly timed, as a single fart sent the mandala snake crashing into a large tree, leaving it dazed. Xiao Jiu, smash its abdomen with the hammer. Don't get too close. Be careful of the poison. Throw the hammer. The master directed. Tang Jiu nodded, swinging the war hammer fiercely and smashing it down, directly breaking the mandala's bones and flattening its body in the middle, causing the rear half to become paralyzed. The master was very satisfied. The mandala snake was severely injured and had basically lost its ability to resist. Only then did he take out a short sword and hand it to Tang San, saying, kill it. Absorb the soul ring. Luo Sanpao walked over to the mandala snake with his short legs, feeling quite pleased with himself. However, the mandala snake could only look at him in anger, completely helpless. It didn't even have the strength to open its mouth, and in the end, it was pierced to death by Tang San's sword. Master, this is too easy. Tang San couldn't help but shake his head. He hardly had any involvement in the whole process. The master nodded. Sometimes battles for soul masters are this simple. Utilize your strengths to attack the enemy's weaknesses. Life and death can be decided in an instant. However, this requires strong judgment. The reason it looks so easy is that we coordinated well. Xiao Jiu's control at the start allowed Sanpao's attack to cause maximum damage, followed by Xiao Jiu's full output, using every skill to its utmost. This is the essence of control-type soul masters, and it's the path you will take in the future. Tang San nodded thoughtfully, then began to absorb the soul ring according to the master's teachings. He used his soul power to draw in the yellow soul ring that appeared after the death of the mandala snake, which immediately flew into his body. While Tang San was absorbing the soul ring, the master asked, Xiao Jiu, how long can you suppress the soul beast? Master, I can control it for at least 3 minutes. Tang Jiu zipli et siten li. Although 3 minutes may not seem long, every second in battle is incredibly precious. That's right. From the observation just now, you completely suppressed it, which means you deprived it of its abilities, not only including speed and defense, but perhaps also special skills. Your soul ring and martial soul are simply the nemesis of soul beasts. The master exclaimed in admiration. Tang Jiu was also extremely excited, and then quickly took out a large pot and started boiling water. What are you doing, Xiao Jiu? Although most soul beasts fear fire, there are some powerful soul beasts that actually like flames. Master frowned. Cooking snake meat to eat. Besides, this is the 100-year soul beast area. It won't attract any powerful soul beasts, Tang Jiu said as he pulled out a short sword from the mouth of the mandala snake, starting to cut the snake meat, throwing piece after piece into the large pot. He added spices, salt, and then boiled it vigorously over high heat. Soon, the aroma of the meat wafted out, and Master found it hard to swallow the dry rations he was chewing on. Come on, teacher, try my cooking. Tang Jiu took out a bowl, put a piece of snake meat in it, sprinkled some cilantro and green onions, then poured the steaming snake soup over it, and handed it to Master. Master couldn't help but feel his appetite awaken. At this moment, he didn't mention anything about not being able to start a fire in the wild. In the 100-year soul beast area, with Tang Jiu's soul ring and martial soul, what was there to fear? Moreover, the dead mandala snake was a deterrent. Many soul beasts would take a detour upon seeing it. He realized for the first time that life in the wild could actually be so pleasant. Taking a sip of hot soup warmed his heart, and another bite of snake meat left a lingering flavor in his mouth. Xiao Gang, this is what you call hunting soul beasts being dangerous and needing my help. I really can't see where the danger is. You're here cooking meat, you're quite something. Suddenly, an unhappy voice came from the forest, and a figure appeared on a branch of a large tree. With tea-colored eyes and dressed in a tailcoat, he looked like a falcon perched on the tree. It was Flander from the Golden Iron Triangle. Isn't this my good student? Master continued eating without even raising his eyes. Xiao Gang, you didn't even give me a heads up? I flew over from Shrek Academy, using my soul skills. Flander said unhappily, floating down from the tree like a feather. After adjusting his glasses, he directly snatched the bowl and chopsticks from Master S' hands, took a piece of snake meat for himself, and slowly took a bite. Then squinted and said, not bad, this flavor is really good. If sold in Soto City, it would definitely make a lot of money. Kid, is this your secret recipe? How about we cooperate to make some money? We can split it 90 to 10. Flander patted Tang Jiu's shoulder. 90 for you and 10 for me. Tang Jiu asked, how could that be? I'm a dignified soul sage. Many people are begging to collaborate with me. Why don't you cherish it? Flander replied, unhappily. Master could no longer listen. He pointed at Flander and said, this is the helper I found for you, Flander. A level 76 agility type soul sage with the martial soul of a cat eagle. Master then pointed at Tang Jiu and said, Tang Jiu, 6 years old. Martial soul bullet ant. Level 19 assault type soul master. Flander immediately spat out the snake soup. Level 19, 6 years old. Is this a monster? Master smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. This surprised you? Then you will see even more unbelievable things. What could be more surprising than this? Flander was skeptical. For example, I'm not even level 30, but I can directly absorb a third soul ring. Becoming a soul master. Actually, the main reason I brought you here is to hunt for a 1,000-year soul ring. Xiao Gang, are you crazy? What do you think? Master S' gaze was deep, filled with an unprecedented seriousness. Then I must be the one who is crazy. Am I dreaming? Flander felt like his brain was completely insufficient. 20. Crimson Fire Scorpion soon. After Tang San absorbed the soul ring, Flander hurriedly asked, I just heard your teacher say that you are also a little monster. Let me see just how powerful you are. Tang San stood up and said to everyone, first soul skill bind. Please guide me. As he spoke, the blue silver grass in his hand began to grow, wrapping around a small tree. With a strong pull, the small tree bent, and the color of the tree bark where the blue silver grass wrapped around deepened at a visible speed. It was incredibly resilient and poisonous. Flander pushed up his glasses and couldn't help but exclaim, what a little monster. I've never seen such bizarre blue silver grass before. Xiao Gang's eyesight is really good. Third brother, try the snake meat I made. Once we recover our strength, we'll head to the area with the 1,000-year soul beasts. Tang Jiu was already a bit impatient to test the master's theory. Tang San didn't waste any time. After quickly eating meat and drinking soup, the four of them headed towards the area of the 1,000-year soul beasts. Flinder didn't run on the ground with them. Instead, he activated his martial soul to fly in the sky for reconnaissance, which was more efficient. Xiao Gang, what kind of soul beast are you looking for? My martial soul can only provide auxiliary control, so it's best if it has crowd control skills. Since Luo Sanpao's attack can only be a fart, I'm mainly considering elements and poison. Ice, fire, and poison. Any of these three attributes of 1,000-year soul beasts are fine. But the soul beasts should preferably not exceed 1,100 years. That's my maximum limit for absorption. The master had long since determined his direction. Ice, fire, and poison. Luo Sanpao's fart is quite extraordinary. Flinder couldn't help but laugh, imagining that chubby Luo Sanpao farting with such an effect, regardless of the crowd control effect. Just the image itself was quite humorous. Tang Jiu couldn't help but chuckle at Flander's teasing. The master shot a fierce glare at Flander and said angrily, "Stop the nonsense, be serious." "Why so serious? You need to learn to enjoy life." Seeing that the master was quite bothered, Flander seemed to find it even more amusing and kept talking nonstop along the way, to the point where the master eventually ignored him. Suddenly, Flander exclaimed, "Xiao Gang, you're lucky, you found a crimson fire scorpion. It's a meter long." Tang Jiu's field of vision suddenly opened up, as if a part of the forest was missing. In front of him appeared a clearing of over 200 meters in radius, where the ground was no longer moist soil, but rock and sand. The temperature around seemed to rise a few degrees. In the center of the sandy area, a scorpion with a shell as fiery as flames suddenly crawled up. It was 1 meter long, its pincers angrily waving, and its tail stinger raised high, shining with a crimson light, its body resembling a ruby, exceptionally magnificent. The crimson fire scorpion, exactly 1,000 years old. The master's gaze was incredibly fiery. "Xiao Jiang, let me injure it first," Flanders said with a smile as he descended. "All right." The crimson fire scorpion is a soul beast with both fire and poison attributes, and its shell is extremely hard. "It indeed requires your help," the master nodded. Flanders stepped forward, ready to take action, but Tang Jiu suddenly blocked the way and said, "Teacher, I want to try it alone first." "You? Don't joke with your own life. This is a 1,000-year soul beast. Even a level 30 soul master needs a 5-person team to hunt this crimson fire scorpion, which is both offense and defense." Flanders snorted coldly, feeling that Tang Jiu was being too arrogant. "Xiao Jiu, do you really want to try? This is very dangerous," the master said with a serious expression. "With you as my guide and a soul sage backing me up if I don't dare to risk my life, then how can I claim to be invincible across levels?" Tang Jiu said as he directly took out his war hammer and held it in his hand. "Invincible across levels? You should first aim to be invincible at the same level." Flanders said, "Kid, don't waste your life. Even the best talent won't help then." He felt it necessary to knock some sense into Tang Jiu. "How about a bet? I can take down this crimson fire scorpion by myself. I have 1,000 gold soul coins, and I'm just looking for a place to spend them." Tang Jiu smiled at Flanders. 1,000 gold soul coins. Your family is really generous. It's better to let me manage them for you." Flanders' eyes lit up, and he happily patted Tang Jiu's shoulder, saying, "Kid, I actually have high hopes for you. Go for it. Young people should be bold and unrestrained. That's what gives them vitality. Money lover." The master rolled his eyes, but the corners of his mouth curled up in a smile as he looked at Flanders with pity, then turned to instruct Tang Jiu. "The crimson fire scorpion, like a strong attack-type soul master, is least adept at speed. You must be cautious of its tail stinger and pincers, especially the tail stinger, which can shoot flames and carries neurotoxic poison. If you get stung by it, you can only wait to die." "Understood." Tang Jiu immediately understood, meaning that as long as he could find a way to break the crimson fire scorpion's tail stinger first, it would turn into a turtle without teeth. Tang Jiu immediately activated his martial soul. His physical strength surged, and he charged towards the crimson fire scorpion with his warhammer. Did I see that correctly? Not a single soul ring. Flinder was so surprised that he nearly took off his glasses, unable to believe his eyes. He rubbed them in disbelief and could only see the martial, soul-embodied bullet ant, but not a single soul ring. That's right. Strictly speaking, Xiao Jiu is a 0 ring. Level 19 Soul Master. The master couldn't help but smile as he learned this information. He was no less shocked than Flinder and nearly questioned his own life. Flinder swallowed hard, really unable to understand how he had reached level 11 without any soul rings. Tang San's mouth curled up slightly, feeling much more balanced in his heart. Realizing that a rank 78 Soul Saint wasn't much better than himself. At that moment, a sharp insect cry rang out, and the Crimson Fire Scorpion was very angry. Although it feared Flinder's immense soul power, it could not tolerate a small Tang Jiu daring to invade its territory. Its large pincers, resembling rubies, swung towards Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu did not rush to use his soul ring or martial soul. Instead, he swung his warhammer to strike the Crimson Fire Scorpion's pincers, wanting to test the other party's strength. Clang! The iron hammer collided with the pincers, producing a sound of metal clashing. Tang Jiu was also sent flying 3 or 4 meters by the scorpion's immense force, performing a beautiful flip before finally steadying his footing. Tang Jiu roughly calculated that the strength of the Crimson Fire Scorpion was around 2,000 pounds, which was not enough to crush him. However, the Crimson Fire Scorpion did not think so. With one claw, it sent Tang Jiu flying, and its confidence soared because it was not known for its strength, but for its fire and poison. After seeing the effectiveness of its strike, the Crimson Fire Scorpion immediately charged at Tang Jiu at full speed, with its tail sting raised high and swaying, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Can you handle it, kid? If you can't, just say so quickly. Don't be stingy with that 1,000 gold soul coins. Flander laughed heartily, having never seen anyone so willing to give away money. Although he was surprised by Tang Jiu's strength, he really couldn't see where Tang Jiu had any chance of winning. You should be the one not to worry about the money. Tang Jiu saw the Crimson Fire Scorpion and launched a full-speed attack, advancing instead of retreating, while the soul ring of his martial soul enveloped the charging Crimson Fire Scorpion. With a sharp insect chirp, the charging Crimson Fire Scorpion was instantly suppressed, its 600-year cultivation nearly causing it to fall over, making it extremely restless and irritable. What is happening? The aura of the Crimson Fire Scorpion suddenly dropped so much. It feels similar to a 400-year soul beast. Flinder was taken aback, thinking, is this a ghost? The master smiled without speaking, but was slightly surprised inside. It seemed that his estimate of 500 years was not Tang Jiu's limit after all. This was at least at the 600-year level. Tang Jiu felt the red fire scorpion struggling desperately, trying to break free from the binding of his soul ring martial soul. He estimated that in less than 2 minutes, his soul ring martial soul would no longer be able to suppress the red fire scorpion. So he needed to finish the battle quickly. Tang Jiu swung his warhammer down towards the head of the Crimson Fire Scorpion. The scorpion immediately waved its pincers, remembering how it had knocked Tang Jiu away with a single strike earlier. However, when its crystal ruby pincers collided with Tang Jiu's hammer, it felt itself being sent flying by a tremendous force. Bang, bang, bang. The Crimson Fire Scorpion rolled on the ground, kicking up countless grains of sand. And after much effort, it finally steadied itself, slightly bowing its body with its tail raised high. Red energy flowed throughout its body, eventually converging at the tail, and a scorching high-temperature flame shot out towards Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu had long been on guard against the tail sting. As soon as he saw the flame-throwing skill, he quickly ran in circles around the Crimson Fire Scorpion. The flames of the Crimson Fire Scorpion, rotating with the tail sting, drew a charged circle on the sand like a compass. However, it didn't last long. The flames of the Crimson Fire Scorpion stopped, like a flamethrower running out of gas. Extinguishing. How could this be? The soul power of a 1,000-year Crimson Fire Scorpion, released at this intensity of flames, should at least last twice as long before running out of soul power. Flinder's mouth dropped open, his face filled with disbelief. It felt as if heaven was helping Tang Jiu. He even began to suspect whether this Crimson Fire Scorpion had caught a cold. Just wait to cough up money. Master snorted. Even without flames, its strength and the defense of its shell were not so easy to deal with. Flinder curled his lips, but still wore a calm expression. Tang Jiu saw that the Crimson Fire Scorpion was stunned and immediately swung his warhammer to smash it. However, the Crimson Fire Scorpion was clearly not foolish. After being knocked away, it sensed the threat and no longer engaged Tang Jiu head-on. Instead, it raised its tail stinger and fiercely lunged at Tang Jiu. The stinger was poisonous, and a single hit could instantly incapacitate Tang Jiu. Fortunately, the Crimson Fire Scorpion's attributes were suppressed, and its attacks, which were usually not fast, became stiff and slow at this moment, allowing Tang Jiu to easily dodge the continuous strikes of the tail stinger. No, this tail stinger must be dealt with first. Tang Jiu knew he couldn't drag things out with the Red Fire Scorpion any longer. When the scorpion struck at him again, he grabbed the stinger tightly and swung the Red Fire Scorpion around like a meteor hammer, slamming it down onto the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Sand and stones flew everywhere. The red fire scorpion tried to turn around and attack Tang Jiu with its pincers, but it was not a snake after all. After several unsuccessful attempts, it was left dazed and confused for being thrown around by Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu aimed for a gap, stepped on the scorpion's tail spike, and then swung the hammer with all his might at the middle segment of the scorpion's tail. With a crack, the long scorpion tail was smashed in two, hanging limply like a broken twig. Tang Jiu pulled on it with his hand and directly tore that segment off. Scarlet blood sprayed out, and the crimson fire scorpion let out a frenzied screech, its large pincers wildly digging into the sand, trying to bury its body in the grains. Come out! Tang Jiu is no longer afraid of the red fire scorpion without its stinger. It has lost its ability to threaten him with fire and poison. He directly grabbed its tail and dragged it out, placing the war hammer on the ground, the long handle standing upright like an iron rod. He swung the red fire scorpion and slammed it hard against the hammer handle. With a poochie sound, the handle pierced through the scorpion's abdomen like a needle. This kind of defense-breaking move is truly ingenious. It perfectly avoided the scorpion's hard shell. The master's eyes lit up under the impact of such immense force. The hammer handle was no less effective than a long spear. Although it couldn't penetrate the shell, it was more than enough to breach the relatively soft abdomen. At this moment, the red fire scorpion, with its stinger pulled out and abdomen pierced, was losing a large amount of blood and was already on the brink of death. Under the suppression of the soul, ring, and martial spirit, it could no longer lift its pincers, becoming increasingly weak, unable even to self-destruct. Did we just win? Flinder's mouth was agape, his eyes vacant, not only shocked by Tang Jiu's terrifying ability, but also heartbroken over his 1,000 gold soul coins. How could this be possible? Xiao Gang, this red fire scorpion must be a 100-year soul beast, right? You are colluding with the students to trick me. Flinder absolutely could not believe that a 1,000-year soul beast could be so easily dominated by Tang Jiu, who was level 19 and had no soul rings. The master did not respond, but instead looked at Tang Jiu, as this was related to Tang Jiu's secret. Tang Jiu smiled. His martial soul was not like third brothers, hiding one while cultivating the other. Since he decided to cultivate both, it would eventually be guessed as his martial soul was frequently used. He never intended to hide it deliberately, because it was impossible to conceal. He then said to Flinder, "This is a 1,000-year soul beast. The reason you see its strength as so weak is that it is suppressed by my martial soul." Suppressed by your martial soul? Your bullet and martial soul, while strange, definitely wouldn't have such an effect. Even dragon-type martial souls wouldn't exert such a strong suppression on soul beasts. Flinder shook his head. Actually, it's not a big deal. It's not because I have a twin martial soul, but because my other martial soul is a soul ring. It's nothing to worry about. Who told us we have good talent? Tang Jiu said modestly. Hearing Tang Jiu's tone, Tang San could only secretly give a thumbs up. This show of ability was definitely higher than Tang Jiu's talent. What do you mean it's just a martial soul? Tang San felt a tightness in his heart, and he really wanted to punch Tang Jiu to make him shut up. What? Twin martial souls? Is a martial soul a soul ring? How could a soul ring possibly be a martial soul? Flinder thought this was simply absurd. He could accept any kind of martial soul, but he could not accept that a martial soul was a soul ring, because that was impossible. If my martial soul isn't a soul ring, how can it suppress the spirit beast as cultivation? Tang Jiu smiled as he activated his martial soul, and instantly a yellow soul ring appeared. Look, putting an extra ring on oneself means taking one away from the enemy. This soul ring martial soul can not only restrict the cultivation of spirit beasts, but more importantly, it can also restrict the soul rings, soul skills, and soul power of soul masters. Gulp, Flinder swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on Tang Jiu's yellow soul ring, murmuring, "Truly, it really is a soul ring martial soul. Today I've gained some knowledge. Could it be that this is the secret behind your zero ring breakthrough to level 19? Exactly. This bit of ability isn't that impressive. It's just a basic function," Tang Jiu said nonchalantly. Basic function? Just that. Flinder looked at Tang Jiu's smug demeanor and really wanted to grab his neck and shout, "Do you have any idea how monstrous you are? Do you have to flaunt it so openly? Why do all the good things fall to this little rabbit? A soul ring martial soul is already enough of a freak, and he even has a twin martial soul." At this moment, Flinder had an impulse to strangle Tang Jiu. Seeing Flinder looking so defeated, Tang Jiu was extremely happy. Showing off in front of Soul Sage was simply too enjoyable. "Master's 1,000-year soul, ring you little brat." Flinder cursed under his breath. and then turned to see the master stab a dagger into the mouthpart of the scarlet fire scorpion, forcefully crushing its brain. And a purple soul ring floated out from the scorpion's corpse. Surprisingly, the master sat cross-legged on the ground, absorbing the soul ring. "Xiao Gang, you're being useless like this," Flinder reminded him. "Flinder, today I'll let you open your eyes." The master smiled confidently and shouted, "Xiao Jiu, start. Here it comes." "Teacher." Tang Jiu waved his hand, and the yellow soul ring on him disappeared. Then it seemed as if the master was wrapped in something, and his soul power rapidly decreased. Following that, the two yellow soul rings on his body saw the second one vanish directly. It really was one less ring. Flinder rubbed his eyes, his mouth twitching violently. Seeing and hearing were two different things. Then, he witnessed the most unbelievable scene. The purple soul ring that the master had previously been unable to absorb instantly entered his body. This simply defied logic. Clearly not even at level 30, yet he could directly absorb the third soul ring. Flinder was stunned. He was not only shocked by the soul ring and martial soul, but even more astonished by the master's idea. How deep was his understanding of martial souls to come up with such a concept of seizing the creation of heaven and earth? Yes, it could only be described as seizing the creation of heaven and earth. "Teacher, hurry up." Tang Jiu was not feeling well at the moment. Continuous battles had drained his soul power significantly, and restricting the master soul rings was also a strain on him. However, he couldn't stop. If he did, the master might face unpredictable dangers. No one knew if the soul rings absorbed into the body would be rejected again, potentially leading to an explosion of the body. Time passed second by second, as the master desperately absorbed the 1,000-year soul ring, while Tang Jiu was holding on. His soul power was greatly depleted, but fortunately, he had 1,000-year soul beast jerky to keep eating. Otherwise, he would have been exhausted long ago. When his body reached the limits of fatigue, the jerky quickly transformed into energy to nourish him, allowing him to push his body to the limit again and again. Gradually, the energy replenishment and consumption within Tang Jiu's body balanced out, forming a subtle equilibrium. The warm energy continuously expanded his meridians, enabling him to accommodate more soul power and unleash stronger strength. After a long time, the master suddenly opened his eyes and commanded in a deep voice, "Xiao Jiu, retract your martial soul." Tang Jiu's expression immediately brightened upon hearing this. It seemed that the master had finished absorbing the energy. He quickly retracted his soul ring and looked at the master with a face full of anticipation and nervousness. When Tang Jiu released the restrictions on the master, he saw the master's body suddenly swell with soul power, as if it were about to break through his flesh. The master's body bulged out for a moment, and then slowly returned to its original state. The master spat out a mouthful of blood, which finally calmed the raging soul power. "Xiao Gang." Flander's face changed dramatically as he hurried to support the master, secretly resenting that the master hadn't informed him in advance of his intentions. Otherwise, he would have brought a food-type soul master to assist in the treatment. However, the master pushed Flander away and, with a face of wild joy and blood at the corner of his mouth, opened his arms and shouted, "I have finally broken through to level 30. I did it. Ha, man can conquer heaven." The master laughed heartily, and as he laughed, tears streamed down his face. He then grabbed Tang Jiu's shoulder and repeatedly said, "I have taken in a good disciple. Xiao Jiu, do you know? You have helped me untie a knot in my heart." "You're overpraising me. I actually didn't do much, just had a bit of talent," Tang Jiu replied with a smile. The master's theory had succeeded. "Xiao Gang, what level is your soul power now?" Flander asked excitedly. "After absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring, I feel my soul power jumped directly from level 29 to level 31. The master's eyes were filled with joy, not only because of his soul power breakthrough, but also because he had discovered a way to break through the bottleneck. Soul rings and martial souls can be used like this. This is simply cheating. Flander instantly thought of the terrifying operation of breaking through bottlenecks. While it might not be obvious at lower levels, what about at higher levels? What about a soul breaking through to a tidal Douluo? Or a tidal Douluo breaking through to level 99? That's why it's called seizing the creation of heaven and earth. Xiao Jiu's martial soul is definitely the strongest, without a doubt. The master spoke with extraordinary certainty. Tang Jiu said happily, "I think this is just the basic function of the soul ring and soul martial spirit. Not worth getting overly excited about." Flinder twitched his mouth. Why did he feel like punching Tang Jiu whenever he spoke? He pushed Tang Jiu aside and said to the master, Let me see your soul ring and soul skills. The master immediately summoned his martial spirit, calling forth Luo San Pao. At this moment, Luo San Pao had changed slightly, with a fiery red mark appearing on its body. The master also had 3 soul rings appearing on his body. Yellow, yellow, purple. 1,000-year soul ring. Xiao Gang, I'm really happy for you. Flinder's face was filled with joy. An additional soul ring for the master meant a qualitative leap for the golden iron triangle combination. The Trinity martial spirit fusion skill would reach a new level. Quick, release your soul skill and let us see. Flinder urged. All right, fart like flames. Burn the river and boil the sea. Luo San Pao. Tang Jiu's mouth twitched. Master Luo San Pao was not impressive, but these soul spells were more powerful than the last. Thunderous explosions and boiling seas. Just listening to them was impressive. Luo San Pao leaped high and then farted out a stream of scorching flames, instantly creating a sea of fire, which was yet another area attack skill. Fantastic! So from now on, our spirit fusion skill, Golden Saint Dragon, could breathe fire. Now that was a true dragon. Flinder's eyes sparkled. Master S' soul power shortcomings had surfaced, and he was confident he could hold his own against a tidal Douluo. Let us take a break and head back. This time we really gained a lot. Flinder laughed heartily. Have you forgotten something? Forgotten what? Flinder pretended to be clueless. Money, 1,000 gold soul coins. Hand it over. Tang Jiu extended his hand. Kid, what do you need that much money for? I'll keep it safe for you. Flinder replied. Flinder, you've really come a long way, even owing a kid's money. Master snorted. I really have no money. Flinder turned his pockets inside out and said, if you can find a single gold soul coin, I'll admit defeat. Master shook his head. Flinder really hadn't changed. No money, and not even his life. With his cat eagle spirit activated, he could run faster than anyone. Is this how you run the academy? Do you even want to recruit students anymore? With Master S' reminder, Flinder immediately woke up. Right, with Tang Jiu's monstrous talent. Not recruiting him in a Shrek Academy would be a huge loss. Flinder then said, Little Jiu, here's the deal. When you reach level 20, I'll give you the money. Not only 1,000 gold soul coins, but also an extra 10 gold soul coins as a gift. Flinder thought to himself, by the time you reach level 20, you'll be lucky to find me. Really? Tang Jiu's lips curled into a teasing smile. I'm about to break through to level 20 soon. How soon is soon? Flinder looked unconvinced. Going from level 19 to 20, how could that be so fast? 10, 9, 8, 7, what's the countdown for? Flinder was puzzled, but then his pupils suddenly shrank. Could it be 0? Right now. Sorry, I just broke through to level 20. Pay up. Tang Jiu grinned. Continuously battling had pushed his body to break through again, and his soul power had just reached a new level. Flinder almost choked. Flinder certainly wouldn't give Tang Jiu any money, let alone 1,000 gold soul coins. He didn't even plan to give him 10 gold soul coins. You brat, you're level 20 now. Do you want me to help you hunt for a soul ring? From the looks of it, you at least need an 800-year soul ring. Tang Jiu chuckled. 800 years is not enough? My soul power has increased. My body is broken through its limits. And the soul ring I set for myself has exceeded 700 years. The first soul ring should at least be 500 years, right? With a first soul ring of 500 years, aren't you afraid of bursting? Flinder huffed, not in a good mood. Xiao Gang, hurry up and tell him some common knowledge about soul ring absorption. The master calculated for a moment and said, Xiao Jiu's current first soul ring absorption limit is 700 years. So the limit for the second soul ring should be about the same as that of an ordinary third soul ring, around 700 years. The one without common sense here is you, Flinder. Flinder's mouth twitched. Absorbing a soul ring over 1,000 years for the first soul ring was simply too monstrous. Then he chuckled again. A 500-year soul beast, you can't deal with it, can you? I'll help you hunt the soul beast at a friendly price of 1,000 gold soul coins. How about that? Tang Jiu rolled his eyes. Why don't you go steal it yourself? Flanders wasn't in a hurry. After all, he was the only one here capable of hunting a 1,500-year soul beast, and soon this kid would have to beg him. Xiao Gong, what kind of soul beast does this kid need? I'll help him find it. Flanders seemed very enthusiastic. The master had already thought of suitable soul beasts for Tang Jiu, such as power-type soul beasts with explosive capabilities, like the rampaging spike boar, frenzy blood bull, and evil force demon ape. All right, let's set off. Flanders activated his martial spirit, soaring into the sky and heading deeper into the forest. Soon, he discovered these 3 types of 1,000-year soul beasts. But he kept an eye out to choose the most difficult one for Tang Jiu, so that the kid would have to beg him. Found a rampaging spike boar. Flanders immediately led everyone to charge over. Flanders, are you doing this on purpose? Of the 3 soul beasts I mentioned, only the rampaging spike boar has area of effect attack skills. The master's expression wasn't good. The spikes on the rampaging spike boar were as hard as thorns, extremely sharp, and had barbs. It could use its soul power to shoot these spikes, just like a porcupine. I didn't see the others, so let's make do with this one. Stinky kid, go for it. Flanders leaned against a tree with his arms crossed, looking like he was ready to watch the show. When Tang Jiu saw the furious boar, he felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. With a body length of over 8 meters, it resembled a small mountain of meat covered in black and white spines. Its enormous tusks protruded from its mouth, and its eyes glinted with a fierce, violent light, resembling volleyballs. According to the master's judgment, it was at least a 1,600-year-old furious boar. The moment the furious boar spotted Tang Jiu, it suddenly let out a howl and charged toward him with its 4 hooves flying. Tang Jiu quickly dodged to the side, but the rampaging boar didn't break at all and crashed headfirst into a 1-meter diameter tree. With a loud crack, the tree fell down, and only then did the boar shake its head, its eyes slightly reddening as it fixed a fierce gaze on Tang Jiu. It opened its huge mouth filled with sharp tusks and let out a frantic howl before charging at Tang Jiu again. Kid, it seems like it recognizes you. What kind of grudge do you two have? Flander watched the commotion with great interest. The master suddenly realized, Xiao Jiu, you just ate a lot of dry boar meat, right? It must be its mate. It caught the scent. Tang Jiu suddenly understood that Tang Hao had slaughtered the other half of this pig. Eating the meat of a 1,000-year-old beast as dry rations. You really are wasteful. It's not too late to beg me now. But don't get gored by the pig later. I'll give you a discount, 1,200 gold soul coins. Flander thought that Tang Jiu would definitely beg him now. This pig had set its sights on Tang Jiu and was out for revenge. Without you, I can still kill this pig. Tang Jiu rolled his eyes. Flander was indeed raising the price. Too greedy. Do as you like. Flander shrugged. Third brother, help. Tang Jiu sao that. Then activated his martial soul and placed the soul ring on the savage boar. The savage boar's cultivation was immediately restricted to 900 years, and its momentum weakened significantly. What a freakish martial soul. Flander's lips twitched, but he wasn't worried. The savage boar was not the scarlet fire scorpion. With 900 years of cultivation left, it was not something that the master and the others could handle. More importantly, the savage boar could go berserk, dramatically increasing its power and speed, fully compensating for the suppressed cultivation, and it also had area of effect destructive skills. That was the most terrifying aspect of the savage boar. Roar! The savage boar let out a piercing howl, its eyes blood red, and its body swelled up again, clearly going berserk. Its speed suddenly skyrocketed, and Tang San felt as if he was using his martial soul to block a heavily loaded truck. Without hesitation, he retracted the soul, ring martial soul, as continuing like this would deplete his soul power too much. However, as soon as he released the pressure on the savage boar, its speed nearly doubled again. Third brother, shift. Tang Jiu knew he couldn't dodge directly and immediately called for help. First soul skill bind. At that moment, Tang San finally moved. His blue-silver grass wrapped around Tang Jiu's waist, and with a sudden pull, Tang Jiu easily dodged the savage boar's charge. Boom! Another tree was snapped in half by the savage boar's charge, which appeared exceedingly furious as it turned its head to target Tang Jiu for another attack. At this moment, Tang Jiu took out a piece of dried pork and threw it directly at Flander. This was dozens of times more flavorful than the pork he had eaten. The savage boar, smelling this familiar scent, became even more frenzied and charged straight at Flander. You little brat, are you playing tricks on me? Flander was quite annoyed and kicked the savage boar on the head, knocking it over before tossing the jerky back to Tang Jiu. He then activated his martial soul and flew up into the tree. Third brother, it's up to you now. Tang Jiu winked at Tang San. Tang San immediately understood, swinging the blue-silver grass in his hand, which struck the jerky. The jerky was then used by Tang San as a hidden weapon, flying towards Flander. The furious rampaging boar was enraged. It clearly wouldn't climb a tree, but it could ram into one. After accelerating violently, it charged into the large tree where Flander was located. Flander, gritting his teeth in anger, shot a fierce glare at Tang San before reluctantly taking to the skies. You little brat, let's see how else you can trick me. That's enough. Thanks for the help. Tang Jiu's mouth curled into a smile. Just now, he had used Flander to delay the rampaging spike pig for almost a minute. The rampaging spike pig's berserk skill definitely has a time limit. It couldn't keep amplifying its physical strength and speed violently forever. The master nodded in satisfaction, truly impressed by the wisdom of Tang Jiu and Tang San. He also wanted to see what other methods Tang Jiu could come up with to deal with the rampaging spike pig, and then said, Xiao Jiu, you take command from here. 24 upgrade version of the first soul skill. Tang Jiu heard the master asking him to command, and he didn't hold back. Commanding the team could train various abilities, and he already had a plan in mind. He said to the third brother, you go to the back and help me and the master with the displacement later. Master, you use your soul power to create a sea of fire, forcing the rampaging stabbing boar to use its area attack skill. As long as the rampaging stabbing boar loses its spikes, it can fight head-on with the opponent. The master immediately released his third soul skill, fart like flames, boiling the river and scorching the sea. Luo San Pao. Luo San Pao leaped high and unleashed a fart towards the rampaging stabbing boar, instantly igniting a scorching flame around. The high-temperature flames rapidly ignited the trees under the enhancement of soul power, creating a sea of fire within a radius of over 20 meters around the rampaging stabbing boar. As the master released his third soul skill, Tang San quickly used blue silvergrass to pull the master and Tang Jiu up into a tree, standing at a distance to observe the battlefield. At this moment, thick black smoke billowed, and the rampaging stabbing boar was disoriented by the smoke, surrounded by the smell of burning, making it impossible for the rampaging stabbing boar to locate Tang Jiu and the others by scent. It was like a headless fly, crashing around in the sea of fire. Fortunately, its hide was thick enough, otherwise, it would have been roasted long ago. Tang Jiu saw the furious spike pig hadn't shot out its spines yet, and immediately took out some dried pork from his soul guide belt and threw it into the sea of flames. The smell of the dried pork quickly spread around as the flames roasted it. Under such intense stimulation, the furious spike pig erupted in fury and unleashed its ultimate skill. Spine launch. It used its tusks to brace against the ground. Its soul power surged, muscles bulged, and sharp, spiky hairs stood on end before it indiscriminately sprayed them in all directions. The hard spines shot out like a storm, piercing through 3 large trees before its power was exhausted, embedding themselves into the trunks with a dull thud. What a twisted ability, Tang Jiu thought to himself as he watched from the tree. If such a skill hit a person, they would definitely be turned into a porcupine. As the flames, no longer supported by the master's soul power, gradually extinguished, Tang Jiu noticed that the furious spike pig was now completely bare, not a single hair left. He then picked up his hammer and jumped down from the tall tree. Kid, although you forced out the hard spines of the furious spike pig, you still don't have the ability to kill it. Even if you've restricted the furious spike pig with your soul ring, your strength is still not enough to smash this tough-skinned beast. After being surprised, Friend took the opportunity to point out Tang Jiu's shortcomings. Is that so? Then just open your eyes and watch. Tang Jiu did not throw the soul ring weapon to the furious spike pig, but directly put it on himself. At this moment, he swung the hammer and began striking the trees, hammer after hammer, his body bending like a bow, crazily stacking his strength. This is rampant whirlwind? The master's eyes lit up. It's useless. That brat can only stack about 20 strikes at most. His strength is no match for the furious spike pig. Fran scoffed. Killing soul beasts requires brains. Tang Jiu confidently swung the hammer, still stacking his strength. 19 strikes, 23 strikes, 31 strikes. Roar. After the flames extinguished, the furious spike pig finally saw Tang Jiu, 40 meters away, clearly with its vision. It let out a piercing howl, its eyes blood-red like a demon, unleashing all its soul power and muscle strength, charging at Tang Jiu like a war chariot. At this moment, Tang Jiu had already stacked up to 36 strikes, which was the limit of his strength and skill. Tang Jiu revealed a cruel smile as the 700-year soul rings on his body glowed. First soul skill, Rampage. In an instant, his strength surged by 35, and Tang Jiu aimed at the rampaging boar and swung the warhammer in his hand. Such terrifying power caused the warhammer to fly faster than a 3-ring agility-type soul master, producing a sharp whistling sound. Boom! A loud collision echoed, and then Flender was shocked to find that the rampaging boar's head tilted, deviating from its charging path, and smashed through 6 1-meter-thick trees before finally coming to a stop. What he found most unbelievable was that Tang Jiu's warhammer was embedded in the boar's head, with the handle twisted and the hammerhead driven into the skull of the rampaging boar, which was clearly dead beyond recovery. How could this be possible? Even if your first soul skill enhances strength, You shouldn't be able to smash the rampaging boar skull with one blow. That's its hardest part. Flender simply could not believe what he was seeing. Don't you know that pigs are stupid enough to die? Tang Jiu chuckled. Yes, he couldn't deal with the raging spiked boar, but he could make the boar crash into itself. He learned in high school physics that mass multiplied by velocity equals kinetic energy. Just like a high-speed passenger plane can be destroyed by a bird flying towards it. At a certain speed, it can generate terrifying destructive power. In order to maximize the speed of the raging spiked boar and his own flying hammer, he chose not to use his soul ring to suppress the boar's cultivation, but instead to enhance his own strength. At this moment, Tang Jiu truly felt that knowledge is power. Looking at the war hammer embedded in the skull of the rampaging boar, he felt a surge of fear. Fortunately, he didn't foolishly smash it with the hammer, but chose to throw it instead. Otherwise, the recoil alone could have shattered all the bones in his body. Tang Jiu didn't waste any time and quickly sat down, beginning to absorb the soul ring. With the foundation of the 700-year yellow soul ring. Absorbing this 1,600-year purple soul ring was not as difficult as it seemed. The terrifying power within the soul ring continuously washed over Tang Jiu's body, but it couldn't cause him any substantial harm. Instead, through repeated washing, it tempered Tang Jiu's body, allowing him to break through his limits time and time again. Tang Jiu felt that his physical attributes were continuously enhancing under the nourishment of soul power, especially his strength, which was growing wildly. However, in addition to the violent soul power, a ferocious, angry, and bloodthirsty mental force was also invading Tang Jiu's mind, which was the deep resentment of the furious stabbing pig. This is not good. With such heavy resentment, could it create an external soul bone for me? Oh my god, I don't want that. Tang Jiu remembered that Tang San obtained the external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, because he had defeated the man-faced demon spider at a higher level, which generated immense resentment, allowing him to acquire the external spirit bone when absorbing the spirit ring. It wasn't that Tang Jiu didn't want the external spirit bone, but what kind of external spirit bone would a pig produce? Tusks? Pig hair? Or multiple pig tails? If those things appeared on him, wouldn't he just become a pig? Just thinking about it gave him a chill. Continuously praying not to get an external spirit bone, his first spirit ring was absorbed, and the spirit skill was predictably still berserk. However, for a 1,600-year-old spirit beast, this berserk skill had undergone an upgrade. The power of the berserk spirit skill instantly increased from 35 to 45, but the duration still remained at 5 seconds. The most terrifying aspect was the increase in power. After all, this was the first spirit ring he obtained, and it provided Tang Jiu with a permanent enhancement, rather than a temporary one like a spirit ring or martial spirit. Just as Tang Jiu was trying to calculate how much his power had increased, Flender's loud shout nearly scared him to death. Spirit bone. This is so unreasonable. 25 spirit bone skill frenzy. I don't want an external spirit bone. Tang Jiu was so scared that he jumped up and quickly checked his body to see if he had any extra pig-like parts. Great, if you don't want it. Then give that soul bone to me. Hearing this, Flender reached down and picked up a shining soul bone from the ground, preparing to tuck it into his bosom. Flender, the master glared angrily. Put that soul bone down. That belongs to Xiao Jiu. You didn't lift a finger to hunt the soul beast. How can you dare take the spoils? Didn't this brat just say he didn't want it? Flender muttered, now regretting it immensely. The drop rate of soul bones was only 1 in 10,000. Unexpectedly, this rampaging boar went crazy and dropped a soul bone. If he had acted earlier, Tang Jiu could have taken the soul ring, and he could have taken the soul bone, and the master wouldn't have said anything. But now, he really felt embarrassed to take it. He wanted to slap himself twice. For 1,000 gold soul coins, he lost a soul bone. He really suffered a huge loss this time, so it turned out to be a soul bone. Tang Jiu then realized that it was a soul bone dropped by the violent thorn pig, not an external soul bone. He snatched the soul bone from Flander's hand and took a closer look. It was a leg bone. Flander was quite unhappy and huffed. Brat, have you finished absorbing the soul ring? What's the soul skill? Is it going to be a useless soul skill? Tang Jiu detected the sourness in Flander's tone and cleared his throat, saying, it's just a regular skill, berserk. It instantly increases strength by 45. It can be enhanced based on the soul ring. For each additional ring, the strength increase from the berserk skill goes up by 10. So with the second soul ring, the strength increase from berserk will be 55. The duration is 5 seconds. Flander's mouth twitched. The level of this enhancement was almost comparable to his third soul ring. However, he still disdainfully curled his lips and said, 5 seconds. Isn't that a bit short? Tang Jiu's face darkened, and he snorted. Although the duration of the soul skill is short, I can keep using it, just wasting a bit of soul power. Oof. It won't tire you out. Flender scoffed. If soul power could be used infinitely, then soul skills wouldn't be so precious. For example, if you had enough soul power to support a teleportation soul skill, you could release it once per second. That would be unbeatable. However, the master didn't dwell on this issue. Soul skills depend on who uses them. Just now, Tang Jiu first used the chaotic cloak to stack power and then released the soul skill to amplify it, executing the hammer throw to its extreme. Xiao Jiu, now that you've absorbed a 1,000-year soul ring, your strength should have a permanent enhancement. How much has your strength increased? How much could it be? Originally, his base strength was 1,300 gene, and increasing it to 2,000 gene is the limit. Flender snorted, thinking that this was an almost 50 increase, and he felt it was already overestimated. Tang Jiu chuckled and said, "Sorry, my strength has increased to 3,000 gene. What? That's equivalent to a 3 times increase." Flanders gasped. When has he ever heard of attributes like speed, strength, and defense being able to increase exponentially? Tang Jiu did not take his power seriously. What surprised him was Tang Jiu's potential for growth. If each time he obtained a soul ring, his power increased exponentially, that would be terrifying. Don't believe it? Tang Jiu pulled out the severely deformed war hammer from the skull of the raging boar and then roared. The first soul skill, Rage. As the purple soul ring glowed, Tang Jiu's strength instantly surged to 300 genes. He swung the hammer from the book, and with a loud bang, the hammer smashed through a tree trunk with a diameter of 1 meter, embedding itself into the larger tree behind it like a nail. Flender was completely stunned. This was an irregular hammer, not a spear that is more conducive to piercing objects. Tang San also opened his mouth, ultimately giving a wry smile and shaking his head. His first soul ring was only 400 years old. How could it compare to the 1,600-year soul ring skill? Only the master had a beaming smile. This isn't even the limit yet. What? Tang San looked at the master in surprise. Wasn't this already Tang Jiu's limit? The master pointed to the soul bone in Tang Jiu's hand and said, "This soul bone is also power type. After merging, it will enhance physical strength and will come with a terrifying soul skill. I hope it can retain the most valuable skill from the Berserk Boar." Tang San suddenly understood. Right, there's still soul bones. Third brother, it's okay. I will definitely give you the next soul bone that drops after I defeat the next soul beast, Tang Jiu said with a grin. Tang San rolled his eyes. This little Jiu was clearly showing off. Do you really think that every time you hunt a soul beast, you can get a soul bone? Isn't that heart-wrenching? This soul bone is a left leg bone. Following the master's guidance, Tang Jiu used his soul power to draw the soul bone into fusion with his body. As the soul bone entered his left leg, he felt another immense power transforming his body. Not only that, but the bones in his left leg seemed to become even more solid. When Tang Jiu finished the fusion and opened his eyes, the master and the others looked at him nervously and asked, "How is it?" Tang Jiu smiled and said, "Not bad. The strength has directly increased by 30, reaching 4,000 pounds. It's another percentage increase. You kid got lucky." Flander twitched the corner of his mouth. Percentage increase? Tang San was confused. The master explained, soul rings and soul bones provide 2 types of enhancements to physical attributes. One is fixed enhancement. The other is percentage enhancement. The difference between the two is that fixed enhancement is constant and does not change with the growth of the soul master. However, percentage enhancement varies with the soul master's growth. Right now, Xiao Jiu soul bones 30 enhancement is an increase of 1,000 pounds of strength. But when his base strength reaches 10,000 pounds, then this soul bone will provide him with a strength enhancement of 3,000 pounds. Therefore, percentage enhancement is the growth method that soul masters dream of the most. And for Xiao Jiu, his soul skill is a percentage enhancement. And the soul bone also provides him with a percentage enhancement. When the two stack, it's not as simple as 1 + 1. The growth speed is truly monstrous. Tang San understood why Flander was so out of control. If Tang Jiu's every soul skill and soul bone could be enhanced like this, it would be more monstrous than a monster. Principal Flander, do you want to know what skill my soul bone has? Tang Jiu smiled at Flander. Don't tell me you got the frenzied boar skill that suits you best, right? Flander huffed unhappily. The soul bone with the frenzy skill is something that attack-type soul masters dream of. I don't believe your luck is that good. Well, you'll be disappointed. It is frenzy. Dang du win ge. Flander covered his heart and wanted to walk away. I need some quiet. Don't you want to hear what my frenzy skill actually is? Tang Jiu shout that. I don't want to hear it. Flander quickly walked away in frustration, fearing he would be hit again. This was originally his soul bone. 1,000-year soul bone with a frenzy skill could sell for a lot at an auction. 500,000 or 1,000,000. Frenzy instantly increases speed and strength by 30 for 1 minute. Sorry, it's another percentage enhancement skill. How can I not sound good about it? Luckily, you didn't act just now. Otherwise, this soul bone would definitely have been yours, and I feel sorry for you. Tang Jiu shouted at Flander. Flander felt like he was about to spit out a mouthful of old blood. This soul bone is definitely worth 2 million gold soul coins. You little brat. I want to strangle you. Flander wanted to dig the soul bone out from Tang Jiu. This kid was too infuriating. As a soul sage, I feel pain in my chest because of you. 26 soul rings and martial spirits. 1 ring, 2 skills. Seeing Flander's accusatory demeanor, Tang Jiu said, I still need a soul ring. Help me hunt it down, and the dropped soul bone will belong to you, while the soul ring will belong to me. Flander's nose was crooked with anger. Do you think soul bones are cabbages that you can just have whenever you want? Tang Jiu chukka. Don't you think my luck is incredible? I've encountered all the good things today. If another soul bone drops and you can't get it, would you be so angry that you'd spit blood? Flander knew without thinking that he definitely would. His heart was already bleeding. With 2 million gold soul coins, he could instantly solve Shrek Academy's financial crisis. Right now, Shrek's funds were too tight, and as a dignified dean, he was worrying about money every day. What a tragic situation. All right, let's do it. Flander thought for a moment and finally agreed. Tang Jiu's luck today was indeed extraordinary. Maybe he would really get another soul bone. What else does this kid need besides a soul ring? Flander looked at the master. The master smiled and said, a speed-type soul beast around 2,000 years. Like the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, white-feathered wind swallow, or golden-winged mantis. Speed type. Isn't he a power type? Flander frowned. It's not to add to his bullet ant martial soul. It's to add to his soul ring martial soul. The master explained. He has strength now. What he lacks most is speed and agility. Flander was taken aback. Shouldn't a twin martial soul focus on cultivating one martial soul to its limit? Who says our martial soul has to be conventional? I just don't take the usual path. Tang Jiu chukka. Flander's face darkened. Here he goes boasting again. I shouldn't have asked. It would be better if he wasted his martial soul cultivation. Flander didn't waste any more words and activated his martial soul to search in the forest. There really weren't many 2,000-year-old beasts. After all, this wasn't the Stardow Forest, just a forest where humans raise soul beasts. They didn't find the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. But they did find a white-feathered wind swallow, which was exactly 2 meters long and was a pure speed-type soul beast. Its white feathers were spotless, and its beak was incredibly sharp. Relying on its speed, it could instantly penetrate the body of its prey and cut it apart in just a few moves. In terms of flight speed, it was faster than both the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake and the golden-winged mantis, since it was a flying soul beast. This one will do. I hope it drops a soul bone. Flander nodded excitedly, flapping his wings and rushing over, aiming a fierce claw at the back of the white-feathered wind swallow. A sharp bird cry sounded, and a hint of fear appeared in the blue eyes of the white-feathered wind swallow. It rolled its wings, creating a whirlwind that blew towards Flander. Flander disdainfully crushed the whirlwind with a claw. He wasn't in a hurry to kill the white-feathered wind swallow. Instead, he wanted it to feel extreme fear, which would increase the probability of soul bone dropping, just like how Tang Jiu angered the furious stabbing pig. Flander played with it like a cat catching a mouse, each attack not severely injuring the white-feathered wind swallow, but continuously increasing its wounds and reducing its speed. After 10 minutes, the white-feathered wind swallow's wings were severely injured, and its speed was less than 1/10 of what it started with. Only then did Flander shout to Tang Jiu, it's up to you now. Strive for the soul bone drop. Tang Jiu knew it was time for him to take action. He swiftly attached the soul ring martial spirit to the white feather wind swallow, having absorbed the soul ring and soul bone. His maximum capacity for soul rings was now close to 2,000 years. As soon as the soul ring martial spirit was applied, the white feather wind swallow let out a mournful cry and fell diagonally from the sky into the depths of the forest. Tang Jiu ran wildly toward the place where the white feather wind swallow had fallen, holding a deformed hammer. Flander followed him, circling in the sky, waiting for Tang Jiu to find the fallen white feather wind swallow. As Tang Jiu brought the hammer down, Flander muttered, "Explode, soulbone, explode, explode." Bang! The head of the white feather wind swallow was smashed flat, its green eyes filled with unwillingness. Where's the soul bone? Flander quickly picked up the white featherwind swallow but saw no shining soul bone, only a ground covered in feathers, causing his face to darken immensely. You little brat, where's your luck? Flander looked at Tang Jiu. My luck is good, but who told you your luck is bad? Since the soul bone is yours, it naturally won't drop. Tang Jiu didn't forget to hit back. Next time, I can't hunt spirit beasts with you. Have you ever dropped a spirit bone in your entire life? I can't let your bad luck rub off on me. You brat, do you believe I'll beat you to death? Flinder was so angry that he jumped up and down. This bastard was too much, always targeting people's hearts. It wasn't like he had never dropped a spirit bone. The most important thing was that this time, it seemed like he was helping for free. What a huge loss. Tang Jiu ignored Flander. The master is here. Can he still ascend to the heavens? He crossed his legs and quickly used his soul power to pull the purple soul ring of the white feather wind swallow into his body. This time, he retracted the bullet ant martial soul and activated the soul ring martial soul instead. The 2,000-year soul ring posed no pressure for Tang Jiu. He had already absorbed a 1,600-year soul ring, and with the addition of a 1,000-year soul bone, his body was more than capable of handling it. After the soul ring energy provided another boost to Tang Jiu's body, he clearly felt a significant increase in agility. 3 minutes later, after the soul ring was absorbed, a purple soul ring appeared around Tang Jiu's body. You little brat, don't tell me that this time your soul skill is another percentage increase. Flander huffed in annoyance. Tang Jiu's expression was strange as he said, My soul skill this time is very special. Is it particularly useless? Flander's expression improved a lot, but seeing the master's murderous gaze, he could only awkwardly touch his nose and stop talking, although the satisfaction in his eyes still showed. The first soul skill. Ring of Speed. Tang Jiu spoke and used his soul skill, his body seemingly enveloped in a gust of wind, resulting in a noticeable increase in speed. The speed ring instantly added 5 to his speed, which could be enhanced by soul rings. For each additional ring, speed would increase by another 5. The duration was 1 minute. With a puff, Flander burst into laughter, patting Tang Jiu on the shoulder and saying, You deserve it. It seems heaven is watching. This Millennium Soul skill of yours is the most useless I've ever seen. Not bad, not bad. Keep it up. Flander's expression turned grim, and if looks could kill, he would have been sliced 1,000 times. Compared to Tang San's bullet ant martial soul's first soul skill, Rampage, this speed ring was indeed quite useless. Although it was also a percentage increase, the amplification was too small and its growth potential was lacking. Such a Millennium Soul skill was even inferior to a 100-year soul skill. I hope after you see the second use of my soul skill, you won't be able to laugh anymore. A strange look deepened on Tang Jiu's face. Second use? How to use it? Flander was taken aback. My soul ring martial soul can be applied to myself, and it can also be applied to enemies. Tang Jiu chuckled proudly and directly placed the soul ring onto Flander's body. First soul skill, Speed, Evil Ring. Suddenly, a strange purple light shone on Flander, and he felt his speed being somewhat drained. Then his pupils suddenly contracted, because at that moment, Tang Jiu's speed surged, leaving behind after images as he moved. Tang Jiu laughed loudly. My soul ring martial soul has 1 ring with 2 abilities. When applied to myself, it's the speed ring, which enhances speed. When applied to others, it's the speed evil ring, which devours speed and uses it for myself. Flander's eyes widened in disbelief. 1 ring with 2 abilities. Isn't this something that requires 100,000 soul rings? The heavens are unjust. The first soul skill, Speed, Evil Ring. The master also looked shocked. Devouring speed and using it for oneself. When facing an enemy, doesn't that mean borrowing the enemy's abilities to deal with them? Xiao Jiu, how much speed can your Speed Evil Ring devour? And how much does it increase for yourself? Not only the master is concerned about this issue, but Tang San and Flander are also paying attention to it. Tang Jiu grinned and said, Speed Evil Ring. Instantly devour the speed of the enemy by 5. And the speed consumed can all be replenished to me. It can also be enhanced based on the number of soul rings. For every additional ring, the speed of consumption increases by 5. Duration, 1 minute. With a gulp, even a master couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The Speed Evil Ring is simply a divine skill. Devouring the enemy's speed by 5 and replenishing the same speed to oneself is terrifying. The stronger the enemy, the greater the amplification Tang Jiu gets from using his soul skills. Although it's only 5 now, when he reaches title Douluo, he can directly devour the opponent's speed of 45. If every soul ring skill is like this, he would directly steal nearly half of the enemy's strength. Who could still be Tang Jiu's opponent? One ring, two skills. The Ring of Speed and the Speed Evil Ring. This ability is not much inferior to a 100,000-year soul ring. Flinder's eyes were twitching. This talent is too against the heavens. It shouldn't exist. Living is just to bring others down. He even felt an impulse to annihilate Tang Jiu. You little brat. No matter how good your soul skills are, with your low soul power, it won't amount to much. At most, you're just a level 20 great soul master. Flinder pointed to his own soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, black, black. He huffed a couple of times, seeking a sense of superiority, trying to bring Tang Jiu down a peg. This kid is too cocky. Tang Jiu blinked and honestly said, I just absorbed 2,000-year soul rings. And I think my soul power seems to have broken through. Breakthrough? What level are you at now? Level 21 or 22? Not too high, just level 26. I'm about to reach level 30. Tang Jiu said humbly. Flinder almost choked. No way, how is that possible? You're not trying to fool me, are you? At this moment, the master interjected. At level 20, one should absorb a 100-year soul ring. However, little Jiu absorbed 2,000-year soul rings, both over 1,500 years old. Each soul ring should at least grant him an increase of 2 levels of soul power. Little San absorbed a 400-year soul ring, so I think it would also increase his soul power by 2 to 3 levels. That would be at most level 24. How did you get to level 26? Flinder's eyes widened. Isn't there also a 1,000-year soul bone? The master reminded. Heaven is unfair. Flinder pounded his chest in anger. That soul bone was supposed to be his. The more he looked at Tang Jiu, the angrier he became. Teacher, then I don't need to rush to add a soul ring to my martial soul. I'll wait until I reach level 30. Maybe I can directly absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. That would be so impressive. It's even better than someone's 5th soul ring being just 10,000 years, right? Tang Jiu smacked his lips and smiled. You little brat, just keep bragging. A 10,000-year second ring won't kill you. I have things to do at the academy, so I'll take my leave. Flinder was so angry his liver hurt. This little brat was only a level 26 great soul master and dared to look down on him. A level 78 soul saint? How arrogant could one be? People like this should be beaten to death outside. Big Owl, you still owe me 1,000 gold soul coins. Tang Jiu hurriedly pressed for the payment. Big Owl. Flinder felt his head buzzing. Even Xiao Jiu wouldn't dare to call him that. Right, aren't you a cat, owl martial soul? If I don't call you Big Owl, what should I call you? I'm the creditor, Tang Jiu said confidently. I dare to call Tang Hao old man. What is wrong with calling you Big Owl? The debtor's attitude doesn't work with me. I'm the creditor. Who am I afraid of? 1,000 gold soul coins are gone. You little brat. If it weren't for your teacher being here, do you believe I would break your legs? Flinder's hair was standing on end with anger. Haha, if you break my legs, someone will be able to twist your neck. Tang Jiu rolled his eyes. What are you bragging about, you Big Owl? Tang Hao could smash you flat with one hit. You dare to touch even a finger of mine? I don't believe it. Flinder rolled up his sleeves, ready to teach Tang Jiu a lesson to vent his anger. Flinder, little Jiu is right. The master also felt a headache. Dealing with a big schemer and an unruly brat was really unbearable. He then whispered 4 words into Flinder's ear. Hao Jian Douluo. Tang, Tang, Tang Jiu. Flinder's pupils suddenly constricted. No wonder this kid eats meat from 1,000-year-old beasts. It seems he really can't be provoked. Flinder quickly put on a smiling face and nodded, saying, You little brat, I won't hold it against you. I won't argue with you, a little great soul master, as it would be too damaging to my identity as a soul saint. Considering your talent is quite good, congratulations on being exceptionally admitted to Shrek Academy. The 1,000 gold soul coins can be considered as tuition, and I'll give you a 50% discount on food and lodging. You can come to school to enroll anytime. Once Tang Jiu became a student of his academy, he could use the guise of teaching to deal with him later. After all, the Hao Jian Douluo should boast about being responsible, right? You little brat, you're still too young to compete with me. Thinking of this, Flinder smiled even more brightly, pretending to give a few instructions, and then flew away directly. Tang Jiu's face darkened as he looked at the master and asked, Teacher, I seem to have heard someone say that the accommodation and meals at Shrek Academy are completely free, and the tuition can't possibly be this high. The master shook his head and said, Flinder didn't lie to you. The fee should be based on the wealth of the students. The richer you are, the higher the fees. What talent! Tang Jiu couldn't help but admire that if Flinder were to travel to Earth, he would undoubtedly become the richest person. He should be the most unprofessional soul master. All right, we should head back. This time we all gain a lot. The master laughed. He finally broke through to level 30 and became a 3-ring soul master. Each of his disciples was more outstanding than the last, especially Tang Jiu, who started with a 1,000-year soul ring and also obtained a piece of soul bone. The most terrifying part was the soul skills from the soul ring and martial soul, which could be described as extraordinary. Tang Jiu cut the meat of the white featherwind swallow and packed it into the 12 golden hairpins. Then, he followed the master back to Naughty City. Passing by the Spirit Hall branch, the master said, "Soul masters need to register for easier studying and traveling on the continent. And there are monthly subsidies as well." Tang San, hearing so many benefits, wanted to take Tang Jiu along with him. Tang Jiu shook his head and said, "Third brother, I'm not going. At 6 years old, level 26, I will definitely be captured and studied." His soul power growth was too noticeable, and he didn't want to attract the attention of the Spirit Hall. "Very good, Xiao Jiu, I didn't expect you to understand the stakes." The master nodded. If Tang Jiu really wanted to go, he would stop him. The Spirit Hall was not a good place. "Then I'll go find a blacksmith shop to forge a new warhammer. I'll head back to school by myself later." Tang Jiu greeted the master and then headed to the largest blacksmith shop. "I need to replace my warhammer with a heavier one. Little brother, are you looking to forge something?" Tang Jiu came to the largest blacksmith shop, and the blacksmith greeted him. Those who do hard labor are straightforward people, unlike other merchants who are so mercenary. "I want to forge a warhammer, 80 centimeters long, weighing." Tang Jiu calculated that after absorbing the soul ring and soul bone of the rampaging spike boar, his strength reached 4,000 gene. Although the soul ring of the white featherwind swallow provided a speed boost, it also enhanced his body to a certain extent. Additionally, with his soul power breaking through from level 20 to level 26, he gained another 500 gene of strength. This means that Tang Jiu's base strength reached 4,500 gene. The weight of the warhammer requires 3,500 gene. Bang! The blacksmith trembled and almost threw the hammer away, wondering if he could lift 3,500 gene. "Of course I can. I'm a strength-type soul master." Tang Jiu chuckled. The master looked at him with admiration, thinking that soul masters are impressive. However, his brows soon furrowed. With a length of 80 centimeters and a weight of 3,500 gene, it became a tricky situation. Using pure iron would exceed the weight limit, but without it, the weight wouldn't be enough. How about using common iron mixed with mother iron instead? Tang Jiu shook his head in denial. Mixing iron mother with common iron would result in an uneven density for the hammer, making it prone to breaking. What I want is to repeatedly forge the common iron to increase its density and make it uniform until it meets my required weight. Expert, little brother. Upon hearing this, the master immediately gave a thumbs up and then thought for a moment before saying, "According to your requirements, it will cost 10 gold soul coins, and it will be finished in half a month. In fact, the materials are not expensive. The costly part is the labor. This is all hammered out, piece by piece." The master set this price, fearing that Tang Jiu might think he was overcharging, and specifically explained it. Tang Jiu certainly knew how much effort this would take. He boldly said, "Money is not an issue. What I want is speed. The faster, the better." The master glanced at the other blacksmiths, roughly calculated the labor costs, gritted his teeth, and said, 100 gold soul coins. "If I mobilize everyone to forge together, I can have it ready for you by tomorrow." Tang Jiu nodded in satisfaction, then drew the design of the Haotian hammer and kept his severely deformed hammer as a reference. He then took out the master's card and directly transferred 100 gold soul coins to the other party. "Xiao Jiu, you really don't hold back when it comes to spending money." Tang San, who had just registered as a soul master, felt uncomfortable at the thought that he only received 1 gold soul coin as a subsidy per month, while Tang Jiu spent 100 gold soul coins just to get a hammer. He thought to himself, I'm still cleaning the playground at school, and you have no idea how hard it is for me. With that money, you might as well pay me a tutoring fee. After all, this money isn't mine, so I don't feel bad spending it. Tang Jiu Chukka, that's mine." The master was speechless, even though he wasn't as greedy as Flandra. He was still annoyed by Tang Jiu. He wondered if asking this brat for his card now would lead to the kid cutting off their master-apprentice relationship. Before the three of them even entered Notting Academy, they heard a group of people discussing. "I heard that Big Brother Xiao from the 6th grade is planning to teach the working students a lesson in the back mountain." "Why teach them a lesson? To let the working students know the rules of the academy? They probably think that that little girl from Dorm 7 is pretty." Tang San was anxious upon hearing this. "Third brother, are you really that concerned about Xiao Wu? Is she really my sister-in-law?" "Tang Jiu Dizet, Xiao Jiu, don't talk nonsense." Tang San shot a glare at Tang Jiu, then greeted the master and headed towards the back mountain. The back mountain of Notting Junior College was actually just a small hill. When Tang Jiu and Tang San arrived, Xiao Laoda was leading more than 30 people, arrogantly provoking the work-study students. Wang Sheng, the former dorm leader of the 7th dorm, was directly knocked to the ground by Lu Long, one of the opponent's subordinates. Xiao Laoda, whose real name was Xiao Jiu, looked at the work-study students, who were so easily defeated, with a face full of disdain, and turned to look at Xiao Wu. Little girl, just prepare to be my pet. Your martial soul is a rabbit, right? Xiao Wu was furious and wanted to fight back, but suddenly saw Tang San and Tang Jiu, and her eyes lit up. Xiao San, Xiao Jiu, you're here. Xiao Wu, call me Jiu Ge. You lost. Do you want to play tricks? I even brought you a gift from the soul-hunting forest. Tang Jiu huffed in dissatisfaction. Oomph. Xiao Jiu. Ge. Xiao Wu pouted, clearly reluctant, then said unhappily, we agreed earlier, I'll call you Xiao Jiu Ge. And you have to call me sister-in-law. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Tang Jiu stifled a laugh. Xiao San, hurry up and make your brother call me sister-in-law. Xiao Wu huffed. Tang San felt extremely embarrassed. How could he say that out loud? It seemed he had to find time to explain the difference between a sister-in-law and an older sister to Xiao Wu. Seeing that Tang San refused to respond to her, Xiao Wu angrily said, Xiao San, you've learned badly from Xiao Jiu too, daring to let him not call me sister-in-law. Tang San underestimated and said, let him call you. That would really be learning bad. I feel it's so difficult. Ha! The originally serious duel between the two sides suddenly made many people laugh out loud. Xiao Wu, don't get hung up on the title. I caught a very cute rabbit to give to you, Tang Jiu said with a chuckle. Where is it? Xiao was quite happy to hear this. It wasn't very well behaved on the way back, so I roasted it directly and saved a little bit for you. Xiao Wu stomped her feet in anger upon hearing this, then angrily pointed at Tang Jiu and said, Little San, quickly manage your brother. He always makes me angry. Tang San was very confused. Isn't it just a rabbit? So what if it's roasted? Do you prefer it steamed? Xiao San. Xiao Wu was so angry she was about to go crazy, stomping her feet and waving her fists. I really want to eat your blue silver grass. Your martial spirit is a rabbit, and you're not a rabbit. So why do you want to eat my blue silver grass? Tang San scratched his head, really not understanding. You're driving me crazy. Xiao Wu's face turned red with anger, and she huffed at Tang San. Tonight, I'm not covering you with a blanket. I want to sleep separately. Tang San was instantly taken aback, then looked at Tang Jiu and sighed. Xiao Jiu, I feel like you're setting me up, but I just can't find any evidence. Seeing San Ji's confused expression, Tang Jiu couldn't help but laugh. He was curious about how Xiao Wu would tease Tang San later. He really worried for San Ge, but he didn't dare to intervene or ask. After all, it was his sister-in-law who was going to deal with San Ge. All he could do was watch the fun. San Ge, I still have your blanket saved for you. Do you want me to send someone to bring it to you later? Be careful not to catch a cold at night. Tang Jiu nudged San Ge and asked. Tang Jiu was speechless. He couldn't tell if he wanted the blanket or not. It felt like a trap. Damn it, do you all think I don't exist? Xiao Yuchen was so angry his teeth were itching. When did he become invisible? Lu Long, come on, teach this kid a lesson. 29-1 against all. Lu Long, who had just beaten up Wang Sheng, strode out proudly from behind Xiao Yuchen, beckoning to Tang Jiu with his hand and snorted, Kid, come here. Let me give you a beating so you know the rules. Tang Jiu chuckled and said, All right, then I'll let you know my rules. Your rules? Lu Long was taken aback. Yes, since you all like to bully work-study students, from now on, all the cleaning duties of work-study students will be taken over by you. You have to win against us first. Lu Long snorted coldly, feeling that Tang Jiu was too arrogant, daring to challenge even though he wasn't the head of the 7th dormitory. Tang Jiu is the brother of Tang San. Tang San is a work-study student, and Lu Long naturally assumes that Tang Jiu is also a work-study student. His logical reasoning ability is quite strong. Soul power surged within Lu Long, and a 1.5-meter silver-white long stick appeared in his hand, along with a white soul ring. Martial soul, silver stick, level 11 assault system, weapon soul master. Tang Jiu almost burst out laughing. He really is a silver stick. Damn it. Lu Long, with his black hair, angrily shouted, Quickly activate your martial soul. I want to beat you into a pig's head. Tang Jiu smiled and shook his head, saying, Do I need to use my martial spirit to deal with you useless people? Come on. Tang Jiu's attitude infuriated Lu Long, who swung his stick and charged over. The first soul skill, Shattered Sky Stick. A faint pattern resembling a tiger appeared on the silver-white, long stick. As the stick came crashing down, it carried immense force, even producing a faint sound of breaking air. Soul skill. It wasn't used earlier against Wang Sheng. Brother Jiu seemed to be in trouble. The people at Shisha immediately looked grim. When Wang Sheng fought earlier, Lu Long didn't even use his soul skill and was knocked down by 3 sticks. He was asking for it by being so arrogant and not using his martial soul. He deserved to be beaten by Brother Liu. Exactly. Brother Liu's first soul skill had hunted a 70-year-old tiger, and the power boost of this soul skill was terrifying. Last time, Brother Liu broke a tree as thick as a bowl with one stick. If it hit a person, their bones would definitely break. Xiao Jiu saw that Tang Hao hadn't even activated his martial soul and knew there wouldn't be a problem this time. Lu Long was using all his strength to deal with a small fry, truly a solid approach. If you use a soul skill, then I will use 1-2. 0 soul skill, normal attack. Tang Hao chuckled and punched towards the silver staff. Bang! A dull collision sound echoed, and Lu Long's face changed dramatically as he saw his weapon spirit, the silver staff, shatter into pieces and dissipate into raw soul power from Tang Hao's punch. Tang Hao's fist didn't stop there. He delivered another blow right to Lu Long's nose, causing blood and tears to flow as Lu Long squatted on the ground, holding his nose and crying. Everyone was stunned, having seen someone defeated, but never had they witnessed a weapon spirit being shattered in a single punch. How much strength does one need for that? Ha! He really cried like a withered flower. Xiao Wu joyfully bounced around, finding it amusing that a 12-year-old was actually beaten to tears and casually gave Lu Long a nickname. Brother Jiu is so amazing. He can defeat his opponent even with a 0 soul skill. Are you stupid? A 0 soul skill just means no soul skill is used, right? Brother Jiu is mocking them. The people from the 7th Division immediately started to banter, taunting their opponents. Bastard. Ling Feng, you go. Xiao Jiu looked crestfallen. Tang Hao shook his wrist and said, no need to come up one by one. Let's all go together. I'm in a hurry to eat. Xiao Jiu, can you handle it alone? Don't embarrass your sister-in-law. Xiao Wu reminded Tang Hao, feeling dissatisfied with his arrogance. However, as soon as she spoke, the expressions of the people around her turned strange. Xiao Jiu's face darkened even more. He wanted to pursue such a beautiful girl like Xiao Wu as his girlfriend. Since this guy was looking for a fight, everyone decided to join in and unleash their martial spirits on him. When over 30 people heard their boss, Xiao, say this, they all activated their martial spirits. The beast martial spirits were mainly pigs, cows, and donkeys, with the best being Xiao Jiu's wolf. The weapon martial spirits were mostly sticks and vines, which weren't very impressive. However, the sight of more than 30 people activating their martial spirits was quite shocking. Tang Hao felt like he had entered a zoo. Gray Donkey, provide support. After Xiao Jiu activated his blue wolf spirit, he turned around and shouted at the student with the Gray Donkey martial spirit. Donkey can provide support? Tang Hao was quite puzzled, and Xiao Wu's eyes widened in curiosity. The student with the Gray Donkey martial spirit's face turned red, feeling a bit embarrassed, but he still activated his soul skill. First soul skill, stubborn donkey's call. Then, he opened his donkey mouth and let out several high-pitched donkey brays. The sound waves spread out, and immediately, Xiao Jiu and the others felt energized. Ready for battle. Is this supposed to make everyone turn into stubborn donkeys? Ha! I can't take it anymore. I'm going to laugh myself to death. Xiao Wu understood the purpose of this soul skill. It was to boost morale, making them as foolish as donkeys. She laughed so hard she could barely stand up. The Gray Donkey Soul Master was now blushing all over, realizing that this was the effect of his martial spirit. How embarrassing. Charge. First soul skill, bind. First soul skill, rampaging bull charge. First soul skill, wild boar tread. Those with soul skills activated their abilities, while those without used their martial spirits to enhance their bodies, either to assist or attack. In an instant, dazzling lights flickered as over 30 people charged at Tang Hao. Tang Hao disdainfully struck a military boxing pose and punched the first charging Green Bull Soul Master, sending him flying 3 to 4 meters. Then with a kick, he sent the rampaging Earth Pig Soul Master flying 2 meters. At that moment, 5 or 6 vines had firmly wrapped around his hands and feet. Tang Hao unleashed his 4,500 gene strength, yanking the vines and spinning the person around like a meteor hammer, smashing it into others. Instantly, cries of ouch filled the air as he knocked down a dozen people, sending them tumbling in a heap. Xiao Jiu was hiding at the back of the crowd, waiting for the right moment to launch a surprise attack. Just as Tang Hao had just broken free from the vines, it was the perfect opportunity for him to strike. First soul skill, Blood Wolf Claw. With blood-red hands, he transformed into a wolf and lunged fiercely at Tang Hao's neck. Xiao Jiu, be careful. Tang San reminded. Tang Jiu didn't respond, swinging his arm back and throwing punch. With a crack, Xiao Jiu let out a terrible scream, clutching his arm and howling on the ground. Tang Jiu didn't hold back at all. This guy dared to ambush him and deserved to have his arm broken. Out of more than 30 people, only a mere 5 could still stand, including the great donkey soul master, who all looked at Tang Jiu in terror, trembling in fear. Over 30 against 1. Yet they were crushed by Tang Jiu. The most important thing was that their martial souls hadn't even been activated. They were all knocked down purely with physical strength. And even Xiao Laoda's sneak attack resulted in a broken arm, leaving them without courage. Hey boss. The great donkey soul master wasn't stubborn at all and was the first to flatter Tang Jiu. Boss. The others immediately lined up and bowed to Tang Jiu. They had come to truly respect him. Don't call me boss. Just call me Jiu Gu, Tang Jiu said. Remember, from now on at Notting Academy, no one is allowed to bully new students, especially work-study students. If anyone dares to use force to oppress the weak, I will break their legs first. Also, you are all punished to help the work-study students clean for a year. The faces of these senior students turned ugly, but no one dared to refute. Tang Jiu had someone carry Xiao Jiu back to the school for treatment, and he headed back to the school with Xiao Wu and the others. Xiao Jiu, you need to be careful. Someone has been looking for you these past few days, and I heard they want to cripple you, Xiao Wu said gleefully. Who? Tang Jiu's brows furrowed. The school teacher, Zhang Feng. Haven't you entered the school yet? Tang Jiu really didn't enter the school, but it seems he remembered that Zhang Feng mentioned having an older brother. Is he here to seek revenge? Level 30 versus level 35 Battle Soul Master. Tang Jiu was still leisurely walking on the road when his dorm mate, Laint, hurriedly ran over, looking flustered. Brother Jiu, it's bad. The master is going to be killed. What happened? Tang Jiu asked in shock. Zhang Feng's brother, Zhang Hong, the captain of the City Lord's Guard, came to school to cause trouble for you. He directly blocked the master and wants to duel. Laint explained the situation. It turned out that after Zhang Feng's injuries were healed, he brought his brother Zhang Hong to find Tang Jiu for revenge. Since Tang Jiu didn't return to school, they directly sought trouble with the master. The opponent is a 35th level strong attack spirit warrior, and the master originally didn't want to fight, but Zhang Hong's words were too harsh, calling the master trash and saying that if he didn't dare to fight, he should crawl under his legs, not worthy of being a man. In a fit of anger, the master agreed to the duel. Laint said, let's go. The teacher's martial soul can only launch 3 attacks, and even a Millennium Soul skill won't last long. Tang Jiu immediately activated his Soul Bone skill, Fury, and ran towards the school. At Notting Academy, in the square, the master took a fighting stance, with Luo San Pao by his side, baring his teeth fiercely at the opponent. Opposite them stood a middle-aged man with the martial soul of a blue wolf, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. He had 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, and was Zhang Feng's older brother, Zhang Hong. I didn't expect you, useless trash, to have a 1,000-year soul ring. After Zhang Hong activated his martial soul, his muscles bulged, looking like a werewolf, and his speed increased significantly. He didn't even need to activate a soul skill. He could deal with a weak soul master like the master solely with his speed. His body suddenly accelerated, and a claw struck towards the master's head. The master dared not let the opponent get close and directly activated his 1,000-year soul skill. 3rd soul skill. Fart like a fire breather, flame boiling Ro San Pao. Luo San Pao jumped high and released a fart towards Zhang Hong, the scorching flames turning into a sea of fire. Zhang Hong's body, which was diving forward, suddenly changed direction, avoiding the area attack. Then, he circled behind the master and launched another attack, still not using any soul skills. The master had no choice but to use his 3rd soul skill again, and Luo San Pao released another fart towards the master's back, igniting another sea of fire. What a waste. Having a 1,000-year soul ring on you is just a waste. Zhang Hong mocked, then activated his 1st soul ring, not wanting to waste any more time with the master. 1st soul skill, Wolf Bloodline. Zhang Hong's body transformed again, almost becoming a real blue wolf, and his speed and strength increased by 30. Before the master could launch a 3rd attack, he circled behind him again, and his claws struck hard against the master's back. With a tearing sound, the master's clothes were ripped open, revealing claw marks on his back, deep enough to see the bone. What use is being theoretically invincible? In the soul fighting, you're just a weakling. Zhang Hong stepped hard on the master's chest, looking down in mockery. Stop. Tang Jiu finally arrived and turned pale at the sight. If he hadn't gone to join Sangu earlier, the master wouldn't have been humiliated. You want me to stop? In soul fighting, losing means life or death. A cruel glint flashed in Zhang Hong's eyes as he stomped towards the master's neck. If that foot landed, the master would surely die. The guards of the City Lord's mansion were all brutish, usually bullying others without fear. Who would dare provoke them? Tang Jiu's eyes turned cold as he kicked towards Zhang Hong's groin. Zhang Hong heard the sound of air being sliced as Tang Jiu's leg flew out and cursed him for being shameless, quickly stepping back to avoid the kick. Tang Jiu helped the master up and asked, "Teacher, why did you agree to fight him in a soul duel? You're not a battle-type soul master." The master let out a bitter laugh and said, "I know he will definitely cause you trouble. I wanted to see his soul skills to help you prepare, but unfortunately, I'm too useless and only forced him to use 100-year soul skill." The master endured the pain and introduced Zhang Hong's situation. He is a level 35 assault-type battle soul master with a martial soul of a blue wolf, possessing strong power and speed. His first soul skill can enhance both speed and power. Although this information is useless to Tang Jiu, he was deeply touched by the master's intentions. After all, the master is someone who can endure a lot. Despite being mocked by many, he has never fought anyone. This time, he clearly knew he was no match for the opponent, yet he still wanted to engage in a soul duel. He was worried that Tang Jiu would not be able to handle the opponent. Although Tang Jiu is very strong, the master still believes that knowing oneself and knowing the opponent is the key to securing victory. This thoughtfulness truly moved Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu stood up, coldly looking at Zhang Hong, and shouted, "Today you must die." His younger brother was injured by him. If he wanted to find someone, he should come to him, yet he chose to bully the weak. Zhang Hong also wished he could kill Tang Jiu. It was a small matter that his brother was beaten, but the fact that he had to kneel and bow to a useless person made both brothers the laughingstock of the city lord's mansion. He sneered, "You dare to hit my brother. Today, I don't care who you are, anyone who offends the city lord's mansion must die. Unleash your martial soul." If they were in the wild, Zhang Hong would never allow Tang Jiu to unleash his martial soul, but now they were at Nodding Academy, under everyone's gaze. Not allowing the opponent to unleash their martial soul and then directly attacking would break the rules and cause endless trouble in the future. In his opinion, it didn't matter whether Tang Jiu unleashed his martial soul or not. It was a matter of killing him with a single claw. Martial soul manifestation. Tang Jiu's face darkened as he directly activated his bullet ant martial soul, a dazzling purple 1,000-year soul ring appearing around him, compared to Zhang Hong's yellow soul ring. It was so striking. What? A 1,000-year first ring? Director Su exclaimed, his eyes wide. At this moment, the other students were also in a daze. In the small Nodding Academy, a 100-year first ring could be called a genius, but a 1,000-year first ring was unheard of. Xiao Jiu is so powerful. Xiao Wu was also shocked. This completely exceeded her understanding, and she could never reach a 1,000-year first ring. Zhang Hong's expression grew even darker. Tang Jiu's first ring was actually 1,000 years. What kind of talent was that? No wonder he could defeat his brother. However, since he had already offended him, he really had to go all out this time. Someone like this would inevitably cause great trouble if left unchecked. Taking advantage of the enhancement effect of his first soul skill still being active, Zhang Hong immediately launched an attack on Tang Jiu, his hand clawing like a wolf's paw, fiercely reaching for Tang Jiu's heart. First soul skill, Berserk. Tang Jiu didn't intend to hide his abilities. After all, the opponent had 3 soul rings and was a level 35 battle soul master. He just wanted to end the battle quickly and avoid exposing his martial soul rings. He also didn't want anyone to know that his soul power had reached level 26. The Berserk skill instantly increased his strength by 45, boosting his original base strength of 4,500 to 6,500 pounds. Tang Jiu used the military boxing techniques, directly colliding hard against Zhang Hong's claws. The onlookers held their breath, their eyes wide open, not wanting to miss any details. A hint of mockery flashed in Zhang Hong's eyes. He was enticing Tang Jiu to use his Millennium Soul skill. Tang Jiu was so young, with soul power at most in the teens. Although he didn't understand how Tang Jiu had obtained the Millennium Soul skill. As soon as it was used, wouldn't he just be waiting to be crushed by him? With his beast martial soul, coupled with his first soul skill and the body refinement from his level 35 soul power, he couldn't believe he wouldn't be able to withstand a child's soul skill. However, at the moment their fists and claws collided, he immediately regretted it. A terrifying immense force surged through, even more ferocious than his full strength. With a crack, his arm was directly smashed and broken. Agonizing pain shot from his arm to his brain, causing him to scream in agony as his entire body was sent flying backward. The surrounding people were stunned. He had sent a level 35 battle soul master flying with a single punch. Just how terrifying was Tang Jiu, even if he had a Millennium Soul Ring. Zhang Hong had 2 more soul rings than him. A level 35 battle soul master was nothing extraordinary. Had he not eaten? Tang Jiu broke Zhang Hong's arm, and didn't he forget to add insult to injury. However, he didn't hold back. Broken bones could be healed by a healing soul master, and as long as Zhang Hong gritted his teeth, he could still continue fighting. Soul masters were not martial artists. They relied more on soul rings and soul skills. As Tang Jiu smashed Zhang Hong away with a punch, he accelerated and delivered a deadly whip kick straight to Zhang Hong's stomach. It wasn't that he didn't want to kick Zhang Hong in the face, but he was too short and didn't want to jump. Third soul skill, Shadow Wolf Golden Light Shield. This time, Zhang Hong no longer dared to be careless. His 1,000-year soul ring lit up, and a layer of green energy shield appeared around him. As long as he could block Tang Jiu's attack, he would immediately unleash his second soul skill to tear Tang Jiu apart. Tang Jiu was going to suffer now. With the defensive capability of 1,000-year soul skill and the boost from his 35th level soul power, he simply couldn't break through the shield. Director Su shook his head. Tang Jiu smirked coldly, activating his soul bone skill, Frenzy. What he wanted was violence, instant kills. He absolutely wouldn't let himself be caught off guard when he had skills to use. He didn't think at all. Under the boost of the first soul skill Frenzy, whether he could break the shield. In battle, it was all about violence, about delivering frenzied output. Both his speed and strength surged by 30 simultaneously, with his strength jumping from 500 gene to 400 gene. The death whip leg cut through the air with a whistling sound. Crash! The whip leg struck against the ghost wolf's golden shield, which immediately shattered. And then that leg landed solidly on Zhang Hong's stomach, sending his body flying over 10 meters into the wall of the teaching building. After crashing down, he spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled a few times but couldn't get back up. From the moment he started fighting until now, the 5-second enhancement effect of Tang Jiu's first soul skill Frenzy had just worn off, meaning he only needed 5 seconds to severely injure a level 35 Battle Soul Sovereign. At this moment, gasps of shock filled the air. Tang Jiu was too fierce. With a punch and a kick, he rendered the Battle Soul Sovereign unable to rise. Just wait. The City Lord's mansion won't let you off. We're leaving. Zhang Hong felt his internal organs had ruptured and shot a venomous glance at Tang Jiu, urging his brother Zhang Feng to hurry and take him to find a healing soul master. Leaving? That's impossible. I told you, today you will die. Tang Jiu walked step by step toward Zhang Hong. If such a person were let go, he would definitely act like a venomous snake, waiting for the opportunity to strike and kill himself. A petty person seeks revenge from dawn till dusk. He doesn't want to be on guard against others all the time. Tang Jiu, this is Nodding School, established jointly by the Lord of Nodding and the Wuhuan Hall. You can't kill people from the Lord's mansion here. Seeing that Tang Jiu was relentless, Director Su immediately stood in front of Zhang Hong and tried to mediate, saying, "How about letting him compensate you with some money?" Director Su knew that Tang Jiu loved money, so he extended his hand and said, "Let him give you 2,000 gold soul coins. How does that sound?" Tang Jiu Ge. He loved money, but he wanted it to cultivate better and purchase more resources. Compared to his love for money, Tang Jiu loved his life even more. If you kill him, his money will be mine. Tang Jiu grinned and continued walking toward Zhang Hong without stopping. Tang Jiu, if you go against the City Lord's mansion, I will expel you. Director Su said angrily. Expel me if you want. I just happen to be going to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Tang Jiu didn't care. If he was expelled, he would directly report to the Big Owl. Staying here to play house with these kids? Director Su was completely at a loss. He had said everything that needed to be said, and he had also informed the Lord's mansion, so he simply stepped aside. Zhang Hong, I know you wish you could kill me, but unfortunately, I won't give you the chance. Tang Jiu raised his leg and stomped hard on Zhang Hong's chest, and with a crack, Zhang Hong's sternum shattered, resulting in instant death. Tang Jiu smiled at Zhang Feng and said, "Do you want to take revenge for your brother? 1,000-year soul skill has already drained my soul power. Are you thinking of taking the opportunity to kill me? Once this village is gone, this shop won't be here anymore." Zhang Feng actually had this thought in mind. This fierce and domineering 1,000-year soul skill would definitely consume a lot of soul power after being used once, and he really wanted to take this chance to kill Tang Jiu. However, Tang Jiu had severely injured his brother in just 5 seconds, which was simply inhuman. Deep down, he was still afraid of death. He instinctively shrank back. Tang Jiu secretly thought it was a pity. Although his soul skill had a short duration, the soul power consumption was not that high. He could use it 10 more times without any problem. He really wanted to deal with Zhang Feng as well, to root out the problem completely. However, this guy was too cowardly. He bent down and took a card from Zhang Hong, input his soul power to check, and found it had 2,300 gold soul coins. Delighted, he stuffed it into his pocket. Zhang Feng didn't even care about his brother's corpse and was so scared that he ran away, sprinting towards the city lord's mansion. At that moment, the surrounding students looked at Tang Jiu with fear. They had never seen a murder before. Tang Jiu, you are no longer a student of the school. Leave the school immediately. Director Su huffed. All right, refund my tuition first. I've barely spent a day at school. Tang Jiu reached out. Director Su was so angry that he almost spat blood. This bastard had just taken away all of Zhang Hong's belongings. And now he was still nitpicking over these dozens of gold soul coins. He was so stingy. He casually took out his purse and immediately refunded Tang Jiu's tuition, making it clear that he wanted to cut ties with him. Tang Jiu took the gold soul coin and took out the master's card, saying to Tang San, "Third brother, find a healing soul master for the teacher. It seems I need to leave Notting City immediately. Although I don't think the city lord would stand up for a guard captain, I still have to be cautious. Besides, there's really no need to stay at Notting Academy any longer." Tang Jiu found an inn to stay in. Tomorrow, after obtaining his warhammer, he would head directly to Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, the Lord of Notting City received the news and, listening to his subordinate's report, cursed inwardly, calling him an idiot. Although not many people knew of the master's identity, as the city lord, he understood a bit. Even though the master did not have a good relationship with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, anyone who dared to kill the master would face the wrath of that family. As for Tang Jiu, he actually wanted to recruit him. The first ring in 1,000 years was a genius. If he could bring him under his command, he might have the opportunity to become a duke and possess his own principality. However, upon hearing Zhang Feng's lament, he suddenly narrowed his eyes. Could it be that Tang Jiu has a twin martial soul? The other martial soul is a hammer? What kind of hammer? Zhang Feng immediately took out paper and pen and drew the appearance and patterns of Tang Jiu's warhammer. The city lord's pupils suddenly contracted. The Hao Qian hammer, the highest bounty from the spirit hall, immediately appeared in his mind. To provide information on Hao Qian Douluo Tang Hao or his son, a reward of 1 soul bone. Killing either one would grant a principality or the position of a grand priest in the spirit hall. The bounty was issued by the grand elder of the spirit hall. Qian Daolu surrounded and killed Sox. The city lord shouted loudly, and a man in his 40s immediately walked in from outside, saluting. "Your subordinate is here." Zhang Feng felt a surge of joy. Sox, a rank 38 battle soul sovereign with a martial soul of a mad bear, was the commander of the Notting City Guard and even more powerful than his brother Zhang Hong, a trusted aide of the city lord. "Do you think this Tang Jiu could be Tang Hao's son?" The city lord handed the drawing of the Hao Qian hammer to Sox, who flashed a gleam in his eyes and pondered for a moment before saying, with the description from Zhang Feng, "Tang Jiu is definitely a twin martial soul. His beast martial soul, the bullet ant, should also be a top-tier martial soul and a power type. The Hao Qian hammer is already the top-tier martial soul. And with this beast martial soul, Tang Jiu's body must be very strong. Therefore, if a soul ring is added to the Hao Qian hammer's martial soul, and then another soul ring is added to the bullet ant, reaching 1,000 years is not surprising. After all, he is from the Hao Qian sect," Sox stated with certainty. Upon hearing this, the city lord suddenly felt enlightened. Sox, as expected, was the commander of the guard. His mind was sharp and quickly unraveled the mystery of the 1,000-year first ring that had puzzled him. "So what do you think we should do?" the city lord asked. "That depends on the city lord's intention. If you want to play it safe, I suggest reporting to the Spear Hall. We can win the favor of the Spear Hall and also obtain a soul bone." Sox replied. The city lord stroked his chair, feeling a bit reluctant. The Spear Hall had been searching for Tang Hao and his son for 6 years, and now Tang Hao's son appeared in Notting City. Isn't this a golden opportunity? I want to become a duke and have my own principality. A glint of greed flashed in the city lord's eyes. Then I'll have my subordinates go kill Tang Jiu. Sox said flatly, showing no surprise in his eyes. People die for wealth, and birds die for food. The status of the city lord and duke is vastly different. His status would also rise with it. "Good. You go now. Don't let that kid run away." The city lord stood up decisively. Sox shook his head and said, "My lord, what we should do now is to closely monitor him and safely send this kid out of Notting City. He can't have any accidents in Notting City." "Why? Is the city lord afraid of a 6-year-old child?" Zhang Feng asked in confusion. Sox shot a cold glance at Zhang Feng and sneered, "Idiot! If we kill his son, are we not afraid of his father coming for revenge? If Tang Hao comes, who in the city lord's mansion can withstand him? After we kill him, we'll say it was the Spirit Hall's doing, and we can quietly reap the benefits, understand?" Upon hearing this, the city lord broke out in a cold sweat. Tang Hao was someone who even dared to kill the Pope of the Spirit Hall. If he suspected that his son had been killed by him, wouldn't he be waiting to be smashed to death? He looked at Sox appreciatively. It's true that these military leaders think more thoroughly. But then he worried. That kid Tang Jiu is quite powerful. Are you confident? Sox laughed heartily and said, My lord, you have been deceived by Tang Jiu's achievements. Zhang Hong's death was due to his stupidity. He compared strength with someone from the Haoyan sect and used 100-year soul skill against 1,000-year soul skill. It's a miracle he didn't die. How could one compare strength with a power-type soul master? His soul power is no more than level 20 at most. And without a locked target soul skill, an agility-type soul master can easily defeat him. I can handle him with Kasha. The city lord's eyes brightened. Kasha, a rank 33 agility-type battle soul sovereign with the martial soul of a shadow swallow, was Sox's wife. The city lord smiled. This time, the dupe position is secured. The next day, early morning, Tang Jiu woke up in the inn and started his morning run around Nottingham. Without the burden, he felt that the exercise was not as effective. After practicing a set of combat skills he learned from special forces, he headed to the blacksmith shop. He immediately spotted a hammer that looked exactly like the Haoyan hammer, and he picked it up and swung it a few times. The 500-pound war hammer felt very comfortable to handle. Its size was just right to fit into the 12 gold hairpins. Little brother, you're a big customer. We've repaired the original hammer for you. The master pointed to another hammer on the other side. Then thank you. Tang Jiu was very happy and thought of a great way to deal with the enemies, which was the flying hammer. He held one that was already in action and took another one from the 12 golden hairpins, just like the hidden weapon of third brother, and threw it out. The 800-pound hammer flew out, its power no less than that of a century-old soul technique. Tang Jiu put the war hammer into the 12 golden hairpins and walked out of Nottingham City while carrying the 500-pound hammer. He bought a map of the continent and drew a straight line from Nottingham City to Soto City on the map, then began marching along that line. Carrying the hammer was like a workout, and he ran wildly the whole way. After a day, Tang Jiu noticed a bird in the sky that seemed to be following him, but he didn't pay much attention to it. However, after leaving the influence of Nottingham City, he found that the bird suddenly landed in front of him. It was a blonde woman in her 30s who smiled and said, Little guy, why are you running so fast? Tang Jiu was startled. Was he being followed? He turned around and saw two figures quickly approaching. One of them was Zhang Feng. The other two were unfamiliar to him, but they gave Tang Jiu a very dangerous feeling. They were Sorks. The three of them surrounded Tang Jiu and coldly said, Are you Tang Hao's son? Tang Jiu quickly shook his head. You have the wrong person. It's not me. Not you? Swoks frowned. Yeah. Are you looking for Tang Hao's son? I can take you there. Tang Jiu complained. You don't know, I was abused by Tang Hao since I was little. He almost starved me to death. Swoke's face darkened as he pointed at the war hammer in Tang Jiu's hand. Do you think I'm stupid? I can recognize the Haoyan hammer. You can recognize a hammer. Tang Jiu couldn't help but roll his eyes. If you want to find someone for revenge, go look for third brother. He's the biological one. I'm just the adopted one. Little guy, you're very disobedient. Kasha snorted. Lord Swokes, there's no need to waste words with him. Let's just take action. Zhang Feng immediately activated his martial soul, and two soul rings, one white and one yellow, appeared around him. Idiot! Swokes cursed angrily. This bastard actually called him by his real name. They were here to assassinate, not to duel. This idiot with 0 IQ would be dealt with directly later to avoid being implicated. Swokes, level 38 Assault System Battle Soul Master, Martial Soul, Mad Bear. Since Zhang Feng had exposed his name, he no longer hid and activated his Mad Bear Martial Soul, revealing 3 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple. Kasha, level 33 Agility System Battle Soul Master, Martial Soul, Shadow Swallow. Kasha narrowed his eyes, activated his Martial Soul again, and 3 soul rings appeared. Yellow, yellow, purple. Tang Jiu squinted his eyes. It seems today will be a fight to the death. Well then, he can finally reveal his martial soul. Tang Jiu, a level 26 strong attack system soul master, martial soul, bullet ant, 33 beautiful counterkill. Tang Jiu revealed his soul power level and equipped himself with soul rings and martial soul, causing 2 purple soul rings to appear around his body. At that moment, it directly blinded the eyes of the others. What? A great soul master? Swokes and Kasha were both stunned. How could this be possible? Just yesterday, he had 1 soul ring, and today he has 2. How did this happen? Did he go to the soul-hunting forest last night? It shouldn't be possible. They had been monitoring him. Zhang Feng's mind was even more confused in a dazed state. A 6-year-old great soul master. Is there still any justice in this world? Tang Jiu squinted his eyes, aiming for this shocking effect. Don't think he was just showing off. he was actually creating a psychological gap for the opponent. Taking advantage of the three being stunned, Tang Hao immediately activated his soul bone skill, Rampage. As the saying goes, take advantage of his illness to take his life. Even more so, it's better to break one of his fingers than to hurt all 10. He charged towards the weakest, Zhang Feng, swinging his hammer with brutal force. Get out of the way. Sox realized the problem as he saw Tang Hao suddenly attack, and immediately shouted at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng instinctively turned to run, almost crying. Why is it always me who gets hurt? His brother was beaten to death with a punch and a kick. He certainly didn't think he was a match. Unfortunately, his physical condition was already not as good as Tang Hao's, and he was even slower, with Tang Hao in rampage mode, increasing his speed by 30. Just as Zhang Feng turned around, Tang Hao's hammer struck heavily on his back. There was a crack, and Zhang Feng's entire spine was shattered, causing instant death. Damn it. First soul skill, Shadow Assault. Kasha, as a soul master, was much faster than Sox. She immediately activated her century-old soul skill, transforming her body into a shadow and charging towards Tang Hao. Dad, you're here? That's great. Tang Hao suddenly shouted in surprise, and Kasha, who had just rushed to Tang Hao's side, felt as if she had been electrocuted, quickly retreating with even greater speed, cautiously looking around, her face turning pale with fear. She hovered high in the air, not daring to come down, searching for Tang Hao's figure. But upon looking around, she was nearly driven to fury. There was no one nearby. At this moment, Tang Hao had already dashed forward for dozens of meters, turning back to mock. Did I scare you to death? Such a coward? Do you still dare to kill me? Damn it, you little brat. I'll skin you alive later. Kasha gritted her silver teeth, her rage nearly consuming her reason. They had come to assassinate Tang Hao, and just upon meeting, one of their own had been instantly killed. She had been scared back by just a few words. This left her utterly humiliated. Chase, if he doesn't die today, we will definitely die. Sok Zhao, I'm a prodigy destined by fate. Killing me will bring divine retribution. Tang Hao shouted while running, not forgetting to taunt. Divine retribution? If it really exists, let us see it try. Kasha flew closer behind Tang Hao. Is that so? Tang Hao chuckled and said, I pray that you are punished by heaven, so that you have one less soul ring than others. Nonsense. How can my soul ring possibly be less? As Kasha was speaking, her pupils suddenly contracted, and she froze in midair again. Sox, who was behind her, was confused and hurriedly asked, Kasha, chase after him. My 1,000-year soul ring is gone. The soul skill is also gone. Kasha's face turned pale. Could it really be heaven's punishment? This is too bizarre. Even more terrifying was that her soul power had dropped by 3 levels, directly falling to level 30. If it weren't for her strong mental fortitude, she would have collapsed by now. Sox took a closer look and indeed saw that Kasha only had 2 soul rings left. He was startled, but quickly reassured her. Don't be afraid, darling. It's probably a special soul ring skill. That 1,000-year soul ring that suddenly appeared with this guy is strange. Kasha immediately accepted this explanation. She couldn't do otherwise. Would she really believe that she had been deprived of a soul ring? First soul skill, Shadow Strike. Kasha's speed suddenly increased, her body like a shadow, rushing towards Tang Hao. This time, even if the sky were to fall, she would not stop. She had to entangle Tang Hao and wait for Sox to come and take him down. Go to hell. Watch my soul bone skill, Meteor Hammer. Tang Hao had long since taken out an 800-pound hammer from the 12 golden hairpins, using verbal tricks to confuse the enemy. He turned around and threw a flying hammer at Kasha. Do you have a soul bone? Ridiculous. You can't fool me this time. Kasha gritted her teeth and roared in anger, showing no signs of slowing down. But suddenly, a hammer appeared in front of her, and her expression changed drastically. Just as she was about to change direction, she found that the suppressed soul power and soul rings had returned. This directly caused her speed to increase significantly compared to before, and it also severely distracted her. Oh no! By the time Kasha realized what was happening, the war hammer was already flying towards her, and there was no time to dodge. She gritted her teeth and tried to swat the hammer away to avoid being hit in the chest, but as soon as she made contact, she felt an enormous force crushing her arm. Kasha let out a shriek and fell straight down from the sky. Her arm was shattered, a level of injury that was unbearable for an ordinary person. Are you stunned? I told you I was going to throw the war hammer, but you just wouldn't believe it. Tang Hao laughed heartily, having tricked her twice. When he spoke the truth the third time, she really didn't believe him. Kasha was so furious she nearly spat blood, her eyes blood red, wishing she could slice Tang Hao into 1,000 pieces. I'm going to activate my soul bone skill now. Watch the meteor hammer, Tang Jiu shouted as he turned around to make the throwing motion again. Kasha was terrified by Tang Jiu's action. If she got hit by the hammer again, she might just be killed. Third soul skill, Shadow Shift. Kasha immediately activated her 1,000-year soul skill, her body becoming like a shadow, directly landing on the ground. But at that moment, where was the hammer? Tang Jiu was just a feint. You fell for it again. This time, I'm really throwing the flying hammer. Tang Jiu unceremoniously threw the hammer in his hand towards Kasha, simultaneously activating his soul ring to distract her again and suppress her speed. The line between reality and illusion confused Kasha, although she was highly focused. The distance between them was too close, only about 10 meters apart. Even using a soul skill wouldn't be quick enough. Looking at the incoming warhammer, she had no way to evade and could only use her other hand to block. This time, she miscalculated again. Thinking the two hammers were of similar weight and that it would only cost her another arm, at least she could still fight. However, this hammer weighed 500 jin. It was already very difficult for her to lift, let alone the enhanced strength and speed given to it by Tang Jiu. The war hammer undoubtedly smashed her arm, and its momentum continued to strike her ribs. Kasha let out a terrible scream as she fell to the ground, several ribs broken, completely losing her combat ability. If the hammer had been aimed more accurately, it could have taken her out in one hit. Tang Jiu silently sighed in regret, then turned to look at the approaching clumsy bear, a victorious smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. 3 people were surrounding him, 1 dead and 1 injured. Just in time to send this last one on his way. Level 34 overkill. Swokes, as someone who is used to life and death, did not go to check on his wife's tragic state upon seeing it. He simply comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, once I kill this little beast, I'll take you back for treatment. You won't be in any danger. Be careful, he's too cunning." Kasha's delicate face was covered in cold sweat, and her lips were trembling from the pain. Tang Jiu chuckled and said, "Are you preparing your last words? I can let you talk a little longer. Don't say I'm not giving you a chance. I'm going to smash your head." Swoke's eyes turned red. His beautiful and stunning blonde-haired, blue-eyed wife was nearly killed by Tang Jiu, and he had no desire to waste words with him. With a furious roar, the yellow soul ring shone, and he activated his first soul skill, Mighty Bear Paw. This soul skill comes from a 200-year-old soul beast, the black bear, and can increase his strength by 35, though it cannot stack like Tang Jiu's with a number of soul rings. However, the power boost it provides is still terrifying. He swung his arm, creating a howling wind. "Let me show you the fear of my second martial soul, Soul Ring Limit." Tang Jiu immediately attached the Soul Ring martial soul to Sox's body. At that moment, Sox's soul power dropped by 3 levels, and a 1,000-year soul ring disappeared. How is this possible? Sox's expression changed drastically. There was something even more impossible. The first soul skill, Speed Evil Ring. Tang Jiu immediately activated the first soul skill of his soul ring, and purple light flashed on Swoke's body, causing his speed to decrease slightly, while Tang Jiu's speed increased a notch. Tang Jiu's soul ring from the white featherwind swallow already provided a speed boost, with the additional speed drawn from Sox. His current speed surpassed Sox by a large margin. With an effortless dodge, he avoided Sox's attack, raised his foot, and kicked Sox hard in the thigh, sending him flying like a dog eating shit. "Is your martial soul, perhaps, a soul ring?" Sox was suddenly shocked. A limiting soul ring, limiting soul power, limiting soul skills, and even limiting physical attributes. This was something that could not possibly be achieved by a single soul ring skill. Moreover, at this moment, Tang Jiu only had 1 soul ring. Considering all the bizarre phenomena, Sox could only think of this one possibility. "You're quite clever, but it's too late. If the agility-type Soul Master hadn't been injured, you might have forced out my ultimate move. Unfortunately, now you can only be toyed with by me. My first soul skill for my soul ring martial soul is to absorb your speed and replenish it to myself. My speed is now comparable to that of agility-type Soul Masters, and I also have a 1,000-year soul skill, while you only have 200-year soul skills. No matter how you calculate it, you are absolutely at a disadvantage." At this moment, there were only the 3 of them, and Tang Jiu no longer concealed anything. He relished the surprised expressions on Sox and Kasha's faces, feeling incredibly pleased. "I am at level 26, yet I have defeated 3 people in a siege and even counterkilled them. The most important thing is that the other side has 2 soul venerables. This is simply too exhilarating. Truly a battle beyond my level." After Tang Jiu finished his verbal assault, he raised his leg and kicked towards his opponent. The restriction of his soul ring martial spirit against those higher than him would last no more than 2 minutes. Just now, when he faced Yinkasha, he had already used it for over a minute. This means that the time he could restrict Swokes was only about 30 seconds. First soul skill, Rage. Soul bone skill. Frenzy. Tang Jiu unleashed his full power without hesitation. His strength surged dramatically, and his speed instantly increased by 30. The power of this kick exhibited a geometric progression. The second soul skill, Berserk Bear Transformation. Socks no longer held back, unleashing all his might. With the enhancement of the soul skill, his body became even more formidable, resembling an explosive bear. The mighty bear paw struck fiercely at Tang Jiu's incoming leg. Bang! Socks felt a force approaching, and his bear paw's bones were nearly shattered by the kick. The opponent's strength was too immense. The key point was that without the enhancement of the Millennium Soul skill, he was at a significant disadvantage. Tang Jiu struck successfully, his body accelerating forward, delivering a punch to Socks' stomach. Socks, with rich combat experience, contracted his abdomen and brought both bear paws down toward Tang Jiu's head, as if trying to smash a watermelon. However, Tang Jiu was not foolish enough to go down with him. Now his speed, enhanced by the frenzy skill, far exceeded Socks's. He sidestepped the attack with a quick step and unleashed one of the most brutal combat techniques for military boxing, joint lock technique. Utilizing his speed, he seized Socks's wrist and twisted hard, with a crack, breaking Socks's forearm. Then a whip kick struck Socks's waist. With a force of 8 for 100 pounds, combined with terrifying speed, it landed solidly on Socks's waist. Despite his beast martial soul, such damage far exceeded his capacity to endure. Socks's body flew 7 or 8 meters into the air before crashing heavily to the ground, coughing up blood, clearly with his internal organs shattered. And it was evident he wouldn't survive much longer. A level 26 Great Soul Master against a level 38 Soul Sovereign, a complete victory. Time taken, 3 seconds. Tang Jiu was very impressed with himself. Kasha, seeing Socks's miserable state, was extremely terrified and bit her teeth, pleadingly looking at Tang Jiu. Spare me. I'll tell you everything. Are you trying to tell me that you are from the City Lord's mansion? Or that you are under the orders of the Lord of Notting City? The moment I saw Zhang Feng, I already guessed it. Tang Jiu walked to a distance and built his own hammer, sarcastically saying. Kasha was clearly taken aback. She didn't expect Tang Jiu could guess this, and quickly said, Are you thinking of seeking revenge? I can take you there and help you deal with the City Lord. The City Lord is a level 42 Soul Master. You can't handle him alone. Moreover, he has a great relationship with the Spirit Hall, and the enforcement team of the Soul Hunting Forest resides in the City Lord's mansion. Kasha revealed information about the City Lord's mansion, constantly increasing her bargaining chips for survival. With Socks dead, she wished Tang Jiu would die too, thinking of luring him into revenge and then teaming up with the City Lord's people to kill Tang Jiu. I am going to cause trouble for the City Lord. Otherwise, I won't even dare to show my face in public later. Tang Jiu felt he had to go. Otherwise, with the identity of Tang Hao's son, he would be hunted down everywhere. You agreed? Kasha said with a face full of joy, but in her heart, she was thinking about how to torture Tang Jiu to death. Tang Jiu smiled and nodded, but I don't believe you. Tang Ji raised the hammer and did not approach Kasha, fearing she might have some lethal move. Instead, he threw the hammer directly at her. No, Kasha shouted, not understanding why Tang Ji would refuse. But before she could say anything more, the hammer struck her in the abdomen, causing her to lose her life completely. Tang Jiu swung his hammer to give Socks a hit, and only then was he satisfied enough to start searching for valuables on the two of them. However, he was greatly disappointed. The two had not brought any money when they went out, probably thinking that killing themselves was too easy, so they would just go back after finishing the job, or they didn't want to leave any more clues for Tang Hao to find out. Tang Jiu cursed his bad luck and headed back to Notting City with a hammer in hand. I never hold grudges. I settle scores on the spot. Anyone who wants to die must die. 35 Self-Martial Soul Fusion Skill. Evil Ring Devouring Sky Ant. To kill the Lord of Notting City, a proper plan is essential. Tang Jiu wouldn't be foolish enough to charge in with a hammer without understanding the opponent's strength first. A level 42 Soul Master is not comparable to a level 30 Soul Sovereign. The key to my victory over the Soul Sovereign lies in my Soul Rings and Martial Soul. By restricting one of the opponent's Soul Rings, it essentially means that their soul power is only slightly higher than mine, but their soul skills are on par with mine. No, they're not the same. I have 2,000-year soul skills and 1,000-year soul bone skill, while the opponent only has 200-year soul skills. This is fundamentally why I can crush them. Tang Jiu thought to himself that the reason he could crush his opponents was definitely due to his talent. His soul ring and martial soul were too strong. However, if the opponent was level 42 and had 4 soul skills, with 1 soul skill restricted and 3 remaining, if he couldn't end the battle within 2 minutes, he would just be waiting to be counter-killed. If the enforcers of the Spirit Hall were still around, it would basically be a death sentence. Tang Jiu took out some dried pork to chew on, then turned around and slipped back into Nodding City. He blended in with Nodding Academy and found the master, telling him about his experiences. You want to kill the city lord? That's too dangerous. The master's expression changed. He also thought the city lord deserved to die, but he didn't want Tang Jiu to take the risk. I must kill him, or I won't be able to show myself on the continent anymore. Tang Jiu didn't want to be like Tang Hao, who had to hide his face whenever he went out. There were so many cute girls waiting for him to save them. His wonderful life had just begun, and he didn't want to live in the shadows. The master noticed Tang Jiu's determined gaze and smiled wryly, saying, "It seems you came to ask me about the martial soul fusion technique." "Yes, teacher. With the soul rings and martial soul, I can surpass level 10 soul power and crush my opponents. So, after mastering the martial soul fusion technique, I should be even stronger, right?" Tang Jiu said with eager anticipation. The master had previously mentioned that he would explain these concepts after Tang Jiu obtained his soul rings. And now the time had come. The master's expression became serious, his gaze even more intense than Tang Jiu's. He took a deep breath and said, "Your fusion of your 2 martial souls is different from other martial soul fusion techniques. So I've given it a name, Self-Martial Soul Fusion Technique." Tang Jiu's eyes lit up. It really was fitting. The martial soul fusion technique requires the martial souls to have the same attributes or to complement each other to create a new martial soul, which could be 2 or more. I, along with Flender and another person, are called the Golden Iron Triangle because our 3 martial souls and their fusion form a new martial soul, the Golden Sacred Dragon. As the master said this, a deep pain appeared on his face, and he continued, "During the martial soul fusion, 1 martial soul must be the main martial soul, while the others are used to compensate for and enhance what is lacking or to fuse and increase power. Based on your 2 martial souls, your main martial soul should be the bullet ant martial soul." Tang Jiu listened and found it very reasonable. Although he knew the plot, such detailed theory had not been covered. So he immediately asked, "Teacher, how should we proceed with the martial soul fusion?" The master replied, "The process of fusion is actually the mutual attraction and transformation of the martial souls. When fusing, you should think of it as the bullet ant absorbing the soul ring and martial soul, and that will suffice. However, it's not just the martial souls that are fused. The soul rings and soul power are also involved, which puts a huge burden on the body. If you're not careful, you could explode and die. After all, you're a person bearing the enhancement of 2 martial souls and 2 soul skills." The master's tone was serious. This was very dangerous. When they tried martial soul fusion back then, it wasn't easy either. They had to attempt it many times before succeeding. Tang Jiu's self-martial soul fusion was even more perilous. "Teacher, I believe my current physical condition can fully handle it." Tang Jiu immediately activated his martial soul, the bullet ant martial soul, and was dragging a soul ring martial soul on his hand. This time, he didn't simply attach the soul ring martial soul to his body, but directly stuffed it into his mouth. When it comes to fusion, Tang Jiu thought there was nothing more thorough than swallowing it. The master twitched his mouth. What he meant was for the bullet ant to slowly absorb the soul ring martial soul, rather than devouring it violently like this, which was too barbaric and dangerous. Either it would successfully fuse, or he would explode and die, leaving no way out. However, Tang Jiu had already swallowed it. So he didn't say anything more, but watched nervously as Tang Jiu's martial soul changed. After Tang Jiu swallowed the soul ring martial soul, the bullet ant martial soul suddenly began to swell, and at that moment, Tang Jiu's face contorted as if he were in immense pain. The original mandibles of the bullet ant became even thicker, its body elongated further, its legs were now twice as thick as before, and the legs resembled spider legs, sharp as spears, glinting coldly. After the transformation of the bullet ant's form was complete, a pair of wings resembling cicada wings extended from its back. Tang Jiu wasn't surprised. After all, this bullet ant was male, and it wasn't unusual for male ants to have wings. However, this indicated that he had gained the ability to fly, with a significant increase in speed. Once the wings grew, a blood-red mark appeared on the forehead of the bullet ant, consisting of 3 swirling commas. Tang Jiu found it strangely familiar, but couldn't recall where he had seen it before. After all this was over, a soul ring rose, its purple color deeper than before, sparkling with white and yellow dots, making it look exceptionally dazzling. Three-colored soul ring. The master muttered to himself, as if discovering a new continent, and couldn't help but have a guess. Could it be that as his strength increased, this soul ring could evolve into 5 colors, or even 7 colors? And those 3 blood-red comma marks seemed significant as well. At this moment, Tang Hao felt the pain in his body disappear. He was soaked all over but felt incredibly excited, feeling immensely powerful at that moment. Although his strength hadn't increased much, his speed had skyrocketed, clearly indicating that during the process of martial soul fusion, the soul ring of the white featherwind swallow had completely reinforced the bullet ant martial soul. Xiao Jiu, what is the name of your self-martial soul fusion technique? The master, seeing that Tang Hao had completed the martial soul fusion so easily without any danger for the first time, immediately asked, "Teacher, my self-martial soul fusion technique is called Evil Ring Devouring Ant." This name did not come from Tang Hao himself, but appeared automatically in his mind at the moment the martial soul fusion was complete. Upon hearing this name, the master felt a chilling sensation. Evil represents evil, and devouring represents consumption, meaning that this martial soul fusion technique could possibly develop in these 2 special directions, possessing special abilities. However, the master couldn't guess what the specific abilities were, but the power of this martial soul fusion technique was undoubtedly formidable. Xiao Jiu, since your self-martial soul fusion technique has been completed, I must remind you of the drawbacks of this skill. The master saw that Tang Hao was already lost in wild fantasies, twitched his mouth, and immediately warned seriously. What drawbacks does it have? Tang Hao immediately became serious. It's normal for powerful skills to have drawbacks, and he certainly needed to listen to the advice of professionals. When it comes to the theoretical knowledge of martial souls, the master is unmatched. The most likely outcome of using a self-martial soul fusion technique is body explosion. This is due to the body's inability to withstand the immense power, especially for someone like you who possesses a devouring skill. If you can't handle the energy being devoured, it becomes a major problem. The master solemnly advised, so, when devouring, do it in moderation. Tang Hao immediately nodded to indicate that he understood. This is just like the principle that overeating can lead to death. The master, seeing that Tang Hao had taken it in, revealed a hint of a smile on his serious face. However, you don't need to be afraid. When your body reaches a certain limit, you will feel something is wrong. At that time, just stop in time. However, aside from the risk of exploding, there are many other side effects. For example, the soul rings may dim, or even be lost entirely. Tang Hao couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the master upon hearing this. The dimming of a spirit ring was just the after effect of Tang Hao using the explosion ring, right? As for the missing spirit ring, didn't Tang San sacrifice a spirit ring to save Xiao Wu? The master truly deserves his reputation. Who would dare to make such a guess without witnessing it firsthand? But the master, based on the dimming of the spirit ring, deduced that there must be a missing spirit ring. That's simply impressive. Master, are there any other drawbacks? Tang Hao hurriedly asked. The master pondered for a moment and said, "As for the others, I can't think of them for now. Let's test your body-spirit fusion skill." After saying this, the master directly summoned his spirit, and the clumsy Luo San Pao appeared. Upon seeing Tang Hao's evil ring devouring ant, it immediately shivered and hid behind the master, continuously making chirping sounds to indicate its fear. The master, seeing this, smiled and said, "It seems that your evil ring devouring ant is a very powerful bee spirit and has a suppressive effect on ordinary bee spirits. Xiao Jiu, let's test its soul power and abilities now." Tang Hao immediately activated his soul power, and the 3-colored soul rings glowed brightly. A soul skill instantly flashed in Tang Hao's mind. The first fusion soul skill, speed deprivation. The 3-colored light shone on Tang Hao, and he didn't dare to attack the master forcefully. He just gently slapped the master. With just that one slap, the master's expression changed. It wasn't that Tang Hao used much strength in that slap. In fact, he didn't use any strength at all, but the master clearly felt his speed decrease. Xiao Jiu, continue. A gleam flashed in the master's eyes as a terrifying guess formed in his mind. Tang Hao followed up with the first palm strike. At that moment, Tang Hao couldn't help but curse, "Damn it." Tang Hao was stunned. With every attack, he was able to steal the opponent's speed and replenish it back to himself. The increase was as high as 5. This was clearly the first soul skill of the soul ring martial spirit, an upgraded version of the speed evil ring. Tang Hao attacked 3 more times, and each time the speed of deprivation was as high as 5. At this moment, he noticed that the master's speed had clearly decreased. What a terrifying self-martial soul fusion skill. No wonder it's called Evil Ring Devouring Sky Ant. The master couldn't help but feel envious, and then asked, Xiao Jiu, this skill of yours should have a time limit, right? If I'm not mistaken, it shouldn't last long, right? It really is short. The duration is only 1 minute. Tang Jiu couldn't help but complain about why every one of his skills had a time limit, and none exceeded a minute. However, after feeling frustrated, Tang Jiu proudly said, within a minute, as long as I attack the enemy, I will continuously stack the speed of devouring the enemy. The master's pupils suddenly constricted. This could only be described as a divine skill. However, this skill has a significant limitation. It can only be used once a month. Moreover, the speed devoured from the enemy will return to them after 3 minutes, meaning I can only temporarily possess the enemy's speed for 4 minutes. Tang Jiu was extremely speechless. This skill even had a cooldown. The most frustrating part was that the cooldown was calculated on a monthly basis. Upon hearing this, the master seemed to look much better. That's more like it. If this skill had no limitations, it would essentially be invincible. It seems that your fusion skill with your martial soul cannot be used frequently either. Perhaps this is also a form of protection for you. The master thought this was very normal. Those soul skills that could dim soul rings should not be used continuously, or it would simply be against the natural order. Anything that exceeds common sense has to come with a price. The master then pointed at the blood-red comma on Tang Jiu's evil ring's forehead and asked, Have you noticed this blood-red mark? Does it have any special abilities? None. Tang Jiu did not feel any special abilities and decisively shook his head, but suddenly his eyes brightened. The mark. Why does it sound so familiar? Mark, seal. Spell seal. Tang Jiu was shocked. No wonder this thing looks so familiar. The 3 commas located in the pupils were the symbol of the Uchiha clan from Naruto, the Sharingan, but those were black commas. If they were on the skin, that would be Orochimaru's curse mark. The heaven's curse mark. Tang Jiu did not recognize it because the curse seal is a black 3-comma mark. When the curse seal is activated, it manifests as black clouds covering the skin, but this comma is blood red. The heavenly curse seal can greatly enhance all of the body's powers. Divided into curse seal state 1 and curse seal state 2. Sasuke's incredibly dark curse seal state 2, when it first appeared, amazed many people. Its power is simply monstrous. But how is this curse seal activated? Does it require special energy? For example, hatred? Tang Jiu tried it out, for example. He was frustrated that Tang Hao didn't give him meat, but it had no effect at all. He tried using his soul power, but there was no reaction either, which left Tang Jiu a bit puzzled. However, with this thing, he was sure he would find a way to use it in the future. He wasn't in a hurry. With the abilities he currently possessed, he was completely confident that he could go in and out of the City Lord's mansion 7 times. Teacher, a month later, when my skills cool down. When the skill can be reused, I will go to the City Lord's mansion and take down that bastard. Tang Jiu clenched his fist resolutely. Can you handle it alone? Now that your martial soul fusion skill has no other drawbacks, it can only be tested in actual combat. If something unexpected happens during the fight, you will surely die. The master said bluntly. You're right. I need to find a helper. Tang Jiu automatically excluded the master, thinking that if the master wasn't dragging him down, he wouldn't be of much use otherwise. Teacher, how about I write a letter to the Big Owl, asking him to come help? The master chuckled. Flander wouldn't be foolish enough to go to the City Lord's mansion with you to kill someone, especially since there are Spirit Hall members there, unless he doesn't want his Shrek Academy anymore. That's true. Then I'll write a letter saying my dad is preparing to smash the nodding City Lord, asking him to come help deal with the City Lord's property. He wouldn't refuse to come for something like counting money, right? The corner of the master's mouth twitched. He was sure that Flander would run away faster than a rabbit. Tang Jiu did not rush to call Flander over, but instead stayed in the master's dormitory, diligently practicing his soul power. The master also devoted himself to teaching Tang Jiu various theoretical knowledge. Tang Jiu was studying very seriously and also pondering the usage of the heavenly curse seal. This heavenly curse seal unexpectedly moved from the forehead of the evil ring devouring ant to Tang Jiu's left shoulder. However, the blood-red 3 commas showed no special reaction. Regardless of whether it was soul power stimulation or other emotional triggers, there was no response at all. He tried to replace sleep with the cultivation of soul power. The master also shared a little tip with Tang Jiu to accelerate the cultivation of soul power. Tang Jiu is constantly trying. Now he needs 8 hours of sleep. And when he replaces 1 hour with soul power cultivation, he feels invigorated. If he replaces 1.5 hours with soul power, he starts to feel a bit fatigued. After 28 days of cultivation, Tang Jiu can now replace 1.5 hours of sleep with soul power cultivation. His soul power cultivation speed is much faster than Tang San's. After all, he has better physical fitness. He has finally broken through from level 26 to level 27. Tang Jiu was overjoyed. Everything was ready except for the hands to do the job. So he took up his pen and quickly wrote a letter to Flander. The content was very simple. It said that the Lord of Notting wanted to kill him in order to claim the reward from the Spirit Hall. He was still alive and had already informed his father, Tang Hao, who decided to take the Lord of Notting's head in 3 days. The Lord of Notting had so much wealth, and many things were too valuable, which Tang Jiu didn't understand. Tang Hao needed money now, but it was useless. He needed someone with insight to appraise and liquidate the items. When Flander received the letter, his eyes lit up like an owl's, glowing green. He entrusted the school's matters to Xiao Jiu and flew over directly, using his spirit. Upon entering the master's room, he immediately laughed heartily. "Little Jiu, I missed you so much. You must be wanting money." Tang Jiu snorted. Same. Flander didn't take it seriously, looking at Tang Jiu like a moving vault, rubbing his hands together and asking, "What does your father plan to do? If you need my cooperation, I will definitely not refuse. But we need to clarify the division of profits. How about I take 80 and you take 20? 50 to 50, or I won't do it." Tang Jiu snorted again. Flander was relieved. If such a cunning kid like Tang Jiu didn't haggle with him, that would be a big problem. Deal. Flander happily poured himself a cup of tea and savored a sip. It really was fragrant. The master shook his head gently, saying nothing. Tang Jiu saw that Flander agreed, and then said, "This time, my father took action mainly to conceal my identity, so we must draw out everyone who knows my identity." "What does that mean?" Flander's eyebrows raised, feeling that it sounded a bit dangerous. "It means that I must infiltrate the Lord's mansion alone, forcing them to come and kill me. I called you here to prevent me from being killed instantly. Once all those in the Lord's mansion who are in the know are drawn out, my father will make a grand entrance and smash them to death." Tang Jiu was explaining his plan, and Flander understood that it meant he had to confront the people from the city Lord's mansion head on. "I won't do it." Flander shook his head vigorously. "Are you scared?" Tang Jiu scoffed. "It's not about being scared or not. The Spirit Hall's enforcement team is at the city Lord's mansion in Notting City. That's an open secret. If I take action, I'm basically making an enemy of the Spirit Hall. If things go wrong, I could end up fleeing everywhere, but my Shrek Academy would be finished." Flander's mind was clear, and he was not swayed by Tang Jiu. Moreover, do you know, after the fight, the Spirit Hall will analyze the battle traces left behind to estimate the general soul skills and soul power levels. This is no joke. Is the Spirit Hall really that powerful? Tang Jiu didn't believe it. Experienced people can do it, and the Spirit Hall is not lacking in such talents. The master admitted that he could do it. Tang Jiu's eyes turned, and he smiled. "Don't worry, by then, my father will smash the City Lord's mansion to pieces. And then write a few big characters. Murderer, Tang Hao of Haotian sect. The people from the Spirit Hall won't need to investigate. They'll just go after my father directly." Flander's eyes lit up. This idea was worth considering. The master twitched his mouth. What a joke about Tang Hao. Even Tang Jiu didn't know where Tang Hao was. However, the master didn't remind Flander because Tang Jiu was determined to go kill the city lord. If he died, he would scare Flander away. And little Jiu would be very dangerous. Whether to go or not depended on Flander's choice. Tang Jiu looked at Flander, who had a conflicted expression, and then started counting on his fingers. A guard of the city lord is worth at least 2,000 gold soul coins. And Notting City also has a hunting soul forest. The tax revenue for this year, along with the income from the corpses of soul beasts in the hunting soul forest. The city lord's wealth must be at least 1 million gold soul coins. Flander slammed the table and said angrily, "Let's do it." 3 days later, at night, Tang Jiu and Flandra, wearing masks, swaggered through the main gate of the Lord's mansion, fighting their way in and attacking anyone they encountered. "I'm here to take revenge on Lord Notting. If you don't want to die, get lost." Flandra exerted his soul power pressure, causing the soldiers of the Lord's mansion to be unable to get up. Once Flandra released the pressure, the weaker soldiers all retreated. They didn't want to die for nothing. Oof. Such audacity, daring to invade the Lord's mansion. The voice of Lord Notting echoed in the luxurious residence, and then he shot out from the room, followed by 4 others, all in their 40s, each wearing a Spear Hall badge and looking arrogant. The moment Lord Notting saw Tang Jiu, his pupils suddenly constricted. He had already discovered the bodies of Sox and the others, and was initially worried, fearing it was the work of Tang Hao. However, upon inspection, he realized it was not Tang Hao, who could have dealt with it with just one blow. Greedy Lord Nodding did not report this matter to the Spirit Hall. A soul bone reward was not enough to satisfy him. He wanted to continue tracking Tang Jiu's whereabouts and then assassinate him again. He never expected that Tang Jiu would come knocking on his door. Although he was accompanied by a soul master, the age indicated he was not Tang Hao. So he immediately led the Spirit Hall enforcement team to hunt down Tang Jiu. You little brat, 5 soul masters around level 40 should be the limit. There shouldn't be anyone else. You can notify your father to come. Flandre felt that this task was too easy and couldn't help but laugh. Soon he could start counting money. After getting the money, he would definitely strengthen Shrek Academy. What? My father? I don't even know where he is. It's just us 2 tonight. Let's take them down. You go first. Tang Jiu pretended to be clueless, then took a stance as if he was ready to unleash the dogs. He faced the 5 people opposite him and addressed Flandre. Flandre was struck as if by lightning, completely bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Countless questions flashed through Flandre's mind, leaving him dazed. His face twisted beneath the mask. As clever as he was, he had been outsmarted by a little brat, and Flandre felt as if his intelligence was being ground into the dirt. It was all because of his greed. He looked around in confusion and then said, "Sorry, I took a wrong turn." After saying that, he quickly dashed out of the Lord's mansion, leaving the Lord of Nodding City and his companions looking at each other in disbelief. That little brat, your helper has run away. After a moment of shock, a look of ecstatic joy appeared on the Lord of Nodding City's face. It seemed that the helper Tang Jiu had found was afraid of the Spirit Hall, which meant that Tang Jiu had essentially walked into a trap. He left, and I can still crush you all. Tang Jiu seemed unconcerned. He was not surprised that Flandre had fled at the critical moment. After all, Flandre had a family to consider and wouldn't want to clash head-on with the Spirit Hall. However, even if Flandre had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to leave now. If Tang Jiu were to die here, he wouldn't have a good outcome either. So, at this moment, Flandre must be watching the battlefield from somewhere, waiting for the moment to rescue himself when he is severely injured. That would be enough. He was ready to make a big move. Activate Spirit. The Lord of Nodding City shouted, then activated his spirit. Level 42 Control System Tool Spirit Master Spirit Blood-Sucking Vine. A blood-red vine appeared in his hand, and 4 soul rings emerged around him, 2 yellow and 2 purple. To deal with a little kid, he was using all his strength. Wasn't he afraid of scaring him to death? The members of the Spirit Hall's law enforcement team sneered arrogantly. They then activated their spirits, not to deal with Tang Jiu, but to guard against Flandre returning. Level 41 Agility Attack System Battle Spirit Master Spirit Lightning Leopard. 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. Level 43 Support System Tool Spirit Master Spirit 5-Leaf Clover. 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. Level 42 Power Attack System Battle Spirit Master Spirit Flamebird. 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. The 3 of them unleashed their spirits, with brilliant soul rings appearing around them, then turned their attention to the last person. He wore a slight smile, and a purple gem appeared in his hand. Level 44 Power Attack System Tool Spirit Master Spirit Purple Crystal. 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. Dan Du Thou Wen. According to the Master's theory, gem-type martial souls are mostly spiritual attack martial souls. Tang Jiu quickly activated his martial soul. The bullet ant martial soul manifested, and his soul ring was held in his hand, revealing a purple soul ring. The first 1,000-year ring. The 4 members of the Spirit Hall's enforcement team couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder he dared to cause trouble at the City Lord's mansion. They finally understood Tang Jiu's confidence, but even with a 1,000-year first ring, it was still not enough when compared to a level 42 Soul Master. The City Lord of Nodding said to the Spirit Hall's enforcement team, "I'll take care of this kid. Everyone hold the line and prevent his accomplices from launching a surprise attack. I will definitely reward you afterwards." The City Lord didn't want these people to intervene. If Tang Jiu died at the hands of others, how would the bounty be calculated? As you wish, City Lord. The Spirit Hall's enforcement team didn't take it seriously. Nodding with a smile, Tang Jiu, a strong attack-type Soul Master, was clearly being restrained by the City Lord's control-type martial soul, so they were too lazy to intervene. Tang Jiu pulled out a 3,500-pound warhammer from the 12 golden hairpins and assumed a fighting stance. Weapon martial soul? Twin martial souls? No. The soul power fluctuation is very small. It's just an ordinary hammer. That belt is a spatial soul guide. The hammer was taken out from there. The members of the Spirit Hall's law enforcement team brightened their eyes the moment they saw Tang Jiu's war hammer, thinking it was the Haotian hammer. but they quickly realized something was off. However, there was a hint of greed in each person's eyes. Spatial soul guides are also treasures. The Lord of Nodding City recognized the soul guide as well and secretly thought it was a pity. This thing couldn't be monopolized. Die, you little brat. First soul skill. Bind. The Lord of Nodding City didn't want to prolong the night with dreams and directly used his soul skill. The blood-sucking vine rapidly grew and twisted toward Tang Jiu. Frenzy. Tang Jiu directly activated his soul bone skill, causing his strength and speed to surge. He swung the warhammer in his hand and struck fiercely at the blood-sucking vine. With a loud bang, the approaching blood-sucking vine was smashed to pieces, dissipating into pure soul power. What a fierce power! The Firebird Soul Master marveled. Second soul skill. Blood-sucking vine cage. The Lord of Nodding City didn't want to waste time. Against a strong, attacking soul master, controlling the opponent meant the battle was over. Suddenly, a cluster of blood-sucking vines sprouted beneath Tang Jiu's feet, forming a cage that tightly trapped him in the middle. Break free. Tang Jiu swung his warhammer and struck hard, causing the blood-sucking vine cage to shake, but it did not shatter. This is the soul ring absorbed from the bitter bamboo soul beast, extremely resilient. You can't possibly break it. The Lord of Nodding City sneered. Then, the purple light on him glowed. Third soul skill, Thorn Blood Spike. This is the signature skill of the blood-sucking vine. Long wooden spikes grew from the vines, and once they pierced the enemy's body, they could absorb blood. The blood-sucking vine is a rare plant that preys on animals. The wooden spikes extended, and the cage trapping Tang Jiu began to constrict, with spikes stabbing toward his body like daggers. This kid is done for. The Lord's blood-sucking vine is not something he can easily break. The five-leaf clover, also a plant type, was very aware of the current situation. He didn't believe that a strong attack-type soul master could rely solely on strength to break the blood-sucking cage with just one soul ring. But in the next second, his mouth dropped open in shock. First soul skill, Rampage. Tang Jiu's 1,000-year soul skill was finally unleashed, reaching a peak power of 8,400 pounds, shattering the blood-sucking vine cage with a single blow and rendering the third soul skill of the Lord of Nodding ineffective. Tang Jiu broke free from the cage and rushed towards the Lord of Nodding City. Fourth soul skill, 10 Vines Frenzy. Seeing Tang Jiu's speed increase sharply as he charged at him, the Lord of Nodding City gritted his teeth and immediately prepared to activate his fourth soul skill, which would increase the number of blood-sucking vines from 1 to 10. Although it consumed soul power, it significantly enhanced both attack and defense. But at that moment, Tang Jiu's previously unused soul, Ring Martial Soul, finally made its move, wrapping around the Lord of Nodding City. The fourth soul ring of the Lord of Nodding City quietly vanished. Although the soul incantation was spoken, the soul skill did not activate. First soul skill, Speed, Evil Ring. Tang Jiu immediately activated the speed of the Lord of Nodding City. A purple halo flashed around the Lord of Nodding City, and Tang Jiu's speed increased again, while the Lord of Nodding City felt his speed decrease. In this delay, Tang Jiu had already pounced in front of the Lord, leaping high into the air, and a large hammer came crashing down towards the Lord's head. This kid truly has impressive combat talent. Flandra, standing from a high vantage point, couldn't help but feel secretly astonished. Tang Jiu had not used the skills of his soul ring martial spirit. Instead of competing in soul power with his opponent, he was leveraging his explosive advantage for this thunderous strike. He was going for a killing move right from the start. Second soul skill, Blood-Sucking Vine Cage. As a vine martial spirit, it can attack and defend, and its defense is not to be underestimated. The Lord of Nodding City immediately cast a blood-sucking vine cage on himself, worried that one wouldn't be enough. As the hammer fell, he didn't hesitate to expend soul power and cast a second cage on himself. Furious, Tang Jiu's eyes flashed with madness as he used his first soul skill again, channeling all his power to smash down fiercely. Boom! The 2 layers of the blood-sucking vine cage couldn't withstand this violent strike and were shattered in an instant. The Lord of Nodding City leaned back. Although he managed to dodge with his head, his chest was solidly struck, and his body flew back like a kite with a broken string. How is this possible? The members of the Spear Hall's law enforcement team were all incredibly shocked, unable to believe what they were seeing. A 1-ring soul master actually defeated a 4-ring soul sect in just a few seconds. The Lord of Nodding City, who was sent flying, coughed up blood. His eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness. He had actually been defeated. No. Killed by a 1-ring soul master. He felt it hard to breathe and struggled to look at the 5-leaf clover soul master. The 5-leaf clover soul master finally reacted and immediately used his soul skill. 4 soul ring, 1 leaf healing. As the soul spell was recited, a leaf flew out from the 5-leaf clover martial soul, drifting onto the Lord of Nodding City's body. His collapsed chest slowly began to recover, and a bit of color returned to his pale face. But at that moment, Tang Hao suddenly took out a hammer from the 12 golden hairpins and threw it fiercely at the Lord of Nodding City. So ruthless. Tang Hao's son, the Lord of Nodding City, couldn't dodge at all, his crimson eyes glaring angrily at Tang Hao. With his last bit of strength, he exposed Tang Hao's identity, only to feel a pain in his chest as Tang Hao's hammer shattered his heart. The Lord of Nodding City was dead. Such ruthless methods. The lightning leopard soul master snorted coldly, but he didn't look at the Lord of Nodding City again. Instead, he exchanged excited glances with the others. Kidding Tang Hao es son. We could achieve merit, and even become the bishop of the Spirit Hall. It's truly a stroke of luck. What a pity to kill him. Breaking his limbs and capturing him alive would earn Lord Xiandaoliu's rewards to be even more generous. The Amethyst Soul Master said coldly. The eldest brother is really thoughtful. The other 3 praised in unison. You really think of me as a dish. Call me however you want. I dare to come today. It's to send you all to your deaths. Tang Hao disdainfully snorted. How shamelessly boastful. You killed the Lord of Nodding City using special means, restricting soul skills and soul rings. I don't know how you did it, but you can only limit 1 person at most. And we are a complete team. 4 soul ancestors. The Crystal Soul Master, confident of victory, signaled the Flame Bird Soul Master and the Lightning Leopard Soul Master to attack. The 2 did not use their soul skills, but instead relied on the advantage of their martial souls to charge towards Tang Hao. Oh no, this kid is in trouble. It looks like I can only take him away first. Flander thought that Tang Hao had reached his limit in killing the Lord of Nodding City. Based on his understanding of Tang Hao's situation, he believed that Tang Hao had no chance of winning, so he also rushed towards Tang Hao, ready to take him away. As for whether Tang Hao's identity was exposed or not, it had nothing to do with him. But at that moment, as the 3 of them moved, the people present were once again shocked. Tang Hao's martial soul unexpectedly underwent a strange transformation again, and the bullet ant grew 3 more points in size. Its body was glossy black, its legs like spears, and it had developed transparent wings, all showcasing the terrifying nature of this beast martial soul. Even more shocking was the 3-colored soul rings of purple, white, and yellow floating around Tang Hao. Tang Hao's wings behind him trembled, easily dodging the attacks of the 2 soul masters. At that moment, everyone was stunned. What on earth is this? Could it be the legendary martial soul fusion skill? The Amethyst Soul Master looked horrified. But what is that tricolor soul ring? A mutated soul ring? They were not the only ones shocked. Even Flinder's eyes widened in surprise. So this was Tang Hao's trump card. Xiao Gang didn't even believe him. Such an important thing was not mentioned. Tang Hao looked coldly at the 4 members of the Spirit Hall's law enforcement team and said coldly, "Today, I will use your blood to prove the power of my self-created martial soul fusion technique." The first fusion technique, speed deprivation. The 3-colored soul rings shone with brilliant light. Merging into Tang Hao's evil ring, the devouring ant Tang Hao felt an evil power erupting within his divine body, as if it were about to devour everything. Tang Hao placed the war hammer into the 12 golden hairpins, and his speed surged once again. His body left a residual shadow as he charged toward the Clover Soul Master. The Master taught that in team battles, one must first eliminate the support-type Soul Masters, especially those with healing soul skills. First soul skill, 1 leaf acceleration. Second soul skill, 1 leaf strengthening. Third soul skill, 1 leaf defense. The Clover Soul Master was also an expert in team battles, immediately enhancing himself and his teammates, increasing their speed, strength, and defense. First soul skill, Flame Ray. The Firebird Soul Master unleashed a fiery line, launching a strong attack at Tang Hao. First soul skill, Lightning Thrust. The agility-based Lightning Leopard Soul Master, after receiving a speed boost, activated his first soul skill, his speed nearly reaching its peak as he charged toward Tang Hao. It was only when he got close that he unleashed his second soul skill, Lightning Leopard Claw. The Lightning Leopard Claw is a soul skill that breaks through defenses with its sharp claws, capable of cutting through the body. Tang Hao certainly wouldn't use his body to resist. Like the legs of a spear, he lunged towards the Lightning Leopard Soul Master. After a sound that resembled metal clashing, the Lightning Leopard Soul Master was directly sent flying by Tang Hao's immense strength, but his expression was unusually grave, and his speed decreased by 5. Tang Hao felt an evil force growing within his divine body, and his speed increased. With a flap of his wings, he dodged the flames of the Firebird Spirit Master and charged towards him in the sky. Zulfust. The Firebird Spirit Master was a strong attack-type Spirit Master, not a speed type. Although he could fly, his speed was vastly inferior to Tang Jiu, who was enhanced by a soul bone and a 2,000-year speed soul ring. In just 2 seconds, Tang Jiu caught up to him. Second soul skill, Burning Fire Demon Bird. Seeing that he couldn't escape, the Firebird could only activate his second skill, surrounding himself in blazing flames, hoping to intimidate Tang Jiu into retreating. Tang Jiu saw the raging flames and, of course, would not use his fist to strike. Instead, he used his ant legs like spears to stab at the Flame Bird Soul Master. With a puff, the Flame Bird Soul Master's arm was scratched. By stealing 5 speed from the opponent again, Tang Jiu's speed increased a bit more. At that moment, a fierce wind approached from behind, which was the Lightning Leopard Soul Master. Tang Jiu used his legs to block and clashed with the Lightning Leopard Soul Master, knocking him to the ground. An evil power surged within Tang Jiu, and his speed increased once again. He relentlessly pursued the Flame Bird Soul Master. Throwing a punch at his face, Tang Jiu continuously devoured speed, and his current speed was like that of a ghost. The Flame Bird Soul Master couldn't react at all, and could only use his hand to block. With a crack, the Flame Bird Soul Master's arm was broken, and his body fell from the air. The 5-leaf clover Soul Master hurriedly treated him, and a leaf flew in, restoring the Flame Bird Soul Master's arm. His face turned exceptionally pale. My speed has decreased by about 10. The Lightning Leopard Soul Master exclaimed in shock. My speed has also decreased by 10. They both cried out in unison. Not only that, but the devoured speed can also replenish him. The 5-leaf clover Soul Master, as a support type, observed the battlefield more keenly. As he spoke, everyone gasped in shock. Monster! Flinder's mouth twitched. It was as if he had activated a cheat. Calm down. There must be a limit to the devoured speed. Everyone stay calm. The Amethyst Soul Master said calmly, not believing that there could be a soul skill capable of infinitely devouring speed. 40 mental piercing, limit? Tang Jiu let out a cold laugh. His evil ring-devouring ant had no limits to its devouring speed. His current speed had already surpassed that of the Lightning Leopard Soul Master. But instead of attacking the Lightning Leopard Soul Master, he charged towards the auxiliary 5-leaf Clover Soul Master. Fast, too fast. This was the only thought in the mind of the 5-leaf Clover Soul Master. 2 seconds later, Tang Jiu was already in front of him, lifting his leg and striking fiercely at his waist. The 5-leaf Clover Soul Master had no choice but to boost his defense and brace himself with his arm. With a crack, the bones in his hand broke. In that moment, he finally understood the terrifying power of Tang Jiu. His entire body was sent flying. But before he could hit the ground, Tang Jiu's speed increased again. With a quick shift, he appeared behind him, and the spear-like ant legs pierced through his body. The 5-leaf Clover Soul Master was filled with disbelief, his pupils dilating, losing all vitality. 15 seconds into the team battle, the level 43 Auxiliary Soul Master. The 5-leaf Clover Soul Master was dead. Fran gasped in shock. Tang Jiu's speed was increasing with every attack. Just moments ago, he had struck the 5-leaf Clover Soul Master twice, and his speed had surged twice as well. At this moment, Tang Jiu had already left the Lightning Leopard Soul Master far behind in terms of speed. In the world of martial arts, speed is invincible. Tang Jiu is currently exemplifying this well, shaking off the already deceased 5-leaf Clover Soul Master and pouncing towards the Flame Bird Soul Master. First soul skill, Flame Ray. The Flame Bird Soul Master attempts to delay Tang Jiu's attack rhythm with flames, but as the flames burn, only Tang Jiu's afterimage remains. His speed is too fast. Not only does he evade the Flame Ray with his speed, but he also shakes off the Lightning Leopard Soul Master that is chasing from behind. After 18 seconds of combat, Tang Jiu reappears in front of the Flame Bird Soul Master, grinning. This time, no one is here to heal you. He raises his hand like a knife and thrusts it fiercely towards the Flame Bird Soul Master's heart. The Flame Soul Master turns pale with fear. If he gets hit this time, he will end up like the 5-leaf Clover Soul Master. A ruthless glint flashes in his eyes as he activates his strongest soul skill. Third soul skill, Flame Amplification. Fourth soul skill, Flame Tornado. Flame Amplification increases the damage of fire attacks by 30. The fourth soul skill is an area of effect attack that forms a 5-meter diameter flame tornado. This fiery impact can stun the opponent for a moment and cause terrifying burn damage. Tang Jiu felt a tremendous wave of soul power beneath his feet, and a terrifying heat wave rushed in. He immediately flapped his transparent wings, his body cutting through the air like a shadow quickly dodging the soul skill, narrowly avoiding it. A hint of regret flashed in the eyes of the flame bird soul master, but in the next moment, it turned to fear. Tang Jiu's evasion was not a retreat, but a diagonal flight. He circled left and then rushed back in with incredible speed. This time, the flame bird soul master was utterly desperate. He had just used his first, third, and fourth soul skills, which had taken a significant toll on him, making it difficult to use the fourth soul skill again in a short time. Apart from the fourth soul skill, the other soul skills were hard-pressed to stop Tang Jiu's advance, and he could only watch helplessly as Tang Jiu's fist struck his chest. After a brief moment of floating in the air, a sharp ant leg pierced precisely into his back. After 24 seconds of combat, the 42nd level assault system battle soul master, the flame bird soul master, was dead. Meanwhile, Tang Jiu had plundered the speed of the flame bird 10. Up to now, he had plundered the speed of the lightning leopard 10, the flame bird soul master 15, and the 5-leaf clover soul master 10. At this moment, his speed had far surpassed that of the lightning leopard soul master, so fast that he couldn't keep up. How is this possible? How is he not exploding from his own power yet? The lightning leopard soul master was already feeling a sense of retreat. In just over 20 seconds, half of the 4 had died, which had made him lose confidence in victory. Don't be afraid. Hold on, the amethyst soul master said in a deep voice. Are you not going to make a move? The lightning leopard soul master asked sharply as he saw Tang Jiu charging toward him. Do you want to monopolize the bounty? The amethyst soul master remained expressionless and coldly replied, It's not time yet. The main reason he wasn't making a move was that he only had one soul skill. His special gemstone-type martial soul had only one soul skill regardless of the number of soul rings, so he had to choose the best moment to strike. When he did strike, it would be a guaranteed kill. He didn't believe that one person could infinitely devour speed. When the energy became too powerful for the body to handle, it would surely explode. Tang Jiu also chose not to attack the amethyst soul master because this soul master skill was too strange. He would deal with him after everyone else was gone. Fourth soul skill, Ghost Tiger Clone. The lightning leopard soul master dared not clash head-on with Tang Jiu. His fourth soul skill was the cloning ability from the Ghost Tiger, allowing him to split into 3 identical energy clones to attack the enemy simultaneously. But now he was merely using this soul skill to buy time, quickly retreating his main body. With a tearing sound, Tang Jiu's ant leg directly shredded one of the clones. This time, he failed to plunder the opponent's speed, and the shredded clone dissipated into raw soul power. Tang Jiu's heart stirred. It seemed he had to attack the main body to plunder speed. After 2 more moves, he destroyed the remaining 2 clones. Tang Jiu's first soul skill, Speed Plunder, had less than 20 seconds left. Tang Jiu no longer held back and launched a full-scale attack. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of more than 10 attacks, Tang Jiu continuously stripped away the opponent's speed. The scene before him left Flander so astonished that his jaw nearly hit the ground. The lightning leopard spirit master had his speed reduced by 90. And now when he moved, it was like moving in slow motion. It felt as if his body was filled with lead, even though his expression showed that he was giving it his all. This is terrifying. It's over. Tang Jiu finished the test and no longer held back. The ant leg thrust fiercely into the heart of the lightning leopard soul master. After 53 seconds of battle, the level 41 agility attack type battle soul sect, the lightning leopard soul master died. Just as Tang Jiu wanted to shake off the lightning leopard soul master from his ant leg, another wave of evil energy entered his body. This time, Tang Jiu's aura suddenly went into chaos. He felt the evil energy violently impacting his entire meridian system, and his body was on the verge of collapse. This is bad. My body has reached its limit, Tang Jiu thought to himself. At that moment, he saw the cold smile of the amethyst crystal soul master. Mental piercing. The 4 soul rings on the amethyst crystal soul master lit up simultaneously. Although he only had 1 soul skill, there was a trade-off. His 4 identical soul skills could be released simultaneously to amplify their power. A strange red light flashed in the eyes of the amethyst crystal soul master, then shot directly into Tang Jiu's eyes. Tang Jiu suddenly felt a burst of pain in his head. He had never trained in the spiritual realm, and this mental attack was too strange. He felt as if a blade was about to cut through his soul, and everything went black before his eyes. This was not an illusion created by his soul skill, but a direct strike meant to kill the soul, which is why he was a strong attack-type soul master, rather than a control-type soul master. Flinder was also taken aback, not expecting the change to come so suddenly. He really wanted to slap himself. If Tang Jiu died, it would cause him a lot of trouble. Haha, My mental attack can easily slay soul master level individuals. Without the protection of a head soul bone, death is certain. The amethyst soul master laughed heartily, as if he could already see himself becoming the white-robed archbishop of the spirit hall, with supreme power, beautiful women, and wealth beckoning to him. However, he did not notice that the 3 blood-red commas on Tang Jiu's evil ring's devouring sky ant forehead had mysteriously lit up, as if greedily absorbing something. At the moment Tang Jiu was momentarily stunned, his pupils became incredibly excited. As the strange mental attack entered Tang Jiu's eyes, the blood-colored heavenly curse seal seemed to come alive, immediately starting to devour this unusual energy. Tang Jiu's soul became clear at this moment. The heavenly curse seal actually absorbs spiritual energy. In other words, all spiritual attacks would be absorbed by the heavenly curse seal and stored as energy to activate it. Moments later, one of the 3 blood-red commas seemed to be infused with a glowing hue, and Tang Jiu understood that this comma's energy charging was complete. Moreover, he gained some insights in his mind. Once one comma is fully charged, it can be used to activate the curse seal 1 state. When all 3 commas are fully charged, it can be used to activate the curse seal 2 state. Understanding all this, Tang Jiu finally looked up at the laughing amethyst soul master, only to find that he had already fallen into a frenzied imagination, foolishly lost in his joy. So he asked, "What has got you so happy? You look like a fool. I'm about to become the archbishop of the white robes by killing Tang Hao's son. Haha, don't you think I should be happy?" The amethyst soul master, hearing someone ask, immediately shared his joy without hesitation. But in the next second, he realized something and, looking terrified, pointed at Tang Jiu, saying, "Why aren't you dead? This is impossible. This is a spiritual attack." Yes, how could that be? Spiritual attacks have always been mysterious. Few had seen someone who could perform spiritual attacks. While illusions were more common, direct attacks on the soul were quite rare. What can I say? My talent is just too good. I'm immune to spiritual attacks. What? Immune to spiritual attacks? The amethyst soul master nearly spat blood. He had heard of fire immunity and ice immunity, but had never heard of immunity to spiritual attacks. Was there any justice in this world? However, he had no time to think further as Tang Jiu flapped his wings and charged at him. "No!" the amethyst soul master shouted, with no time to react. He felt a sharp pain as Tang Jiu appeared before him, and the spear-like ant leg pierced into his kidney. The amethyst soul master, being a spiritual type, possessed exceptionally strong spiritual power and did not die immediately. He suddenly grabbed Tang Jiu's ant leg and sneered, "You dare to kill me like this? Your devouring speed has already reached the limit your body can withstand. Don't you feel like you're about to explode? Let's die together, you fool." Ha ha ha. The amethyst soul master laughed maniacally, coughing up blood. At this moment, Tang Jiu indeed felt a surge of evil energy entering him, like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing his already strained meridians to completely collapse. Tang Jiu's skin cracked, blood seeped out, and his soul power fluctuated unpredictably. His muscles alternated between swelling and contracting, a clear sign of impending explosion. "You little brat, you're asking for death." Flanders turned pale with fear, secretly cursing Tang Jiu for being so foolish, knowing full well that his body had reached its limit, yet still attempting to attack with his ant legs. Why not just crush the enemy with a hammer? He quickly descended, anxiously circling around Tang Jiu, and finally slapped his thigh and shouted, "Hold on a little longer. I'll go find your teacher." With that, he no longer hid his strength, activated his martial soul, and 7 soul rings lit up as he flew towards Nodding Academy. Soul Sage. The amethyst soul master's pupils constricted, startled by Flanders' strength. He didn't expect that the coward he saw at first was actually a soul sage, and had been eyeing the battlefield all along. Immediately, he laughed maniacally. "You are the dumbest person I have ever seen, with a soul sage backing you up. You ended up playing yourself to death. Haha, is that so? What a pity. Who said I would die from exploding? Let me show you my special fusion soul skill. Heavenly Curse Seal 1, activate." Tang Jiu immediately activated the Curse Seal 1 state. The 3 blood-red commas on the forehead of the evil ring-devouring ant began to spread across Tang Jiu's body like red clouds, leaving blood-colored marks on half of his face, exuding an exceptionally evil aura. A darker, colder breath began to spread, and Tang Jiu's soul power and physical strength instantly surged, with his soul power skyrocketing to level 30. His body's strength also increased significantly, and the previously broken meridians began to repair in a peculiar manner. At this moment, Tang Jiu resembled a dark lord, with cold eyes playfully gazing at the Amethyst Soul Master. I should thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to activate this special skill. So, I will mercifully send you to your death. You. The Amethyst Soul Master stared wide-eyed, filled with fear, anger, and sorrow. He thought others were fools, but it turned out he was the one who was foolish like a pig. He coughed up another mouthful of blood. The Amethyst Soul Master tilted his head and died completely. After 67 seconds of battle, the level 44 attack-type Weapon Soul Master, the Amethyst Soul Master, was defeated. Thus, Tang Jiu single-handedly annihilated the Spear Hall's law enforcement team. Tang Jiu couldn't help but let out a long howl towards the sky. This battle was exhilarating. After laughing, Tang Jiu began to search the corpses, scavenging their belongings, which were truly bountiful. The 4 members of the Spear Hall's enforcement team contributed 100 gold soul coins to him, while the Lord of Nodding City contributed 800,000 gold soul coins. Hurry, hurry, Flander. In the sky, the Master's voice was filled with urgency as he was dragged by Flander and flew directly over. However, upon seeing the situation below, the Master said unhappily, Flander, you have the cat-eagle spirit. Your eyes can't be blind, can they? Does little Joe look like he is about to explode? Tang Jiu heard the Master's voice, grinned, and said the big owl is too ignorant. Killing these people is as easy as killing chickens. You little brat, just keep being smug. Flander curled his lips. Although he was shocked beyond measure, he pretended to be indifferent. When he saw the corpses all over the ground, his eyes lit up, and he quickly ran over to check the bodies with astonishing speed and skill. After a moment, he let out a scream and said, Tang Jiu, you bastard. I went out of my way to find Xiao Gang to save you, and you didn't even leave a single hair behind. Who told you not to take action? I would have left you a hammer. Tang Jiu crossed his arms. You little brat. Do you believe I'll smash you? Flander was so furious he could explode. Can't you at least leave me a little? The Master ignored the frantic Flander and said seriously, Xiao Jiu, quickly. Tang Jiu heard the Master's serious tone and did not hesitate, immediately dissolving the martial soul fusion skill. However, just as he returned to normal, he felt as weak as a deflated ball, his body staggering and nearly falling. At this moment, his soul power level was actually continuously declining. 27, 26, 21, 20. When it reached level 20, it still didn't stop. 19. What was happening? Tang Jiu was stunned. He had never heard of soul power levels being able to decrease. Ultimately, Tang Jiu's soul power dropped to level 17 before the downward trend finally halted. But his soul power had decreased by 10 levels in just 1 minute. It's Heaven's will. After doing so many bad things, this is karma. Flander looked pleased, reveling in Tang Jiu's misfortune. Meanwhile, the Master wore a serious expression. He didn't believe in karma. A glint of wisdom flashed his eyes as he grabbed Tang Jiu's arm and urgently asked, has your physical quality increased or decreased? What is your base strength? 42. The decrease in soul power is a good thing. Xiao Gang, what do you mean? Flander, who was enjoying the moment, furrowed his brows upon hearing the Master's words. Tang Jiu's eyes suddenly brightened. A drop of 10 levels in soul power was quite a blow to him. From the Master's words, it seemed there was more to the story. So he carefully sensed it. Both speed and endurance had significantly increased, and even his base strength had risen from 500 gene to 500 gene. This is a good thing, the Master said decisively. What? A good thing? How is a 10-level drop in soul power a good thing? Flander sneered. The Master, with wise eyes, said, soul power is energy, and energy does not simply disappear for no reason. It has been used to transform Xiao Jiu's body. The self-body martial soul fusion technique has very strict requirements for the body, and this clearly indicates that soul power has been forcibly used to temper the body, making the body stronger to adapt to the increasingly powerful self-body martial soul fusion technique. The reason for the sudden loss of 10 levels of soul power is that Xiao Jiu's body is still not strong enough. Although using the self-body martial soul fusion technique in the future will also lower soul power to gradually transform the body, it won't be as overwhelming as this time. The Master's theory seems quite reasonable. Tang Jiu's heart was ablaze with excitement. His body growing stronger meant his power was increasing. As for the lost soul power level, he could slowly cultivate it back. Wasn't this just another way to temper his body? Flander twitched at the corner of his mouth. It was too unfair that this kid encountered all the good things. You little brat, how much did you actually scrape together? Not much, just 180,000 gold soul coins. Tang Jiu intentionally revealed his gains to provoke Flander. What? Flander had barely 30,000 gold soul coins. and hearing that such a large sum had slipped away from him made him regret it deeply, wishing he could slap himself. Why did I go looking for the master? I should have checked the corpse first. My money. Flander grabbed Tang Hao by the neck and said, "You must give me half." We agreed on a 50-50 split. Hee hee. Big Owl, did you make a move? Why is your face so big? Tang Hao sarcastically remarked without holding back. Flinder really wanted to rob Tang Hao right now. But the master coldly reprimanded Flinder, saying that was too low class. After Flinder released his grip, Tang Hao deliberately took out his card and hummed a little tune. I have money. I have money. I don't know how to spend it for soul bones. I buy one and throw one. I throw one and buy another. Flinder was so angry that his nose was crooked. Buying one and throwing one for soul bones was simply showing off. It was like stabbing a knife into his heart. Didn't he know how much Flinder was lacking money? You little brat, I'm going to teach you a good lesson today. Flinder was ready to discipline Tang Hao and then talk about the profit-sharing issue. Dad, someone wants to discipline me on your behalf. Do you think he deserves a beating? Tang Hao chuckled and shouted loudly. Flinder was taken aback, cautiously glanced around, and then huffed. Since Tang Hao hadn't come out just now, it clearly meant he was not around. You little brat, still trying to use your dad to pressure me? Let me tell you, even if your dad comes, I will still beat you. Flinder was very rude when he was sure Tang Hao wasn't there. Oh really? A deep, domineering voice echoed, and a figure slowly emerged from the darkness, cloaked in a black robe, but exuding a terrifying aura. With each step, a soul ring appeared around his body. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. The 9 soul rings were exceptionally eye-catching, especially the last one. The black soul ring shimmered with a strange red light, sending chills down one's spine. How Ian? Flinder's face turned pale. Tang Hao laughed strangely and gave Flinder a look that seemed to say good luck, which made Flinder feel a pain in his liver. Didn't you say that even if I came, you would still beat up my son? Tang Hao said coldly. It's a misunderstanding, really a misunderstanding. Flinder said, sweating in fear. I won't bully you. I won't use my martial soul. You can go ahead, Tang Hao said dominantly. Flinder gritted his teeth, thinking, I can't win, but can I run away? His martial soul activated, 7 soul rings shone, and he immediately flapped his wings and flew into the distance. Oomph, let me show you what true power is. Tang Hao let out a cold shout, forcefully stomping on the ground. His powerful legs suddenly pushed against the earth, causing a massive pit to form instantly. From the center of the pit, spiderweb-like cracks spread across the blue stone surface for a full 10 meters. Under the propulsion of such terrifying power, Tang Hao appeared in front of Flinder in the blink of an eye, extending his fist to strike down. With a loud bang, Flinder let out a miserable scream, falling directly to the ground, and then he was hit again and again by Tang Hao's fists, unable to fight back at all. Tang Hao was beating him while reminding Tang Hao, strength can sometimes transform into speed. The concept of strength is profound and vast. A single force can break through myriad laws. Tang Hao was nodding happily. Seeing Fran's miserable state was truly satisfying. Tang Hao was not polite either. He had arrived early and had been protecting Tang San and Tang Hao. He was a bit dissatisfied with Flinder's cowardice at the critical moment. But what made him angrier was that Flinder actually thought about swindling his son's money. How could something from his own family be taken away by others? This was intolerable. Flinder felt very unfortunate. He believed that all of this had been schemed by Tang Hao. That kid was really cunning. Tang Hao could not sense Tang Hao's presence, but he was 100% sure that Tang Hao was right beside him. After all, he and his third brother had just entered Nodding City, and he definitely wouldn't be at ease. After all, Tang Hao was very protective. In the original story, Tang San beat up Xiao Jiu, and when he turned around, he relentlessly hit him again, which shows Tang Hao's temperament. Your Majesty Hao Ian. The master slightly bowed and looked excitedly at his idol, also reminding Tang Hao to let Flinder go. If he continued to hit him, Flinder would end up as a pig's head. Tang Hao did not dare to neglect the master. After all, he was his son's teacher, so he let go of Flinder. Little Jiu and Little San, thank you for your guidance. Tang Hao took out a token from his pocket and handed it to the master, saying, This is for you, to help you solve many troubles. The master took it, and upon seeing it, his expression changed drastically. It was actually the highest level token of the Wuhuan Hall, with 6 distinct marks on it. Tang Hao then turned to Tang Hao, coldly reprimanding, reckless, arrogant, and conceited. Do you know what kind of trouble you've caused? Tang Jian originally thought that Tang Hao would praise him well, but unexpectedly, he was met with a barrage of scolding. So he retorted unceremoniously, I'm still a bit worse than you. I'm taking the blame for you. When people hear that I'm Tang Hao's son, their eyes turn red, and they rush at me yelling. I said, "Dad, you didn't harm the holy maiden of the spirit hall, did you?" Upon hearing this, the master widened his eyes, and Flender looked at Tang Jiu as if he had seen a ghost, thinking to himself that this brat really had some guts to joke about even his own father. "Xiao Jiu, I see you're asking for a beating." Tang Hao almost died of anger. The one who harmed the holy maiden of the spirit hall was Qian Daoliu's bear son, so he raised his hand. Alas, alas, a gentleman uses words and not fists. "Dad, you're feeling guilty." 43 next skill, Drain Blue. Tang Hao ultimately couldn't bring himself to hit Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu had just gone through a fierce battle, and he was afraid that if he struck, he might hurt Tang Jiu. In the end, he coldly snorted and said, "Hand over the money, and I'll help you keep it safe. Your third brother doesn't even have money for tuition and is still a work-study student. Don't you feel guilty spending this money?" Tang Jiu rolled his eyes. "I'm really not your biological son. You're so biased." "Damn it." Tang Hao almost died from anger. "How can you still say such things? Isn't everything done to accommodate you?" Even the mistress often doubts whether he is your biological son. Tang Hao grabbed Tang Jiu's neck and rudely searched through his belongings, then left a card with 2,000 gold soul coins, handing it to Tang Jiu and saying, "This should be enough for you." This old man is quite wicked. Tang Jiu knew that there was no hope of getting the money back, as parents often kept the money with no return. So he took a hammer and struck the blue stone on the ground, carving out a few big characters. "Killer, the number 1 talent of Haotian sect." Tang Hao's mouth twitched as he snorted. "What do you want to do? Isn't this just diverting trouble? The spirit hall won't come looking for me. I still want to continue living a leisurely college life." Tang Jiu Godin. Tang Hao really wanted to beat this bastard to death, the one who caused trouble and framed his own sect. If this were his own son, Tang Hao would want to break his legs. "Xiao Jiu, if you still want to stay in the academy, stop dreaming. Don't you love to stir things up? Go to the Douluo Forest to train, and you're not allowed to come out until you're 11. "Why? I'm not going." Tang Jiu shook his head. Although he liked outdoor adventures, there were so many girls in this world waiting for him to save them. Only a fool would act like Tarzan alone. Who asked you to make such a big deal out of it? Not knowing how to hide your talents and being so ostentatious. If you continue to stay in the crowd, the spirit hall will soon discover your uniqueness. There's a saying, "A thief can steal for 1,000 days, but a house can't be guarded against a thief for 1,000 days. If your identity is exposed with your strength, you'll be assassinated in no time. You must disappear for 5 years to divert the attention of the spirit hall. You have no calmness or composure like a third party. This is all your own doing." Tang Hao said coldly. Tang Jiu was completely out of patience. He couldn't possibly let Tang Hao be his personal bodyguard. Even if he did, the spirit hall could easily mobilize people to wipe them out. Fine. In the end, Tang Jiu still accepted Tang Hao's suggestion and turned to Flender, saying, "Give me a ride. No, I mean, take me to the Douluo Forest." Flender rolled his eyes. "You got me into this mess, and now you want me to give you a ride? No way. A trip will cost you 2,000 gold soul coins. And I won't even ask for the money you owe me." Tang Jiu shook the card in his hand. With a whoosh, the card was knocked into Flender's pocket, and he cleared his throat. "If it weren't for the face of the Haotian crown, I wouldn't agree to this." Seeing Flender being so greedy, the master couldn't help but twitch his mouth, really wanting to pretend he didn't know him. Tang Hao's mouth twitched as he thought that his son might have been led astray by Flender. Watching Flender take Tang Jiu away, Tang Hao frowned at the big characters on the ground. In the end, he corrected it, changing it to, "Killer, Tang Hao's son Tang Haizi." Yes, Tang Hao's etge naming Tang Jiu. He originally hoped that Tang Jiu could become a 9-ring title de law, but now he felt that calling him Tang Haizi was better. It's a simple name and easy to raise. Tang Jiutai has caused trouble. 6 months later, on the outskirts of the Douluo Forest, in a tree house, Tang Jiu slowly opened his eyes. After 6 months of training, his soul power had increased from level 17 to level 20. He found that after the enhancement of his body, the speed of his soul power cultivation was faster than before. However, similarly, because of the body enhancement, more soul power was required to advance to the next level. Tang Jiu estimated that without the powerful energy of the soul rings, it would take at least 3 to 4 years to reach level 30 at the current speed. Forget it. I should focus on obtaining soul rings first. Back then, after absorbing 2,000-year soul rings, his physical quality allowed him to absorb 3,000-year soul rings. After the battle at the Nodding City Lord's mansion, his body was enhanced, so absorbing soul rings around 7,000 years should be no problem. Finally, with the enhancement of the Heavenly Curse Seal, he would be fully capable of absorbing 10,000-year soul rings. in the Douluo forest. He also found some soul beasts skilled in mental attacks, and he had long since filled the energy of the heavenly curse seal. Obtaining a 10,000-year soul ring should directly raise my soul power to level 22, and with two 10,000-year soul rings, it would be level 24. Wouldn't the cultivation speed be even faster this way? Tang Hao jumped down from the treehouse, tugged at the animal skin clothes on him, and then walked towards the starry forest. He needed to choose a suitable soul beast to obtain the second soul ring for his two martial souls. There's no need to elaborate on the bullet ant martial soul. It focuses on explosive power. However, the choice for the soul ring martial soul required some thought. In fact, there are many options available, which can be categorized based on their enhancement direction: strength type, soul power type, attack type, defense type, as well as all attribute types, and even elemental and mental types. Tang Hao thought about the directions that needed enhancement and ultimately decided to add a soul ring that boosts soul power. This not only enhances his own soul power, but, according to the special characteristics of soul rings and martial spirits, can also absorb the soul power from enemies. In previous online games, there was a specific term for this, known as draining mana or siphoning magic. Just imagine having powerful soul skills in hand, but lacking the soul power to unleash them. There is no greater sorrow for a soul master than this. Tang Hao actually knows that a certain soul beast is most suitable to become his second soul ring, called Kanglin Carved Magic Statue. This is a soul beast with skin similar to stone, and its whole body shimmers with blue fluorescence. This soul beast has a very special skill, which is soul power amplification, a favorite among support-type soul masters. Killing it guarantees a 100 chance of obtaining a soul skill that amplifies soul power. Tang Hao had already picked out a formidable beast of the ancient era for himself. Inside the starry forest, he advanced towards his destination like a spiritual ape. Soon, he spotted a massive 10-meter-tall azure-patterned demon statue that looked incredibly infuriating. It seemed that the creature had also noticed Tang Hao. A flash of anger crossed its blue eyes, as if to say, "What did I do to deserve this? Why does everyone want to kill me?" The moment it saw Tang Hao, it didn't hesitate at all and bolted away, its soul power rippling like the sea, allowing it to use its skills and flee without restraint. Damn it, the blue buff actually ran away on its own. Shouldn't it stand there and fight me to the death? After I take it down, shouldn't it give me a soul technique to restore my mana? Tang Hao couldn't help but complain, thinking that this blue dad was playing by his own rules. His body swayed as he chased after the opponent. The escape of the azure blue engraved demon statue created a lot of noise, causing the surrounding soul beasts to stir. The disturbed soul beasts developed hostility towards Tang Hao, making the pursuit quite difficult. At that moment in the sky, a flying soul master witnessed this scene and directly descended to the ground. On the ground stood a richly dressed, handsome boy who coolly asked, "What have you discovered?" "Saintus, oh no, young master. I have found a 10,000-year azure blue engraved demon statue, which is very suitable to become your first soul ring." The flying soul master spoke very respectfully, not daring to show any negligence because of the child's young age, for she was the Pope's daughter, Qian Rinxue, the first innate genius with a soul power of level 20 in history. Her martial soul was the legendary six-winged angel. Only with such extraordinary talent, combined with the training from Lord Qian Douluo, could she dare to absorb a 10,000-year soul beast as her first soul ring. My martial soul is incredibly powerful, but also consumes soul power. This azure blue engraved demon statue is just right for me. Go, injure this azure blue engraved demon statue severely. The flying soul master conducted reconnaissance. The control soul master restrained. The assault soul master attacked. The support soul master boosted, and the healing soul master held the line. Qian Rinxue's cold voice rang out, carrying an undeniable authority. This time, not only was it about hunting soul rings, but it was also a trial from Qian Douluo, with all 50-level soul kings sent for her command. A 50-level soul king was just enough to deal with a 10,000-year soul beast, and dispatching a 5-person team was also a way to train Qian Rinxue's command abilities. Of course, Qian Rinxue was unaware that a tidal Douluo was on the outskirts of the Douluo forest, ready to assist at any moment. But he did not follow Qian Rinxue inside, believing that with this complete team, hunting a 10,000-year soul beast would be no problem. No audacious soul beast would dare to oppose the saintess of the spirit hall. The flying soul master spread his wings, guiding the direction in the sky, while others protected Qian Rinxue as they advanced, soon encountering Tang Hao. The azure blue engraved demon statue was sandwiched between the front and back attacks and immediately became furious. Thinking, am I really that hated? Everyone wants to kill me. It couldn't handle Tang Jiu behind it, as Tang Jiu's soul ring had given it a set, causing the azure blue engraved demon statue to feel its power halved. So abnormal. But the people in front seemed even more formidable, all 5 of them exuding strong auras. The azure blue engraved demon statue then slumped to the ground, appearing resigned, leaning against a large tree and unwilling to move. It wasn't that it was foolish, but rather clever. It wanted the 2 parties to fight first. In the Stardow Great Forest, when encountering 2 equally powerful high-level soul beasts, it had always done this, often with good results. Once one side was defeated, it would feast on the victor and save some for the next meal. Now, it was hoping that both sides would start fighting so it could find an opportunity to escape. The Spirit Hall was conducting business. Bystanders should retreat. Before Qianren could speak, the Control Soul Master in front of her took out a token, which had 2 symbols on it, a sword and a hammer. Tang Jiu frowned. The Master had once told him that in the Spirit Hall, each position required matching martial strength, with a minimum martial strength limit. Level 6, Enforcer. Level 40. Level 5, Black Robe Steward, level 50. Level 4, White Robe Bishop, level 60. Level 3, Platinum Bishop, level 70. Level 2, Red Robe Sanctuary, level 80. Level 1, Elder, level 90. Holding 2 mark tokens means being a level 5 Black Robe Steward, which means a soul power level of at least 50. What is the Spirit Hall? I've never heard of it. Tang Jiu lazily hummed while holding his warhammer. Bold. Several spirit masters were furious. In the Douluo Continent, there were still people who dared to disrespect the Spirit Hall's authority. It was truly intolerable. Just as a few were about to take action, Qianren spoke up to stop them. Wait. She looked Tang Jiu up and down, and with great interest said, "Look at him, dressed in animal skins. He clearly looks like a wild boy who might have lived here all his life, spending every day with soul beasts. It's understandable that he doesn't know about the Spirit Hall. Young master, brilliant." A few spirit masters' eyes lit up immediately, and aside from one female spirit master who was more reserved, the others began to flatter him. Flatter? Anyone could guess that from my appearance. Tang Jiu seko? Qianren raised an eyebrow and said lightly, "Yes, knowing this is not surprising. So, what if I say you have twin martial souls?" Tang Jiu raised his eyebrows, thinking to himself, "Damn, how can anyone see that?" The others were initially skeptical, but upon seeing Tang Jiu's expression, they were suddenly startled and turned to look at Qianren, asking, "Young master, how did you figure it out?" Qianren glanced at Tang Jiu with pride and replied, "He is so young, yet he can chase after a 10,000-year soul beast, which indicates that he is very strong and capable of defeating this soul beast. To surpass a 10,000-year soul beast, he must be at least a level 50 soul king. However, he is too young, and it is absolutely impossible for him to be a soul king. Therefore, there's only one possibility. He has twin martial souls." Tang Jiu's mouth twitched, while the others still asked in confusion, "Young master, even with a twin martial soul, it's impossible to defeat a 10,000-year soul beast." Qianren confidently smiled and said, "Therefore, based on the top 10 core competitiveness of martial souls, his 2 martial souls must be extremely exceptional, and his soul power must be at least level 20. The quality of his soul rings is particularly high." After finishing her words, Qianren looked at Tang Jiu proudly, her eyes seeking confirmation. Tang Jiu's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. The kid across from him was quite knowledgeable, even aware of the 10 core competitive strengths of martial souls. "Young master, impressive." The other soul masters praised him, but this time it was sincere. A trace of happiness flickered in Qianren's eyes. Rather than using her identity to intimidate others, she preferred to impress them with her own strength and wisdom. Under the guidance of a 99th level peerless Duo, Qiandaolu, she had a wealth of theoretical knowledge. After all, she had access to the entire library of the Spirit Hall and several titled Douluos to mentor her. Seeing that Tang Jiu was subdued by her, Qianren spoke up. "I can give you this 10,000-year soul beast." Oh, Tang Jiu couldn't help but be taken aback, then immediately laughed and said, "Do you feel like I'm a once-in-a-generation genius and want to flatter me? Don't worry, considering how perceptive you are, I'll take care of you from now on." Tang Jiu chuckled and thought to himself, "I'll get my soul ring first, then I'll deal with you, you pretty boy who dares to look even better than me." This is unreasonable. Qianren was amused by Tang Jiu's words, thinking that he wanted to protect her. She regarded him as a genius, but in this continent, no one could be a genius in front of her. Who could start with a first ring that was a 10,000-year soul beast? Qianren Xue found Tang Hao very interesting, lightly shook her finger, and said, "Little brother, it's not you protecting me. It's me protecting you. Become my guard, and this 10,000-year soul beast will be yours." You want me to be your guard? That's more like it. Tang Hao pouted. You are bold. The 5 soul masters shouted in unison. Qianren Xue raised an eyebrow and huffed. You are drinking the wrong wine, and now you're going to suffer the consequences. It seems I have to let you know the authority of my spirit hall. The authority of a spirit hall? Do you know why the spirit hall is after the Hao Yin Douluo? It's not actually because he killed the previous pope. Tang Hao said mysteriously. What is it? Qianren Xue became tense, her eyes fixed on Tang Hao as soon as she heard something related to her father's secret. It's because Tang Hao eloped with the previous pope's wife, and when they were found out, it turned into a twisted love story. I think your saintess might still have the surname Tang. Danju unsamon mokget Tang Hao. You bastard. Qianren Xue felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her face pale. Could this be the reason her mother did not favor her? Kill him for me. Qianren Xue was furious. This bastard actually dared to slander her parents. The 2 generations of popes of the Spirit Hall, truly despicable. Heavenly curse seal, final form. Indeed, the people of the Spirit Hall were not good. Dan Jiu set, then activated his martial soul, with a bullet ant possessing him, and a dazzling purple soul ring lit up. Qianren Xue gritted her silver teeth and said, You slander the Pope of the Spirit Hall and then shamelessly accuse us. I've never seen such a shameless person. Tang Hao's eyes turned cold as he said, I hunt soul beasts, and you come to rob me. Do you think that's justified? Do you have any shame? Qianren Xue, after all, was a girl who had not yet been corrupted by Qian Douliu's egotistical ideology of the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, her conscience was pricked. Indeed, they were here to rob someone who was simply hunting soul beasts. Qianren Xue remained silent, but that did not mean the others would. The Spirit Hall is all about power. The one with the biggest fist is right. A few soul masters shouted coldly and activated their martial souls. Level 51 Agility Type Battle Soul King, Martial Soul Wind Eagle. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 1 black. Level 53 Strength Type Battle Soul King, Martial Soul Fire Tiger. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 1 black. Level 52 Control Type Battle Soul King, Martial Soul Ice Bird. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 1 black. Level 54 Support Type Weapon Soul King, Martial Soul Treasure Pagoda. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 1 black. Level 56 Support Type Weapon Soul King, Martial Soul Healing Staff. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 1 black. Brilliant lights instantly lit up as the 5 soul masters collectively activated their martial souls, creating a stunning scene. They were not particularly surprised by Tang Hao's purple soul rings. After all, their saintess could hunt for a 10,000-year first ring. They had already been awed by Qianren Xue's talent, and now looking at Tang Hao, they all disdainfully curled their lips, thinking to themselves, it's just a 1,000-year first ring. How dare he call himself a genius? Kid, if you had offended our Pope just now, maybe we could have spared your life. But now we can only personally end you. Killing a genius is also a great pleasure in life. The 5 soul masters' eyes shone as they charged towards Tang Hao. They wanted to show their abilities to the current saintess and future Pope, Qianren Xue, and demonstrate their loyalty to the Spirit Hall. For anyone who offends the Spirit Hall must be punished, no matter how far. Among the 5 soul masters, except for the healing type female soul master, the other 4 male soul masters even started to compete for achievements. First soul skill, Ice Seal. The Ice Bird soul master instantly activated the locking soul skill, and pale blue ice blocks immediately formed around Tang Hao, freezing him completely. The others were momentarily stunned and angrily cursed. What a waste, he was so arrogant just now. Yet he was instantly frozen by a single soul skill. After all, it was an attack of the Soul King level. The first soul skill was not something a one-ring soul master could withstand. The locking instant skill was truly overpowered. A few of them looked back resentfully at the smug Ice Bird soul master. This wild kid is mine. The Ice Bird soul master laughed heartily, stepping forward, ready to use another skill to finish off Tang Hao. Something's not right. Qianren Xue suddenly frowned. Young master, is there a problem? A few of them were taken aback. Looking at Qianren Xue, his strength shouldn't be this weak. Young master, you think too highly of this wild kid. Under my Ice Seal skill, Soul Masters below level 30 can't possibly break free. As long as I shatter the ice block, I can turn him into ice shards. The Ice Bird Soul Master was unconcerned and activated his second soul skill, Ice Slash. A blade of ice shot toward the frozen Tang Jiu, intending to shatter the ice block with this momentum. This was his combination skill. At that moment, the ice block emitted cracking sounds, and Tang Jiu reached out from within, crushing the incoming ice slash with a single hand. What? How is that possible? The several soul masters were instantly stunned. To catch an ice blade barehanded, how powerful must one S-body be? As they watched, they saw the most unbelievable scene unfold. Tang Jiu's bullet ant martial soul rapidly transformed into the evil ring-devouring ant. What's going on? How could this soul ring be possible? Everyone was astonished, their jaws dropping, especially when they saw the three-colored soul rings on Tang Jiu. Twin martial souls. Could this be a martial soul fusion technique? A look of shock flashed in Xian Renchua's eyes. Twin martial souls can produce martial soul fusion techniques, but they only theoretically exist. The one who proposed this hypothesis was none other than the master. However, Tang Jiu's transformation did not stop. He grinned and said, "Today, let you see the strongest martial soul in this world. Special fusion technique, Heaven's Curse Seal, final form, activate." The blood-red comma on the forehead of the evil ring-devouring ant instantly burned like a red cloud and enveloped Tang Jiu's body. Activating the second form of the Curse Seal, Tang Jiu's aura began to surge, and his soul power directly increased from level 20 to level 30. But this was just the beginning. The spear-like ant legs behind him fused with the wings of the bullet ant, transforming into evil black flesh wings resembling those of a bat. Tang Jiu's hair changed from black to silver, making him look particularly terrifying. When he opened his mouth, two long fangs were revealed. Tang Jiu felt that he was the master of all flesh and blood life at this moment. What kind of monster is this? Several soul masters felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. Now, the countdown to death begins. 60. Tang Jiu lightly snapped his fingers, activating the first soul skill, Speed Deprivation. The three-colored soul rings shone brightly, and the evil power spread into Tang Jiu's body. With a gentle flap of his black bat wings, his body transformed into a phantom and charged towards several people. First soul skill, Ice Seal. Third soul skill, Ice Armor. Fifth soul skill, Blizzard. The Ice Bird Soul Master didn't dare to be careless. Seeing Tang Jiu at that moment made him feel a chill in his heart. Those long fangs couldn't be for sucking blood, right? He immediately unleashed three skills. Ice Seal to lock down his target, Ice Armor to boost everyone's defense, and Blizzard to summon an area of slowing ice. Ice crystals immediately began to drift down from the sky, and upon landing on people, they would solidify into a layer of ice, freezing the ground beneath them. First soul skill, Speed. Fourth soul skill, Control. The Tower Soul Master quickly assisted everyone, increasing their speed and defense. But all their efforts were in vain. The moment Ice Seal locked on a Tang Jiu, it shattered. Tang Jiu's speed was incredibly swift as he flew towards the Ice Bird Soul Master, who, due to his greed for merit, had positioned himself at the front of the group and became the prime target of Tang Jiu's attack. Ice Seal, and more Ice Seal. The Iceberg could only use the Ice Seal skill to buy time, but Tang Jiu's power was too terrifying. With a slight tremor, the ice block shattered. 58. Tang Jiu coldly uttered this number, and with a claw, he brutally pierced the heart of the Ice Bird Soul Master. Then he threw him aside forcefully and dashed toward the agility-type Soul Master without looking back. Tang Jiu's aim was deliberate, targeting the azure blue engraved magic statue, because he saw the healing-type Soul Master already waving the healing staff. Healing light. The milky white glow illuminated the Ice Bird Soul Master's body, ensuring that even after his heart was pierced, he wouldn't die. With a bit more healing, he might even participate in the battle. At that moment, the azure blue engraved magic statue reached out its hand. Not killing the critically wounded would be a disservice to itself. And with a clap of its hands as if swatting a fly, there was a loud smack. First blood. The first kill was born. The 46th Angelic Holy Sword and Healing Staff Soul Master were stunned. This ancient soul beast was too good at finishing off kills. After striking the opponent, it pretended to be silly and cute, scratching its head and continuing to sit down, acting innocent. Qian Rushue also raised an eyebrow. Grandpa was right. Some soul beasts are not low in intelligence. However, neither of them had the time to ponder this, as the countdown like a reaper continued. 53. Tang Jiu's claw tore apart the wings behind the Wind Eagle Soul Master. Fortunately, this was a manifestation of soul power, and it could be reconsolidated. However, the Wind Eagle Soul Master already felt an innate fear of Tang Jiu's speed. He needed to hold him back and engage in a war of attrition. The martial soul fusion skill had a time limit, and without a time limit, it would still lead to his body collapsing. Qian Rushua did not panic, but calmly commanded. Wind Eagle Soul Master, Wind Surrounding. Wind Blade Dance. Fire Tiger Soul Master, Flame Shockwave. Multi-Treasure Pagoda, Soul Master, Soul Power Amplification. Healing Soul Master, Healing Light, on standby. Qian Rushua did not remember the names of these Soul Masters, but she knew all their soul skills and immediately gave commands. Originally, the commander of the team should have been the control-type Icebird Soul Master, but unfortunately, he was taken out in an instant, and now only she could command the team. Moreover, Qian Rushua believed that her command ability was definitely stronger than that of the Icebird Soul Master. First, because of her rich theoretical knowledge, and second, because these Soul Masters absolutely obeyed her. Sure enough, when Qian Rushua issued her orders, the Soul Masters executed them without hesitation. The third soul skill of the Multi-Treasure Pagoda Soul Master was to amplify soul power. Although the amplification effect was at most equivalent to 70% of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, and he would not be able to use it in multiple ways. However, despite expending soul power, it was still the Wind Eagle Soul Master and Fire Tiger Soul Master who amplified their soul power. Second soul skill, Wind Surrounding. Fifth soul skill, Wind Blade Dance. Wind Surrounding creates a stream of air, originally meant to increase one's speed, but if placed on a certain trajectory, it can serve to block enemies. Conversely, Wind Blade Dance is a lethal soul skill. Under the swaying of the Wind Eagle Soul Master's claws, it forms numerous, fast-moving wind blades that violently cut through enemies. Tang Jiu encountered the swirling air currents of the wind, and of course, he had to dodge to avoid wasting time. As he dodged, he was attacked by the incoming wind blades, forcing him to evade again and rush through the gaps between the two attacks. However, at that moment, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Qian Runshua's mouth. Attack. Third soul skill, Flame Shockwave. The Fire Tiger Soul Master opened his mouth and unleashed a scorching flame, charging through the gaps between the Wind Eagle Soul Master's attacks, perfectly sealing off all of Tang Jiu's escape routes, leaving him no time to dodge. Tang Jiu's bat wings acted like a cloak, repelling the massive shockwave of flames and sending him back several dozen meters, crashing heavily into a tree. Young Master is really amazing, the 4 Soul Masters immediately praised. However, Qian Runshuo furrowed her brows, as Tang Jiu had fallen into the attack range of the Kanglin carved demon statue, but this detestable soul beast seemed oblivious, focusing intently on picking at its toes. What worried Qian Runshuo even more was that Tang Jiu gently spread his bat wings, and he was completely unharmed. Those wings, as thin as a cicada's, showed no signs of tearing, just emitting a bit of thick smoke, which quickly extinguished as Tang Jiu flapped them casually. Not bad. This intelligence could rival mine. Tang Jiu glanced appreciatively at Qian Runshuo. Don't be complacent. I will slowly wear you down. I don't believe your skills can be used indefinitely. Your so-called countdown sounds very imposing, but it actually indicates that this state of yours won't last long. Qian Runshuo said proudly. You're quite clever, aren't you? You won't have a chance. Breaking through your siege is very easy. Tang Jiu said leisurely as he stepped through the air, his bat wings spreading behind him, exuding a sinister aura. Oh, really? Qian Runshuo didn't believe him at all. You seem smart, but you haven't realized that you've exposed your greatest weakness, which is that you are too important. At such a young age, you can make these people obey you so completely. If I just attack you, guess what will happen? 21. Tang Jiu spat out a cold number and lunged towards Qian Runshuo. Don't mind me. Continue with the previous strategy. Qian Runshuo hurriedly commanded. But this time no one listened to her, because if she made even the slightest mistake, not only would these soul masters die, but their families would also suffer the wrath of the Spear Hall. Several people surrounded Qian Runshuo, bombarding Tang Jiu with soul skills as if they were free, while Tang Jiu remained calm, circling and flying around Qian Runshuo, dodging those soul skills. After 10 seconds, the 4 soul masters who were frantically using their soul skills could no longer sustain such consumption and revealed their vulnerabilities. 10. Tang Jiu let out a death countdown, causing several people to break out in cold sweat as they no longer had enough soul power to bombard recklessly. With a swoosh, Tang Jiu's claw pierced the chest of the Duo Bao Tower Soul Master, and then swung towards the direction of the azure-patterned demon statue. This time, the female Soul Master did not wave her healing staff to treat the Duo Bao Tower Soul Master, but instead reserve her soul skills and soul power for emergencies. Qian Rinxue closed her eyes in pain, realizing they had lost. The azure-patterned demon statue, seeing another person flying in, unceremoniously extended its claws and struck hard. Double kill. At that moment, Qian Rinxue actually noticed that Tang Jiu's speed had increased significantly again, her pupils suddenly constricting. Can you actually devour speed? Your soul skill, speed deprivation, has such an ability. 7. Tang Jiu did not respond, only coldly counting down as he rushed towards a Fire Tiger Soul Master with even greater speed. First soul skill, Flame Fist. Fifth soul skill, Fire Tiger Transformation. The Fire Tiger Soul Master's eyes turned blood red. He didn't even activate his second soul skill, Fire Ring Shield, and charged fiercely at Tang Jiu, disregarding the claw that Tang Jiu reached out with, aiming to smash both fists into Tang Jiu's head, determined to perish together with him. Tang Jiu would certainly not be foolish enough to fight to the death with his opponent. He retracted his outstretched claws and kicked fiercely towards the Fire Tiger's fist. Go to hell. You, a Soul Master of the Agility type, actually want to compare attack power with me. The Fire Tiger Soul Master laughed maniacally, throwing a powerful punch towards Tang Jiu's leg. He wanted to see Tang Jiu being sent flying by his punch, but at the moment they made contact, he was instead sent flying backwards at even faster speed, crashing through 4 large trees before looking at Tang Jiu with disbelief. How can your strength be so strong? He would never know the answer, because at that moment, a large foot was already coming down. It was the azure blue engraved demon statue. Blow wave Q. Triple kill. The azure blue engraved demon statue was almost ready to roar in excitement. Who said humans were smart? They're as foolish as themselves. 5. Tang Jiu Ly spat out this number, once again absorbing the speed of the Fire Tiger Soul Master. His speed soared again as he charged towards the Wind Eagle Soul Master. At this moment, Qian Rinxue showed no fear at all. She wiped her ring, and a golden holy sword appeared in her hand. It was a weapon belonging to the gods, just like the sea god trident. The angel holy sword. It possessed divine power like the sun, with the strongest ability to punish evil and darkness. 47 5 kills. The wild monsters that are best at finishing off kills. 3. The cold countdown to Tang Jiubing's death began, his body leaving behind a fleeting shadow. In the horrified gaze of the Wind Eagle Soul Master, a claw pierced through his chest. Young master, make your move. The Wind Eagle Martial Soul clung tightly to Tang Jiu, using its life to win a sliver of opportunity for Qian Rinxue. Without hesitation, Qian Rinxue thrust the holy sword, which she had just drawn, through the side of the Wind Eagle Soul Master and into Tang Jiu's body. A golden light erupted, and Tang Jiu felt the evil power within him seemingly evaporating under the sword, his strength continuously depleting. Not just his strength, but seemingly his life as well. This was because the angelic holy sword embodied the power of light and holiness, perfectly suited to purify darkness and evil. The power of Tang Jiu's evil ring and the devouring ant, as well as the heavenly curse seal, are all attributes of evil dark power, which are precisely affected by holy damage. Pain, destruction. Tang Jiu feels the threat of death. Tang Jiu shouted loudly, casually throwing the Wind Eagle Martial Soul at the azure blue engraved demon statue, then reaching back to grab Qian Rinxue by the neck, shouting at the last Healing Staff Soul Master, "Don't move, or I'll kill him." The Healing Staff Soul Master quickly waved his hand and said, "Don't be impulsive. Let's talk it out." The Healing Staff Soul Master was still thinking about giving the Wind Eagle Soul Master a wave of healing to save him, and then the 3 of them could work together to find a way to take down the already heavily injured Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu had long anticipated her intentions, so he didn't even draw his sword, instead holding Qian Rinxue hostage and warning the Healing Spirit Master not to act rashly. Without the healing support, the Wind Eagle Spirit Master, after being severely injured by Tang Jiu, was no match for a 10,000-year soul beast. A scream echoed as the Wind Eagle Spirit Master was crushed to death by the azure blue engraved demon statue with a single stomp. It was a massacre. The azure blue engraved demon statue seemed to be on the verge of reaching the peak of its beastly life, its bright blue eyes darting around Tang Jiu and the others, as if contemplating a team wipe. However, upon sensing that the Healing Spirit Master's condition seemed quite good, it quietly squatted down, curling its feet. "Let me go." Qian Rinxue felt incredibly frustrated as she struggled against Tang Jiu's hold. However, Tang Jiu paid her no mind and immediately drew the angelic holy sword, which clattered to the ground. Yet, on the blade, Tang Jiu's blood seemed to be burned by the holy sword, sizzling as it quickly evaporated, leaving nothing behind. Holy and pure, what on earth is this thing? Tang Jiu couldn't help but curse. Just at that moment, he felt as if his body was being emptied, and then he stared fiercely at the healing staff soul master and shouted, "Hurry, heal me, or I'll crush your young master's neck." Tang Jiu exerted a slight force to prove his determination, causing Qian Rinxue to be unable to breathe, her face turning red as she desperately hammered at Tang Jiu. "Let go! I'm healing, I'm healing." The female soul master, pale-faced, quickly waved her staff, and a beam of moonlight shot into Tang Jiu's body, making him feel an immense warmth. "Don't stop. Continue." Tang Jiu coldly snorted. First soul skill, healing light. The healing soul master was giving Tang Jiu treatment without charge. She didn't have high-level soul skills and was just using her first soul skill, intended to buy time. However, with Qian Rinxue being held hostage by Tang Jiu, she had no other choice but to keep casting healing spells. Time passed second by second, and Tang Jiu felt that his pierced internal organs had already healed. He quickly released the Heavenly Curse Seal and his martial soul fusion skill, Evil Ring Devouring Sky Ant. In this place, the only expert could be considered the healing soul master. Even if she was a level 56 soul king, all her soul skills were for healing, and she would soon be chased and beaten to death by him. He had already won this team battle. Suddenly, Tang Jiu raised his eyebrows. This time using the Evil Ring Devouring Sky Ant did not reduce his soul power, still at level 20. Could it be because his body had not broken through its limits? So, it did not require soul power to repair the body? That makes sense. The speed of devouring was not high, and his body did not feel like it was about to explode. No, wait. Tang Jiu clearly felt an improvement in his physical quality, with his basic strength rising from 500 gene to 800 gene. Although it wasn't much, it was indeed a breakthrough of his physical limits, due to the side effects of the Heavenly Curse Seal. But why hadn't his soul power decreased? When a beam of healing light fell on Tang Jiu's head, he instantly understood healing, because a healing soul master was helping him repair his body. The energy used for the breakthrough wouldn't be drawn from his own soul power. Roar! At this moment, the azure blue engraved demon statue suddenly let out a roar. Realizing that Tang Jiu's aura had weakened significantly, as had that of the healing soul master, it felt a sense of pride, as if it were finally going to show its strength. Its body shone with a bright blue light, and its aura surged as it swung its fist towards the healing soul master. The female soul master was terrified. She was not a combat-type soul master, and could only provide healing, with no increase in speed or defense. Faced with a 10,000-year soul beast, there was no way to escape. She was struck by its punch, her body flying like a cannonball, with half of her bones shattered. Fifth soul skill, Healing Holy Spring. The female soul master dared not delay and immediately cast healing on herself. A stream of clear water like the bright moon flowed into her body, rapidly healing her shattered bones. But it was useless. At that moment, a gigantic foot fell from the sky. The female soul master stopped her futile struggles, her gaze fixed on Tang Jiu, filled with anger and hatred, which ultimately turned into a plea as she shouted, "Wild boy, take the young master and run. I beg you." She was undoubtedly doomed, but if Qian Rinxue were to die again, then the families of these guards would be slaughtered by the enraged Lord Qian Douluo. Boom! The earth trembled, and the azure blue engraved demon statue happily pounded its chest with both hands. Pinnacle! At that moment, even the corners of Tang Jiu's mouth twitched. This was definitely the soul beast that loved to steal kills the most. But the azure blue engraved demon was clearly not satisfied with this achievement. It was already feeling proud, its eyes playfully glaring at Tang Jiu, as if to say, "You think you can chase me? Still showing off? Don't you know I can counterattack? Run." Qian Rinxue's face turned pale. She had no ability to deal with a 10,000-year soul beast, and she didn't believe that Tang Jiu, after the battle, could handle such a powerful beast. Meanwhile, Tang Jiu let go of Qian Rinxue and beckoned to the azure blue engraved demon statue. "Come here. Let me show you a magic trick. I'll make you land in a ring." Of course, the azure blue engraved demon statue couldn't understand Tang Jiu's words, but it could sense that Tang Jiu was provocatively challenging its authority. It let out a roar and charged over, its fist the size of a car, coming crashing down towards Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu casually placed the soul ring and martial soul onto the azure blue engraved demon statue. In the next moment, the 10,000-year soul beast was stunned. This time, its 6,000-year cultivation was restricted. The azure blue engraved demon statue immediately hit the brakes and turned to run, thinking to itself, "Humans are too cunning. Their strength is even greater than before." Just now, Tang Jiu could only limit its 5,000-year cultivation. First soul skill, speed, evil ring. 48 turns out to be a girl. Under the astonished gaze of Qian Rinxue, a purple light shone from the azure blue engraved demon statue, causing its speed to momentarily stall. Then Qian Rinxue noticed that Tang Jiu's speed had suddenly increased. Your second martial soul devours speed. Qian Rinxue was shocked and secretly lamented that this time, there was no way to escape. Then she saw Tang Jiu casually pick up the angel's sacred sword from the ground and chop down towards the head of the azure blue engraved demon statue. The corner of the azure blue engraved demon statue's mouth curled in disdain, thinking that this fool thought that the toothpick-like thing could chop me. It probably couldn't even break my scalp. It didn't dodge and simply placed its hand on its head as if to protect itself. But the next moment, it was stunned. Its body felt a slight pain, and then it lost its balance, with its legs running in two different directions before it collapsed with a loud crash. Its body split in half. Before it died, it just wanted to ask, is there any justice left in this world? Wow, this sword is impressive. Tang Jiu was also stunned by the sharpness of the angel holy sword. That's mine, give it back to me. Qian Rinxue reached out to grab it, but was gently pushed by Tang Jiu and fell to the ground. Tang Jiu played with the angel holy sword for a moment, and then directly put it into his storage belt. Confiscated. You better behave, or I'll kill you. Tang Jiu kicked Qian Rinxue and then sat cross-legged, drawing in the sacred black soul ring of the azure blue engraved demon statue, absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring. He wasn't afraid of being overwhelmed. Qian Rinxue cursed Tang Jiu furiously, but deep down, she was gnashing her teeth in hatred. If she had the angel's sacred sword in hand, she would have fought Tang Jiu for that soul ring. The angel's sacred sword was the divine weapon of the angel god, possessing immense holy energy, which was very compatible with her six-winged angel martial soul. With the angel's sacred sword, she would gain a tremendous boost and could easily withstand the energy of a 10,000-year soul ring. However, without the angel's sacred sword, even if she had an innate soul power of level 20, combined with various methods from the spirit hall, she could only absorb a soul ring of around 2,000 years at most. Seeing Tang Jiu being so arrogant, daring to absorb a soul ring in front of her, Qian Rinxue immediately pulled out a short sword from her storage soul guide and lunged at Tang Jiu. Just then, Tang Jiu suddenly opened his eyes, looking at Qian Rinxue with a smile that was not quite a smile, and said, "What's wrong? Do you want to kill me? You, aren't you absorbing the soul ring?" Qian Rinxue asked in shock. "I've finished absorbing it." Tang Jiu Tuka. The limit his body could withstand was a 6,000-year soul ring. But due to the existence of the heavenly curse seal, he had expanded his capacity, allowing him to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring in just 1 second. Impossible. Qian Rinxue couldn't believe that there could be someone more talented than her in this world. Tang Jiu shrugged, and then activated his spirit ring, with 2 spirit rings rising from his body, one purple and one black. Qian Rinxue's mouth dropped open in surprise. She actually absorbed it. Has she never seen someone as talented as me before? Does she have any thoughts of bowing down to me? Tang Jiu was pleased with Qian Rinxue's astonished attitude. It felt great to show off. Qian Rinxue's face darkened, cursing him silently for being shameless. She raised her head arrogantly and scoffed, "In your dreams. You think I would bow to you, a wild brat? You think you deserve it." Just then, Tang Jiu grabbed Qian Rinxue by the neck and lifted her up with one hand, saying word by word, "From today onwards, I am your young master. If it weren't for the fact that I'm afraid of going crazy alone in the forest, I would have killed you already. Now, either you call me young master and follow me, or I'll feed you to a soul beast." After saying that, Tang Jiu threw Qian Rinxue harshly to the ground. Qian Rinxue rubbed her sore backside and glared at Tang Jiu, wishing she could eat him alive. "Hate me all you want, but you should know, if you dare to lay a hand on me again, I'll break your legs." Tang Jiu coldly glared back at Qian Rinxue, believing that this young lady from a prominent family would surely compromise, even dreaming that someone would come to rescue her. However, this was the Stardew Forest. Without a strength above Soul de Law, one could not act recklessly here. Qian Rinxue wished she could stab Tang Jiu to death, but she also understood that she was no match for him right now. She didn't even have a soul skill, and her angelic sacred sword was not in hand, so resisting would basically mean death. In the end, she could only reluctantly say to Tang Jiu, "Okay, I understand." "Understand what? Call me young master." Tang Jiu snot. Qian Rinxue clenched her fists, trembling with anger, and finally had to call out, "Young master." "Very good. Quite obedient. Now let's change our clothes. I, your young master, will wear beast skins, and you will wear luxurious brocade. Does that make sense?" Tang Jiushuan quickly started to take off the animal skin on his body, which was also covered in blood from his injuries, and tossed it to the guy to wear. How shameless. Qian Ruxiu suddenly covered her eyes and turned away, not expecting Tang Jiu's thought process to be so peculiar, thinking about changing clothes. Shameless? We're all guys. What is there to be afraid of? Do you want to help you take it off? Tang Jiu said impatiently, already having taken off his upper body and preparing to remove his pants. I'm a girl. Qian Ruxiu had no choice but to confess, realizing that if she didn't, it would only become more awkward. Tang Jiu stopped the action of taking off his pants. His eyes brightened, and he said, "Really? You're not kidding me, right?" Qian Rinxue, no longer suppressing her voice, spoke in a voice as sweet as silver bells. "I'm disguised as a boy. I'm actually a girl." Tang Jiu heard a voice no less than Xiao Wu's and immediately felt a wave of comfort, laughing heartily. "Great. I didn't expect that I would find a... I don't want to be your wife." Qian Rinxue quickly shook her head, her face filled with terror. This wild kid must be looking for a wife to spend his life with here. "Oh my God, how terrifying. You're overthinking it. At most, you'll be my little maid." Tang Jiu laughed loudly, not expecting to find a girl here. The next 4 years would definitely be enjoyable. Maid? Qian Rinxue was completely stunned. She thought this wild kid wanting her to be his wife was already a luxury, but she never expected he actually wanted her to be his maid. She was the saintess of the Wuhuan Temple, of noble status, not even inferior to the emperor of the Tiando Empire. "Yes, you start now. Apply the medicine for me." Tang Jiu took out a leaf of the 1,000-year 5-leaf clover from his belt. The 5th leaf of the 5-leaf clover has healing properties. The healing spirit master just now hadn't finished healing his own wounds before he died, and he had been pierced through the front and back. He could apply medicine to the front wound himself, but the back was difficult. "How do I apply it?" Qian Rinxue asked. She knew about the 5-leaf clover's leaves, but they needed to be crushed to be used, and there were no tools. "So stupid. Just chew it in your mouth and apply it for me." "I won't." Qian Rinxue's eyes widened in disbelief. This was too shameless. But seeing Tang Jiu's fierce gaze, she quickly changed her tune and said, "I'll crush it for you with a stone. No need to chew it. Little maid, you don't have the right to bargain. Hurry up, or I'll kill you. Crushing it with a stone is so unsanitary." Tang Jiu took out the angelic holy sword and placed it against Qian Rinxue's neck to show that he could harm a lovely girl. With a slight tremble of his hand, a line of blood appeared on Qian Rinxue's neck. "You." Qian Rinxue was completely stunned. Tang Jiu really could be ruthless. Qian Rinxue tried to escape, her silver teeth grinding in frustration, but she had no way out. In her heart, Tang Jiu was a great demon king, killing without a blink. She picked up a leaf from Tang Jiu's hand and chewed it, finding it sour. After chewing it into a pulp, she spat it into her palm and walked behind Tang Jiu to evenly apply it to the wound on his back. "Done. What about the sword wound in the front? You can't handle it yourself." Qian Rinxue exclaimed, her teeth itching with anger. "What do I need you for, little maid? I, your esteemed master, cannot dirty my hands." Qian Rinxue really wanted to die together with Tang Jiu, but she knew the consequence would only be her own death. With a murderous glare at Tang Jiu, she chewed another leaf and applied it to the sword wound on his chest. "Wrap it up. How can you be so stupid? No bandages? Then tear off your clothes." "How dumb." Soon, Qian Rinxue finished bandaging Tang Jiu. At that moment, she noticed that Tang Jiu also began chewing on a leaf. Before she could understand why, Tang Jiu applied the chewed leaf to her injured neck. At that moment, Qian Rinxue's face turned red. How dirty was that saliva? "Aren't I a pretty good master?" Tang Jiu chuckled. "From now on, just follow me honestly, and we'll dominate the forest together." Qian Rinxue shot Tang Jiu a glare. "Only a monkey can dominate the forest. You wild brat. Just wait. The people from the spirit hall will come back for me soon, and then I'll chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs." The sun was setting. Tang Jiu took Qian Rinxue back to his lair, then built a bonfire and began to cook soul beast meat. "Little maid, what's your name?" "I'm called Xiao Jiu." Qian Rinxue casually said a name. "I'm also Fahai." Tang Jiu scoffed and said, "Honestly confess, who exactly are you? And what is the deal with that sword?" "That is a high-level weapon from the spirit hall, infused with divine power by the Grand Elder. As for me, my status in the spirit hall is not low either," Qian Rinxue said half-truthfully. How high is your status? Tang Jiu asked. My family elder is a title Douluo. I advise you to let me go quickly. Qian Rinxue threatened. Title Douluo, you scared me. Tell me who it is, and see if I want to crush him later. Tang Jiu said boldly, believing about 80% of what Qian Rinxue said. Only with such a family background could a Soul King expert act as a bodyguard. Yes, Qian Rinxue huffed. It wouldn't be old chrysanthemum, would it? I haven't seen other titled Douluos, but based on appearances, this one seems more plausible. I haven't seen other titled Douluos, but I've heard that Chrysanthemum Pass seems to be very handsome. Old Chrysanthemum, is that how you refer to our family elder? Chrysanthemum Douluo? Qian Rinxue's eyes lit up, thinking she must go to Chrysanthemum Douluo to report Tang Jiu's misdeeds, to let this bastard know the consequences of offending her. So it turns out they are from the old Chrysanthemum family. Tang Jiu know that? Initially, he had a bold guess in his mind, thinking that the girl in front of him might be Qian Rinxue, but he soon dismissed the idea. First, Qian Rinxue would need at least a Soul Douluo to protect her if she came to the Stardow Forest, even without a title Douluo. Second, he thought it was impossible for him to have such incredible luck to have Qian Rinxue as his maid. After confirming that the girl in front of him was the junior of the Chrysanthemum Douluo, Tang Jiu leisurely said, hand over your storage soul guide. I'll keep it safe for you. What soul guide? Qian Rinxue quickly hid her hands behind her back, her face filled with terror. Without a storage soul guide, how can you take out a sword out of thin air? Tang Jiu grasped Qian Rinxue's arm and noticed a simple, ancient-looking ring on her finger, which seemed completely out of place with her luxurious attire. If I'm not mistaken, this must be your soul guide. It's confiscated. Tang Jiu reached for the ring. Don't. You big bad guy. Qian Rinxue was both ashamed and angry. The ring contained many of her personal items, especially her clothing. If Tang Jiu took it, how would she face others? She was a saint above all, and she had never been bullied like this before. Finally, her strong heart couldn't maintain its noble and aloof demeanor in the face of death, the unknown, and embarrassment any longer. And she began to cry like an ordinary girl. Tang Jiu was taken aback by the crying and felt a bit embarrassed to take the girl's belongings. Anyway, she couldn't run away, and there would be plenty of opportunities in the future, so there was no need to rush. Tang Jiu released Qian Rinxue's hand and said, all right, I don't want your soul guide anymore, but you have to wear girl's clothes so I can see what my little maid looks like. Hearing that Tang Jiu was no longer trying to take her ring, Qian Rinxue felt relieved. Upon hearing that Tang Jiu wanted her to wear women's attire, she secretly cursed him for being shameless, and then huffed, you turn around. No peeking. There's nothing to see anyway. I wouldn't even bother looking. Tang Jiu shrugged and turned his head, only to hear the rustling sound of changing clothes. All right. After a voice as delicate as a silver bell rang out, Tang Jiu turned back and was instantly mesmerized. She stood there in a white dress adorned with golden patterns, wearing a pair of two-toned platinum boots. Her figure tall and perfectly proportioned. If Xiao Wu's beauty was cute, Zhu Zhuqing's beauty was wild. Ning Rongrong's beauty was pure. Huo Wu's beauty was charming. And Shui Binger's beauty was cold. Then at this moment, Qian Rinxue's beauty was divine and noble. It was as if a goddess had descended to the mortal realm, making one feel unworthy. However, Tang Jiu was not an ordinary person. After taking a deep breath, he said seriously, Xiao Qing, the young master has decided to upgrade you to a little wife. I don't want to be your little wife. If I'm going to be anything, it should be the big wife, right? Work hard and make sure you don't go astray. There might still be a chance. Qian Rinxue, irritated, waved her fist, not wanting to pay attention to this big bad guy. At that moment, her stomach let out a growl, instantly turning the little beauty's face red with embarrassment. It was too humiliating. Tang Jiu laughed heartily. With a beautiful girl accompanying him for 4 years, he shouldn't feel bored. He pulled a bone out of the pot and handed it to Qian Rinxue, saying, here, chew on this, it's so delicious. How barbaric. Qian Rinxue wanted to complain about how particular she was about her meals, but then she realized they were in a forest, and she was still someone else's captive. So, she reluctantly picked up the large bone and took a gentle bite. Instantly, her eyes widened in surprise. This is really tasty. She was genuinely hungry and started gnawing on the big bone. She never thought that holding a bone and eating meat could be so delicious. She finished 6 bones in one go, and upon hearing Tang Jiu's mischievous laughter, her neck flushed with embarrassment. Annoyed, she threw the big bone at him. At night, the two of them slept in the treehouse. Qian Rinxue took out bedding from her ring, made a makeshift bed for herself, and then closed her eyes to sleep without paying attention to Tang Jiu. In the middle of the night, she suddenly opened her eyes, tiptoed out of the treehouse, and spread a pair of pure white wings from her back, soaring into the sky. Her martial soul was the six-winged angel, but now she could only manifest two wings. As her strength increased, she would eventually unlock the six wings, and at her peak, these wings would turn from white to gold, becoming the most sacred martial soul. Just after she flew away, Tang Jiu suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at the sky, dreaming of flying out of the Douluo forest. The Douluo forest was vast, with mountains, rivers, and lakes. After Qian Renxue took to the sky and oriented herself, she flew towards the place she had come from. However, just after flying less than 1,000 meters, she heard a series of bird calls in the sky. Suddenly, a gigantic golden eagle charged towards her. As soul beasts particularly despised human soul masters, especially those who intruded on their territory. The golden beak struck toward Qian Renxue like a sharp arrow. Qian Renxue's face turned pale with anger. If only she had the angel's sacred sword, she could have killed this 3,000-year-old soul beast with one strike. But now, she had no soul skills or sacred sword, and in the air, she was no match for this soul beast. Moreover, she estimated that there were several more golden eagles approaching from a distance. With no other choice, she could only dive towards the ground. The golden eagle saw that Qian Renxue had voluntarily given up and circled in the air for a while, ultimately not daring to enter the forest to chase her, as it was the territory of other soul beasts. Damn it! Qian Renxue cursed under her breath and could only run through the woods. The night in the great forest wasn't dark. Everywhere was illuminated by the dazzling fluorescence emitted by soul beasts, colorful and resembling a fairyland. But Qian Renxue felt only boundless fear. Suddenly, a 5-meter-long, entirely emerald green snake coiled down from a tree trunk, its triangular head held high, and its yellow beast eyes fixed on Qian Renxue, a 5,000-year-old emerald scale snake. Qian Renxue's face turned pale, and she couldn't help but exclaim. The emerald scale snake was a terrifying venomous snake. They hunted soul beasts relying on their horrific toxicity, so they weren't particularly large. However, this 5-meter snake was enough to instill fear. Swallowing Qian Renxue whole would be no problem. Moreover, the speed of venomous snakes was incredibly fast, and their method of attack was poison. This 5,000-year-old emerald scale snake dared to roam in the territory of 10,000-year soul beasts, which showed how terrifying its strength was. Qian Renxue spread her wings and, without thinking, attempted to fly higher for low-altitude flight. However, just as her body took off, the emerald scale snake lunged forward, leaping to a height even higher than Qian Renxue's. Its triangular head struck like lightning, aiming for Qian Renxue's neck. Terrified, Qian Renxue raised her hand to block, only to feel her arm go numb, and her entire body fell from the air. The emerald scale snake wasn't in a hurry to eat. Snakes must wait until their prey is dead before feeding, or they risk bursting their stomachs. Its emerald body coiled around Qian Renxue, and its crimson forked tongue flicked out as it waited for Qian Renxue to succumb to the poison. So cold, so sleepy. Qian Renxue felt her body gradually losing sensation, her entire arm starting to turn emerald green. She struggled to keep her eyelids from closing. "You big bad guy, why aren't you here yet?" At that moment, Qian Renxue regretted coming out. She cursed Tang Jiu for being a lazy pig. She ran away, and he didn't even notice. Just as her eyelids were about to close, she saw a flash of golden light that accurately pierced through the emerald scale snake's head. It was the angel's sacred sword. "Little maid, luckily I arrived in time, or you would have been eaten." Qian Renxue could no longer hold on, collapsing into Tang Jiu's arms, feeling warm at that moment. Then, Qian Renxue saw Tang Jiu lift her arm, using a dagger to cut open a wound, then began to suck the poison from her body with his mouth. After just one sip, Tang Jiu's lips turned green. "No, don't." Qian Renxue struggled, feeling a bit shy. "Don't move, I can't detoxify you. This is the most primitive method. If you suck out the poison like this, you'll get poisoned too." "Oh, are you worried about me?" Tang Jiu said with satisfaction. "You're starting to look more like a maid." Qian Renxue snorted. "I'm worried you'll die and no one will protect me." In her heart, she wasn't sure if it was because she wanted Tang Jiu to protect her, or if she was moved by his willingness to save her. Soon, the numbness faded, and a sharp pain surged in her arm, clearly indicating that the toxin had been mostly cleared out, and the remaining bit just needed to be suppressed by her soul power. Tang Jiu had no better way and could only take out the leaves of the 5-leaf clover, then squeeze them hard as hand. The immense force crushed the leaves into paste, which he applied to Qian Renxue's arm. You are so despicable." Qian Renxue's eyes widened. This vile guy, who could clearly crush the leaves this way, still had to chew them himself. She really wanted to hammer this bad guy to death. But seeing his green face, she could only begrudgingly stop. Are you still going to run away? Tang Jiu carried the weak Qian Rinxue back to the treehouse and cooked a nourishing meat soup to feed her. Oomph. Qian Rinxue huffed proudly, then drank the soup sip by sip. She no longer dared to run around. She would stay here for now, and her grandfather would soon send someone to rescue her. The soup was quite fragrant. What was it made of? Qian Rinxue had never tasted such delicious meat soup before. She licked her cute little tongue and curiously asked, "That green-scaled snake from earlier." Qian Rinxue sprayed a mouthful of soup directly onto Tang Jiu's face, as she had never eaten such disgusting food. "Yes, I'm sorry." Then, Qian Rinxue realized she had rudely sprayed soup on Tang Jiu's face and, having received a good, noble education, felt incredibly ashamed. She quickly took out a handkerchief to help wipe his face. Tang Jiu saw that the girl had done this, so he decided to forgive her. Once her injury healed, he would have her wash his smelly socks. "From now on, we will live together here. You have also seen the dangers of the Starry Forest, so you must listen to me in everything from now on, understand?" Tang Jiu once again engaged in ideological education with the other party. Oh, Qian Rinxue nodded with lingering fear. She had just run less than 2 kilometers and almost died. She couldn't understand how this wild boy managed to live here. "What's your name?" "I can't just call you wild boy." Qian Rinxue decided to coexist peacefully with Tang Jiu, treating it as a vacation to experience the life of a wild person. "Call me young master." "Fine, if you want to say, I'll just call you wild boy." Tang Jiu thought for a moment. Unless it's the title Douluo, it should be difficult for anyone else to find him here. So he decided not to hide anymore. "All right. My dad calls me Xiao Jiu. You can call me Xiao Jiu. Then I'll call you Xiao Jiu." Qian Rinxue snorted. "Calling you brother? Dream on. You don't have to call me brother. Just cook for yourself tomorrow." "Fine, I'll cook for myself." After a night's sleep, Qian Rinxue took out her prepared outdoor tools and made a pot of blackish food. Then, under Tang Jiu's sly gaze, she took a bite and almost poisoned herself. Looking at Tang Jiu's delicious bone soup, especially the big bone that Tang Jiu was gnawing on, her stomach betrayed her and growled again. The snake poison hadn't cleared yet, and her soul power was constantly suppressing and expelling the snake venom, so her body needed a huge energy supplement. Qian Rinxue had never felt this much craving for meat before. "Give me a piece. I'll buy it with money," she said, taking out a card. "Money is useless here." Tang Jiu pouted. Then, with a wicked sense of humor, picked up a meaty big bone and placed it in front of Qian Rinxue's nose to tempt her. Seeing Qian Rinxue instinctively lick her lips like a little greedy cat, Tang Jiu finally took a big bite. So fragrant. Qian Rinxue was so angry she stomped her feet, and finally, not caring about her dignity, she said pitifully, Xiao Jiu. "Yeah, I'm hungry. Come on, call me Jiu again." Tang Jiu pulled out a big bone. Qian Rinxue was both shy and angry, stomped her feet, and directly reached out to snatch it. After getting it, she took a big bite. Qian Rinxue was no longer polite, and after finishing, she directly took action to grab her own. Tang Jiu couldn't help but laugh when he saw the adorable appearance of Qian Rinxue, and said, "Eat more. We still have to travel tomorrow. I've decided to migrate every 2 days." Qian Rinxue's heart instantly sank to the bottom, and she turned her sorrow and anger into her appetite, starting to eat heartily. 5 days later, under a starry moon. "Damn it! Who dared to attack the saintess of my spirit hall?" An angry roar echoed through the Douluo forest, as a man dressed in golden armor, with golden hair and a handsome face, had ice-cold eyes. His body was surrounded by golden, flying daggers shaped like chrysanthemum petals, shredding the surrounding trees and soul beasts to pieces. This man was the chrysanthemum Douluo, Yueguan. He was the title Douluo sent by the Qiandao Lu to secretly protect Qian Rinxue. After Qian Rinxue failed to exit the forest at the scheduled time, he sensed something was wrong and followed the markings left by the Spirit Hall Soul Masters. However, he only found 5 corpses. The chrysanthemum Douluo flew into the sky, searching in the suspicious direction, and finally discovered traces of human activity, as well as Tang Jiu's treehouse, but it was already deserted. Tang Jiu is now more cautious, wandering around the Douluo forest with Qian Rinxue, and has successfully gotten himself lost. "Just give up on going back. I don't even know where I am." Qian Rinxue is completely convinced, and in frustration, she waves her fist. She gradually feels that returning is hopeless, so she decides to enjoy the present moment. "Tell me a story. Just tell the one about the monkey spirit beast." "Are you sure it's not a 100,000-year spirit beast?" Tang Jiu corrected. "That's Journey to the West. Sun Wukong is not a soul beast. He's a monster. How could a soul beast transform into human form? Qian Rinxue gave him a look that suggested he lacked common sense and rolled her eyes at Tang Jiu. Let me tell you about the havoc in heaven. Qian Rinxue imagined. Is heaven part of the divine realm? If you interrupt me again, you won't get any stories to listen to tonight. Dan Jiu wouldn't. Qian Rinxue pouted, but was still very curious about how a soul beast could create chaos in the divine realm, snuggling closer to Tang Jiu under the blanket. When she heard about Sun Wukong eating the peaches of immortality, stealing the elixir of immortality, and battling the gods, her eyes sparkled with excitement. When she heard to be continued, she shook her fist in a show of defiance, clearly planning to take it out on Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu's eyes were full of smiles. Indeed, children love to listen to Journey to the West. Qian Rinxue quickly fell asleep. Tang Jiu pinched Qian Rinxue's little nose and then walked out of the tree house to begin his cultivation. Activate Martial Soul. Tang Jiu's martial soul awakened and quickly merged into the evil ring devouring sky and heavenly curse seal. Activate. In the Stardow Forest. Replenishing the energy of the heavenly curse seal is not too simple. Just casually searching for some spirit beasts that have mental type attacks will do. After the heavenly curse seal is activated, the ant legs and wings merge into black bat wings. Tang Jiu opens his mouth wide, his fangs facing the moon as he begins to devour. The black bat wings on his back start to crazily absorb the essence of the moon. The cool energy enters his body, transforming into cold, evil soul power. Tang Jiu discovers that his cultivation speed is actually twice as fast as before. Why do I feel like I'm part of the vampire clan? Tang Jiu couldn't help but murmur to himself. His current state was almost akin to the abilities of the Blood Clan, capable of absorbing the essence of the moon, possessing bat wings and fangs, all of which leaned towards the Blood Clan. Wouldn't it be great if he could have the special abilities of the Blood Clan? Could this be the path to my ascension to divinity? Tang Jiu suddenly realized the problem. Although it is said that divine positions are inherited, such as Tang San Sea God, Bibidong's Rakshasa God, and Qian Rinxue's Angel God, he did not want to inherit those divine positions. Becoming a god through his own cultivation is the strongest. Tang Jiu believes that his current talent is enough for him to become a god on his own. His combat power is simply against the heavens. Due to the suppression effect of the martial soul rings and the simultaneous cultivation of his twin martial souls, he can fight 10 levels higher. With his own martial soul fusion skill, the evil ring devouring sky ant, he can fight another 10 levels higher. When he activates the ultimate form of the heavenly curse seal, taking on a form similar to that of a blood clan, he can fight yet another 10 levels higher. Under full power, he can fight at least 30 levels higher. This is why he, a 20th level Great Soul Master, can kill a 50th level Soul King, who still has an implicit trend of invincibility within the 50th level. If he doesn't become a god, no one else can. After the essence of the moon entered his body, it actually began to circulate on its own within his meridians, forming a special soul power cultivation method that is even more powerful than the master's improved version of the blue electric tyrant dragon technique, fully accommodating many fine meridians that were previously impossible to cultivate. Tang Jiu carefully noted down this set of soul power cultivation methods. When he could no longer activate the angel's curse seal, he practiced using this method. 2 months later, Tang Jiu's soul power broke through to level 23. What a monster! Qian Rinxue was envious of Tang Jiu's cultivation speed. She currently had no soul rings and her soul power was stuck at level 20, spending her days aimlessly and only able to follow Tang Jiu to experience wilderness survival. However, these 3 months were the happiest time of her life because she had found a true friend. Tang Jiu taught her to build tree houses, fish, barbecue, watch stars together, tell her stories, and accompany her to ride soul beasts in the forest. He even taught her to climb trees and collect bird eggs. Qian Rinxue never thought she could play like this. In the past, she had no friends at all. She was the high and mighty saintess of the Spirit Hall, and others treated her with utmost respect. She was like a little adult, learning knowledge, etiquette, and the way of emperors, and the monotonous life completely suppressed her nature. She still remembers the joy and thrill of riding the armored beast with Tang Jiu for the first time, racing through the forest. Hey, Xiao Jiu, can you tell me about your background? Why do you hate the Spirit Hall so much? Qian Rinxue asked while fishing by the river, curious about this aspect. My village was slaughtered by the previous pope. Tang Jiu replied calmly. Qian Rinxue's face turned pale, her hands trembling slightly. She never expected that her first friend would have such a deep-seated grudge against her. So, are you going to take revenge? Tang Jiu thought for a moment and said, I have two revenge plans. The first is to destroy the spirit hall and kill the entire Pope's family. Qian Renshua bit her lip and nervously asked, what about the other plan? As the saying goes, it's better to resolve enmity than to deepen it. The previous Pope is already dead, so the debt of the father should not fall on the daughter. How about I suffer a loss and harm his daughter? Then get the spirit hall as my dowry? I'll decide to let bygones be bygones. Qian Renshua's eyes widened. She couldn't believe you could come up with such a shameless idea. You tell me, should I choose the first plan or the second? Tang Jiu smiled at Qian Renshua. Qian Renshua twisted her clothing with her hands, lowered her head, and hesitantly said, it's better not to choose the first one. I wonder what the Pope's daughter looks like. How about in the future, I let you be the main wife and her the secondary wife? What do you think? Tang Jiu smiled at Qian Renshua. Wild kid, I'm going to kill you. Qian Renshua's neck turned red with embarrassment. She felt that Tang Jiu had probably guessed her identity and dared to tease her like this. She lunged at Tang Jiu, determined to give him a beating today. This kid must be killed. At that moment, a cold voice rang out, and the bone-chilling coldness combined with a powerful aura made Tang Jiu's expression change drastically. This kind of pressure, he felt it from Tang Hao. The person who came was a titled Douluo, old elder Jew. Qian Renshua's expression first brightened. Finally, someone from the spirit hall had arrived. But then her expression changed, and she spread her arms to block in front of Tang Jiu. Let him go. Elder Yu. Let him go. He killed someone from the spirit hall, and you want to let him go? Is that appropriate? Titled Douluo Jiu snorted, his eyes filled with killing intent. He saved me once and hasn't killed me yet. I owe him 2 lives. Qian Renshua said. That's because he didn't dare to kill you. Step aside. He is our enemy. Titled Douluo Jiu said coldly. If you don't let him go, I'll die right here. Qian Renshua realized she couldn't change titled Douluo Jiu's mind. She directly drew a dagger and held it to her neck, then urgently said to Tang Jiu, run. He is a titled Douluo, such a bold girl. Titled Douluo Jiu glanced at Tang Jiu coldly and said, kid, consider yourself lucky. Tang Jiu took a deep look at Jiu Douluo, then glanced deeply at Qian Renshua and said with a smile, what you're doing really puts me in a difficult position. I originally wanted to use you as a hostage. Get lost. Qian Renshua was almost infuriated to death by Tang Jiu. This bastard actually wanted to use her as a hostage, and she had thought of him as a friend. Tang Jiu touched his nose and sighed. He really wanted to use Qian Renshua as a hostage. It would be much safer than running away by himself. But now, how could he bear to take advantage of such a righteous girl? He really found it hard to make a move. Open martial soul, heavenly curse seal. Tang Jiu dared not hide his strength and immediately merged into his strongest form. His black bat wings spread open, and he flew towards the distance. Jiu Douluo's pupils suddenly contracted as he exclaimed, a martial soul fusion skill, and it's a variant. At this moment, Tang Jiu's aura surged dramatically, even moving this title Douluo. Jiu Douluo descended from the sky and smiled at Qian Renshua, saying, put down your sword, don't hurt yourself. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain to the Grand Elder, and that kid has already flown away. Only then did Qian Renshua lower the short sword in her hand. But at that moment, Jiu Douluo pointed at her and knocked her unconscious. Still too young. How could I allow such a monster grow? Jiu Douluo picked up Qian Renshua and chased after Tang Jiu. Activate Martial Soul, 5th Soul Skill, Gathering of Cold Blossoms. A brilliant golden chrysanthemum bloomed in the sky, and 9 soul rings appeared around him. The golden soul power overshadowed the sunlight, and from the chrysanthemum petals, a golden, sickle-like flying knife condensed and spun towards Tang Jiu, moving at an incredible speed. Rip! The flying knife directly tore through Tang Jiu's black bat wings, causing his speed to drop significantly. Little guy, thinking you can run away from me is wishful thinking. I'm almost a 95 level title Douluo. Among title Douluos, I'm considered a top-tier powerhouse. Douluo had coldly. With the activation of his soul power, the flying knife continued to spin and cut. No matter how Tang Jiu dodged, the wounds on his body kept increasing. Damn it. At this rate, I'm going to die. Tang Jiu's heart was filled with shock, as he did not expect that it was a title Douluo with long-range attacks who had him completely under control. Tang Jiu gritted his teeth, took out the angel's sacred sword from the 12 golden hairpins, and swung it towards the flying daggers. With a sound of tsonglong, the flying daggers were directly shattered. The sacred sword is actually in your hands. This is really infuriating. Jiu Douluo could no longer recognize that this was the first divine artifact of the Spirit Hall. The angel's sacred sword. The black soul rings lit up consecutively, and golden chrysanthemums bloomed. This time, 3 petals flew out, and 3 flying daggers, carrying immense soul power at bizarre angles, sliced towards Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu felt a chill in his heart. Dealing with 1 flying knife was already difficult, let alone 3 flying knives up close. He would be sliced into shreds. The holy sword is yours. Tang Jiu threw the angelic holy sword to the left with all his might. The holy sword shimmered like a beam of golden light, flying towards the distance. Douluo had no time to kill Tang Jiu. He first needed to get the angelic holy sword, which was the most crucial treasure of the spirit hall. Besides, Tang Jiu couldn't escape. The 3 flying knives with no one controlling them were no longer a threat to Tang Jiu. After quickly shaking them off, he glanced at the forbidden area of the Douluo forest and gritted his teeth, heading straight for it. Kid, you can't escape. Behind him, Douluo, having obtained the angelic holy sword, shouted loudly and quickly flew towards Tang Jiu. The first fusion soul skill, speed deprivation. Tang Jiu was determined and activated his speed deprivation ability, slashing a claw at the passing flying soul beast, stealing 10 speed. His body suddenly accelerated. Huh? What's going on? Douluo was taken aback. The flying knife just now missed because of Tang Jiu's sudden acceleration. Then, he saw that every time Tang Jiu attacked a soul beast, his speed shot up like he was on drugs. A soul skill that can devour speed? You're giving me too many surprises. Douluo had to admire Tang Jiu's talent. He snorted coldly. Be careful that the speed you devour might burst you. Want to burst me? Not so soon. Old Jiu, if you want to kill me, wait for your next life. Tang Jiu turned back and gave Douluo a middle finger. Old chrysanthemum. Douluo's face instantly turned pale with anger. I will cut your flesh piece by piece. Even his rivals maintained the respect he deserved. After all, he was a noble title Douluo. Never had he been called such a disgusting nickname. He vowed that today, Tang Jiu would experience the most painful torment. However, at this moment, his speed could not catch up to Tang Jiu, who had absorbed too much speed, fast enough to compare with flying-type soul saints. Douluo was not a flying soul master. His speed relied on soul power. And now he had been left behind by a large margin. But he was not anxious. Tang Jiu's speed would soon decrease. However, he quickly felt something was wrong. Tang Jiu had already flown into the forbidden zone of the Douluo forest. Little brat, stop right now. Going in there is like seeking death. Old chrysanthemum. Too scared to chase? Have you given up? Tang Jiu stopped and beckoned to Douluo with his finger. I will kill you. Douluo was so enraged by Tang Jiu that his voice became sharp, no longer daring to mention anything about forbidden areas. If he hadn't provoked the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python, these 200,000-year-old beasts probably wouldn't have sought him out for trouble. Tang Jiu's devouring speed had already exceeded its limits, and he was constantly feeling the pain of his meridians rupturing within his body. However, he could not stop. After diving in, he flew towards the largest lake within the forbidden zone. Soon, he discovered a Titan giant ape by the lakeside, its muscles bulging harder than granite, and its skin was adorned with yellow fluorescence, strikingly beautiful. Tang Jiu took out the war hammer from the 12 golden hairpins and swung it forcefully towards the head of the Titan great ape without any hesitation. Roar! The Titan great ape felt a sharp pain in its head, as if it had been stung by a mosquito, and turned around fiercely to look back. As if to say, who the hell hit me? It quickly locked onto Tang Jiu and, in a fit of rage, threw a punch at him. Tang Jiu was not afraid and flew directly to the surface of the lake, shouting, Daming, the titled law of the Spirit Hall wants to kill Xiao Jiu, to seize the soul ring and soul bone. As soon as he finished speaking, the lake churned violently, and a massive bull head emerged from the water, roaring at the Titan great ape. The Titan great ape immediately changed its smash into a grab and caught Tang Jiu in one hand. 53 The unfortunate Jiu Douluo twitched the corner of his mouth, secretly thinking that Tang Jiu really knows how to cause trouble. One isn't enough. And now he's brought out two. Tang Jiu estimated that he was doomed, and Douluo only regretted not having killed Tang Jiu personally. After glancing at the 200,000-year-old beast from a distance, he turned to leave. At that moment, a voice that made him furious rang out. Old chrysanthemum. If you have the guts, don't run away. Douluo turned back and was shocked to find that Tang Jiu was actually sitting on the shoulder of the Titan giant ape, as if he were directing it. The Titan giant ape's crimson eyes glared at him menacingly. Then it charged towards him, swinging its fist without hesitation. Douluo's mouth twitched. This Titan giant ape was insane. He and T provoked it at all, but there was no time to think. The massive petals of the chrysanthemum closed in, defending his entire body like a flower bud. Boom! The violent clash of soul power created a terrifying energy tide, causing the surrounding trees to topple over from the impact. Tang Hao quickly hid behind the Titan giant ape's head to avoid being affected. Douluo was no match for a power-type soul beast. This blow made him bleed from the corner of his mouth. Old chrysanthemum, come and fight me. Tang Hao laughed heartily and made faces at Douluo. Douluo was almost infuriated, but this was not the time to fight. He couldn't possibly defeat the Titan great ape, and there was still a sky blue bull python behind them. If it didn't leave soon, they would likely die here. Without looking back, he fled towards the outskirts of the Douluo forest. However, the Titan great ape was relentless. It was furious that Tang Hao had dared to hit it with a hammer. But since Daming had said not to harm the little human, it could only vent its anger on another human soul master. The Titan great ape pounded its chest and then charged after Douluo, delivering a series of brutal blows. Boom, boom, boom. The Douluo forest was in chaos, with soul beasts fleeing in all directions and trees being uprooted. But the one suffering the most was Douluo. He had to take care of Qianrenxue while also defending against the Titan great ape's attacks, making it an unbearable situation, and he was spitting blood from the blows. Finally, they reached the outskirts of the Douluo forest, and the Titan great ape grudgingly stopped. Daming had said not to kill, just to teach a lesson. After pounding its chest and roaring at Douluo to show dominance, the Titan great ape finally snorted in satisfaction. You little brat, wait for me. Douluo had never suffered such a great loss before, almost getting killed by a child. His face was pale, and his eyes were fixed on Tang Hao with a deadly stare. Tang Hao stood on the shoulder of the Titan giant ape, laughing heartily. Old chrysanthemum, I'll send you a song. Listen up. The chrysanthemum is withered. The ground is full of wounds. Your smile has turned yellow. With a snort, Qianrenxue, who had just woken up, burst out laughing. Meanwhile, Douluo was momentarily stunned. This TM was singing insults. I swear I will tear you to pieces. Douluo felt blood rush to the top of his head. He felt like he could die from anger. Come on, if you dare. If you don't, you're a coward. Tang Hao directly gave Douluo the middle finger. Douluo was provoked, but couldn't retaliate. He felt another wave of bitter blood rising in his throat, and his entire face turned ashen. At this moment, the Titan giant ape seemed to find it amusing as well, mimicking Tang Hao's gesture and giving Douluo the middle finger, which had an even greater impact. This scene was too beautiful. Qianrenxue was completely stunned. Douluo's pupils suddenly constricted. He was actually mocked by a beast, and the key was that he didn't dare to hit back. Douluo could no longer suppress the blood rising in his throat and spat it out. The Titan giant ape saw Douluo spitting blood and laughed triumphantly, then looked at Tang Hao in a human-like manner, as if asking, "What other tricks do you have?" Tang Hao immediately started dancing on the shoulder of the Titan giant ape, singing, check it out, come on, old chrysanthemum. The chrysanthemum is withered. The ground is full of wounds. Your smile has turned yellow. Yeah, you are too cowardly. While dancing, he also imitated street dance gestures to provoke. The Titan giant ape found it particularly amusing, so it started dancing wildly like Tang Hao, pointing its index finger down and excitedly howling. Wow, that's too much. Douluo spat out another mouthful of blood, his clenched fist causing his fingers to pierce his palm. Qianrenxue tightly covered her mouth to stop herself from laughing, thinking that Tang Hao was simply too naughty, leading the Titan giant ape astray. However, as she looked into Tang Hao's eyes, they sparkled even brighter. Who could dodge Douluo's pursuit at over level 20? Even poison Douluo would probably be killed by Douluo in a one-on-one fight. But now, Douluo had almost been killed and was also infuriated by two unscrupulous guys. Elder Jiu, let's go. Qianrenxue felt that if she didn't speak, Elder Jiu might really get hot-headed and go fight the Titan giant ape, which would probably end with him getting smashed. Let's go. Douluo squeezed out a word through clenched teeth, then took Qianrenxue and flew away. Qianrenxue turned back and gave Tang Hao a sweet smile, then covered her mouth again, her eyes full of laughter. Roar. The Titan giant ape was a bit unwilling and gave the sky the middle finger before happily returning to the restricted area, occasionally bouncing with pride and letting out a hearty laugh. When it arrived at the restricted area, it was still lost in delight, and the sky blue bull python almost thought it had gone crazy. Human, tell me now, where is Xiao Jiu? The sky blue bull python swatted the frantically dancing Titan giant ape with its tail, then glared at Tang Jiu and coldly asked. Xiao Wu, the soft-boned charm rabbit, spirit beast type, likes to wear pink clothes. She is currently studying at Nodding Academy, and my third brother and teacher are taking care of her. She's fine, very safe. Tang Jiu chuckled. Humans. The Azure Bull Python really wants to smack this gasping guy with its tail. Just now, he said Xiao Wu is in danger and asked me to save him, but now he says Xiao Wu is fine. However, from Tang Jiu's description, it can be certain that Tang Jiu has seen Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu even calls me Brother Jiu, so you should be a bit more polite when talking to me. Daming. Xiao Wu said to find you if I'm in danger. Otherwise, you can also call me Brother Jiu, and I'll protect you from now on. Tang Jiu not. Do you deserve it, little brat? The Azure Bull Python really wanted to spit water to drown Tang Jiu, but thinking about it, it was possible. After all, Xiao Wu was trying to integrate into human society, and since he knew to call himself Daming, it could only have been Xiao Wu who told Tang Jiu. Roar. At this moment, the Titan giant ape stood in front of Tang Jiu, roaring at the Azure Bull Python, signaling not to harm Tang Jiu, as he was his friend. Daming rolled his enormous eyes and snorted, confused about who was just shouting about wanting to smash this little bug. Human, who exactly are you? Why did you provoke the Spirit Hall? The Azure Bull Python asked, still a bit uneasy about Tang Jiu's identity. My name is Tang Jiu. My family was all killed by the Spirit Hall. My adoptive father is Tang Hao, who once loved the 100,000 spirit beasts and was hunted down by the Spirit Hall. Recently, I kidnapped the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, and the one who wants to kill me is the Spirit Hall's Jiu Douluo. The Azure Bull Python really wanted to say, you're even more impressive than I am. From now on, you better take good care, Xiao Wu. After thinking it over, the Azure Bull Python figured Tang Jiu's identity truly seemed like a friend. He didn't reject spirit beasts and was an enemy of the Spirit Hall. Therefore, it could only ask Tang Jiu to take good care of Xiao Wu, especially since Tang Jiu's strength was truly abnormal, being able to escape from a tidal Douluo, showing extraordinary potential. The Titan giant ape saw that it seemed they had reached an understanding, so he started to pull Tang Jiu to dance. Bang! The Azure Bull Python swatted the Titan giant ape away with its tail and roared. You're an ape, not a human. Don't mimic human behavior. Maintain your beastly dignity. The Titan giant ape snorted in response, not wanting to pay attention to the Azure Bull Python, instead grabbing Tang Jiu and running off to a distance, then starting to dance. Being invincible is so lonely. The Azure Bull Python couldn't join in the fun when Xiao Wu was around. They could play together since both had a more combative and lively personality, but the Azure Bull Python was more laid back, spending all day sleeping at the bottom of the lake, which was quite boring. Come on, let me teach you the basic moves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. Change your posture, and let us do it again. Tang Jiu felt that he must bring the Titan giant ape along. Whenever trouble arises, he could just run over and let the Titan giant ape take care of it. Roar. The Titan giant ape has completely fallen in love with dancing, especially enjoying making some provocative gestures. From then on, the soul beasts in the Star Do Great Forest were out of luck. The Titan giant ape's dancing was deadly. The ground shook violently, making it hard for the sensitive soul beasts to get a good night's sleep. Even more unbearable for the soul beasts was that the Titan giant ape was not only dancing, but also singing, and its voice could only be described as a wailing ghost and howling wolf, practically the loudest noise imaginable. Tang Jiu couldn't listen any longer. It was too damn unpleasant. In the Spirit Hall, the highest authority of the Hall of Offerings, Qian Daolu looked at Qian Rinxue with a cold gaze and angrily said, Swear, tell me, who exactly is that wild kid? Grandpa, please let him go. He's my only friend. Qian Rinxue tugged at Qian Daolu's collar and kept acting cute. Oomph. If you don't say, I'll personally go to the Star Do Great Forest. With my unparalleled Douluo cultivation, I can easily crush that wild kid. Qian Daolu snorted coldly. Qian Rinxue was suddenly alarmed. If Grandpa made a move and brought a few tidal Douluo with him, that little Jiu would definitely be dead. Then I'll tell you. Can you not take action, Grandpa? Oomph. Let me take action? He is not worthy. Let the people under the Spirit Hall take care of it. I don't believe he can stay in the Star Do Great Forest forever. Qian Daolu was also a very proud person, thinking that only Tang Chan was worth his effort. Qian Rinxue actually knew that not making a move didn't mean others wouldn't. Once they left the Star Do Great Forest without support, little Jiu wouldn't stand a chance against the Spirit Hall. Right now, she only knew Tang Jiu was called Little Jiu and didn't know his other identities because Tang Jiu said that his parents were killed by the Spirit Hall, and she thought he was an orphan, so she didn't ask further. Qian Rinxue turned her mind and finally thought of a good plan to divert the disaster. Recently, The Lord of Notting City was killed, and the Spirit Hall's enforcement team was wiped out. Why not frame that person? Grandpa, that wild kid is called Tang Hao, the one who slaughtered the Lord's mansion in Notting City. According to speculation, he is the son of Tang Hao, a member of the Haoqian sect. If you want to cause trouble, go find the Haoqian sect. Qian Douluo's eyes turned cold, and he angrily said, "Someone, pass on my orders, attack the Haoqian sect. I want to make the Haoqian sect suffer." Qian Douluo also wanted to use this attack on the Haoqian sect to test the attitudes of several major sects, especially to probe whether Tang Chun had truly broken through to the limit. He certainly didn't believe Tang Chun was dead. That was an existence he feared. Qian Renshua waved her fist, secretly pleased. "Little Jiu, I really owe you for your life-saving grace. I'm even willing to frame others for you. You must thank me properly in the future." A sneeze. Tang Jiu sneezed inexplicably, not knowing who was cursing him. Time flies, and years pass like a shuttle. For years later, Tang Jiu is almost 11 years old now. Due to the nature of soul masters and their training, they develop quite quickly. He has changed significantly compared to 4 years ago, now standing close to 7 meters tall. Back then, after battling with Zhu Douluo, he absorbed speed beyond his body's limits, causing his soul power to regress by 9 levels, making him level 13. However, ever since he was able to use the final form of the bat wings to absorb the essence of the moon, his soul power training has progressed at an astonishing rate. In just 4 years, he has advanced from level 13 to level 28. His basic strength has also increased from 5,800 gene to 7,000 gene, and the soul rings he can bear have grown from 10,000 years to 13,000 years. It's time to leave the Stardow Forest. Diming, I'm leaving. Next time, I'll teach you the space step. Tang Jiu performed a set of stylish sliding steps on the ground, causing the Titan giant ape to watch with envy and remain silent. Suddenly, it roared at the sky blue bull python. "I want to transform." As soon as it finished speaking, it was knocked to the ground by the sky blue bull python's tail. This time, the sky blue bull python was really angry, repeatedly roaring. "You can't even speak human words, and you're still thinking about transforming? You're not going to die like this." After saying that, it wore not to hang out with that bastard Tang Jiu, but it wouldn't listen. "Stick to the beast's path. Do you understand? Do you understand?" With each roar, the sky blue bull python lashed out with its tail, making the Titan giant ape scream in pain. Tang Jiu sensed that the situation was not good and quickly fled, hoping not to get himself into trouble later. The Tianqing bull python looked at him as if it were looking at an enemy. It always thought that it was Tang Jiu who led the Titan giant ape astray, but it was clearly the Titan giant ape that had led him astray. It was time to choose a second spirit ring for the bullet ant spirit. Since staying in the Stardow Forest posed no danger to him, he was not in a hurry to attach his spirit. But if he was going to leave, he had to ensure that his spirit rings were complete. Tang Jiu had long chosen his target, the Mad Blood Barbarian Bull. This soul beast is similar to a rhinoceros, with dark red fluorescence on its blue horned armor, and a giant blue horn on its head that seems to pierce the sky. Tang Jiu stealthily approached the habitat of the frenzied Blood Bull while holding a warhammer. He quickly threw out his soul ring and used his martial soul to bind the frenzied Blood Bull, instantly sealing its 10,000 year cultivation. Moo! The frenzied Blood Bull was enraged, its crimson soul power igniting as it activated its skill, Blood Burn. Blood Burn is the frenzied Blood Bull's innate skill, burning all of its soul power to instantly increase all attributes by 100. However, the cost is that after using it, its soul power is completely exhausted and it will take at least 2 months to recover the consumed soul power. At this moment, the frenzied Blood Bull was comparable to a 20,000 year soul beast, glaring at Tang Jiu with its blood-red eyes, confirming him as an enemy. The frenzied Blood Bull charged forward, its single horn aimed directly at Tang Jiu. First soul skill, Rampage. First soul skill, Speed, Evil Ring. Soul bone skill, Frenzy. Tang Jiu was not afraid at all, directly unleashing all his power, swinging the giant hammer towards the head of the frenzied Blood Bull. With a thud, the bull's single horn shone with a brilliant blue light, piercing through the war hammer with incredible sharpness. Then, with a forceful flick, the hammer was thrown several hundred meters away. Tang Jiu only felt a sharp pain in his tiger's mouth. After his strength was amplified, it reached 14,000 gene. But he still wasn't a match for the frenzied Blood Mad Bull. He quickly rolled to the side to avoid the bull's charge. However, the frenzied Blood Mad Bull suddenly slammed to a stop, raised its front hooves, and stomped down. The ground began to shake under the force of its hooves, and Tang Jiu was forced to jump around, feeling utterly helpless and frustrated. Tang Jiu really didn't want to use the martial soul fusion skill. He couldn't always rely on it, and using it in a fight would easily expose his identity. I still have the heavenly curse seal. The blood-red cloud stained Tang Jiu's body, causing all his physical attributes to increase by 50. Tang Jiu swung his fist and struck fiercely at the hoof of the frenzied blood bull. Boom! Tang Jiu and the crazy blood barbarian bull flew out simultaneously, rolling for dozens of meters. It's about time. We can go all out now. Tang Jiu felt every bone in his body crying out in agony. Yet the fighting spirit in his eyes was exceptionally high. With a roar, he clashed with the frenzied blood bull, trading blows with every punch. The surrounding trees echoed with the sounds of impact, and even smaller trees had begun to snap. However, Tang Jiu's soul power reserves were no match for the frenzied blood bull. After a dozen rounds of full-on firepower, his soul power began to falter. Second soul skill. Soul power devouring ring. A black light flashed on the frenzied blood bull, and it immediately felt a tremor in its body, becoming weak. Tang Jiu's soul power instantly surged by a large margin. The soul power devouring ring instantly devours 5 of the enemy's soul power, and the devoured soul power can be completely replenished to Tang Jiu. It can also be enhanced based on the number of soul rings. For each additional ring, the devouring speed increases by 5. The duration is 1 minute, and the cooldown is also 1 minute. Like the speed devouring ring, the only difference is the cooldown time. It can only continue to plunder after the absorbed soul power dissipates, or else it risks exploding from excessive power. Tang Jiu's soul ring now has 2 soul rings, directly plundering the soul power of the crazy blood barbarian bull at level 10, instantly replenishing his soul power. The crazy blood barbarian bull's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly unable to understand why this was happening. Come on, watch me exhaust you to death. Tang Jiu laughed heartily, swinging his fist down. He was now like a perpetual motion machine. His soul power never seemed to deplete, and he used his soul skills without any cost, with no downtime at all. Every move was the strongest explosive force. Moo! The mad blood bull was also getting fired up. It felt that Tang Jiu could easily be crushed under its feet. However, the more they fought, the fiercer Tang Jiu became, and a single human soul master actually dared to challenge it. The mad blood bull clearly did not accept defeat. Neither side was willing to give in, and they clashed head-on. Tang Jiu began to accumulate numerous wounds, but he didn't care at all. He just wanted to smash this bull with his fists. In the distance, a 5-person soul master team noticed the huge commotion in the forest and the tragic bellowing of the bull. It was the mad blood bull. Tianheng, let's go take a look. If it has a cultivation level of 12,000 years, it would be perfect for Brother Tianlei. The speaker was Yu Tianxin, a cousin of Yu Tianheng and the grandson of the second elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, 19 years old, and a level 36 battle spirit master. They had come this time to hunt souls for Yu Tianlei, who was 28 years old and a level 50 battle spirit king. Knowing that his cousin Yu Tianheng had a particularly strong healing-type soul master named Yi Lingling in his Tiando royal team, they specifically formed a team to come in. But isn't this just robbing others while they're hunting soul beasts? Yi Lingling clearly thought this was inappropriate. We're just going to take a look. Maybe he really needs your healing. Tianheng, what do you think? Yu Tianlei looked at Yu Tianheng. Before Yu Tianheng could answer, Duge Yin beside him smiled and hooked her arm around Yi Lingling's shoulder, saying, "Let us go. Maybe he is a handsome guy, just right for you to find a boyfriend." Yi Lingling shot a cold glance at Duge Yin, saying, "Yinzi, don't talk nonsense." At this moment, Yu Tianxin's face showed slight displeasure. He was quite attentive to Yi Lingling, having been trying to curry favor with her all along. However, Duge Yin clearly looked down on him, as his talent was not as good as Yu Tianheng's. But he didn't dare to offend Duge Yin, after all. Her grandfather was the Poison Douluo, while their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan only had 1 title Douluo, and he couldn't bring trouble to his family. The battle is over. Suddenly, Yu Tianlei frowned, and without waiting for everyone to reach a consensus, he rushed over first. Pushing aside the dense weeds, he saw the battered Tang Jiu, who was standing there in a daze. The soul ring is gone. Yu Tianlei's face turned quite ugly as he shouted, "You wild brat. Who was hunting soul beasts here just now?" Tang Jiu was checking his soul skills. After exhausting the mad blood barbarian bull, he absorbed a 13,000-year black soul ring and obtained the blood ignite soul skill. The second soul skill, blood ignite, instantly enhances all physical attributes by 50, which can be increased according to the soul ring's bonuses. For each additional ring, the increase will grow by 10. The duration is 5 seconds. This means that by using the Blood Ignite soul skill now, he can directly increase his strength, speed, and defense by 50. Although it's not as exaggerated as the 100 increase from the Mad Blood Barbarian Bull, it lacks the side effects. Just as he was feeling pleased, he heard Yu Tianlei's unfriendly questioning, so he pointed to himself and said, "Are you blind? I'm the only one here. If I didn't kill it, who did? You? What level is your soul power?" Yu Tianlei scoffed. Just reached level 30. Tang Hao Tukka. He had just absorbed the 10,000 year soul ring, allowing him to break through from level 28 to level 30 in one go, which felt absolutely fantastic. At level 30, you think you can hunt a 10,000 year soul beast alone? You need to have some credibility when you're bragging. Before Yu Tianlei could respond, Douluo immediately retorted. Tang Jiu's eyes lit up instantly. Douluo was simply too recognizable because she had a pair of emerald green pupils, which was a sign of poisoning. So, the girl beside her must be Yi Lingling, right? "I'm injured. Can you treat me?" Tang Jiu did not pay attention to Douluo, but looked at Yi Lingling instead. "Sure." The gentle and pure Yi Lingling nodded readily. At this moment, Tang Jiu looked too disheveled, making her, as a healing soul master, feel a pang of sympathy. "Lingling, the world is full of malice. You can't want to treat everyone you see." Douluo hurriedly gave Yu Tianheng a look. Yi Lingling's soul power must not be wasted. She was the only healing soul master. At a critical moment, even a little soul power could mean a life. Yes, when encountering soul masters in the wild, try to avoid unnecessary contact if you're unfamiliar. Yu Tianheng said. "Oh." Yi Lingling glanced apologetically at Tang Jiu, indicating that she was also powerless. As teacher Qin Ming had instructed them to follow the captain's orders during their outing, Tang Jiu was immediately frustrated. What was supposed to be a simple matter was ruined by Yu Tianheng. So he huffed. "Yu Tianheng, speaking of which, we're actually relatives. You're being too ungrateful." "Relatives?" Several people were taken aback, looking at Tang Jiu in confusion. "I'm the direct disciple of Master Yu Xiaojing, so by that logic, I'm your senior." Tang Jiu chuckled. "Your uncle's disciple." Yu Tianheng was delighted at first, but then his expression darkened. "You should actually be my junior. So it turns out we are from the same side. Come call me sister." Douluo was very fond of Yu Tianheng and immediately tried to establish a connection with Tang Jiu, then pulled Yi Lingling and said, "Let's treat this little junior." Yi Lingling was just about to take action when Yu Tianxin scoffed. "I thought who it was? Turns out it's the disgrace of our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, that waste Yu Xiaojing. I remember he was expelled from the family back then. Where does this senior-junior talk come from?" Tang Jiu's expression suddenly darkened. "Shut up. That's our second uncle." Yu Tianheng shouted angrily. As the master had always treated him quite well, in Yu Tianheng's heart, he still valued this second uncle. Yu Tianxin chuckled and said, "That's your second uncle, not mine. I don't have a useless uncle. Besides, he has already been expelled from the family. So why should you recognize a useless person as your second uncle? Don't glare at me like that. If you have the ability, make the family revoke the punishment against Yu Xiaojing." Seeing Yu Tianheng's defiant expression, Yu Tianxin snorted. Then he turned to the extremely unfriendly-faced Tang Jiu and said, "Kid, what are you looking at? Do you want to fight me? So, my martial soul is not like your teacher's useless one. I am a true blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, a level 36 battle soul sovereign." Smack! Tang Jiu swung his hand and landed a heavy slap on Yu Tianxin's face, the immense force causing Yu Tianxin's face to spin 180 degrees, which in turn made his body rotate in midair and crash heavily onto the ground, eating a mouthful of dirt. "Well done." Douluo, with her eccentric personality, cheered on, enjoying the spectacle. "You dare to hit me?" Yu Tianxin spat out a mouthful of blood, got up, and directly activated his martial soul, embodying the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, charging straight at Tang Jiu. "Stop!" Yu Tianheng shouted angrily, ready to intervene, but was held back by Yu Tianlei. "Tianheng, he actually dares to provoke our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Tianxin should teach him a lesson. Otherwise, where will our family's dignity be? You must understand, anyone who provokes the family is our enemy." Yu Tianheng didn't expect Yu Tianlei to use the family to pressure him. If he intervened, it would mean aiding an outsider against the family, especially since Yu Tianlei was the beloved grandson of the elder. The elder group and the family head didn't get along well, and if Yu Tianlei went back and exaggerated the situation a bit, It could bring even more criticism to his father. Seeing that Yu Qianheng was held back, a fierce light flashed in Yu Tianxin's eyes. Third soul skill, Dragon's Fury. Yu Tianxin didn't want to give anyone a chance to rescue Tang Jiu. Directly activating his third soul skill, blue electric arcs sparking around him, entering a rampage state with an attack power guaranteed at 60. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Yu Tianxin's yellow soul ring flashed, his attack power increasing by another 50. His hands transformed into dragon claws, fiercely slamming down towards Tang Jiu. Rage. Tang Jiu did not activate his martial soul, but only activated the soul bone skill. Launching a punch towards Yu Tianxin's dragon claw, Tang Jiu's physical prowess surged after absorbing the soul ring of the mad blood barbarian bull, with his strength increasing from 7,000 pounds to 8,000 pounds. Furthermore, the soul ring of the mad blood barbarian bull enhanced Tang Jiu's bones and skin, significantly boosting his defense. Crack! Bang! As their fists and claws collided, Yu Tianxin's hand bone shattered, and his body flew out like a kite with a broken string. How is this possible? He defeated the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul Master with a single punch without activating his martial soul. Yu Tianlei was filled with astonishment. Yu Tianheng was equally shocked. He had planned to wait for Tang Jiu to be defeated before stepping in to protect him, and this outcome was too much for him to accept. Monster! Dugian also stood there, mouth agape. Tang Jiu did not stop his actions, quickly stepping forward and fiercely striking Yu Tianxin's chest with a deadly whip kick. You're being outrageous. Yu Tianlei quickly stepped in to block Tang Jiu's kick, coldly saying, "Don't go too far." Who's going too far? He insulted my teacher first. Are you trying to stand up for him too? I don't mind beating you up as well. Because of his master. Tang Jiu originally had no good feelings towards the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, and now he was eager to teach them a lesson. Then don't blame me for bullying the weak. Yu Tianlei immediately activated his martial soul, revealing 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple. At that moment, the onlooker Duguyin couldn't smile anymore, her expression unusually serious. While Tang Jiu was just about to activate his martial soul when Yu Tianheng stood in front of him. Enough. This matter ends here. Tianxin insulted my second uncle, so it's only right that my uncle's student gives him a slap. If Tianlei wants to continue attacking, then our team will disband right here. If Tianlei stops now, I'll have Lingling treat everyone, and this matter will be over. Yu Tianlei coldly glanced at Tang Jiu and then retracted his martial soul, saying, "Fine, for Tianheng's sake. Let's let this matter go. Everyone should focus on hunting souls." Yu Tianxin was furious. I got beaten, and that's it. Yu Tianlei gave Yu Tianxin a look, meaning to wait until he got a 10,000-year soul ring before talking. Yi Lingling saw that the conflict had ended, so she immediately went to treat Tang Jiu and Yu Tianxin. That junior brother, I could actually beat him. Tang Jiu poked Yu Tianheng's shoulder, feeling a bit regretful about missing such a good opportunity to deal with the opponent, but if he continued to be ruthless, Yu Tianheng would likely stand against him. After all, they were from the same sect. I am your senior brother, Yu Tianheng said irritably. Junior brother, you're being very naughty. Just now, we saved your life. At level 30, you might be able to handle that rookie Yu Tianxin, but dealing with level 50 Yu Tianlei would be quite dangerous. Shouldn't you thank your sister? Dugu Yin smiled, her emerald green eyes fixed on Tang Jiu. With my strength, I could wipe you all out easily. Tang Jiu rolled his eyes. Dugu Yin pouted, and even Yi Lingling shook her head, gently saying, "Junior brother, boasting is not right." Tang Jiu saw that no one believed him, shrugged his shoulders, and stopped explaining. He said, "Then I'll lead the way for you. I've lived here for a while, so I'm very familiar." "All right." Dugu Yin nodded, looking at Tang Jiu. She knew he was reliable. After all, he was dressed in animal skins. "What kind of soul beast are you looking for?" Tang Jiu asked. "A powerful soul beast that's 12,000 years old. Something like a mad blood barbarian bull will do," Yu Tianheng replied. "Okay, then I'll take you to find it." Tang Jiu's eyes lit up. "It's the frenzied blood bull. Why not let that kid Yu Tianlei get gored by the bull later? The frenzied blood bull is not something they can handle. You lead the way. Who knows if you'll take us into danger? I think we should let brother Tianlei lead. He often goes in and out of the Xingdou Great Forest to help people hunt soul beasts." Yu Tianxin always felt that Tang Jiu had good intentions. "Whatever." Tang Jiu shrugged. "If this kid wants to mess around, let him." After climbing the big tree to check things out, Yu Tianlei professionally pointed to the northeast and said, "Based on my experience, that's the safest place." Tang Jiu couldn't help but laugh. "Truly, if you don't seek death, death won't come to you. That direction is the territory of plant-type soul beasts, while animal-type soul beasts are rare. On the surface, it seems safe, but the animal-type soul beasts living there are exceptionally powerful. If I may give you a piece of advice, I suggest you don't go. 57 Illusory demon man-eating tree. Don't pretend to understand. Yu Tianlei snorted coldly, just as Dugu Yin and the others were hesitating about whose advice to follow. A furious roar of a monkey suddenly echoed from deep within the forest, and the surrounding soul beasts immediately became agitated, clearly frightened. What was that sound? Dugu Yin felt a sense of fear from the bottom of her heart. I don't know. It should be a powerful soul beast in this forest. Yu Tianlei analyzed. Tang Hao heard the sound and couldn't help but laugh. That's the voice of a titan giant ape. It's getting beaten up. The reason is that it's being disobedient. Dugu Yin facepalmed. Junior, you really know how to brag. Have you seen the titan giant ape getting beaten up with your own eyes? Frequently. Tang Jiu not that. At this moment, Yu Tianlei looked at him with disdain, and even Yi Lingling said softly, "It's not good to boast. All right, come with me." This time, no one believed Tang Hao. He was just too unreliable. The group followed Yu Tianlei towards the northeast. After about 3 hours of travel, they encountered fewer and fewer soul beasts. Suddenly, a strange fragrance wafted through the air, and Tang Hao felt the heavenly curse seal charging rapidly. He was instantly startled and shouted, "Not good." He immediately pulled Yi Lingling back explosively. "You little brat, let go of Lingling." Yu Qianxin saw Tang Hao's actions and immediately wanted to follow. But as soon as he took a step, a huge vine suddenly wrapped around his ankle, hanging him upside down 10 meters off the ground. At that moment, the original vines on the ground began to wriggle, curling towards everyone. Yu Qianheng and the others were about to defend themselves, but upon smelling the fragrance, they found the scene before them becoming blurry. They accidentally bumped into the vines, which wrapped around their ankles and hung them up as well. At this moment, Yi Lingling was horrified to discover that this was a massive tree with vines, over 200 meters tall and more than 30 meters in diameter. The dark vines were densely covered with the bodies of animals. Dugu Yin and the others were slowly being bound up by the vines like Zongzi. What is this thing? Yi Lingling stood at a place where the vines couldn't reach, her face filled with shock. The illusion demon man-eating tree. Tang Hao was also apprehensive. He rarely came to the gathering place of plant-type soul beasts because it was too dangerous. Plant soul beasts could kill unexpectedly. What should we do now? Yi Lung asked coldly. To save them, we must have Dugu Yin take action, but I first need to break the illusion on Dugu Yin. You'll treat her later. After Tang Jiu finished speaking, he picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it at Dugu Yan's arm. Swish! The force of the stone was so great that it pierced through Dugu Yan's arm, and the intense pain snapped her out of the illusion. At that moment, Yi Lingling also produced a 9-heart sea tang flower in her hand, and the healing light spread towards Dugu Yin, allowing her to see her situation clearly. She was hanging upside down from a vine, surrounded by the corpses of animals hanging in the same manner, which made her break out in a cold sweat. Hurry! Use poison to corrode the vines. Tang Jiu wu get. Upon hearing this, Dugu Yin immediately understood, activated her martial soul, and the Bai Lin snake appeared, with 3 soul rings glowing on her body, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Third soul skill, Bai Lin, purple poison. The purple poison gas spread out, visibly causing the vines on her body to wither and become brittle, ultimately breaking under her weight. Dugu Yin rolled in the air and landed, then used her soul power to direct the poison gas towards the vines binding Yu Qianheng. Once he fell into a daze and dropped, Dugu Yin grabbed his arm and quickly escaped from the attack range of the illusionary man-eating tree's vines, wiping the cold sweat from her brow. After Dugu Yin revived Yu Qianheng, he saw that Yu Tianlei and the others were trapped, and he gritted his teeth. Yanzi, save them. He couldn't just watch as the people from his sect were brutally killed. While speaking, he rushed over, but Dugu Yin, feeling sorry for Yu Tianheng's reckless adventure, stomped her foot and used her soul skill again to create a large cloud of poison mist, impacting the vines and making Yu Qianxin and Yu Tianlei fall down. Yu Qianheng punched both of them in the nose, causing tears and blood to flow. He was not polite at all, partly because he had previously disapproved of their actions, and also because he was furious that they had chosen this path, nearly leading to their annihilation. Run! Yu Qianlei's nose bled profusely, but right now, his life was more important. He shouted loudly and activated his martial soul, madly rushing outside because he sensed a greater danger. Suddenly, the huge illusionary man-eating tree extended wooden spears from its massive canopy. This was the sole skill of the man-eating tree. Ironwood spear. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dense rain of spears fell from 200 meters in the air, and these hard wooden spears were completely unaffected by the poison mist. plunging a full meter into the ground upon impact. The three of them ran as if in a rain of arrows, each step filled with trepidation. Suddenly, Yu Tianxin let out a tragic scream as his arm was pierced by a spear, stumbling and falling to the ground. Looking up, he was terrified to the point of nearly wetting himself. Countless spears were raining down from the sky, and he was about to be turned into a target. Save me. Yu Tianxin looked at Yu Tianlei, but Yu Tianlei was no longer concerned for his survival. Just as he was in despair, Yu Tianheng directly activated his third soul skill, sweeping his hand to shatter all the spears aimed at Yu Tianxin, then grabbed his leg and ran wildly. However, an even denser barrage of spears was already raining down. Yu Tianlei shouted. Fourth soul skill, Blue Electric Divine Dragon Transformation. Yu Tianlei transformed into a blue electric dragon, swaying its tail to clear the spears in front of him, then accelerated to escape the coverage of the spears. Tianheng. De Guyan saw Yu Tianlei using his soul skill to escape. But Yu Tianheng was still not yet level 39 and couldn't transform into a dragon, with the torrent of ironwood spears falling. Yu Tianheng's speed was simply not enough to escape. She collapsed to the ground, pale and filled with despair. Tianheng, grab it! At that moment, Tang Hao pulled out a rope from the 12 gold hairpins and tossed it to Yu Tianheng. Overjoyed, Yu Tianheng, who was already in despair, grabbed the rope and felt a terrifying force pulling him out as if he were flying. Boom! At that moment, the dense ironwood spears crashed down, shaking the ground. When Yu Tianheng looked back, cold sweat poured down his back. The area they had just been in was now filled with countless ironwood spears, resembling a forest of spears. Tianheng. De Guyan rushed over in surprise to check, only to find that a spear had pierced Yu Tianheng's arm at an angle, but he was otherwise unharmed, which relieved her. She then turned back and patted Tang Hao on the shoulder, saying, "Thank you so much this time. If you have any requests in the future, I will agree to them all." Tang Hao's eyes lit up immediately, and rubbing his hands together, he said, "I heard that your grandfather has a medicinal herb garden with many good things. Could you take me in to broaden my horizons?" Tang Hao now feels it is necessary to improve his poison resistance. It would be even better if he could become immune to all poisons. The fierce battle begins. For Tang Hao's request, De Guyan gladly agrees, saying she would take Tang Hao to see her grandfather's medicinal garden. It's nothing serious. She certainly doesn't think Tang Hao is planning to steal medicinal herbs. Wouldn't that be asking for death? After thanking Tang Hao, it was time to settle accounts with Yu Tianlei. De Guyan raised her hand and unleashed a cloud of poison mist towards Yu Tianlei. Using her first soul skill, Azure Scale, Red Poison. The red toxic gas drifted onto Yu Tianlei's face, instantly turning his entire face black. "What are you doing?" Yu Tianlei shouted angrily. "I saved you, but you fled alone, disregarding the lives of your teammates. Then you can pay me back with your life." De Guyan sneered. Yu Tianlei secretly cursed De Guyan, thinking she was just like her grandfather, both having a capricious nature, turning hostile faster than flipping a page. However, he didn't dare to confront De Guyan. If he got poison here, he would die even faster. "Tianheng, that was a misunderstanding. My soul skill can only protect myself," Yu Tianlei explained. Tianheng shot a cold glance at Yu Tianlei, thinking he was talking nonsense. The soul skills of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family were quite similar. Although he was only level 38, the time it took for his fourth soul skill to transform into a blue electric dragon was determined by soul power, and it couldn't possibly be that short. "Yinzi, stop. Detoxify him and let him go. Our team is disbanding from here." Upon hearing the first half of the sentence, Yu Tianlei was quite pleased, but his expression changed when he heard the latter half. He angrily said, "We agreed to hunt souls together. I haven't obtained my 5th soul ring yet. What do you mean by this? I will not team up with a petty person. I must be responsible for my teammates." Tianheng coldly replied, "Very well, I will report this matter to my family." After Yu Tianlei and Yu Tianxin had their injuries treated, he left with a harsh remark. Once the two left, Tianheng turned to Tang Hao and asked, "You haven't formally introduced yourself yet. What's your name?" "Tang Hao. You can call me Xiao Jiu. What a mischievous junior. I am De Guyan, and this beauty is Yi Lingling. Want to pursue her? I can help you." De Guyan winked at him. "Yinzi." Yi Lingling's face instantly flushed with embarrassment as she shot a glare at De Guyan, who always loved to joke around. "But I already have a girlfriend. I'm a devoted person. Changing my feelings isn't my style," Tang Hao said, rubbing his nose while thinking that Yi Lingling was so gentle. "Junior, you need to open your eyes. Our Lingling is the future sect master of the Nine-Heart Si-Tang sect. You should break up with that girlfriend quickly." Yinzi. Yi Lingling had truly had enough of De Guyan. All right, no more jokes. Seeing that Yi Lingling was a bit angry, Duguyan stopped teasing her and turned seriously to Tang Jiu, saying, Junior, you are level 30 now. Have you hunted any soul rings yet? Since we have nothing to do anyway, why not help you hunt a soul beast? So, what soul beast do you want to hunt? Tang Jiu thought for a moment and said, my third soul ring needs a soul beast with a cultivation of 16,000 years. Clap. Duguyan directly slapped Tang Jiu on the shoulder and said angrily, you're just bragging endlessly. Really, my talent is earth-shattering. Tang Jiu had a look you wouldn't understand, which immediately made Yi Lingling cover her mouth and chuckle. Just now, Tang Jiu had saved her, and she had a very good impression of him, seeing him as a mischievous little brother. The group was laughing and chatting, creating a lively atmosphere. However, just as they left the territory of the plant-based soul beasts, they heard Yu Tianlei's cries for help. Behind him was a soul beast resembling a giant lizard, about 6 meters long. Tianheng, hurry up and help. I found a 10,000-year-old iron-armored giant lizard. Yu Tianlei was leading the soul beast towards Tang Jiu and the others. Du Guyan, still not understanding, realized that Yu Tianlei was deliberately leading it over for them to help hunt it down. Don't bother. Let him die. Du Guyan sneered. Tang Jiu nodded and said, yes, and this is not a steel-armored giant lizard, but a steel-armored dragon. A 6-meter steel-armored giant lizard has a cultivation age of about 12,000 years. But a 6-meter steel-armored dragon has 18,000 years. Moreover, the steel-armored dragon is a subdragon, and its strength is not something the steel-armored giant lizard can match. Really? How can you tell? Du Guyan asked curiously. Look, the tail of the steel-armored dragon is a bit like a meteor hammer. That's the biggest difference. Also, the body of the steel-armored dragon is much more fluid, and its movements are much swifter, unlike the sluggish steel-armored lizard. Tang Jiu continued to explain. An 18,000 year steel-armored dragon? Then ISNTU Tianlei doomed. Du Guyan's green pupils flashed with delight, eager to see how Yu Tianlei would be devoured. Bang! The steel-armored dragon charged and knocked the last Yu Tianxin away, then bit down fiercely Yu Tianlei. If that bite landed, it would definitely tear Yu Tianlei into 3 pieces. Yu Tianheng, we are all from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Can you really bear to watch him die without saving him? What a shame you are the young master. How can you gain the trust of the clan after disregarding the lives of your kin? Even your father will face criticism. Yu Tianlei shouted. Yu Tianheng frowned. To be honest, he didn't want to get involved, but he was the heir of the family, and his father was still the clan leader. He had been educated since childhood for the sake of the family. Moreover, Yu Tianlei was the grandson of the Grand Elder, and Yu Tianxin was the grandson of the Second Elder. If he saved them this time, his father, as the clan leader, would also gain more support from others. Thinking of this, Yu Tianheng no longer hesitated and directly summoned his martial soul, revealing 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Yu Tianheng's hands transformed into dragon claws, crackling with blue electricity, and he launched a surprise attack on the eyes of the steel-armored dragon. The steel-armored dragon, eager for a meal, suddenly felt a sharp pain in its eyes as Yu Tianheng's dragon claw struck its wide-open eye. Roar! The steel-armored dragon cried out in pain, and this hit directly blinded one of its eyes. The intense pain pierced through its heart and lungs, causing it to immediately abandon Yu Tianlei and turn its hunting target to Yu Tianheng. With a swing of its tail, the meteor hammer-like tail fiercely smashed towards Yu Tianheng's head. First soul skill, Green Scale Red Poison. Du Guyan immediately used her poison attack, and red poisonous mist floated towards the steel-armored dragon. When it's injured, I came into contact with the poison mist. An even more painful sensation spread through the steel-armored dragon's nerves, causing its body to sway slightly, and this swing missed its target. Yu Tianheng narrowly dodged the swift attack and quickly flipped backward, positioning himself in front of the retreating team, giving Du Guyan a look that signaled her to prepare for battle. Yu Tianxin, get up if you're not dead. And Yu Tianlei, the 3 of you hold the front. My poison won't kill it. It can only drain a bit of its strength. If anyone tries to play tricks again, be careful of getting wiped out. Du Guyan commanded from the center of the team. We're all fighting. What about that wild boy? Yu Tianxin huffed in dissatisfaction. P.S. protecting Lingling. Du Guyan snorted and then gave Tang Jiu a look, signaling him to keep Yi Lingling safe. Tang Jiu nodded. He decided to let Yu Tianlei and Yu Tianxin be taken down by the Iron Armor Dragon first before making his move. 5-9 call me Little Jioka. Tang Jiu is not optimistic about this team, being able to defeat the Iron Armor Dragon. After all, the soul beast they are about to hunt has a cultivation of around 12,000 years, while the Iron Armor Dragon's cultivation is nearly 20,000 years. Although they managed to blind one of its eyes with a surprise attack, the gap in strength is too great. Moreover, the team's control-type Soul Master is not like Tang San's hard control, but rather a soft control relying on poison. Du Guyan's control abilities are more effective against human Soul Masters, but much less so against Soul Beasts, as the physical constitution of Soul Beasts is far superior to that of humans, giving them higher poison resistance. Additionally, the sheer size of the Soul Beast means that Du Guyan's low-level poison can at most cause pain, slow it down, and deepen the damage, along with a slight armor-piercing effect. However, these effects are practically useless against the Iron Armor Dragon. The only effect has been to increase the Iron Armor Dragon's berserk bloodlust. Roar. The Iron Armor Dragon roars furiously, wanting to devour all the little bugs in front of it, and after accelerating, it charges into Tang Jiu's team. Hold it! Du Guyan shouts. They must restrain the Iron Armor Dragon's speed to encircle and kill it. If the Iron Armor Dragon keeps charging, knocking even one person down would result in serious injury. Third soul skill, Dragon's Fury. 3 purple soul rings light up as Yu Qianheng and the others use their third soul skill to enter a berserk state, enhancing their strength and attack power. The 3 of them exert all their strength and charge towards the Iron Armor Dragon's chest. Boom! The dragon and the 3 collide violently, causing the Iron Armor Dragon to stagger, but Yu Qianheng and the others are all sent flying. Their strength is not on the same level as the Iron Armor Dragon. After regaining its balance, the Iron Armor Dragon charges towards Du Guyan. If it collides, it would definitely kill her. Yanzi, Yu Qianheng exclaims in panic, but it's too late for him to help. At that moment, Tang Jiu grabs Du Guyan and turns to carry Yi Lingling away, running as fast as he can, even activating the Soul Bone skill frenzy. The Iron Armor Dragon pursues relentlessly, although it is faster than Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu's smaller body allows him to weave through the narrow gaps between trees, while the Iron Armor Dragon charges in a straight line. Boom, boom, boom. Trees are continuously shattered, but eventually, the Iron Armor Dragon hits a solid object, crashing into a 1,000-year-old soul beast, the Ironwood, which doesn't fall down. Instead, it makes the Iron Armor Dragon dizzy. So fast. Could it be that Xiao Jiu is a speed-type Soul Master? Yu Qianheng is surprised, then immediately organizes a counterattack. At this moment, Tang Jiu finds a safe place and directly takes the girls up a big tree. You little brat, have you enjoyed taking advantage of me enough? Put me down. Du Guyan kodli snort. Yi Lingling's face is already flushed, and she gently pushes Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu then places both of them on a tree branch and smiles. Now, you are safe. Xiao Jiu, I didn't expect you to be quite clever. Du Guyan notices that the tree is very thick, and the branch they are standing on is 15 meters off the ground. No matter how powerful the Iron Armor Dragon is, it can't attack them since it can't climb trees. At this distance, they can freely unleash their soul skills without worrying about their safety. Yi Lingling holds out the 9-heart begonia and begins the first wave of group healing for the 3 who were injured earlier. She has never felt so safe during a soul hunting mission. There's a hint of admiration in her gaze towards Tang Jiu. However, the battle below is not looking good. Although there is Du Guyan's poisonous mist, the Iron Armor Dragon remains vigorous and its combat power undiminished. Its tail, like a meteor hammer, swings out, capable of creating large holes in the trees. The ground and the trees are riddled with holes. Most importantly, the Iron Armor Dragon's defense is too strong. Their attacks can only barely break through its defenses, which feels like just a tickle to the Iron Armor Dragon. As a team, when facing a Berserk Soul Beast, if the frontline tank cannot withstand the attack, there is basically no chance of victory. But now they face another situation. They can't escape. The Iron Armor Dragon is much faster than the 3 attack-type Soul Masters. If they turn to flee, at least one person will definitely die. Let's fight. Yu Tianlei, unleash your ultimate move. If we can blind its other eye, we still have a chance to win. Yu Tianheng shouts breathlessly. All right. Yu Tianlei realizes it's time to take a risk. 4th soul skill, Blue Lightning Dragon Transformation. The purple soul ring lights up, and Yu Tianlei transforms into a winding blue electric dragon, opening its mouth wide to bite fiercely at the Iron Armor Dragon's neck. Blue lightning flashing as he unleashes his soul power. Yu Qianheng seizes the moment, activating his 1st soul skill, and with electric claws, strikes towards the Iron Armor Dragon's eye. Just as he thinks he is certain to succeed, the Iron Armor Dragon, having learned from its previous experience, immediately closes its eyes. Rip. Yu Tianheng's dragon claws leave long gashes on the iron armor dragon's face, but when the iron armor dragon opens its eyes again, it gives him a mocking and cold look. Yu Tianheng then realizes he hasn't penetrated the iron armor dragon's eyelid. It's over. Yu Tianheng feels a chill in his heart as the iron armored dragon slams into a tree, sending Yu Tianlei crashing and nearly dead. However, it doesn't finish him off but turns to charge at Yu Tianheng, not forgetting the person who blinded one of its eyes. Yu Tianheng dodges left and right, but ultimately cannot escape the fate of being knocked away, flying out over 10 meters and spitting blood, while the iron armored dragon slowly approaches him step by step. Tianheng. Du Guyan jumps down from the tree, picks up Yu Tianheng, and looks at the increasingly close iron armor dragon with despair in her eyes. Yi Lingling continues to use healing soul skills. But even if she heals Yu Tianheng and the others, they cannot escape the fate of death. Xiao Jiu, take in Z and Lingling and run. Yu Tianheng pushes Du Guyan away and shouts at Tang Jiu, I'm not leaving. Du Guyan's eyes glisten with tears as she stubbornly shakes her head. If Yu Tianheng dies, she doesn't know how she can live. Du Guyan, who is in a sweet and passionate love, has already contemplated dying alongside him. Tang Jiu was very frustrated. Yu Tianheng's hatred was too intense, and the iron armor dragon now just wanted to kill Yu Tianheng first, completely ignoring Yu Tianlei and the others. If it didn't act, not only would Yu Tianheng die, but Du Guyan would also die. Dan Ziu Sai, realizing that the trick of using someone else's weapon against them wouldn't work anymore, he quickly jumped down from the tree and shouted, Brother, I'm coming to save you. Yu Tianheng was so angry that he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yinzi, why don't you call me little Jiuge, and I'll come to save him, Tang Jiu said with a smile, stepping closer to the armor dragon. Du Guyan was about to curse, but the words got stuck in her throat. At that moment, she opened her mouth wide, staring blankly at the incredible scene unfolding before her. Tang Jiu has awakened his martial soul, the bullet ant martial soul. With every step he takes, a soul ring appears around him. The first soul ring, purple. Announcement for launch. This book will go live tomorrow at noon. Currently, the data is very poor, so I hope everyone can support it with a wave of subscriptions. Don't make me rely solely on passion to power this. This book will be different from other Douluo fanfics. It won't follow Tang San, won't support the Haoyan sect, and won't help Tang San fight against the Spirit Hall. The protagonist has a lively personality, is protective of his friends, believes in reciprocating kindness, and will crush anyone who wrongs him. Do you want to see the protagonist versus Qiandaolu? Do you want to see the protagonist versus the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? Do you want to see the protagonist versus the Haoyan sect? Do you want to see the protagonist versus the Spirit Hall? Do you want to see the protagonist versus Tang San? Do you want to see the protagonist versus the Shrek 7 monsters? Then subscribe. Chapter 60. Punching the Iron Armored Dragon. Seeking first subscription. Purple, first ring, 1,000 years. Everyone's pupils suddenly constricted, doubting whether they were seeing things. Then, Tang Jiu's second soul ring appeared black. At that moment, Yi Lingling let out a gasp. The first ring's 1,000 years had already brought her enough shock, but the second ring's 10,000 years was even more unbelievable. As a 10,000-year soul, ring only appears at the 5th ring. Could it be that the crazy, blood-maddened bull was really haunted by him? Du Guyan's eyes were filled with tears. She seemed to see hope for Yu Tianheng's rescue, her green pupils fixed firmly on Tang Jiu, clenching her fists. Meanwhile, Yu Tianlei in the distance was filled with unwillingness and jealousy, constantly roaring in his heart. Why couldn't such talent appear in him? Yu Tianheng's gaze was dazed. He felt close to his second uncle, but he had never recognized Yu Xiaojiang's strength. Yet his second uncle's disciple was such a monster. Roar. The iron armor dragon's furious roar interrupted everyone's thoughts. Its single eye was filled with anger, and Tang Jiu's aura made it extremely uneasy. With a roar, the iron armor dragon stomped the ground with its claws and charged wildly at Tang Jiu. First soul skill, Berserk. Second soul skill, Blood Ignite. Madness. Tang Jiu directly unleashed all three skills, with a base strength of 8,000 gene, a Berserk boost of 55, a Blood Burning boost of 60, and a Frenzy boost of 30. After the triple overlapping boosts, Tang Jiu's strength instantly reached 25,000 gene. Not only strength, but also the body's defense and speed saw a significant increase. At this moment, Tang Jiu was like a ferocious beast in the human world. Tang Jiu stepped hard on the ground, and with a loud bang, a deep depression was created in the ground. At the same time, Tang Jiu's body accelerated to the extreme, appearing as a blurred black shadow in the eyes of the crowd. Boom! Tang Jiu collided with the iron armor dragon, and everyone heard the painful cracking sound of bones. Then they saw Tang Jiu's body being sent flying, while the iron armor dragon also flipped sideways and slid to the ground. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. It was simply incredible that one person could knock down the iron armor dragon. Even Yu Tianheng and the other two couldn't achieve that just moments ago. Yi Lingling, drawing on her experience as a healing soul master, quickly assessed that Tang Jiu was injured with a cracked scapula. She held the 9-heart sea pearl in her hands and unleashed a healing soul skill on Tang Jiu, instantly healing his broken bones. Refreshing. Tang Jiu laughed heartily, feeling great about treating the girl. Enough, Xiao Jiu. You should take Ling Ling and leave. You're no match for the iron armor dragon. Dougie inside. Although Tang Jiu was fierce just now, the iron armor dragon's defense was too strong, and Tang Jiu had already suffered setback. With both soul skills activated, there was no chance of winning now. Don't worry, I won't lose. That was just a warm-up. Tang Juba patted his chest confidently. He did not activate his soul ring or martial spirit, as winning that way would be too easy. He wanted to clash head-on with the iron armor dragon to hone his combat skills. Tang Jiu cannot rely too much on the soul ring martial soul and the fusion skills of his own martial soul. After all, these are trump cards. In regular battles, he should focus on improving his fundamental combat abilities. The stronger the foundation, the greater the destructive power when using ultimate moves. Tang Jiu charged again. This time he wouldn't compete with the iron armor dragon in strength. He dashed in front of the iron armor dragon, executed a beautiful sidestep to evade its brutal charge, and then raised his foot to fiercely kick at the joint of the iron armor dragon's hind leg. This was a reverse joint technique from military boxing. With a crack, a crisp sound of bones colliding echoed. The high-speed iron armor dragon let out a scream and fell directly to the ground. Joints are the most vulnerable parts of the skeleton. Although Tang Jiu's kick didn't shatter the iron armor dragon's joint, it still caused it to howl in pain, with swelling appearing around the joint. How could this be possible? Yu Qianheng was stunned. In the first strike, Tang Jiu had been knocked down by the iron armor dragon. But in the second attack, it was the iron armor dragon that ended up on the ground. Even more incredible was that Tang Jiu was now punching the air repeatedly, instead of taking the opportunity to attack the iron armor dragon. Little did he know, this was Tang Jiu accumulating power using the chaotic wind hammer technique. One punch after another, until he had stacked up to 18 punches by the time the iron armor dragon got back up. When the iron armor dragon charged again, trying to bite Tang Jiu, he sidestepped and swung a power-packed punch, striking fiercely at the end of the iron armor dragon's jaw, where the upper and lower jaws connect. An exceptionally weak point. With another crack, the connection point could not withstand such a powerful blow and shattered, causing its upper and lower jaws to fail to align perfectly. Much like a human's jaw dropping, its face became deformed. The iron armor dragon howled in pain, but the more it screamed, the more it hurt, and its tail, like a meteor hammer, swung wildly at Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu used agile movements to evade the iron armor dragon's attacks, then launched a frenzied assault on its lower jaw. Once one side of the jaw was damaged, the other side would bear greater pressure, making it more prone to fractures due to misalignment. After Tang Jiu attacked with 5 punches, he finally succeeded in knocking off the iron armor dragon's jaw. The wretched howl from the iron armor dragon could only escape from its throat, causing everyone to gasp in shock. They had never witnessed such a domineering fighting style. Instantly, everyone subconsciously touched their own jaws, feeling a twinge of discomfort in their teeth. It was clear to everyone that the iron armor dragon was finished. The intense pain made its movements start to distort. Tang Jiu had completely turned the iron armor dragon into a punching bag to train his joint techniques. In 20 seconds, Tang Jiu landed 13 consecutive kicks, finally snapping one of the iron armor dragon's thick hind legs with a crack. With the final blow, the iron armor dragon was now moving exceptionally slowly. Tang Jiu began to stack his chaotic cloak again, significantly enhancing his physical attributes. Coupled with years of focused training, he was now proficient in using the 81 hammer technique. Using his hands as hammers, he struck out 81 times in the air, building up his power. With a surge of strength, Tang Jiu leaped high and slammed a punch down onto the iron armor dragon's head. Bang! The iron armor dragon's skull shattered, and it ultimately fell heavily to the ground, unwilling to accept its fate. At this moment, Tang Jiu's hand bones were also completely shattered, but he stood proudly in front of the iron armor dragon's corpse, exuding an aura of dominance and unparalleled fierceness. Yu Tianheng's eyes were filled with admiration. This was the strong attack-type soul master he had always envisioned, one who could confront soul beasts head-on, advancing courageously and emerging victorious. So strong, he was simply a monster. Duge Yin had once thought she was impressive, but after witnessing Tang Jiu's power, she realized how laughable her pride was. Yu Tianlei was filled with jealousy, clenching his fists and internally roaring that one day he would surpass Tang Jiu. He set a small goal for himself, such as becoming the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect first. Meanwhile, the revered Tang Jiu, ignoring the injuries on his hands, sat cross-legged and began to absorb the soul ring. As the black soul ring floated into Tang Jiu's body, he felt an unbearable pressure, as if he would explode and die any moment. Even the heavenly curse eel was not enough. After all, this was an 18,000-year-old soul ring, and it belonged to a subdragon. Subdragons are inherently stronger than ordinary soul beasts, and the energy contained in its soul ring is at least 20 times stronger than that of an ordinary soul beast. Therefore, the difficulty of absorbing the soul ring was comparable to that of a 20,000-year-old soul ring. Tang Jiu's skin was cracking, and energy was in chaos. 61 soul bone touches the heart, seeking initial subscription, seeking death. Yu Tianlei sneered inwardly. It was clear that Tang Jiu was about to explode. A glimmer of delight flashed in his eyes, but the next second he was frozen in place. A beam of healing light descended upon Tang Jiu, and his skin, which was about to burst, surprisingly stopped cracking. The one who acted was Yi Lingling, holding the 9-heart sea buttercup. What was going on? This was actually one of the results of the master's research. When absorbing a soul ring, although one could only rely on oneself, as long as the number of soul rings absorbed did not exceed the limit and the body did not explode instantly with wave after wave of healing, the soul master's body would gradually adapt to the energy impact of the soul rings until it finally broke through the limit and perfectly absorbed them. However, this required a powerful healing-type soul master, and of course, Tang Jiu's monstrous physical quality was also indispensable. Moreover, the absorbed soul ring could not be too strong. If Tang Jiu were to absorb a 30,000-year soul ring now, he would have exploded before Yi Lingling could treat him. This was really playing with fire. Duge Yin was completely convinced. No wonder Tang Jiu was so powerful. Every time he walked on the edge of life and death and took such great risks, it was only natural for him to gain more rewards. Damn it! Yu Tianlei was extremely annoyed. He kicked the corpse of the iron-armored dragon heavily, secretly resenting that this soul beast was useless for not killing Tang Jiu. However, the next moment, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Beneath the iron armor dragon, there was actually a piece of glittering, crystal-like bone, soul bone. Not only did Yu Tianlei see it, but everyone else also noticed it and exclaimed in surprise. Yes, this was the leg soul bone of the iron armor dragon. It had also encountered bad luck. First, it was provoked by Yu Tianlei and came over eagerly for a feast, only to be ambushed and blinded by Yu Tianheng. Just when it was ready to take revenge, it was ruthlessly crushed by Tang Jiu. The key point was that it felt Tang Jiu was weaker than it. The iron armor dragon's journey was too bumpy, filled with resentment, and it finally burst out a soul bone. Without thinking, Yu Tianlei claimed the soul bone for himself. Put it down, that's Xiao Jiu's. Duge Yin shouted sternly. We hunted the soul beast together, he absorbs the soul ring, and we take the soul bone. It's only natural. Yu Tianlei was unwilling to give up the soul bone. This was a soul bone from a 10,000-year soul beast, and it was even from Subdragon. Its value was immeasurable, especially for their blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Shameless. If it weren't for Xiao Jiu, you all would be dead. Duge Yin's temper flared up instantly. She wanted to show off to her grandfather that she had teamed up to obtain a soul bone. But she didn't expect Yu Tianlei to want to seize the soul bone that belonged to Tang Jiu. Without saying a word, she directly initiated combat. Using her third soul skill, Green Scales Purple Poison, Yu Tianlei had no intention of fighting Duge Yin. His most important task now was to escape with the soul bone. He turned and fled from the area where the poisonous fog spread. Duge Yin was so angry that she stamped her feet. How could her speed catch up to Yu Tianlei? He was a level 50 Soul King. At this moment, Duge Yin was somewhat resentful of Yi Lingling's strong healing ability. If that bastard hadn't been healed just now, she could have poisoned him to death. Yu Tianheng was also furious. Soul bones were extremely rare treasures, second only to 100,000-year soul rings. Put down the soul bone. Yu Tianheng ran a few steps and reached out to grab Yu Tianlei's back. Yu Tianlei ran outside the area where the poisonous fog spread and directly activated his fourth soul skill, transforming his body into a blue, serpentine electric dragon, fiercely whipping his tail against Yu Tianheng's chest. Puff! Yu Tianheng did not expect Yu Tianlei to strike so hard. He had no soul skills and was heavily injured to the ground. If you dare to chase me, I'll kill you. Yu Tianlei coldly glanced back and waved his hand to Yu Tianxin. The two quickly ran toward the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. With a soul bone, who needed a soul ring? If he could bring the soul bone back to the family, he might become the next family head. Damn it! Duguyan's face turned pale with anger. She knew this was not the time to chase after them. After all, Yu Tianheng was severely injured, and Tang Jiu couldn't move while absorbing the soul ring. Yi Lingling needed to treat Tang Jiu. If she left, these people would be in danger in the Stardow Forest. Moreover, even if she caught up, she wouldn't be able to defeat them. She could only support Yu Tianheng against a tree, anxiously watching as Tang Jiu absorbed the soul ring. Tang Jiu was currently on the edge of death, frantically testing his limits, with the danger of exploding at any moment. Fortunately, Yi Lingling's healing was powerful enough, and thanks to his abnormal physique, he often pushed the limits of a human body. With waves of energy crashing over him, he could only ensure that his body wouldn't completely explode. Tang Jiu's physique was extremely abnormal, especially the heavenly curse seal, which allowed him to continuously break through the limits of the human body. Whenever Tang Jiu's body could no longer withstand the pressure, a warm light of healing would always shine down on him, allowing him to continue pushing his limits. 1 hour later, Tang Jiu gradually adapted to the violent energy, eliminating the danger of exploding his body. But the meridians inside him had been severely damaged by the violent energy's impact. He could only slowly use his soul power to comb through them, and with the help of the heavenly curse seal, he rebuilt a stronger meridian circulation. This was a very slow process. At this moment, Yi Lingling was almost exhausted, and with her soul power nearly depleted, she still gave Yu Tianheng one last healing, before collapsing from the tree, only to be caught by the quick-witted Duguyan. You're working so hard to help Xiao Jiu. I will definitely make him take responsibility for you. Duguyan teased. Yi Lingling shot her a glare and said irritably, Get lost. Lingling is a healing type. Don't you just need a powerful soul master to protect you? Look at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Their martial souls are not even as good as yours, yet the world only knows the 7 Treasure Glazed Pagoda. Who knows about the 9 Heart Begonia? For the sect, went over Xiao Jiu. Yi Lingling felt a slight stir in her heart at Duguyan's words. Gently biting her red lips, her gaze towards Tang Jiu changed a bit. Yes, she did lack a strong soul master for protection, but besides a partner who could wholeheartedly protect her. Hee, are you moved? Then make your move early. Duguyan laughed heartily, winking. Yi Lingling was both shy and angry. Her pretty face flushed with red. This annoying Yinzi only knows how to tease her. If she had known, she shouldn't have healed Yu Tianheng just now, making her worry a little longer. 12 hours later, Tang Jiu suddenly opened his eyes, and 3 soul rings emerged from his body, purple-black. Seeing the black soul rings, Duguyan's mouth twitched, and she immediately curiously asked, Xiao Jiu, what is your 3rd soul skill? Dragon's Fury. It can instantly increase all of my basic attributes by 60. Tang Jiu Juke. Not that impressive. Feels a bit unworthy of a 10,000-year soul ring, Duguyan pouted. Tang Jiu's 3rd soul skill, Dragon Fury, is certainly not limited to just this. It increases all of his physical attributes by 60 instantly, and can also be enhanced based on the soul ring. For each additional ring, the increase will go up by 10. The duration is 5 seconds. This means that with his 3 soul rings, when he activates Dragon Fury, his attributes will directly increase by 80 after absorbing the 3rd soul ring, along with his continuous breakthroughs in physical limits. Tang Jiu's base strength has grown from 800 gene to 10,000 gene. Now, with all his skills activated, he has a Berserk increase of 65, Blood Burning increase of 70, Dragon Fury increase of 80, and Frenzy increase of 30. 10,001, 65-1, 7-1, 8-1, 365,000. This means that Tang Jiu's peak strength has reached 65,000 gene, enough to lift half of the Sea God Trident. This is the terror of percentage increase soul skills. Although it seems like a small growth, this percentage increase is equivalent to a geometric growth, calculated using exponentiation, not addition. Yinzi, you don't understand. When I level up, my strength increases exponentially. I feel like I can soon take on title Douluo. Tang Jiu laughed. You just keep bragging. Duguyan couldn't stand Tang Jiu's attitude and huffed. If you're so strong, go challenge the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Your soul bone was taken away. Yinzi. Yu Qianheng quickly intervened. He didn't want Tang Jiu to become enemies with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Isn't this kid pretty arrogant? Let him go take it back. Duguyan disregarded Yu Tianheng's obstruction and recounted what had just happened. Xiao Jiu, don't worry. I'll have my grandpa help you get it back. Then we'll go settle the score with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan together. Duguyan coaxed Tang Jiu like a little devil, urging him to cause trouble. No need, I'll go get it back right now. Tang Jiu's gaze was cold. How dare they snatch my things without knowing the consequences? I can understand your feelings. But they've already been running for 13 hours and are almost out of the Starry Forest. You can't catch up. You can't even fly. Fly. As Duguyan spoke, she found herself unable to continue. At that moment, Tang Jiu underwent an even more bizarre transformation. The bullet ant martial soul became even more terrifying, with black, spear-like ant legs growing from his back. And what made her unable to continue speaking was the pair of transparent wings behind Tang Jiu. Even more terrifying was that 2 soul rings appeared on him, consisting of white, yellow, purple, and black colors. Doesn't that mean he can fly? I'll be back soon. Tang Jiu grinned and then flapped his wings, soaring into the sky. He had rich experience in jungle tracking, but at this moment he couldn't help but frown, because Yu Tianlei and Yu Tianxin had actually fled in different directions, one trail going southeast and the other going southwest. Splitting up was truly cunning, so I will chase the stronger one. Tang Jiu transformed into a black silhouette and disappeared into the air, leaving the 3 of them staring at each other in confusion. 2 hours later, the extremely fast-flying Tang Jiu finally found Yu Tianlei, diving down and kicking toward Yu Tianlei's face. Bang! Yu Tianlei was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing heavily against a tree trunk. His nasal bone collapsed, and a clear shoe print was visible on his face. Enduring the excruciating pain, he finally saw the person who attacked him, and his pupils instantly constricted. How could it be you? How can you fly? Hand over the soul bone. Tang Jiu stood in the void, his eyes coldly staring at Yu Tianlei. If he hadn't sensed the absence of a soul bone on Yu Tianlei, he would have killed him and taken the soul bone long ago. Instead of wasting words with him, want to know where the soul bone is? Wait until I see Yu Tianheng to talk. Yu Tianlei's gaze shifted, and he coldly snorted, not believing that Tang Jiu would dare to kill him in front of Yu Tianheng, as he was the beloved grandson of an elder from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. Tang Jiu also knew that this guy was afraid he would kill him after getting the soul bone. Quite cunning. However, Tang Jiu wouldn't let him have it so easy. With a flap of his wings, his body shot through a black light, and he kicked directly at Yu Tianlei's knee, snapping one of his legs with a crack. Yu Tianlei was in so much pain that cold sweat streamed down his face. Tang Jiu then took him back to Yu Tianheng and directly threw Yu Tianlei to the ground. Now, how can we talk? Where did you hide the soul bone? Tang Jiu questioned coldly. Upon seeing Yu Tianheng, Yu Tianlei felt much more confident and gritted his teeth, saying, "The soul bone, I had Tianxin take it away. He is probably already out of the Stardoe Forest. I obtained a soul bone for the family. I am a hero of the family. If you dare to kill me, you will definitely become an enemy of my Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Now unless you kill me and Yu Tianheng otherwise, the news of you killing me will definitely reach our family." Yu Tianlei laughed proudly, just as Yu Tianlei laughed a couple of times. Duguyan kicked him right in the mouth, and 2 of his teeth flew out. How dare he still deceive Yu Tianheng at this point? He really is a piece of work. Yi Lingling also snorted. This Yu Tianlei is too shameless. Yu Tianlei. Yu Tianheng's face darkened as he grabbed Yu Tianlei. Wanted to beat him up. Yu Tianheng, you better persuade your little junior brother. As long as he lets me go, I will report to the family and share this credit with him. I believe the Elder Council will agree to let Yu Xiaojiang return to the family. After threatening, Yu Tianlei then resorted to temptation. Hearing that his second uncle could return to the family, Yu Tianheng felt a surge of joy and said to Tang Jiu, "How about we just let it go? After all, second uncle is also your teacher, and you're also part of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. If second uncle can return to the family, he will definitely be very happy." Tang Jiu smiled and then shook his head, saying, "Absolutely impossible. No one can take my things. As for my teacher returning to the family, he is my teacher. When I stand at the peak of this world, your family will definitely cry and beg him to come back." With that, Tang Jiu snatched Yu Tianlei from Yu Tianheng's hands. Since the soul bone was no longer on him, keeping him was of no use. Xiao Jiu, even if you don't think of your teacher, think of yourself. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus is one of the top 3 sections. If you kill the grandson of the Grand Elder, you'll be at odds with the entire blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Yu Tianheng urged anxiously. Seeing that Tang Hao was really going to kill someone, Douluo Yin quickly said, just give him a beating, but if you really kill him, it will be an endless feud. My grandpa is a titled Douluo, and I wouldn't dare to do that. That just means your grandpa is not strong enough to defeat the titled Douluo of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect. You can't afford to offend the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. To me, it is nothing. Douluo Yin glared angrily at Tang Hao, then pulled Yu Tianheng, saying, let him go to his doom. We don't need to care. Think about it. You really can't afford to provoke our family. Yu Tianlei was scared. No need to think about it. Remember to reincarnate in your next life. Just don't provoke me. Tang Hao flew into the air with Yu Tianlei and then pulled out the last war hammer from the 12 gold hairpins. Yu Tianlei, your greatest value is to let me practice my accuracy with the flying hammer. Tang Hao leaned through the hammer at Yu Tianlei. Boom! The hammer smashed through Yu Tianlei's chest and was nailed to the big tree behind him, making the tree shake violently. Xiao Jiu, you've caused a big trouble. Yu Tianheng slammed a heavy punch on the tree. No, it's your blue electric Tyrannosaurus family that's in big trouble. I am the father that your family cannot afford to offend. Tang Hao, you are nothing but a disaster. I could randomly pick someone and they could flatten your blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Yu Tianheng, you better have your family return my soul bone, or else, hum. Tang Hao shook his fist and said, when I go back, I'll take the old man to your family to settle the score. I won't scare you to death. Unfortunately, Yu Tianheng, Douluo Yin, and Yi Lingling couldn't grasp Tang Hao's dominating aura and looked at him with strange expressions. Douluo Yin even sneered, Junior, you're not going to tell me that you're a disciple of the #1 sect in the continent, the Haotian sect, or the son of the most powerful Douluo, are you? You could guess that? Tang Hao was astonished. I'm done pretending. I'm laying my cards on the table. Yes, I am Tang Hao's son, the most talented soul master in the history of Douluo Continent. I even made a titled Douluo flee in blood. Tang Hao raised her head proudly, with an expression that seemed to say, come and worship me, so you know I'm someone you can't mess with. Douluo Yin couldn't help but burst out laughing, then pointed at the war hammer embedded in the tree trunk and said, you won't tell sister that this is your martial soul, the Haotian hammer, right? Tang Hao was momentarily stunned, touching his nose. He was just a hammer. No more words, right? You are still Tang Hao's son. Do you know what trouble Tang Hao's son has caused? Douluo Yin looked at Tang Hao as if he were an idiot. Trouble? Tang Hao had a confused expression. I was exiled to the Douluo forest by my own old man. What trouble could I possibly cause? Tang Hao's son offended the Spirit Hall. 4 years ago, the Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall, Qian Daolu, led 5 titled Douluos to attack the Haotian sect, killing and injuring dozens of people from the Haotian sect, severely wounding the sect. In the end, they forced the Haotian sect's master to announce to the world that Tang Hao was expelled from the Haotian sect and stripped of his titled Douluo title, making Tang Hao the only titled Douluo in history without a title. From now on, he could only be referred to as Douluo Tang Hao. Douluo Yin squinted and said, if you're Tang Hao's son, wouldn't you know? I'm just training. I haven't been up to date with the news. Tang Hao was taken aback. What the heck? Something big has happened in the Haotian sect. I'm clearly in the Douluo forest, and there's no trouble I can cause here, so it must be my third brother. What on earth did you do to anger the Spirit Hall? Third brother. They even say you're Tang Hao's son. So tell me, how did you offend the Spirit Hall? Douluo Yin asked with a blink. Well, Tang Hao actually has 2 sons. How could the troublemaker be me? Tang Hao didn't want to take the blame. The issue of Tang Hao being expelled from the family wasn't a big deal. It had already happened before, but just wasn't announced to the world. However, having the title of Haotian Douluo revoked was a major issue. The Haotian Douluo is the title of the strongest titled Douluo of the Haotian sect in this generation. The old man must be furious. The key point is that I seemingly Haven T offended the Spirit Hall. Of course, the incident with Ju Douluo doesn't T-count. Qian Renxue is definitely not someone who would betray me, even if she were to die for it. Yes, it must be the trouble caused by third brother. It has to be, since we're not biologically related. Wouldn't I be killed otherwise? Douluo Yin pouted and huffed. Tang Hao has 2 sons? Wouldn't he know that? Then let me ask you, what is Tang Hao's son called? I'm called Tang Hao. You can see the naming pattern of Tang Hao. It's easy to guess. Tang Hao replied. Could it be Tang San or Tang Lu? 369. You're really smart. Tang Hao gave a thumbs up. Let me tell you. Tang Hao's son is called Tang Haizi. What the heck? Tang Hao almost choked to death. Tang Haizi? The intelligence personnel of the Spirit Hall should really be fed to the dogs. preferably a black dog. Now, do you still claim to be Tang Hao's son? Du Guiyan wore an expression of having seen through him, looking at Tang Jiu with interest. Well, actually I'm not Tang Hao's biological son, Tang Jiu said. Oomph. The three of them looked at him with disdain, thinking that he couldn't come up with any more excuses now. Tang Jiu was speechless. If it weren't for the soul bone, would I be willing to expose my identity? But when I said it, no one believed me. Tang Jiu silently pulled the warhammer down from the tree, put it into the 12 beauties of Jinling, and then took out a short sword to start dissecting and cutting the flesh of the iron-armored dragon. This is a treasure. Little Junior, one must be honest. You just said that the title Douluo you fought spat blood? Tell your sister, which title Douluo was it? Du Guiyan asked with a smile. Just kidding. It's all just a joke. Tang Jiu quickly wanted to distance himself from the situation, as he absolutely could not let Tang Hao know that he had once kidnapped the Saintess of the Spear Hall. Otherwise, Tang Hao would definitely prioritize justice over family. Xiao Jiu, it's not good to brag. Ye Yingling Ganti Advisit. I'm not bragging. Tang Jiu was also exasperated. Let us go back to the Heavendo Royal Academy first. Yu Qianheng called everyone, then supported Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu had already released the martial soul fusion skill, but his body's meridians were severely injured from absorbing soul power, and he hadn't fully recovered yet. Yi Lingling's soul power was exhausted, so she couldn't treat both of them, and they could only manage like this for now. Tang Jiu was supported by Yu Qianheng and couldn't help but frown, saying, "You're an injured person. Is it appropriate for you to support me?" Yu Qianheng replied with a cheerful smile, "Of course it's appropriate. I want to take care of you. You're my second uncle's student. I really appreciate it." Tang Jiu rolled his eyes and snorted. "Why don't you let Yanzi support you? Isn't she nice? How can we guys let a girl support us?" Yu Qianheng shook his head. Du Guiyan giggled and even winked at Yi Lingling, saying, "I've confirmed it. He is a bad guy, just right for a good girl like you." Yi Lingling blushed and pushed Du Guiyan with annoyance. "I'm much older than him. What is there to be afraid of? A woman 3 years older than a man can hold gold bricks." Tang Jiu repeatedly signaled Yu Qianheng with his eyes to go find Du Guiyan, but Yu Qianheng insisted on supporting him. Tang Jiu was at a loss for words and could only sigh, saying, "You are such a righteous gentleman. I'm really curious how you managed to win over that demon girl Yen." Upon hearing Tang Jiu refer to her as a demon girl, Du Guiyan shot him a disdainful look, ready to teach him a lesson, when Yu Qianheng blurted out without thinking, "I didn't have to chase her. She chased me. How straightforward." Tang Jiu gasped in surprise and looked at Yu Qianheng with pity, thinking, "This is your own doing." Yi Lingling glanced playfully at Du Guiyan, her eyes full of teasing while pursuing someone, huh? Quite different from what someone said. Du Guiyan's face instantly darkened, and she pinched Yu Qianheng's waist, spinning him around 3.5 times. "Yu Qianheng, clarify your words. Who is chasing whom?" Yu Qianheng gasped as he was twisted, thinking, "This hand is poisonous. It's really poisonous. By Lin poison." Yi Lingling covered her red lips and laughed uncontrollably, never having seen the captain so flustered. "What are you laughing at? Hurry and support your little boyfriend. He saved you." Du Guiyan huffed. "Yen." Yi Lingling's face instantly turned bright red. It was fine for Du Guiyan to joke privately, but how could she call her that in front of Tang Jiu? However, seeing Tang Jiu's weak state, she still walked over and draped his arm over her shoulder. Yu Qianheng looked at Tang Jiu, who appeared quite comfortable, and cursed inwardly. "Tang Jiu, you are a disaster." 64 Sweep away Dugabo's lair. Xiao Jiu, what's up with your martial soul? Although it's a taboo for soul masters to inquire about each other's secrets, Du Guiyan couldn't help but be extremely curious. Besides, Tang Jiu is the disciple of Yu Qianheng's second uncle, so they are basically family. As for Yi Lingling, Du Guiyan automatically regarded her as Tang Jiu's girlfriend. So there shouldn't be any taboos among them. Just remember to keep it secret. Nonsense. Hurry up and tell me if you don't. Don't expect me to take you to my grandfather's medicinal garden. Du Guiyan huffed. Tang Jiu cleared his throat and said, "That is my self-spirit fusion technique. Evil ring devouring ant." Self-spirit fusion technique? The three of them were taken aback, clearly unfamiliar with the concept. It means combining one's two spirits to produce a spirit fusion technique. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. You don't have twin spirits. Tang Jiu Sai. You single spirit users will never understand the pain of having twin spirits. I hunt soul beasts, and I have to deal with double the workload. It's so hard for me. Yu Qianheng's mouth twitched. This guy was so infuriating. Twin spirits, and he dares to say it's difficult? Everyone knows that having twin spirits means double the strength, with 9 more soul rings and soul skills than others. Xiao Jiu, I really want to strangle you. Du Guiyan's emerald eyes flickered with a sinister light, and green poisonous mist spread from her hands, seemingly ready to poison Tang Jiu. Bad guy. Yi Lingling felt a pang of frustration. If only she could have twin spirits, one for healing and one for strong attacks. How wonderful that would be. This guy was clearly showing off, and it was so heart-wrenching that even someone as good-natured as her wanted to hit him. But at that moment, Tang Jiu was stunned. Yi Lingling's scolding voice, both annoyed and resentful, was almost lethal. Was she really scolding him and not just flirting? Xiao Jiu, originally, I plan to arrange for you to stay in Lingling's dormitory, letting Lingling live with me. Now, that benefit is cancelled. You can stay with you, Tianheng, instead. Duguyan glared at Tang Jiu. Yinzi, should I thank you? Yi Lingling, hufed. No need to thank me. We're in this together. Duguyan winked. The group playfully exited the Star Do Forest, and a luxurious carriage soon took the four of them to the Heaven Do Royal Academy. After entering the academy, Tang Jiu still wore an injured expression, and Yi Lingling felt obliged to support him. As they walked from the main gate to the dormitory area, Tang Jiu was met with countless murderous glares that seemed to kill him 1,000,000 times over. This feeling was wonderful. It was definitely jealousy and resentment. Are you sure you don't want to invite me to your dorm for some tea? Tang Jiu looked at Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling bit her lip. She had never met someone so clingy. It wasn't that there weren't admirers, but they couldn't get past Duguyan's barrier. Indeed, getting past the best friend first is the ultimate strategy. 5 days later, Duguyan finally brought good news. Prince Xueqing had something to ask her grandfather, and the medicine garden was empty. Then let's hurry up and go. Tang Jiu's body has been healed by Yi Lingling, and he immediately pulls Yu Qianheng to rush towards the lair of the poison Douluo. Yu Qianheng quickly shakes his head, as he is very afraid of meeting Dugubo. After all, he has taken away the old man's granddaughter. If he goes there, he might get his legs broken. Besides, Tang Jiu is too unreliable. Following him is bound to lead to trouble. Duguyan also thinks it's not a good idea for Yu Tianheng to go, as her grandfather is still unaware of a romantic relationship. If they get caught in the act, there will definitely be no good outcome. Thus, she takes Yi Lingling and Tang Jiu to Dugubo's garden, with Duguyan as the insider leading the way. Tang Jiu quickly arrives at Dugubo's herb garden, which is located in a valley with a spring at its center. The spring is not very large, but it is divided into two parts in the oval-shaped water pool. The spring water is surprisingly colored milk-white and vermilion. The milk-white spring water is bone-chilling cold, emanating a faint chill that seems capable of freezing the air. The vermilion spring water is extremely hot, bubbling, and steaming, looking like a pool of magma. These two completely different springs perfectly coexist in one pool. This is the legendary top-notch treasure land, the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. The Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye refers to this unique spring before them, with dual springs born from one source, each opposing the other. It is a place of extraordinary natural beauty that may take millions of years to form. And only here can celestial-grade herbs grow. How about that? Are you amazed? Ice and fire exist in one pool. Duguyan proudly shows off to Tang Jiu, who is a bit naive, completely unaware that this is inviting the wolf into the house. It is indeed breathtaking. Tang Jiu's eyes turn green. Dugubo had planted a large number of precious medicinal herbs and poisonous plants here, and of course, there were also celestial herbs that could change one's physique. He recognized all of them, such as snow silkworm, extraordinary mushroom, heavenly chrysanthemum, and fragrant chua celestial products. However, Tang Jiu didn't need to recognize them. Why bother picking herbs? Only children would choose. He naturally wanted them all. Tang Jiu instantly completed the martial soul fusion technique, devouring these poisonous herbs and immortal grasses. It requires a powerful physique, and only in the form of the evil ring devouring sky ant can he better absorb them. Tang Jiu took out his short sword and flew towards the medicine garden, not daring to hesitate, and began to slash wildly. Tang Jiu also didn't dare to be too ruthless. He uprooted Dugubo's herbs, but he only cut them off from the middle, just like cutting chives. At least they could grow back later, right? Tang Jiu felt that he was still quite humane. Xiao Jiu, what are you doing? Duguyan was stunned. She thought Tang Jiu was just here to pick a few herbs, and her grandfather wouldn't notice. But Tang Jiu was just like mowing grass, pushing through and cutting everything in his path. Yinzi, I feel like something big is about to happen. Yi Lingling gasped. In just this short time, a tenth of the herbs had already been neatly cut like chives. Yi Lingling felt that as a bystander. She even had the impulse to kill Tang Jiu, let alone the solitary and twisted poison Douluo, Dugubo. Tang Jiu, are you looking for death? What are you going to do with so many herbs? Duguyan shouted angrily. Eat. Tang Jiu gathered a pile of herbs as tall as a person, smiled at Douluo Yin with bared teeth, and then began to crazily shove them into his mouth. A second later, Tang Hao was poisoned. His body alternated between black, green, purple, and blue, as if he had fallen into a dye vat. "I'm poisoned. Hurry and treat me," Tang Hao shouted at Yi Lingling. "I can't detoxify," Yi Lingling said irritably. "Just make sure I don't die." Yi Lingling was speechless, activating her martial soul, holding the 9-heart sea petal with both hands. Waves of soul skills shining on Tang Hao, making him feel much better. Various energies inside him were going wild, and countless toxins were crazily destroying his body. Fortunately, with Yi Lingling's healing and the special nature of the evil ring devouring ant, otherwise, Tang Hao would have been done for. He used his soul power to compress all these toxins into his soul bone, similar to how Tang San placed toxins in the blue silvergrass. Before long, the remaining toxins on Tang Hao were no longer a threat to him. His body also regained its original skin color. Tang Hao opened his eyes and began to sweep the area again. This time, he finally discovered 2 rare medicinal herbs: the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot blossoms. Because of these 2 extreme cold and extreme heat treasures, anyone within 10 meters could feel the intense cold and heat, making it easy to identify. Tang Hao immediately rushed over. 65. Refining the power of ice and fire. Octagonal mysterious ice grass and fiery apricot blossoms. 1 ice, 1 fire, containing the ultimate power of ice and fire. Tang Hao used a short sword to cut them in half, stuffing the 2 celestial-grade herbs into his mouth. The octagonal xianbing grass transformed into an extreme cold force, rushing into Tang Hao's body, causing frost to form all over him. Meanwhile, after the fiery apricot flower entered his mouth, it turned into an extreme heat flame force, scorching Tang Hao's internal organs as if trying to roast him alive. Tang Hao let out a painful howl, the power of ice and fire raging within his body. His body resembled the eye of ice and fire, half ice blue and half crimson red. Every moment, he endured the onslaught of ice and fire. But Tang Hao did not stop consuming the herbs from Douluo. It must be that he hadn't eaten enough. Tang Hao felt that if he consumed all the herbs and other celestial items, he should be able to counteract the power of ice and fire. What a madman! Douluo Yin supported her forehead. He had already eaten so much, and he still wanted to continue. It was truly a rhythm of not stopping until he self-destructed. I think he is working very hard on his cultivation, not letting any opportunity to become stronger slip by. Yi Lingling, however, increasingly appreciated Tang Hao's determination. His thirst for power and the effort he put in were something a person with her calm personality could never achieve. Yi Lingling held the 9-heart sea pearl, dedicating all her efforts to heal Tang Hao. Waves of healing light fell upon Tang Hao, pulling him back from the brink of death time and again. Vermilion lotus. I eat. Fragrant chi, luo, celestial item. I eat. I eat. Tang Hao endured immense pain, with only one thought in his mind. If he took another bite, the pain would disappear, and he would use poison to combat poison, ultimately becoming immune to all toxins. The ideal was full-bodied, but reality was painfully thin. After consuming all the herbs in Douluo's medicinal garden like leeks, Tang Hao's condition worsened. The soul bone in his legs could no longer bear more toxins, which had already infiltrated his meridians, blood, and skin. I must refine these toxins and find a place to store them. Tang Hao still had the last trace of clarity in his mind. Then his gaze locked onto the Ice-Fire 2 instrument's eye. If ice and fire could coexist in a single pool, then what else cannot be integrated? With a splash, Tang Hao jumped directly into the Ice-Fire 2 instrument's eye. "Xiao Jiu," Yi Lingling exclaimed. The temperature of the water in the Ice-Fire 2 instruments I was comparable to that of magma. Going down would mean certain death. At that moment, Yi Lingling felt as though she had lost something in her heart, and it was so painful. Douluo Yin's green eyes were also filled with sighs. This junior had brought about his own demise. What a pity. He is not dead. Xiao Jiu must not be dead. Yi Lingling stubbornly bit her red lip, and then released her healing soul skill towards the Ice-Fire 2 instrument's eye. "Lingling, don't trouble yourself. No, he is not dead." Yi Lingling remained unmoved and continued to heal. Tang Hao felt an even more terrifying power of ice and fire. Compared to the eye of ice and fire, the octagonal xianbing grass and the fierce fire apricot blossom were nothing. After all, they were merely immortal herbs born from the blessed land. It was the ice and fire power that came with the blessed land itself that was the most domineering existence in the world. Tang Jiu sat at the boundary line of the ice and fire spring, undergoing an even more intense baptism of ice and fire. In an instant, the meridians within Tang Jiu's body were completely destroyed. Heavenly Curse Seal. Open. Tang Jiu knew that he had to use the Heavenly Curse Seal, which could change his physical form and reorganize his meridians to have any hope of refining the ice and fire powers. This time, Tang Jiu's hair was no longer silver but was tainted by the ice and fire powers, turning half blue and half red. When the wings on his back fused with the ant legs to become black bat wings, Tang Jiu's body he finally became capable of withstanding the onslaught of the ice and fire powers. At this moment, the medicinal properties of the herbs he had consumed began to take effect, transforming into pure energy to help Tang Jiu refine the ice and fire powers, while Yi Lingling's healing light was also absorbed by Tang Jiu's bat wings. Finally, Tang Jiu was free from the threat of instant explosion. The red cloud mark of the Heavenly Curse Seal began to frantically absorb the ice and fire powers for refinement. And with the medicinal power of the herbs Tang Jiu had ingested, it began to repair and reshape his meridians. This time, Tang Jiu clearly felt that the meridians in his body had split into two cycles. One cycle was chillingly cold with soul power, while the other was as hot as fire. Ultimately, the ice and fire powers converged at Tang Jiu's brow, forming a swirling mark of ice and fire compatibility, resembling a taiji fish. At this moment, Tang Jiu finally felt no pain. The ice power was no longer bone-chilling cold, but rather cool and refreshing. The fire power was also no longer searing and burning, but warm and gentle. The red cloud of the Heavenly Curse mark on Tang Jiu's body slowly crawled towards his bat wings. But the Heavenly Curse mark was no longer just a simple red. On one bat wing, it turned into an icy blue color, while on the other bat wing, it became a fiery red. The bat wings gently moved, and the bat wing with the icy blue curse mark actually condensed into tiny ice crystals, while the bat wing with the fiery red curse mark surprisingly fanned a wisp of flame. This was the power of elements. Tang Jiu was stunned. Only elemental-type martial souls could harness useful elemental power, and he just managed to create it? But thinking about it, it made sense. He had consumed so many precious herbs. And with the tempering of the ice and fire duality eyes, combined with the state of the Heavenly Curse Seal and the evil ring devouring ant, it was not surprising that he absorbed the elemental power of ice and fire. Wait a minute, wasn't I here to cultivate immunity to all poisons? Tang Jiu did not feel that he was immune to all poisons. He just had a higher poison resistance, which allowed him to suppress toxins within the leg soul bone. Other than that, there was no significant difference. He had not achieved the body of immunity to all poisons, but instead gained the elemental powers of ice and fire. It truly was a case of when one side is not bright, the other side shines. Forget it, even the poisoned Douluo was nearly poisoned to death. Perhaps there is no such thing as complete immunity to all poisons. Injecting the toxins into the soul bone might be the real solution. Tang Jiu ultimately gave up on the unreliable idea of being immune to all poisons. Instead, he decided to harness the power of ice and fire here to solidify his understanding of these elements, while using the immense medicinal power still lingering in his body to temper his physique. His reformed meridians were becoming wider, and the power of ice and fire within them was growing denser. Time passed second by second. Yi Lingling finally exhausted her last bit of soul power and leaned softly against Douluo Yan's embrace. She could sense that Tang Jiu's life force was still present and even stronger than before. At that moment, a voice filled with bone-chilling coldness and endless anger rang out. "Girl, can you explain to Grandpa what exactly happened here?" Douluo Yan and Yi Lingling both felt a chill run through their bodies, their necks stiffly turning around. Douluo Yan forced a smile that looked worse than crying and said, "Grandpa, this has nothing to do with me. Do you believe it? What do you think?" Douluo, clad in a green robe and with even more sinister green pupils than Douluo Yan, spoke through clenched teeth. "I only went out for a day, and look at how much cleaner my medicinal garden is than a dog's. It seems I've been too indulgent with you. There should be limits to your mischief." Douluo reached out his large hand toward Douluo Yan, ready to give this granddaughter a good scolding. "It really has nothing to do with me, Grandpa. It was all Xiao Jiu's doing." Douluo Yan's eyes resembled those of a little cat reporting a mischievous dog, a mix of innocence, grievance, and schadenfreude. Xiao Jiu? Yes, his full name is Tang Jiu. I met him during the soul hunting this time. He said he wanted to see Grandpa's medicinal garden, so I brought him here, but he ended up ruining it like this. It really has nothing to do with me. Douluo glared fiercely at Yan before snorting. Tang Jiu. Could he be from the Haotian sect? No, he claims to be Tang Hao's son, but he doesn't have the Haotian hammer martial soul, Yan explained. Regardless of whether he's from the Haotian sect or not, I will not let him off lightly. Douluo's voice was exceptionally cold, causing Yan to quickly shut her mouth. Yilingling also fell silent, secretly worrying about Tang Jiu and thinking about how to plead for him later with Douluo. Douluo's green pupils suddenly turned icy as he slowly scanned the area, finally locking his gaze on the eye of ice and fire. In that moment, he was shocked. Someone actually dared to jump in here. And the most critical part was that they hadn't died, just as Douluo was considering whether to force Tang Jiu out. A splash echoed, the spring water surged, and Tang Jiu finally completed the final tempering of his body, slowly rising from the spring. At the moment Tang Jiuxing emerged from the spring, the icy water splashed everywhere, and the freezing spring water could condense frost upon touching the stones. In just a moment, it caused his head to feel like it was splitting from the cold. The crimson spring water, when splashed on the trees, immediately caused their moisture to evaporate and wither. Yet everyone's gaze was fixed firmly on Tang Jiuxia. With red and blue hair, a pair of black bat wings on his back, and covered in red and blue runes. The ice and fire marks slowly rotating on his forehead looked particularly mysterious. Tang Jiu's appearance directly stunned everyone. Even the well-informed poisoned Douluo couldn't help but feel secretly alarmed. What an evil and strange aura this was. Xiao Jiu, how did you become like this? Yan exclaimed. Tang Jiu slowly opened his eyes and laughed heartily. This is my ultimate battle form. You still have hidden strength. This is too monstrous. Yan's mouth dropped open. He originally thought that the evil ring devouring sky ant was Tang Jiu's hidden trump card, but he didn't expect Tang Jiu could transform like this. Is this even human? To dare to run wild here, you certainly have some backing. Your talent makes me have to admire you, but you should also be prepared for me to kill you. Douluo's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. Tang Jiu then realized that Douluo was there and said to Yan with annoyance, Yanzi, you're really not being righteous. Didn't you say your grandfather went out? You're definitely setting me up. Righteousness, my foot. You said you wanted to visit. Is this how you visit? Yan shot a glance at Tang Jiu and said, so, you finally know fear? This time, I'm going to share your misfortune. Poison Douluo, I've heard so much about you. I'm just here to cut the grass in your garden. Look how neat it is. No need to thank me. I'll be leaving now. Tang Jiu smiled at Douluo, then turned and ran away. Douluo was so angry that his nose nearly twisted. He had cleared all his herbs and still said they were neat. Old man should properly thank you. I should chop you in half. That would be even neater. The emerald green, emerald scale, serpent emperor martial soul appeared behind Douluo, and he revealed 9 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. He threw a punch, and a wave of emerald soul power rushed towards Tang Jiu. Grandpa, please show mercy. Yan's face changed. She originally thought Grandpa was just going to teach him a lesson, but she didn't expect him to activate his martial soul, indicating he was going for a deadly strike. Tang Jiu felt the overwhelming soul power crushing from behind, accompanied by a nauseating stench, and immediately realized that Douluo was truly angry. He didn't dare to be reckless. With a flap of his bat wings, he summoned the power of ice, quickly forming a massive ice wall in front of him. Bang! The emerald soul power surged towards the ice wall, not pausing for even a second before shattering it, and continuing to rush towards Tang Jiu. Tang Jiufeng's wings shook again, and another beam of flame shot out. Boom! The emerald soul power weakened a bit, but still rushed towards Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu couldn't dodge anymore. The bat wings wrapped around his body like a silkworm cocoon, enduring the impact as the green soul power slammed into him, causing him to crash against the cliff wall. However, when the bat wings opened, Tang Jiu was completely unscathed, with only the wings stained by the green toxic mist. Good boy, although it was just a casual strike for me. Even a soul emperor of over level 60 would be severely injured by it. Yet you remain unharmed. Douluo was truly shocked. The fusion of ice and fire powers was already rare, but this kid could even withstand his own poison, which left him in awe. Now, you obediently come over and let me break your legs, and I might spare your life. Hee, do you really think I'm foolish? If I go over, wouldn't you just kill me? You should deal with Yanzi first before talking to me. I'm leaving now. Tang Jiufeng flapped his wings and flew away. Yan was so angry that she was jumping up and down. This unscrupulous bastard. Grandpa, beat him up. You must break his legs. Douluo turned around and shot a fierce glare at Yan. then stepped on his martial soul, the Emerald Scale Snake Emperor. The Emerald Scale Snake Emperor coiled like a dragon and flew towards Tang Hao. Kid, you probably don't know, but titled Douluos can fly. You can't escape. Now I've set my sights on breaking your limbs. Tang Hao laughed loudly and said, Big Snake, you want to chase me? Maybe in your next life. With that, his speed suddenly increased, quickly putting distance between himself and Douluo. After all, he was equivalent to a flying type, and Douluo's flying speed couldn't compare to his. Big Snake? Duguian and Yi Lingling both gasped in shock. Tang Hao was simply crazy. How dare he give a titled Douluo a nickname? Kid, it seems I need to cut out your tongue. Douluo's face darkened frighteningly. That junior was disrespectfully calling him your excellency and referring to someone of his status as old poison, but Big Snake was just too ugly. The Emerald Scale Serpent Emperor's poison. Douluo's black soul ring glowed, and the Emerald Scale Serpent Emperor beneath his feet opened its mouth to unleash a wave of toxic gas. Tang Jiren was not afraid. The speed of the flying daggers from Douluo was much faster than this, and he was able to dodge them. Moreover, 4 years ago, he was only at level 22, but now his soul power had significantly increased, and he had 2 additional black soul rings that enhanced his attributes, doubling his speed. Tang Jiufeng's wings trembled, and his body dodged with remarkable agility in midair, easily evading Douluo's soul skill. Then, he swiftly unleashed a newly acquired ice ability. Ice Seal. In an instant, Douluo and his emerald-scaled Serpent King were frozen into a massive ice sculpture. Duguian and Yi Lingling were stunned. It seemed that Douluo had used his soul skill but still couldn't take down Xiao Jiu. This was simply unbelievable. Douluo was also a bit dazed, clearly unable to accept that a dignified titled Douluo like himself had failed to instantly kill Tang Hao, and instead had been frozen by the opponent's locking skill. Although this ice seal couldn't hold him for even a second, it was possible that Tang Hao had indeed countered. Douluo felt as if he had been slapped in the face. Good kid, if we were on the ground, I could crush you in less than a minute. Unfortunately, this is in the air. Big Snake, you can't even catch up, so how can you hit me? Dan Du Duka. Another big snake. Douluo's eyes turned cold, and he angrily shouted, You little brat, you've really angered me. Soul Bone Skill, Gaze of Medusa. Douluo's expression changed. This was Grandpa's big move. It had the ability to petrify people. Douluo was actually using his ultimate skill. However, this won't work. Let's see how I break your soul skill. Tang Jiu laughed heartily. Isn't it just Medusa's gaze? You little brat, you're too arrogant. I want to see how you break my soul skill. Douluo's head soul bone surged with soul power, and 2 gray-white rays shot out from his eyes, aimed at Tang Jiu. These gray-white rays were Medusa's ultimate move, petrification. There are no invincible soul skills. All soul skills have their weaknesses. Tang Jiu smiled and flapped his wings, forming a wall of ice in a blue hue. Since you're shooting light, let me reflect it back at you. Douluo was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but admire the idea. It was a clever thought to use an ice wall to reflect the petrifying light, but unfortunately, this wasn't ordinary light that could be refracted. The grayish-white light directly penetrated the ice wall and continued to shoot towards Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu, he was stunned. This is simply unscientific. There shouldn't be light that cannot be reflected. No, this isn't light, otherwise it would definitely be refracted, and it's certainly not an energy impact. Because if it were an energy impact, the ice wall would have shattered. So there can only be one possibility. This is an attack similar to a rule-based attack. Tang Jiu immediately took several large pieces of iron armor dragon meat from the 12 beauties of Jinling and threw them towards the light. As the meat chunks came into contact with Medusa's petrifying light, they were instantly turned into stone and fell to the ground. What? Douluo was completely stunned. Is it really possible to break one's own soul skill like this? This was unimaginable. Medusa's petrification is a type of rule power that turns flesh and blood into stone. As long as you block the petrifying light with meat chunks, you can never be attacked. Big Snake, take note, knowledge is power. Tang Jiu laughed heartily. In the distance, Duguian and Yi Lingling were dumbfounded. Tang Jiu actually used such a simple method to crack the soul bone skill of the title Douluo. Good, very good. Douluo's mouth twitched. His soul skill, Medusa's gaze, even made titled Douluo's change color in fear. He didn't expect to be mocked by a little kid today. If this were on the ground and at close range, very few could escape it. But at this distance, it gave Tang Jiu time to react. Even so, no one could usually find a way to crack a soul skill like this. It was simply too clever. Well then, I want to see how you will break my 8th soul skill, which also comes from Medusa, called Time Freeze. Duguian blinked and stared blankly at Yi Lingling, saying, Your little boyfriend is too amazing. He actually forced my grandfather to use his 8th soul skill. But what surprised her even more was yet to come. Tang Jiu laughed loudly after hearing Douluo's words. Big Snake, who are you trying to scare? Your 8th spirit skill is completely ineffective against me. Douluo's emerald eyes flashed. Is that so? Big Snake, if I'm not mistaken, your 8th spirit skill, Time Freeze, is also a rule-type super move. But this kind of heaven-defying spirit skill has a fatal flaw. First, the range of the skill's application is limited. Second, the duration of control after using the skill is also limited. How long can you make time freeze? 1 second or 2 seconds? Don't tell me you can freeze time for more than 5 seconds, or else that skill would be invincible. Anyone who is controlled by you for 5 seconds without being able to move would be instantly killed, and your ranking should be the first among titled Douluos. Even Douluo wouldn't be your match. Even if you hit me in 5 seconds, you wouldn't be able to catch me. Besides, I feel like it's at most not more than 3 seconds for you. Even shorter than mine. Tang Jiu chuckled and said, so, let's each go back to our own homes. Douluo's pupils suddenly constricted, and in the end, he actually burst into hearty laughter. He had started to like Tang Jiu a bit. At least Tang Jiu's strength had earned his recognition. No wonder he is a student of Xiao Jiu. This level of insight is indeed remarkable. Tang Jiu is right. The soul skill of freezing time has a very short control duration, but in battle, being unable to move for just 1 or 2 seconds is simply a divine skill. However, it's not suitable to use this move against the incredibly fast Tang Jiu. Kid, I will chase you like this. My soul power is profound, and I don't believe I can outlast you. Douluo really has no solution against Tang Jiu and can only rely on stamina consumption. Tang Jiu's face darkened instantly. Wasn't this just being unreasonable? You, a titled Douluo, actually comparing soul power with me? Don't think that just because you're at the bottom of this titled Douluo ranking, you can talk big. Even old Chrysanthemum, who is almost a level 95 titled Douluo, almost got beaten to death by my little brother 4 years ago, just because he was trying to chase after me. If you keep pushing me, I'll call for help. Old Chrysanthemum? Douluo's mouth twitched. When did Chrysanthemum Pass get such a nickname? This kid is truly a genius at coming up with nicknames. Have you ever seen Chrysanthemum Pass? Have you ever fought him? How is that possible? Douluo's expression became serious. Do you think I'm bragging? Old Chrysanthemum is even more handsome than I am, with a golden chrysanthemum as his martial soul. And his soul skill is flying knives made from chrysanthemum petals. By the way, his 5th soul skill is called Gathering of Coal Blossoms, right? His flying knives are incredibly fast. He couldn't even leave a mark on me, and you definitely can't. Tang Jiu said triumphantly. Douluo took a deep breath. Last time he almost got killed by old Chrysanthemum Ano was Chrysanthemum Pass in the Ghost Douluo. He was well aware of the soul skills and power of the Chrysanthemum Douluo. This kid, Tang Jiu, actually knows the abilities of Chrysanthemum Pass. Could it be that what he said is true? Douluo pondered for a moment, and combined with what Dugwian said, he instantly understood Tang Jiu's identity, Tang Haizi. His gaze towards Tang Jiu carried a hint of amusement, and he laughed heartily. You little brat, you think you can take my things for free? No way. If I can't catch you, I'll go find your father, Tang Hao. Let's see if he doesn't break your legs. If I can't find Tang Hao, I'll go look for the Haotian sect. Tang Jiu swayed his body and almost fell from the air. He quickly shook his head and said, You have mistaken the person. I'm not familiar with Tang Hao. Don't talk nonsense with me. If you don't give me an explanation today, just wait for your father to hunt you down. Douluo laughed. You can run away from the monk, but you can't run away from the temple. If it doesn't work, just go to Haotian sect and block the door. And release poison. Tang Jiu did not flee anymore. If Tang Hao found out that he had destroyed Douluo's medicinal garden, which led to Douluo causing trouble for the Haotian sect, he would definitely break his legs. After all, he wasn't his biological son. Most importantly, Tang Hao didn't seem to be as understanding as he was, knowing that others' things are theirs, and one's own things are still one's own. A great truth. He still placed great importance on the dignity of strong. Tang Jiu felt that he must soothe Douluo. This guy could do anything. What if he went to Haotian sect to deal with the poison? Tang Jiu thought for a moment and said, I see that both your and Yin Zi's pupils are emerald green, which should be due to practicing poison techniques. Just now, I ate so many poisonous herbs and didn't die because I discovered that injecting the poison into the soul bone can prevent the poison from harming the body. Douluo's eyes brightened, and he looked up and down at Tang Jiu a few times, his smile growing wider. This kid actually has a soul bone, which I didn't notice. Not bad, very good. Since the method is your idea, then you should give another soul bone to Yen'er, Douluo said with a smile. No problem. Tang Jiu chuckled and said, I have a soul bone stored in the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Why don't you go get it back? I'll just consider it a gift for Yinzi. Remember, when you go, make sure to break their elder's leg. 68 Soul Spirit Evolution, Ice Fire Bullet Ant. Douluo laughed heartily. This kid is really interesting. You want me to help you take revenge, but you wishful thinking. Soul bones must be obtained by yourself. All my precious herbs have been ruined by you. Tang Hao felt a bit disappointed. Indeed, the cunning and shrewd old man was not easy to fool. He decided to go back and find a way to look for Tang Hao. In the future, I will find a soul bone to give to Yinzi. Consider it compensation for your herbs. All right, then I will let you go today. However, next time we meet, we must have a good spar on the ground. Douluo glanced at Tang Hao with satisfaction, then turned and flew away. Grandpa, you're just going to let him go like that? Is he really Tang Hao's son? Douluo asked reluctantly, wishing to see Tang Hao's legs broken. Douluo smiled and patted Douluo's hair, saying, Grandpa has found you a good match. What? A match? Douluo was a bit stunned. What was going on? It's that kid Tang Hao, Tang Hao's son, strong in power, just right for you. Douluo left. Grandpa, weren't you just going to break his legs? He destroyed your herbs. Douluo stomped her feet in anger. Just a moment ago, they were ready to fight to the death, and in the blink of an eye, he was to become her son-in-law. Being able to escape from my hands shows a level of strength that is enough to look down on the younger generation. His character of not suffering losses is just like mine. Such a good son-in-law. Why not settle it quickly? What if he runs away? Besides, I've already given him my dowry, and he has promised to send a soul bone as a betrothal gift in the future. This matter is settled, Douluo said with satisfaction. Douluo's face turned green with anger. That was compensation, not a betrothal gift. I'm 4 or 5 years older than him. That's not appropriate, Douluo said angrily. A woman 3 years older than a man is a treasure. It's perfect, Douluo chuckled. With aped, Yilingling couldn't help but laugh. Hadn't Yinzi just advised her like that? Watching Douluo's exasperation was truly amusing. I already have someone I like, Douluo declared directly. Douluo's expression suddenly turned cold, his green eyes filled with a chilling, murderous aura. Who? Douluo shrank her neck, but felt dissatisfied with her grandfather's imposing presence, straightening her neck and huffing. The son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sex Master, Yu Tianheng. How could he be worthy of marrying my granddaughter, Douluo said disdainfully. Why is he not worthy? Tianheng is more handsome than Tang Hao, more reliable than Tang Hao, has a higher soul power than Tang Hao, and comes from a better background than Tang Hao. In the future, he will be able to lead one of the top 3 sects, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Saying Tianheng is not worthy, does that mean Tang Hao is? Douluo retorted. The top 3 sects? The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect is decent, but the other 2 sects are trash. The Haotian sect has been crushed by the Spirit Hall, becoming a turtle hiding its head, and even a peerless genius like Tang Hao had to leave the sect to avoid disaster, which is disgraceful. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is adept at internal strife and incompetent in external battles. The Elder Council controls the family, and the sect master is like a puppet, unable to accommodate the remarkably talented Xiao Jiu. Even if Yu Tianheng becomes the sect master, he will be a useless figure, bullied everywhere. And Tang Hao, also known as Tang Haizi, killed the Lord of Nodding City 4.5 years ago, annihilating the Spirit Hall's enforcement team. 4 years ago, he battled the Spirit Hall's 94th level title Douluo and survived, provoking Qian Daolu to attack the Haotian sect. Today, he raided my herb garden, broke my soul skills, and escaped unscathed from my subordinates. Tell me, how can Yu Tianheng compare to Tang Hao? Douluo coldly sneered. Grandpa, Tang Hao raided your herb garden, and you're still defending him, Douluo said with a dark face. Douluo shrugged. If Yu Tianheng had the guts to raid my herb garden and survive my pursuit, I would accept him as a son-in-law without hesitation. But does he dare? Douluo stomped her feet in frustration, but had no way to refute it. Anyway, I'm not marrying. We'll talk about that later. First, I want to ask you, what happened with the soul bone that was stolen? Douluo asked. Seeing Douluo change the topic, Douluo eagerly recounted what had happened in detail. So, that soul bone should be considered your joint acquisition, Douluo said, hands behind his back, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Douluo's face turned a bit red. She hadn't contributed anything, so how could it be called a joint acquisition? Only Yilingling's healing had some effect. Everyone else was just along for the ride. But Douluo was never one to reason, waving his hand. Go tell Yu Tianheng that his sect needs to send me 5 million gold soul coins, or I will block their door and unleash poison. How dare they steal my granddaughter's things? Truly audacious. Outside of Tiando City, Tang Jiu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Douluo Bo had indeed not returned. If Douluo Bo had insisted on causing him trouble, he probably would have to go back to being a wild man in the Douluo forest. Fortunately, Douluo Bo was much more reasonable than he was. After lifting the heavenly curse seal and merging with his martial soul, Tang Jiu was astonished to find that his bullet ant martial soul had mutated, or rather, evolved. The originally pure black bullet ant now had a body covered in red and blue patterns. Tang Jiu could clearly feel the presence of ice and fire elemental power. Ice and fire bullet ant. For now, that's all Tang Jiu could call it. It was truly magnificent. Tang Jiu, as expected, obtained the special effect of dual immunity to ice and fire. However, it is a pity that in the state of the ice and fire bullet ant, he cannot use energy-saving skills like Ice Seal, Ice Wall, and Flame Ray. On the other hand, it does allow Tang Jiu's melee attacks to carry freezing and flame effects. It seems that using Ice Seal and Ice Wall should belong to active skills, which require obtaining soul rings. While the ice and fire effects are similar to toxins and belong to passive effects, Tang Jiu quickly analyzed the reasons based on the knowledge taught by the master. Therefore, Tang Jiu decided that the next soul ring to be added to the bullet and should ideally take into account both ice and fire elements, as well as a power amplification. After reviewing the martial soul, Tang Jiu closed the martial soul and then checked the condition of his body. Tang Jiu's soul power has now reached level 36. At level 30, he increased his soul power by 2 levels after absorbing the Iron Armor Dragon. This means that the recent raid on Douluo Bo's herb garden directly boosted his soul power by 4 levels, which is simply exhilarating. Moreover, Tang Jiu feels that his physical attributes have significantly enhanced. His original base strength of 10,000 gene has now reached 12,000 gene. This means that Tang Jiu's peak strength has skyrocketed from 65,000 gene to 78,000 gene. With such power, he should be able to crush soul saints, right? Tang Jiu stroked his chin. It was time to go to Shrek Academy to try to ask the teacher some questions, and then trick Tang Hao into taking him to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan for soul bones. How delightful! 3 months later, Tang Jiu followed a straight line on the map, crossing mountains and valleys, arriving at Soto City. Once inside, he directly checked into the Rose Hotel. 10 days later, the hotel manager was almost in tears. "Dear Soul Master, you are staying in the best room, eating the most expensive meals, and we have arranged the prettiest servers for you. If you don't pay off your debts soon, I'll be fired by my boss. Don't worry, my money was given to my brother by my heartless old man. Just wait, when my brother comes, I'll give you the money. I'm not short on cash." The hotel manager was not interested in hearing about Tang Jiu's family wealth distribution and desperately wanted to collect the debt. At that moment, a crisp and familiar voice rang out. "Xiao San, let's stay here." Tang Jiu immediately brightened his eyes. Money is coming. 69 is hanging on Mu Bai's account. When Tang Jiu leisurely went downstairs, the sounds of fighting had already emerged. Sangu was in battle with Dai Mubai, triggered by the waiter giving Dai Mubai's reserved room to Tang San. Dai Mubai, refusing to back down, had an arrogant attitude that angered Xiao Wu and this protective husband. Sangu started fighting with Dai Mubai. The two twins who came with Dai Mubai were both top-notch in figure and appearance, watching Dai Mubai with infatuated eyes. On Tang San's side, it was Xiao Wu who kept shouting to beat the opponent into a pig's head. I said, "Xiao Wu, after several years, you're still so combative." Tang Jiu walked up to Xiao Wu and patted her shoulder, but as soon as his hand touched her shoulder, Xiao Wu's scorpion braid wrapped around Tang Jiu's neck. Xiao Wu leaped over to Tang Jiu's back and activated a waist bow skill. Bang! The waist bow skill failed to move Tang Jiu. Instead, it sent Xiao Wu flying. In midair, Xiao Wu rolled over, ready to continue attacking the bastard who dared to pat her shoulder. Tang Jiu helplessly said, "Sister-in-law, is it really necessary to fight as soon as we meet? This way of welcoming me isn't good." "Sister-in-law?" Xiao Wu was momentarily stunned. Only Xiao Jiu could call her that. Xiao Wu carefully looked up and down at Tang Jiu. After all, for years had changed a lot, but upon closer inspection, he seemed a bit familiar. "I also brought you a gift. A century-old soul beast from the Douluo forest, a long-eared rabbit," Tang Jiu said as he took out a white rabbit from the 12 beauties of Jinling. This adorable rabbit, upon seeing Xiao Wu, wanted to leap into her arms, but its ears were being held up by Tang Jiu. "Xiao Wu, do you prefer the rabbit braised or steamed?" "Ah, Xiao Jiu, you really are such an annoying guy." Xiao Wu stamped her feet in anger. Only Tang Jiu would want her to eat a rabbit. How terrible. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. At that moment, Dai Mubai finally unleashed his Millennium Soul skill, shattering Tang San's blue-silver grass restraints. Tang San, injured by the shock of the soul power, fell to the ground, diverting Xiao Wu's attention. Xiao San. Xiao Wu didn't have time to settle accounts with Tang Jiu and hurried over to help Tang San, checking to see if he was hurt. Tang Jiu immediately went over and anxiously pulled Tang San, saying, "Third brother, it's me, Xiao Jiu. I'm fine, don't worry." Tang San, having grown up with Tang Jiu, recognized him right away. Seeing Tang Jiu care for him like this made him feel quite relieved. "I don't care whether you're fine or not. I just want to ask if you brought enough money. I don't have a single penny for the hotel," Tang Jiu said urgently. Tang San confirmed that this was definitely his younger brother. He seemed to say, "Get away. Xiao Jiu, your brother has already been beaten, and you're still worried about money. Go, beat him up for me." Xiao Wu was about to explode with anger, glaring fiercely at Tang Jiu, pointing at Dai Mubai who was showing off, wanting Tang Jiu to help prevent her anger. "Xiao Jiu, no, you can't beat him." Tang San hurriedly stopped him. "You underestimate me." Tang Jiu stood up and pointed at Dai Mubai, saying, "Remember, the only one who can beat my brother is me. Today, you've gotten yourself into big trouble." Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged speechless looks. The troublesome guy has returned. Dai Mubai's mouth twitched as well. What a good younger brother who cares for his brother. "Well then, let me experience your strength." Dai Mubai, level 37, Power Attack System Soul Master. Martial Soul Evil Eye White Tiger. Dai Mubai declared proudly. Tang Jiu, level 36, Power Attack System Soul Master. Martial Soul Ice Fire Bullet Ant. Tang Jiu finished speaking, and both Xiao Wu and Tang San were startled. How did the Bullet Ant Martial Soul turn into the Ice Fire Bullet Ant? Has the Martial Soul mutated? You're level 36 now? You're his brother? A serious look appeared in Dai Mubai's eyes, and then he asked in confusion, "Why aren't you using your Martial Soul?" "Use my Martial Soul? I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back, and might punch you to death." Tang Jiu shook his head. "You're looking down on me." Dai Mubai had a high opinion of himself, often being exceptionally proud. In a genius academy like Shrek, he was also the leader, and he usually looked down on others. Never had anyone underestimated him like this. In his sinister eyes, a raging anger erupted. "I'm doing this for your own good. You have to believe me. You and I are not on the same level. In my eyes, you're too weak. How about this? I'll throw a punch, and, as long as you can block it, I'll consider you the winner." Tang Jiu put one hand behind his back. "Xiao Jiu is getting more and more arrogant. Xiao San, I really want to hit him." Xiao Wu couldn't stand it anymore. Tang Jiu said that Dai Mubai is not worthy to fight him, which is equivalent to saying that Tang San is even less worthy. Tang San also felt uneasy in his heart. Tang San and Xiao Wu are like this, which shows how angry Dai Mubai is at this moment. "Great. I am now using my third soul skill, White Tiger King Kong Transformation. My strength, defense, speed, and attack have all doubled. I want to see how you can defeat me with a single punch. Just using one skill is not enough. Are there any other enhancement soul skills? Use them all, or you might die." Tang Jiu said, "It's really too arrogant." The yellow soul ring on Dai Mubai's body lit up, and he activated his first soul skill, White Tiger Protection Barrier. "Now come on, my attributes have increased by 50. Then here I come." Tang Jiu stomped hard on the ground, and with a crack, the marble floor shattered. His body turned into an afterimage and shot forward. Dai Mubai's expression changed drastically. So fast. Ugh! Tang Jiu's fist smashed straight towards Dai Mubai's chest. Before he even arrived, the whistling wind from the punch emitted a piercing wail, stinging Dai Mubai's face. Tang Jiu now relies not only on strength, but also on terrifying speed. This punch is unmatched in its ferocity, embodying the path of power taught by Tang Hao. Dai Mubai crosses his tiger claws in front of his chest, attempting to block Tang Jiu's charging punch. Bang! As their arms collide, a terrifying soul power radiates out, shattering all the vases and chairs around them. Dai Mubai's expression changes drastically. At the moment of impact, his body is sent flying backward, crashing through the hotel door and rolling onto the cobblestone street before finally struggling to get up. It's too terrifying. It felt just like being struck by Teacher Zhao. Dai Mubai is immensely shocked. At this moment, he puts away his pride, and his gaze towards Tang Jiu carries a hint of respect, but more so a fighting spirit. "Tang Jiu, we will meet at Shrek Academy. Next time we fight, I will definitely force you to use your martial spirit." Dai Mubai turns to leave, and the two twins immediately want to follow, but he coldly glares them back. Right now, he has no interest in spending time with beautiful women. He needs to go back and train harder. Tang Jiu and Xiao Wu were also stunned. After not seeing each other for years, how did Xiao Jiu seem to be on a roll? Third brother, quickly pay the money. Tang Jiu looked at the manager, who wanted the money but didn't dare to ask, so she took the initiative to decide to pay off the debt. How much do you owe? Your brother owes us more than 10,000 copper soul coins, right? If converted to gold soul coins, it's just over 100 gold soul coins. I just happened to earn. Tang San said while taking out a money pouch. It's gold soul coins. 10,000 gold soul coins. The manager carefully reminded. Clang. As soon as Tang San took out a gold soul coin, it rolled onto the floor. He quickly put the money pouch away and said to the manager, You should ask him for it yourself. Respected soul master, didn't you say you weren't short on money? The manager looked at Tang Jiu with a face full of bitter melon. Tang Jiu rubbed his chin and said, How about you put the bill on Dai Mubai's name? Will Dai agree to this? We are friends. Do you believe it? Tang Jiu asked. I believe you, my foot. The manager muttered to himself. If you don't believe it, I'll return his things to him tomorrow. Tang Jiu said, while waving at the two twins, Don't worry. I'll take you to find Dai Mubai tomorrow. For today, how about I help Dai Mubai keep you safe? The manager was completely dumbfounded. Even more surprising was that the twins were happily nodding their heads, linking their arms with Tang Jiu on either side. This time, they could put the bill on Dai Mubai's account, right? I'm just good at keeping other people's things safe, Tang Jiu thought. The manager was utterly amazed. 70 meeting too late. Ning Rong Rong, Xiao Jiu. You're just like that lecherous tiger. You're no good. Xiao Wu angrily put her hands on her hips and glared at Xiao Jiu, while Tang San was also speechless. Isn't it inappropriate for you to keep the twins for Dai Mubai? Xiao Wu, these two girls are so pitiful. We must seek justice for them and go find that scumbag Dai Mubai. They can help you massage. After entering Dai Mubai's room, Tang Jiu exchanged glances with the two twins, and the girls immediately understood. One massaged Xiao Wu's shoulders, while the other pounded her legs. Xiao Wu's rabbit ears twitched in comfort. Humans really know how to enjoy life. Xiao San, I made up my mind to seek justice for them. Xiao Wu waved her fist. Those two ladies are so pitiful. Tang San. Tang Jiu took the opportunity to hook his third brother's shoulder and walked to his room, saying, Third brother, someone has stolen my soul bone. Are you interested in helping me pull off a big one? Tang San was immediately energized when he heard about the soul bone and asked, Who stole your soul bone? The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. I think I should just stay at Shrek and study honestly. Tang San decisively shook his head, feeling it was too much trouble to deal with. Third brother, you don't have to go. You can support us with some of your hidden weapons. Do you have any that can scare them to death when released, so I can kill without mercy? Buddha. Tang San almost blurted out Buddha's fury, Tang Lian. But seeing Tang Jiu's fiery gaze, he quickly shook his head. No, just kidding. Tang San believed that if he dared to give Tang Jiu the Buddha's fury Tang Lian, Tang Jiu would dare to blow up the spirit hall. Headache. The next day, the twin sisters accompanied Xiao Wu shopping, introducing many beautiful accessories, leading Xiao Wu to insist on taking them to find the scumbag Dai Mubai. After shopping, Tang Jiu and the others continued south along the official road. Passing through vast farmlands, they saw a small village ahead, with about a few hundred households. The village was surrounded by wooden fences, probably to guard against wild beasts. At this moment, many people were gathered at the village entrance. As they approached, they initially thought something had happened, but found out that this was actually Shrek Academy. Looking at the plaque above the wooden archway with the 5 big characters, Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu was very surprised. No way, this is Shrek Academy? I thought it was a village. No doubt, this is the poorest and most dilapidated Soul Master Academy in history, without exception. Tang Jiu sighed. If the Big Owl had robbed the City Lord's mansion with me back then, Shrek Academy wouldn't be this poor. Even the twins were shocked by the dilapidation of Shrek Academy. They found it hard to believe that the young, wealthy, handsome, and powerful Dai Xiao was studying here. Ahead, there were about 100 applicants, all coming for the fame, but they were also shocked by such a rundown academy. Not to mention that children were unwilling to come here to study. Even adults remained skeptical. However, they still comforted their children. Perhaps this was just a test. And the Real Academy was not here. Ahead at the registration area, there was only a table and an old man. Tang Jiu and the others were at the back of the line, unable to see what was happening in front, but soon a dispute broke out. A parent slammed the table angrily and said, You are scamming us. If you are unwilling to enroll my son, you should refund our registration fee. 10 gold soul coins are hard-earned money for us. Don't you all agree? Yes, refund the money, refund the money. The parents immediately became agitated, shouting for a refund. An old man lazily replied, Once registered, there are no refunds. This is a rule that was established from the beginning. Didn't you see it? Seeing that the crowd was still relentless, the old man snorted and said, Mubai, there's someone causing trouble. Handle it. A figure flashed in, and Dai Mubai appeared, his soul power erupting as he unleashed his 3 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple. Dai Mubai coldly said, Want to get your registration fee back? Fine. Beat me, and I'll give it to you. Soul Ancestor. Immediately, those causing trouble fell silent and quietly left. Wow, how shameless can one be to come up with such a way to scam money? When I need money, I only rob the wealthy. Comparing this, I'm still quite kind. Tang Jiu looked down on Flanders' character and then highly praised himself. With a chuckle, a sound like silver bells came from behind. I had never heard anyone boast about their shamelessness so confidently. Tang Jiu turned around and saw a girl in a light blue dress with a delicate figure, a slender waist, long hair reaching her waist, and lively eyes. She was lightly covering her red lips and giggling. Hey, dare to laugh at me? Do you believe I will rob your house? Tang Jiu raised an eyebrow. With that temperament, it was obvious it was Ning Rongrong. In the back of the group, Tang Jiu also spotted Xiao Jiu. The 2 girls were easy to recognize, with completely different vibes, one pure and playful, the other sexy and cold. All right, very welcome. Ning Rongrong blinked. This request was simply irresistible. Is your family rich? Is your dad powerful? When we rob you, will he break your legs? Tang Jiu asked. My family is very rich. I don't know if my dad will break my legs, but he will definitely break yours. Ning Rongrong replied, her eyes full of laughter. Then I've decided, I must rob you once. Shall we make an appointment? I'm really short on money lately, Tang Jiu said. Sure. Ning Rongrong found Tang Jiu very interesting. Just imagining taking Tang Jiu home and seeing her confused expression when caught would make her laugh for days. Tang Jiu, the number 1 genius of the continent, best at keeping things for others. What belongs to me is mine, and what belongs to you is still mine. Tang Jiu extended her hand. Hearing Tang Jiu's self-introduction, Ning Rongrong laughed heartily and then imitated Tang Jiu's tone, saying, Ning Rongrong, the number 1 genius of the 7 treasure, glazed tile school. My specialty is being the title Douluo who puffs out his beard and glares. Tang Jiu immediately took Ning Rongrong's small hand and said, It's a pity we met so late, a pity we met so late. I almost made a title Douluo so angry he almost died. So shameless. Ning Rongrong was amused and giggled. Tang Jiu pointed at the 2 twins beside him and said, These are the things I am keeping for the heavenly substitute. What do you think, dedicated right? Tang San rubbed his forehead, looking at the unfamiliar Tang Jiu, and quickly distanced himself from him. Xiao Wu also pouted. Behind, Xiao Jiu snorted, men. There's not a single good one. Ning Rongrong was stunned. You girls are also responsible for keeping things? Then, with a turn of her blue eyes, she asked, Who is so unfortunate to have their girlfriend entrusted to you? Of course it's Dai Mubai, the boss of this school. He's famous for being a playboy. Do you want me to protect you? I'm short on money right now. You give me 100 or 80,000 gold soul coins, and in the academy, I'll cover you. Dai Mubai. Xiao Jiu spat out the 3 words one by one, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. The old man's first round of interviews continued, and the speed of eliminating candidates was quick, with very few able to pass the first round. However, Tang Jiu's focus was not on this, but rather he walked past the crowd to Dai Mubai's side and smiled. Yesterday, you dropped something. Luckily, I kept it safe for you, and today, I specially brought it back. What thing? Dai Mubai looked completely baffled. Tang Jiu waved at the twins, and the 2 girls immediately ran over, their voices sweet and soft. Dai Xiao, you left us behind. Look, how's the preservation? Is it still the same flavor? Dai Mubai's face instantly darkened. He had always been the type to break up after one date and hated girls clinging to him. He didn't expect Tang Jiu to bring them along. And the most crucial thing was that he had already spotted new prey, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Jiu. Tang Jiu, aren't you just causing trouble? Dai Mubai gritted his teeth and said, Thank you. No need to thank me. This is a paid service. Please pay the storage fee of 10,000 gold soul coins. Tang Jiu extended his hand. Dai Mubai was instantly dumbfounded. With a chuckle, Ning Rongrong burst out laughing. And even Xiao Wu widened her eyes, thinking that indeed, little Jiu is little Jiu, so shameless. But why does she feel so happy? The old man beside them was no longer lazy. He perked up, realizing that according to the trick Flander had suggested, he had only scammed less than 1,000 gold soul coins. Look, this person just casually asked for tens of thousands, and compared to Flander's ability to make money, it's simply lacking ambition. I'll give you the money, you just bring the person over and then send them back. Dai Mubai was really afraid of Tang Jiu. If he weren't afraid of losing, he would really want to beat Tang Jiu to death. This service is beyond the scope. You must pay an additional 10,000 gold soul coins for the delivery fee, Tang Jiu said with a grin. You're impressive. Dai Mubai directly pulled out 2 cards and tossed them to Tang Jiu. At this moment, Ning Rongrong was already laughing so hard she couldn't stand up. This Tang Jiu was too interesting. The old man watched the show while swiping cards, moving quickly, and soon it was Tang San and Xiao Wu's turn. The old man nodded. Age is appropriate. Release your martial souls. Tang San's body radiated a blue light, while Xiao Wu's body radiated a red light. Tang San's right hand revealed the blue-silver grass, with 2 soul rings swirling around him, both yellow. Xiao Wu's cute rabbit ears stood up. Her figure became even more slender, and her martial spirit, soft bone charm rabbit, also had 2 yellow soul rings surrounding her. The old man looked at the martial spirit on Tang San's right hand, astonished. It's actually blue-silver grass? As a soul emperor, he was surprised. How could blue-silver grass be cultivated to such a level? It seems there must be something exceptional about him. The old man sighed lightly in his heart and smiled. Qualified. He then looked at Ning Rongrong, lightly placing a hand on her, and his expression changed. Did I pass? Ning Rongrong asked playfully. The old man, with a serious expression, said, Does your family know you are here? Ning Rongrong blinked and retorted. Isn't it against the academy rules to mention this? After a brief hesitation, the old man said, Qualified. After seeing Ning Rongrong pass the first test, Dai Mubai's eyes shone with excitement as he looked at her greedily. Xiao Jiu, who was behind him, coldly snorted at his behavior. She also ignored Tang Jiu in front of her. Like a gust of wind, she dashed to the front to take the test and passed. When Dai Mubai saw Xiao Jiu's nethercat martial spirit, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he felt a pang of despair. As 2 major martial spirit families that had intermarried for generations in the Star Luo Empire, how could he not know Xiao Jiu's identity? What are you doing here? Dai Mubai approached, ready to strike up a conversation. Although they hadn't seen each other for years, this little wildcat shouldn't have forgotten him. He had to clarify that he was innocent regarding the twins. Before Dai Mubai could get closer, Xiao Wu blocked him, hands on her hips, huffing. Scumbag. Scumbag. Ning Rongrong also shot him a disdainful glance. She found his earlier gaze towards her very annoying. Dai Mubai was speechless, thinking he must have left the house without checking the calendar today. However, fortunately, Xiao Jiu walked over. Her sexy and cold steps made Dai Mubai's heart skip a few beats. Xiao Jiu approached Dai Mubai and stepped on his toes hard with her heel, causing his face to turn green immediately. Scumbag. Xiao Jiu coldly huffed, then walked over to Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. The 3 girls instantly formed a strategic alliance. After all, they shared a bond from collectively taking down a scumbag. At this moment, Dai Mubai really felt like killing Tang Jiu. However, Tang Jiu was completely oblivious to the murderous intent from Dai Mubai as he was taking the test. The old man cracked his knuckles, extremely shocked. Such resilient bones. Such a domineering physical quality. The old man was eager to know Tang Jiu's martial spirit. Release your martial spirit. I can't unleash my martial spirit here. Tang Jiu glanced around at the many people and immediately shook his head. Why? The old man had never met anyone who refused to unleash their martial spirit before. Because my martial spirit is too powerful. I'm afraid it might scare you. Tang Jiu had a look that suggested he was doing it for their own good. Tang San rubbed his forehead. Here we go again. Ning Rongrong snorted. What spirit? Can it scare me? Just trying to put on a show. Xiao Jiu coldly huffed. Xiao Wu was also fuming, hands on her hips, staring at Tang Jiu with an expression of defiance. The old man's mouth twitched, but with his extensive experience, he understood that Tang Jiu might have a secret he didn't want others to know. So he stood up and said, Come, I'll take you to the room. Of course, Xiao Wu and the others wanted to follow. They were eager to see what kind of spirit could actually scare someone. After entering the room and closing the door, Tang Jiu glanced around at everyone. Apart from the old man, the rest were all members of the Shrek's 7 devils, people he could trust. Tang Jiu's power surged, and a black light burst forth, revealing a powerful black bullet ant. However, this was not the end. Next, a blue light shone, and the bullet ant was covered with circles of ice blue patterns, emanating an intense chill. Ice element power. Everyone was astonished. But then, a fiery red light erupted, and equal numbers of fiery red patterns covered the bullet ant. A wave of scorching flame power surged forth. Tang Jiu's forehead bore the mark of an ice-fire Tai Chi fish, slowly swimming with an extreme power, dazzling patterns, and a perfect fusion of ice and fire, all showcasing the strength of this martial soul. Ice firepower? How is that possible? Everyone's hearts tightened sharply, and before they could finish their exclamations, Tang Jiu's soul rings appeared. 3 soul rings descended from above, swirling around Tang Jiu's body. At this moment, everyone widened their eyes in shock, collectively stunned. For a moment, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard in the room. The horrified gazes of the crowd swept up from the ground to the soul rings, breathing rapidly. Their eyes fixed firmly on Tang Jiu's 3 soul rings. Purple-black. 1,000 years. 10,000 years. 10,000 years. 72. Something's wrong. The old man and Tang San were dumbfounded. Even Ning Rongrong, who had seen 2 super Douluos, was filled with shock in her beautiful eyes. How could this be possible? Everyone's thoughts were almost the same, filled with disbelief. The fusion of ice and fire was unheard of, especially for Tang San and Xiao Wu. They clearly remembered that Tang Jiu's martial soul, the bullet ant, did not possess ice fire power. What was most unacceptable was the soul rings. The first soul ring being 1,000 years was already abnormal, and the second soul ring jumped straight to 10,000 years. How terrifying is that? Such a soul ring configuration was something no one dared to imagine. After the shock, Dai Mubai felt a bit fearful. If Tang Jiu had unleashed his martial soul yesterday and casually used a skill to amplify his power, he estimated he would have really been killed with a single punch. The old man, having interviewed for so many years, had seen too many geniuses and monsters, but those monsters, compared to Tang Jiu, could only be considered ordinary people. How did you do it? For the first 2 soul rings, even for prodigies, the limit is only a few hundred years. Your first soul ring is 1,000 years. And how could your second soul ring jump directly to 10,000 years? One must know that one can only possess a 10,000-year soul ring at level 50. This is just Tang Jiu's basic martial soul. If he were to unleash the evil ring devouring sky ant, and even its final form, who knows what kind of shock it would bring to this soul emperor? Tang Jiu smiled and said, "I can only be a legend." Everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips, thinking he was being too arrogant. Seeing that Tang Jiu was unwilling to elaborate, the old man refrained from asking further and suppressed his astonishment. Mubai, take them into the second round. Today, our Shrek Academy might recruit the best students in history. After saying this, the old man continued to oversee the first round of interviews that were a money trap. However, thinking about how quickly Tang Jiu made money, he suddenly felt that the previous money-making methods were no longer appealing. Tang Jiu and his group quickly arrived at the second assessment location to queue up, where those who passed the first assessment were waiting. At this moment, Oscar arrived, as more people meant better sausage sales. Selling sausages, Oscar brand sausages, delicious and fresh. At cheap price, 5 copper soul coins each. Don't miss out as you pass by. The tempting aroma of the meat wafted through the air, and everyone followed the scent. A man with a full beard and charming peach blossom eyes pushed a cart over. Xiao Wu saw the snack for sale and said to Tang Jiu, "Xiao Jiu, you've made money. Why don't you treat us to a meal?" Pointing at Oscar's cart, she continued, "It smells good. Buy 1 for each of us. Xiao Jiu, if you butter me up, I'll speak well of you in front of Rong Rong and Zhu Qin in the future." "Thank you, sister-in-law." Tang Jiu winked at Xiao Wu. "Sister-in-law?" The others immediately looked at Xiao Wu and Tang San with strange expressions, teasing them with meaningful remarks. "Oh, it's not what you think." Xiao Wu, flustered, stomped her foot and said, "Tang San used to say that sister-in-law means older sister. That's why I let Xiao Jiu call me that." "Oh." Everyone's teasing became even more pronounced. And then Dai Mubai patted Tang San's shoulder and said, "Master, I bow to your skills. It's all your fault, Tang San." "I'm ignoring you." Xiao Wu's face turned red from embarrassment, and she ultimately pushed all the blame onto Tang San, stomping her foot in irritation. Tang San was speechless. His brother was definitely toxic. At this moment, Oscar leaned over, promoting his sausages. "Brother, when it comes to charming girls, nothing beats my Oscar brand big sausages. Want to try a couple?" Tang San hesitated a bit, just about to buy 2, when Dai Mubai hooked Oscar's neck and said, "Little A.O., don't say I'm not looking out for you. If something happens later, you'll be beaten so badly that even your mom won't recognize you." "Do you believe it? What is going on?" Everyone was taken aback, while Tang Jiu looked at Oscar with a half-smile. Dai Mubai turned to Oscar and teased, "Come on, little A.O., make a new sausage." Oscar's expression suddenly became awkward. "Boss Dai, we've been classmates for years. Don't make me embarrass myself in front of the new junior, or they develop a resistance to me. Just do it. Hurry up." "All right," Oscar said helplessly, extending his right hand and reciting the incantation. "I have a big sausage." A yellow soul ring lit up, and a sausage identical to the one before appeared in his palm. I think after I eat this, I'll definitely beat you up first. Tang San couldn't accept such a sausage conjured by a soul skill for a while. Oscar was on the verge of tears. There was no way to produce a sausage without reciting the incantation. You just dared to trick us into eating. Xiao Wu glared at him, ready to settle the score. But at that moment, Xiao Jiu moved, her body like the wind, and she snipped off a lock of Oscar's hair. None of the boys from Shrek are good. After saying that, she shot a fierce glance at Dai Mubai. Oscar shrank his neck in fear and quickly pushed the cart away from the group. If she had gotten him by the neck just now, he could have announced his death. Too scary. Soon, it was Tang San and Xiao Wu's turn to take the assessment. They placed their hands on the white crystal ball. The light shone brightly, and the teacher said, "Directly enter the 4th round of assessment." Immediately, the others were puzzled and questioned, "Why can they directly enter the 4th round?" The teacher replied indifferently, "If your soul power is also above level 25, you can enter directly." The others were instantly quite surprised. It was actually above level 25. Next, Xiao Jiu and Ning Rongrong tested themselves and naturally also entered the 4th round directly. Finally, it was Tang Jiu's turn. The others holding their breaths wanted to see if Tang Jiu would also directly enter the 4th round, but Tang Jiu did not test. Dai Mubai leaned close to the examiner's ear and whispered about the scene when Tang Jiu awakened his martial soul. The examiner immediately waved his hand, exempting him from the test and allowing him to enter the 4th round directly. Why? Others were already entering the 4th round, but he didn't even test and also enter directly. This was too unfair. The crowd immediately became agitated, demanding an explanation. His soul power exceeds level 30, and we need to replace the soul power crystal. Our budget is tight. We didn't prepare a testing crystal for above level 30. And using a level 21 will break the crystal, the examiner said lazily, clearly just unwilling to move. Liar. Cheating. There's an inside story. We want fairness. A group of people immediately erupted in anger. These geniuses from the Junior Soul Master Academy had never suffered such grievances and were all indignant. They're questioning you. Want you to say something? The examiner looked at Tang Jiu with an expression as if he was enjoying the show, tilting his head. Everyone shut up. Tang Jiu directly activated the Soul Bone Skill Frenzy, causing a surge of soul power. He then stomped heavily on the ground, causing a tremor, and the blue stone slabs on the ground were crushed into a web-like depression. Everyone gasped in shock, looking at Tang Jiu as if he were a monster. His martial soul hadn't even been activated, yet he displayed such power. However, the more terrifying part was yet to come. With a loud crash, the dilapidated building behind the examiner collapsed due to the tremor of the ground. Now, no one was questioning it anymore. After regaining his composure from the shock, the examiner grinned at Tang Jiu and said, "Congratulations, Tang Jiu, you have successfully destroyed one luxurious office building of Shrek Academy. According to the latest compensation standards set by the principal, you will need to pay 3,000 gold soul coins." What? Tang Jiu was completely confused at that moment. Something seemed off. The strong Xiao Wuji, while Tang Jiu was still baffled, tilted his head and revealed an even more absurd situation. The dean knows you're not short on money, so he specially customized a noble level compensation standard for you, along with a luxury villa as your dormitory. Since you have been a student at Shrek for more than 4 years, you still need to pay for the dormitory fee, which is 10,000 a year. The dean said he would give you a discount, so it's just 50,000 gold soul coins. Tang Jiu was completely stunned. I didn't live there. The dean said, "This is called vacancy fee." Tang Jiu gritted his teeth and said, "You're even darker than me." Seeing Tang Jiu's face full of indignation, everyone couldn't help but chuckle. Even the cold and elegant Xiao Jiu gently covered her red lips with her hand, seemingly finding it amusing to watch Tang Jiu suffer. Ning Rongrong was laughing so hard she almost jumped up. Indeed, it was much more fun outside than in the family. The examiner laughed and said, "However, with loss comes gain. At least you can pass without taking the test. I really want to thank you, Dean. Tang Jiu Zipli, Ev. No need to thank me. This is a paid service. Please pay 53,000 gold soul coins." The examiner extended his hand. Ha! Everyone burst into laughter. This was exactly the same tone Tang Jiu had used earlier. So deserving of a beating. Tang Jiu had no money, so he could only owe it for now. He didn't want to stay longer and urged Dai Mubai to head to the 4th test. While leading the way, Dai Mubai also briefly introduced Shrek Academy, which is a school that only trains monsters. One of its graduates became the youngest elder of the Spirit Hall. when Dai Mubai spoke of the school's glorious history. Admiration and pride appeared on his face. Soon, everyone arrived at a clearing, where there was a chair against which a man in his 50s was sleeping. Dai Mubai respectfully said, "Teacher Xiao, I brought people for the fourth test." The man opened his bleary eyes and glanced over, surprised. "Oh, this year there are actually 5. There are only 3 students currently enrolled at Shrek, and these 5 managed to pass 3 tests. It's simply unprecedented," Dai Mubai replied. 4 of them were exempted from the 3rd test and came directly here, and 1 is already a student of Shrek, specially recruited by the dean. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiu immediately became unhappy. Special recruitment? Shrek Academy has no such rule. Teacher Xiao, this was decided by Dean Flender 4 years ago. Xiao Jiu snorted. You mean Tang Hao, right? Well, just right. Our academy has an annual end-of-year assessment. If they fail, they're expelled. Expelled? Dai Mubai was taken aback and quickly said, Teacher Xiao, he is a 3-ring soul master with 3 soul rings. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and 10,000 years. What? Xiao Jiu was immediately stunned, doubting that Dai Mubai was joking. But upon seeing Dai Mubai's determined gaze, he felt that this was no joke. He was well aware of Tang Hau's age. He was only 11 years old. This level of power was simply monstrous. Xiao Jiu finally understood that Dean Flender wanted him to assess them to give this kid a warning. Xiao Jiu stood up, I'll assess them. Dai Mubai was astonished, but said nothing. Okay, Teacher Xiao. As Xiao Jiu approached, Tang San and the others felt an immense sense of pressure. Although Xiao Jiu was not tall, he was extremely strong, with a muscular build that gave the impression of a fierce beast. I am Xiao Jiu, and I will assess you for this 4th test. You have an incense sticks time to understand each other and formulate a strategy. If you can withstand my attacks for an incense sticks time, you will pass the assessment. If you can't, then leave. Dai Mubai was shocked to hear this. Teacher Xiao, this isn't good, right? Dai Mubai knew Xiao Jiu's strength. Although Tang San was powerful and the other 3 girls also seemed formidable, it didn't seem possible to withstand Xiao Jiu's attacks for an incense sticks time. Xiao Jiu glared at him. What's wrong with it? I said it's fine, so it's fine. Start. Seeing Dai Mubai's shocked expression, Tang San quickly asked, Is Teacher Xiao a soul emperor? Dai Mubai shook his head no. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's confidence immediately soared. Since he's not a soul emperor, what is there to worry about? We are all close to level 30, and with 4 of us attacking him, holding on for an incense sticks time should be simple. Dai Mubai looked at Xiao Wu sympathetically. Teacher Xiao is not a soul emperor. He is a level 76 soul sage. Moreover, he possesses a very powerful beast martial soul, the battle soul sage. He is the vice president of Shrek Academy, second only to the dean. Upon hearing this, Tang San and the others were shocked. Level 76 soul sage. Tang San's expression became serious, but he did not show any fear. He immediately gathered information about Xiao Jiu. Mubai, can you tell us about Teacher Xiao's strength? Dai Mubai nodded. Sure. Teacher Xiao's martial soul is the vast might golden bear, which is a top-tier beast martial soul. His strength and defense are both very strong, and there are virtually no flaws in his body. Even soul saints of the same level find it difficult to break through his defenses and hurt him. Speed is his weakness, but you are at a significant disadvantage compared to Teacher Xiao, so knowing this won't help you target him. I don't think you can last even a stick of incense. Even with my help, it would be tough. Right now, I just hope that Teacher Xiao goes easy on you. Tang San nodded solemnly, then called over Xiao Wu, Ning Rong, and Zhu Zhuqing to discuss tactics. Wait, Xiao Jiu interrupted them. Under the puzzled gazes of the others, Xiao Jiu pointed at Tang Hao and said, You go too, I said, it's all of you. Me? I'm just a student. Why should I participate in the assessment? Tang Hao said with a frustrated expression, I spent money on this. I told you, if you don't pass the year-end assessment, you'll be expelled. Do you think I'm joking? Really expelled? Tang Hao was confused, unable to understand the situation. Did Flender not plan to take his money after all? Did he have a change of heart? Of course. However, you can pay a construction fee for the academy, and I can make an exception to readmit you, Xiao Jiu said proudly. What the heck? Tang Ji was taken aback. This high-fee student has come out, Flender. I'm still too young. Tang Jiu looked at Xiao Jiu with a sympathetic gaze and said, Are you sure you want to personally assess me? Xiao Jiu was taken aback. Who did this kid think he was? Why was he looking at him with sympathy? Xiao Jiu was puzzled. Shouldn't it be you who deserves sympathy? The big owl didn't tell you who my dad is, right? Tang Jiu looked at Xiao Jiu with pity. I don't care who your dad is. Also, daring to call Flanders the big owl? You really are a troublemaker. I should teach you a lesson on behalf of your dad. If your dad knew, he would definitely thank me properly. Xiao Wuji grinned. With a troublemaker like Tang Jiu, he definitely needed to be put his place. Tang Jiu gave Xiao Wuji a thumbs up. Don't worry, my dad will definitely thank you properly. You'll receive a blessing as big as a hammer. I am his strongest support. Xiao Wuji proudly snorted. The more he disciplined his students, the more gratitude he received from their parents. This was his experience over the years. He was just waiting for Tang Jiu's dad to come and thank him. I beat up your son, and you still have to thank me. With this thought, Xiao Wuji happily lay back in his chair, waiting. Tang Jiu looked at the leisurely Xiao Wuji and thought to himself, you seem so relaxed now, but you'll be the one suffering tonight. Look, even the big owl doesn't dare to show up. If not you, then who will take the beating? Tang San has learned a lot from the master over the past few years and has rightfully taken over the command. He asked, everyone, please introduce yourselves and your abilities. I'm Tang San, a 29th level control system soul master with a martial soul blue silvergrass. I'm Xiao Wu, a 29th level assault system battle soul master with a martial soul soft bone charm rabbit. I'm Ning Rongrong, a 26th level support system soul master with a martial soul 7 treasure glazed tile. I'm Xiao Jiu, a 27th level agility attack system battle soul master with a martial soul nether cat. I'm Tang Jiu, a 36th level support system soul master. Stop messing around, Xiao Jiu. Xiao Wu shot a glare at Tang Jiu. Is he ice fire bullet and a weapon soul? Or a support system? Can you be a bit more serious? Ning Rongrong and Xiao Jiu also glared at Tang Jiu with disapproval. I really am a weapon soul and a support system. Tang Jiu chuckled. Because I have a twin martial soul. Twin martial souls. Everyone was taken aback. This was too shocking. Just one ice fire bullet and is already so powerful. And now it's a twin martial soul. This can't just be described as a prodigy. Wait, Xiao Jiu, do you know if Xiao San knows about your twin martial soul? Xiao Wu's expression turned serious. My third brother knows. Xiao San. Xiao Wu glared angrily at Tang San. Tang San's nose crinkled in frustration. He had kindly kept this a secret for you, and you immediately sold me out. This brother is indeed toxic. After glaring at Tang San, Xiao Wu asked Tang Jiu, what is your second martial soul? Show it to me. I can't release it. Tang Jiu replied, why not? Because my martial soul is a soul ring. Tang Jiu said casually. What? Xiao Wuji was so shocked that he directly collapsed his chair. A martial soul is a soul ring. This is too abnormal. What about the soul skills? Ning Rongrong was most concerned about the support system martial soul. After all, she is from the 7 treasure glazed tile school. You'll find out shortly. It will be powerful enough to leave you all speechless. Tang Jiu kept everyone in suspense, attracting several disdainful glances. However, waves of shock surged in each person's heart. They were all proud and considered themselves geniuses, but in comparison to Tang Jiu, they suddenly felt ordinary. When they witnessed Tang Jiu's ice fire bullet and queen, they had thought that was the most powerful martial soul in the world. But upon hearing that Tang Jiu's second martial soul was a soul ring, they instantly felt they were still too young. So, during the assessment later, I will only use my second martial soul. Otherwise, someone will suffer a crushing defeat. What a joke. I would lose. I originally planned to deal with you using just the first 5 soul skills. Kid, don't think that just because you have talent, you can look down on others. Xiao Wuji was furious. He felt disrespected. You'll know soon enough. Tang Jiu did not provide further explanation. Ning Rongrong curiously asked, what attributes can your martial soul enhance? How should we cooperate? His martial soul can't cooperate with us, because whoever receives his soul skills will be unlucky. Tang San replied irritably. His soul skills are poisonous. He assists the enemy. But my teacher once said that he is the strongest support-type soul master on the continent, bar none. Impossible. As the heir of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong could not admit that any other support-type martial soul was stronger than her 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. The only one that could compare was the 9-heart begonia, but in terms of actual combat, they were still the strongest. Xiao Jiu's calm and cool expression also showed slight movement. What kind of ability could make Tang Jiu's martial soul recognized as surpassing the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda? As the incense burned out, Xiao Wuji did not give Tang Jiu and the others any extra time. Have you discussed it? Xiao Wuji felt that in such a short time, they definitely hadn't come to an agreement. Tang Jiu said, do I need to discuss hitting you? Just push straight through. So arrogant. Then let's begin. Xiao Wuji snorted, waved his hand, and inserted another incense stick. Ning Rongrong's pure figure spun gracefully in place, and colorful light radiated from her body, gathering in her right hand to reveal a colorful treasure pagoda. Ning Rongrong floated like an immortal, with 2 yellow soul rings swirling around her. The 7 treasures are famous. The first is strength. 3 beams of colorful light were released, landing on Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Jiu. Tang Jiu, my support effect increases strength by 30. She intended to compete with Tang Jiu, so she didn't release the amplification effect for him. Fortunately, she didn't, otherwise it would have drained her soul power in an instant. Xiao Wuji looked surprised. Wow, we actually have someone from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. This recruitment is a huge success for us. The 7 treasures are famous. The second is speed. Again, 3 beams of colorful light were released from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, landing on Xiao Wu and the others, increasing their speed by 30 as well. How about it, Tang Jiu? My soul skill amplification effect can increase with the soul rings. Ning Rongrong proudly looked at Tang Jiu and said, "It's your turn to make a move. It's not time yet, but I'll activate my martial soul first." Tang Jiu immediately activated his soul ring and martial soul, without the bullet and martial soul simultaneously attached. The additional soul rings of the soul ring martial soul finally manifested on Tang Jiu's body. The first soul ring was purple, and the second soul ring was black. Everyone gasped in shock. They thought Tang Jiu had stacked 3 soul rings of the second martial soul to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. But they didn't expect Tang Jiu's second martial soul to also have such a terrifying soul ring configuration. Soon, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Jiu all activated their martial souls, all with the best soul ring configurations. Yet their 2 yellow soul rings, which were enough to be proud of, were completely crushed by Tang Jiu's 1 purple and 1 black soul ring. Soul rings do not represent ability. I want to see how your martial soul can become the strongest support type. Ning Rongrong was unconvinced. Tang Jiu, you shock me. I originally didn't plan to activate my martial soul directly. Faced with the black soul ring, Xiao Wujie did not dare to be arrogant and quickly activated his martial soul. The great strength diamond bear. The soul power surged forth, causing Tang San and the others to involuntarily step back, but only Tang Jiu remained unaffected. After all, he had faced title Douluo before. Then, what put even more pressure on Tang San and the others was the 7 soul rings Xiao Wujie released. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. Xiao Wujie, a level 76 powerful attack system battle soul saint with a martial soul great strength diamond bear. Xiao Wujie stomped hard on the ground, causing the earth to tremble, exuding immense pressure. But at that moment, Tang Jiu's calm voice came through. Not anymore. Saying this, the soul ring martial soul enveloped Xiao Wujie's body, causing his momentum to stagnate, and his soul power was directly reduced by 1 level. The most terrifying part was that his 6th black soul ring vanished. At that moment, Xiao Wujie was completely dumbfounded. The 6th soul ring disappeared along with the 6th soul skill. The reason the teacher called my martial soul the strongest support is that when you encounter me, you lose a ring. 1 punch sent him flying. The soul ring disappeared, and it was the 6th soul ring. Even Xiao Jiu, with her cool demeanor, couldn't help but exclaim, "This was simply unbelievable. Your martial soul is indeed more terrifying than mine." Ning Rongrong had to admit, no matter how powerful her 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda was, it couldn't give her teammates an extra soul ring or soul skill. While Tang Jiu directly made his opponent lose 1 soul ring and soul skill, which was too terrifying. The key point was that the ring the opponent lost was not the lowest yellow soul ring, but the higher the ability. The higher the year of the soul ring that the enemy lost, such an ability becomes more terrifying in the later stages. What a perverse martial soul. Then, the first one to deal with you. Xiao Wujie was extremely shocked, but immediately decided to deal with Tang Jiu first. This posed too great a restriction on him. Xiao Wujie bent his legs, stomped his feet hard on the ground, and with a loud bang, the earth trembled, and Xiao Wujie shot towards Tang Jiu like an arrow. In battle, the consensus was to eliminate the biggest threat, the support type. Ning Rongrong felt a bit disappointed that Xiao Wujie's first choice was Tang Jiu and not her. Xiao Wujie glanced sideways and found that Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Jiu had no intention of stopping him. Did they give up because they felt their speed couldn't keep up? What he didn't know was that Tang Jiu was too arrogant. And the 3 wanted to see just how perverse Tang Jiu's ability to absorb 10,000-year soul rings really was, so they didn't want to help at all. Xiao Wujie locked onto Tang Jiu and threw a punch. "Then I'll defeat you first." Xiao Wujie calmly threw a punch. even without using a soul skill. Just a bit of soul power made this punch extremely strong, as he was focused on the power path. Let me see you not activate your powerful attack, martial soul. Xiao Jiu was extremely displeased. How dare he act tough in front of him? This was asking for punishment. From the moment Xiao Jiu made his move to when he blasted in front of Tang Jiu, it was just the blink of an eye. Just as Xiao Jiu's fist was about to strike Tang Jiu's chest, Tang Jiu suddenly clenched his right fist and smashed it out. Xiao Jiu's expression changed suddenly because Tang Jiu's punch was surprisingly fierce, emitting a sound like the whistling of the wind. Bang! The two fists collided, producing a muffled sound, and the shockwaves from their powers caused the ground beneath them to sink and crack, spreading out spiderweb-like fissures over 2 meters in diameter. In that moment of collision, Tang Jiu remained completely still, while Xiao Jiu felt a tremendous force hit him. His fist hurt, his arm went numb, and his body flew back 5 or 6 meters, crashing through the wooden house behind him. Crack, rumble, the pillars of the house broke, and it collapsed with a loud noise. Xiao Jiu stumbled out of the collapsed house, looking utterly bewildered. He lost in power to a kid. He had used all his strength to force out Tang Jiu's other martial soul. And although he hadn't used any soul skills, how could his level 76 attack system strength possibly lose to Tang Jiu in basic power? How could this be? Xiao Jiu stared blankly at his own fist, unable to believe it. You're not a pure power type soul master, are you? Yet I'm a pure power type. Tang Jiu said. Pure power. Everyone was stunned. The advantages of pure power type soul masters are obvious, but so are the drawbacks. They often can't hit anyone. Xiao Jiu was indeed not a pure power type. Among his 7 soul skills, 3 had control and pursuit abilities. The 3rd soul skill, gravity enhancement. The 4th soul skill, position tracking, and the 5th soul skill, gravity compression. These 3 soul skills were functional soul skills, so the soul rings didn't provide him much power increase. Meanwhile, Tang Jiu's 3 soul rings all increased power and explosiveness, especially after consuming a large amount of herbs from Douluo and going through the tempering of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. His physical quality was terrifyingly frightening. Attack! Tang San would not give Xiao Jiu any reaction time. With a command, the blue silver grass in his hand quickly grew, resembling a blue giant snake biting towards Xiao Jiu. Tang San's strike jolted Xiao Wu and the other 2 girls out of their shock. It was only then that they remembered they were in an exam. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing immediately sprinted towards Xiao Jiu, looking for an opportunity to attack. Xiao Jiu brushed off the wood chips and dust from his body, his expression extremely grim. He had initially wanted to act like a master, but ended up being knocked away by a single punch, leaving him in a mess. It seemed I need to take this seriously. Xiao Jiu felt his soul power surging, his body becoming more robust. He spread his hands and pulled forcefully, breaking all the blue-silver grass that Tang San had wrapped around him. For him, even the blue-silver grass that Dai Mubai could snap was simply a piece of cake. At that moment, Xiao Wu darted forward, like an arrow released from a bow, suddenly shooting towards Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu saw Xiao Wu's attack, but still crossed his arms, appearing to let her do as she pleased. He did not believe there could be another monster like Tang San. Xiao Wu felt an unusual tension. How could he look down on me? Seeing Xiao Jiu's complete disregard, Xiao Wu circled behind him and executed a perfect rabbit leap, her long legs kicking viciously into Xiao Jiu's back. However, Xiao Jiu remained unmoved, grinning and saying, "Is that an attack? Didn't you eat?" Xiao Wu gritted her teeth in anger, huffing. "Then let you see my first soul skill, waist bow." The yellow soul ring on Xiao Wu lit up. She performed a front flip, bending her body into a large bow, then suddenly straightened, her feet striking fiercely at Xiao Jiu's chest. This time, Xiao Jiu could no longer maintain his stance. He was bent backward by Xiao Wu's kick. Not bad, but not enough. Xiao Jiu clenched his fists, straightened his body, and Xiao Wu felt a tremendous counterforce that sent her flying. She rolled in midair for 5 or 6 meters before stabilizing herself. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing, like a ghost, dashed in front of Xiao Jiu. Her hands resembled cat claws, sharp and fierce, as she swung them, leaving behind after images, and fiercely attacked Xiao Jiu's throat and heart. Zhu Zhuqing's speed was too fast for Xiao Jiu to catch. He could only passively endure the blows. Fortunately, his soul power was strong, and his defense was formidable, so Zhu Zhuqing could not break through. However, this put Xiao Jiu in a passive position, and, taking advantage of this, Tang San swung the blue-silver grass over again, the strands twisting like blue serpents, tightly binding Xiao Jiu. Opportunity. Attack. Tang San forcefully pulled the blue silvergrass, his body flying toward Xiao Jiu. With his entire body operating the Xintian Gong, delivering a punch straight to Xiao Jiu's face. Xiao Wu also leaped up, kicking towards Xiao Jiu's head. Faster than them was Zhu Juqing, whose second spirit skill, Phantom 100 Claws, activated, allowing her to strike with 100 claws at a single point in an instant, possessing a powerful piercing effect specifically for breaking defenses. It's my turn. Let you know what it means to be the unmoving king. Second spirit skill, Great Strength Diamond Palm. Xiao Jiu didn't defend at all. He couldn't defend against so many people at once. The yellow spirit ring lit up, and Xiao Jiu slammed both palms forcefully onto the ground. Boom! The blue stone floor was shattered, and the fragments were explosively shot out by the immense force, wildly crashing towards Tang San and the others. The stones emitted a whistling sound as they tore through the air, demonstrating how terrifying their speed was. If they were hit, they would definitely suffer serious injuries. Tang San shook his hand, throwing out a strand of blue silvergrass that wrapped around Xiao Wu, pulling her behind him. At the same time, he activated the Xianyu hand, using his fingers to redirect the rapidly shooting stones in front of him. Xiao Wu was safe behind Tang San. However, Zhu Juqing was unfortunate. Although she was agile, she lacked Tang San's skillful techniques. The stones were coming too fast and too close. And without the ability to gain leverage in the air, she could only shield her face with her hands to prevent being disfigured. Just as she thought she would be injured by the falling debris, she felt someone wrap around her body, using a strong figure to block all the flying stones. Zhu Juqing looked at Tang Jiu, who was standing in front of her, and her cold, beautiful face showed a slight change. Is this what it feels like to be protected? A sense of security? Thank you. A faint smile blossomed on Zhu Juqing's cold face, charming and beautiful. Xiao Jiu, you guy who values beauty over friendship, hurry and save me. Ning Rongrong's anxious cries made Zhu Juqing feel a bit embarrassed. At this moment, everyone noticed that Xiao Jiu had already shot towards Ning Rongrong like an arrow. He was a true combat expert and had instantly spotted the isolated Ning Rongrong. Oh no! Tang San was secretly shocked. The incident happened so suddenly that he had focused all his energy on protecting Xiao Wu and forgot about Ning Rongrong. At this moment, he couldn't even use the blue silvergrass to help Ning Rongrong move. How could its growth speed match Xiao Jiu's full sprint? Just then, Tang Jiu stomped heavily on the ground and charged towards Xiao Jiu. It's useless. Too late. Xiao Jiu chose to attack Ning Rongrong, forcing her to flee and unable to use her soul skills. He initiated first, and at this moment, Tang Jiu definitely wouldn't make it in time to save her. First soul skill, Speed, Evil Ring. At that moment, a brilliant purple light shone from Xiao Jiu's body, and he felt his speed suddenly drop by 10. Meanwhile, Tang Jiu's speed surged. Just as Xiao Jiu's attack was about to land on Ning Rongrong, Tang Jiu finally arrived and punched toward Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu had no choice but to abandon Ning Rongrong and exchange blows with Tang Jiu. Boom! The two of them each took 5 or 6 steps back, shattering the ground beneath them. Xiao Jiu looked at Tang Jiu in shock. Is this your soul skill from your soul ring? The Speed Evil Ring? Yes. It can absorb your speed for my use. This is my soul skill, Tang Jiu said. That's too abnormal. According to the characteristics of your soul, not only can you absorb speed, but as the number of soul rings increases, you should also be able to absorb strength, soul power, defense, and physical attributes. The most terrifying part is that during the 7th soul ring's martial soul manifestation, your martial soul may undergo a qualitative leap. Ning Rongrong was simply stunned. Tang Jiu's martial soul not only restricts opponents, but can also replenish himself. This is far stronger than the 7-treasure glaze tile. Moreover, as a soul ring, the 7th soul skill, martial soul manifestation. How domineering would that ability be? Just thinking about it is frightening. This is a true monster. Xiao Jiu was already shocked by the innate abilities of the soul ring martial soul, and he didn't expect the soul skills it brought to be even more unreasonable. I should be qualified now, right? Tang Jiu shrugged and looked at Xiao Jiu. He really didn't want to fight anymore because if this continued, Xiao Jiu wouldn't be able to beat up Sange, and if Sange wasn't beaten, Tang Hao might not come. He was planning to trick Tang Hao into following him to flatten the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and take back his own soul bones. Qualified? Not even close. You step aside first. I'll assess you separately later. Xiao Jiu snorted. With Tang Jiu around, he felt unable to exert himself fully. If he hit too hard, he might hurt Ning Rongrong and the others. And if he hit too lightly, he could easily be ambushed by Tang Jiu. It would be better to assess them separately. Besides, the purpose of the assessment is to let these kids know that there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. They shouldn't be arrogant just because they think they are geniuses. The first day of school should start with a good beating of little monsters. This is Shrek's tradition. Tang Jiu waved his hand, retracting his soul ring and martial spirit, then said to Xiao Jiu, "Be careful." Xiao Jiu nodded in response, a hint of emotion in her beautiful eyes. "Oh, someone seems to be overly caring. Why not care about me?" Ningrongrong kiklet. Xiao Jiu's face looked slightly unnatural, while Tang Jiu smiled and said, "You're long range, she's close combat. That's all. Don't think too much." "Oh." Ning Rongrong elongated her voice and even winked at Xiao Jiu. At that moment, Xiao Wujia's sixth soul ring, which had been restricted, finally regained its power, and he felt himself filled with strength again. He punched his fist with force, producing a crisp sound that made everyone shiver, and Ning Rongrong also restrained her playful thoughts, preparing for battle. Entangle. Tang San shook his hand, and the blue-silver grass surged wildly towards Xiao Wujia, while Xiao Wu and Xiao Jiu coordinated with each other, launching a strong attack with Ning Rongrong support. However, 1 minute later, Xiao Wujia directly activated his first spirit skill, Unmoving King Kong Body. His body swelled again, and he slammed his fists heavily into the ground. No matter how well Tang San and the others coordinated, everything was futile in the face of absolute power. The violent soul power shattered the restraints of the blue-silver grass, sending Xiao Wu and the others flying. Tang San used the blue-silver grass to help Xiao Wu land safely, while he crashed heavily to the ground, left dazed. As Xiao Jiu was sent flying, Dai Mubai and Tang Jiu reached out simultaneously to catch her. Due to her twin instincts, Xiao Jiu instinctively placed her hand on Tang Jiu's arm, allowing Tang Jiu to catch her. Dai Mubai's face stiffened slightly, but Xiao Jiu ignored him. The competition among the nobility of the Star Luo Empire was fierce, and her future was uncertain. Even her life was threatened, which led her to flee her family to seek Dai Mubai's help in overcoming difficulties. Unexpectedly, Dai Mubai was here indulging in pleasure, treating their engagement as waste paper, leaving Xiao Jiu very disappointed in him. "Without Tang Jiu, you really can't do it." Xiao Wujia disdainfully shook his head, the joints cracking loudly. Xiao Wu was so angry that she stomped her feet, ready to attack again. But Tang Jiu immediately stepped in front of her. Tang Jiu knew that if Xiao Wu went, she would definitely use her charm spirit skill and suffer backlash, leading Sangu to erupt in anger for his beloved. However, he did not want to face a Xiao Wujia who was poisoned and in a weakened state. "I'll do it," Tang Jiu said firmly. Xiao Wujia looked at Tang Jiu and snorted. "I used 2 spirit skills on them, and I will use 5 spirit skills on you. As long as you can force me to use the 6th spirit skill, you will pass the assessment." Tang Jiu shook his head and said, "No. I want you to use all your soul skills and fight me with all your strength. If I win, we can both stay at Shrek Academy." "What?" Xiao Wujia was taken aback and said in disbelief, "You, a level 36 soul master, want to challenge me? A level 76 soul sage, and you wanted to go all out? Is there something wrong with your head? You can also choose not to use all your strength, but just don't get beaten too badly later." Tang Jiu snorted, activated his martial soul, and the ice fire bullet ant took over his body, revealing 3 dazzling soul rings. Purple and black. "Come on, I want to see who gets beaten worse." Xiao Wujia curled his fingers. "This is what you brought upon yourself. First soul skill, Berserk. Second soul skill, Blood Ignite. Third soul skill, Dragon Fury. Soul bone skill, Frenzy." Tang Jiu was not polite either, as brilliant rays of light flashed continuously. His power surged from the basic 12,000 pounds to an astonishing 78,000 pounds in an instant. When Tang Jiu stomped down on the ground, the earth shook, and his body moved so fast it was almost impossible to capture. He threw a punch directly at Xiao Wujia's chest. Tang Jiu moved at high speed, creating a fierce wind. So fast, too fast. Everyone was horrified. The speed of such power was simply terrifying. Xiao Wujia's expression changed drastically. With all his might, Xiao Wujia immediately used his second soul skill, the Great Force Diamond Palm, to face the rapidly approaching Tang Jiu. A yellowish light shone, forming a giant palm out of thin air, which he pushed forward with great force. This time, he didn't hold back but used all his strength. The palm swept across, plowing deep trenches into the ground. But in the next moment, Xiao Wujia's pupils suddenly constricted as Tang Jiu's body actually penetrated the great force diamond palm and punched him without losing speed. In a hurry, Xiao Wujia could only cross his arms. Boom! The two collided, and Xiao Wujia's body flew parallel to the ground, crashing heavily into a large tree. With a crack, the tree was broken, finally stopping Xiao Wujia's flight. At this moment, a layer of frost formed on Xiao Wujia's body. How could this be? Tang Jiu had sent teacher Xiao flying with a single punch. Tang San and the others were extremely shocked. Just now, they had personally experienced the terror of Xiao Wujia. With just one soul skill, he had completely crushed them. But now, it was Xiao Wujia who was being crushed. So, how big was the gap between them and Tang Jiu? I say, Great Earth Bear, is this all you've got? Tang Jiu scoffed. Great Earth Bear. The crowd was once again stunned. They had never seen anyone dare to give a soul saint a nickname. Even Dai Mubai felt a shiver down his spine. Was this courting death? Sure enough, Xiao Wujia was furious. Tang Jiu, now I will use all my strength. I will make sure you can't get out of bed for half a month. Xiao Wujia roared to the sky, and the seventh black soul ring finally lit up. The earthy yellow light enveloped Xiao Wujia, and his body surged to 3 meters, looking like a real diamond bear. Seventh soul skill, martial soul, true body. Xiao Wujia stomped down hard, and the ground cracked beneath him, spreading towards Tang Jiu's feet. He was truly using all his strength. Ning Rongrong and the others felt their heads buzzing. Tang Jiu had actually forced Xiao Wujia to use all his power, which meant Xiao Wujia felt that Tang Jiu posed a threat to him. This was simply unbelievable. Tang Jiu was only at level 36, a soul master. Yet Xiao Wujia was a soul saint, level 76, a full 40 levels above him in soul power. Just right, it's time for me to use all my strength too. Tang Jiu chuckled. What? The crowd was shocked again. Tang Jiu actually said he hadn't used all his strength. In the next moment, Tang Jiu's 2 martial souls fused, and the ice fire bullet ant grew spear-like ant legs and transparent wings, with an ice fire Tai Chi fish mark appearing on his forehead. The most terrifying thing was that 2 colorful soul rings emerged around Tang Jiu. What is this? Dai Mubai exclaimed. Our 2 martial souls can fuse. This is my self-attribute martial soul fusion skill. Evil ring devouring heaven ant. At this moment, Tang Jiu perfectly combined the powers of 2 martial souls, the ice fire power, and the strengths of 5 soul rings, reaching the peak of power and speed. His body quietly floated in the air, looking down at everyone from above. At this moment, he was like a dark king, utterly evil. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing and the others fell silent. They could no longer find words to describe their inner shock. An ice fire bullet ant could be called the strongest beast martial soul. A soul ring martial soul was also the strongest support type martial soul. The fact that they could combine to form an even more terrifying evil ring devouring heaven ant was something they had only now witnessed as true talent. Xiao Wujia, with his vast experience, suppressed his inner shock and said solemnly, "You little brat, you are simply a monster. It's not an exaggeration to call you the strongest genius in history. However, today I will let you know that no matter how monstrous you are, you cannot erase the 40-level gap in soul power." Oh, is that so? Then how about this? Heaven's Curse Seal, activate. The heavenly curse seal on Tang Jiu's body infected him, causing his hair to immediately change to a mix of red and blue. His wings and ant legs merged into black bat wings, and as the heavenly curse seal continued to infect him, one bat wing was stained with blue curse markings, while the other was stained with red curse markings. If just now Tang Jiu was the Dark King, then now he resembled the God of Darkness. With his bat wings spread wide, he dominated all living beings. He could still change. Dai Mubai silently groaned in his heart. Is this still human? How much strength are you hiding? Xiao Wu blinked her eyes, and a sense of instinctive fear arose within her. After all, she was a 100,000-year soul beast. What does this even represent? The cold and elegant Zhu Zhuqing was also shocked, covering her small mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. What now? The Great Earth Bear? Tang Jiu chuckled. He could already fight with a soul power 30 levels higher before, and after recently raiding Dugabo's herb garden. Combined with the tempering of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, he was confident he could battle a soul saint. What kind of monster did Flander make me deal with? Xiao Wujia cursed inwardly, feeling like he had been tricked. However, facing such a prodigy, a strong battle intent surged within Xiao Wujia. He did not waste words. His third thousand-year soul ring shone with purple light as he shouted, "Third soul skill, gravity enhancement." This soul skill increased the gravity in a certain area, hindering the enemy's movement. He had already regarded Tang Hao as a true opponent, and the first thing he needed to do was limit the opponent's speed. With wings and the ability to fly, his speed would definitely not be slow. Although Xiao Jiu's strength was great, his weakness was speed. Encountering speed-type opponents could be quite troublesome, so he used all three of his soul skills to restrict tracking abilities. After applying the gravity area to Tang Hao, Xiao Jiu shot out explosively. In the true form of his martial soul, his strength surged, and his speed doubled compared to before. Second soul skill, Great Strength Diamond Palm. In the true form of his martial soul, all his skills' power would explode. And this time the condensed Great Strength Diamond Palm was no longer earth-colored, but a brilliant golden yellow with clear and discernible patterns on the palm, solidifying like substance. Dodge! Tang Hao stood still in the void, showing no intention of dodging, which made Ning Rong and the others exclaim in urgency. Dodge? That is out of the question. Watch my strongest defense. Tang Hao did not dodge or evade, nor did he counterattack. Instead, he wrapped his bat wings around his body and braced himself for the strike. With Zhu Zhuqing's startled shout, the brilliant Golden Dali King Kong Palm struck solidly against Tang Hao's body. The golden light exploded, creating a thunderous roar. Then, the blinding golden light vanished, and Tang Hao's bat wings unfolded, surprisingly unharmed. At that moment, Tang Hao lunged forward, throwing a punch at Xiao Jiu's abdomen. Xiao Jiu reacted extremely quickly, immediately preparing to block with his hand, but at that instant, Tang Jiu let out a cold snort and used Ice Seal. The blue curse mark lit up, and Xiao Jiu's body was instantly frozen into a block of ice. Oh no, this kid can actually use ice elemental power. Xiao Jiu was shocked and immediately used his soul power to shatter the ice block. But this delay caused him to lose the best opportunity to defend, and he felt an excruciating pain in his abdomen, followed by dizziness. Boom! Xiao Jiu was sent flying again by a punch, heavily embedded in the ground. Xiao Jiu. Let you know what explosive output really is. Everyone was once again stunned as Zhao Laoshi, in his martial soul true form, was actually sent flying again. Tang San's expression was serious. Xiao Jiu's defense is too strong. The most exquisite part is his use of skills. Although that freezing skill just now had no real power, it successfully delayed teacher Zhao's defense time, which led to teacher Zhao's failure. Xiao Jiu pulled his body off the ground and shook his head. He could feel that in his martial soul true form, his strength was greater than Tang Jiu's, but he was still knocked away with a single punch, which made him very unhappy. You could have quite a few tricks. However, I won't be fooled again this time. Let you see how big the gap in our strength is. Xiao Jiu joined his hands together and squeezed hard. His fifth soul ring, black 10,000-year soul, suddenly lit up. Fifth soul skill, gravity compression. Suddenly, the area where Tang Jiu was located experienced severe spatial compression, and the sunlight shining and became distorted. The enhanced gravity combined with the gravity compression made the power even more formidable. It felt like a mountain was pressing down on him, and Tang Jiu felt as if his body was being squeezed smaller, yet under the abnormal physical control of the heavenly curse seal. Tang Jiu still managed to show a big smile. This move won't work on me. My body's endurance is stronger than you can imagine. Tang Jiu spread his arms wide, allowing himself to be squeezed. His body made creaking sounds like cracking bones, yet his face still wore an expression of calm indifference. Is this even human? Dai Mubai's lips twitched. He too had endured teacher Zhao's technique countless times for the sake of training his body. But that feeling of bones and muscles being compressed often made him feel worse than death. How is this possible? Xiao Jiu had already used all his strength. Yet Tang Jiu smiled, facing it with composure, showing no signs of pain. I have tempered my body in the extremes of ice and fire, and several times the soul rings I absorbed were on the verge of exploding my body. This pressure from you is child's play to me, Tang Jiu disdainfully said. Without a life-and-death crisis, no matter how great the pain, it's just training. Xiao Jiu twitched the corner of his mouth. What a monster. Knowing that he can't absorb the soul ring, he still goes for it. This is simply playing with his life. Time and time again. I don't know how many limits Tang Jiu's body has broken. Even the enhanced gravity and gravity compression, using both soul skills, haven't caused him any harm. This makes Xiao Jiu extremely uncomfortable. Big Earth Bear, you're on the wrong path. Many of your skills seem useless. You don't understand what a true assault-type soul master is. Let me teach you. The Haotian sect would never waste precious soul skills on control abilities. Output, only the most violent output, is the true assault type. Teach me? Xiao Jiu's nose was crooked with anger. He was the teacher, the vice president of Shrek Academy, and Tang Hao was the one here to learn. With a roar, a massive battle cry echoed, and Xiao Jiu's sixth soul ring finally lit up, activating his sixth soul skill, Great Strength Diamond Roar. With the battle enhancement, his power and defense doubled again, his form soaring to 4 meters, becoming a true human-shaped beast. Teacher Xiao actually activated all his attack-type soul skills. This was his strongest form. Dai Mubai was shocked. Tang Hao really did it, forcing teacher Xiao to go all out. Then, Xiao Jiu's fourth soul ring lit up and directly flew out, wrapping around Tang Hao. The fourth soul skill, target tracking. This soul skill is very unique. After locking onto the enemy within 100 meters, it can instantly close the distance with a leap, making Xiao Jiu's next attack seem like teleportation, impossible to evade. Another useless skill, even worse than the 2 gravity skills. Dan Ju Sukop. Having studied with the master for so long, Tang Hao's vision was very high. An assault-type soul master shouldn't learn control-type soul skills, yet Xiao Jiu had actually learned 3. Useless skill? What a big mouth. Xiao Jiu didn't expect his self-proclaimed divine skill of pursuit to be so belittled by Tang Hao. Furious, he stomped the ground hard, his body leaping above Tang Hao as if teleporting. At this moment, Xiao Jiu's soul power was thick like a diamond, and he struck down towards Tang Hao with both palms. Open for me. Tang Hao stomped hard on the ground, his fists crashing towards Xiao Jiu. Boom! The collision of fists and palms released terrifying waves of power, creating a large pit with a diameter of 10 meters around them. While Tang Hao was almost pinned into the ground like a nail, Xiao Jiu, due to the recoil, was propelled several meters away, plowing a deep trench in the ground. How about that, you little brat? Xiao Jiu stood up and snorted coldly. Not much, if you hadn't wasted 3 soul skills on control and tracking. That punch just now would have severely injured me and made me spit blood. It's a pity that without the enhancement of 3 soul rings, your level 76 attack power is actually on par with mine. Truly pathetic. Tang Hao flew high into the sky, looking faintly at Xiao Jiu. This is the biggest flaw of soul masters who come from the wild. They absorb soul skills without a plan, thinking it's obvious. Isn't that too arrogant? Is he trying to guide teacher Xiao? At this moment, Oscar, who had been silent, finally spoke up. No, Xiao Jiu is right. Once the route is determined, we can't casually add soul skills. For example, letting Ning Rongrong absorb a skill that increases her attack power, or letting Zhu Zhuqing absorb a skill that increases her strength. That's just a waste of skills. For an attack-type soul master, if the soul skills can't increase attack power, then it's definitely wrong. It's like a healing-type soul master whose skills don't enhance healing, but instead pursue attack power. In the end, they will just become something that resembles neither. They won't be able to reach the ultimate peak. Tang San has been taught countless times by the master that blue-silver grass can only enhance control, and while ensuring control, it can also increase other attributes. However, if it increases attack power, that is the path of the Haotian Hammer martial soul. Are 1 or 2 of you here to teach me a lesson? You little brat, are you really right? Xiao Jiu was extremely displeased. Then let me show you what explosive output really is. Tang Jiufeng's bat wings gently moved, and from the folded part, dark claws emerged. Just like the claws on a bat's wings, giving a chilling feeling. I can't beat you half to death. You're weaker than I am. Are you sure you can hurt me? I'm the unmoved king. Xiao Jiu scoffed, and his soul power surged once again, fully focused on defense, like a golden-skinned Arhut. Tang Jiufeng's bat wings trembled, and his body transformed into a fleeting shadow. The bat wings extended, and the pitch-black claws gleamed with a cold light as they pierced towards Xiao Jiu's golden body. With a whoosh, the immense power combined with extreme speed focused on a single point, and the claws easily pierced through Xiao Jiu's immovable Vajra body. They penetrated Xiao Jiu's body. The ice power on the bat wings enveloped him, turning Xiao Jiu's body into an ice stick. This is what you call output. Tang Jiu's bat wings lifted Xiao Jiu as he coldly said. At this moment, the surroundings were eerily silent. Xiao Jiu, you come out. Zhao Laosher actually lost. Oscar trembled all over, glancing gratefully at Dai Mubai, wondering if he would have been hung up like this if he had sold sausages to Tang Jiu and the others just now. Dai Mubai also felt a wave of fear. If Tang Jiu had awakened his martial soul yesterday, he might have really been killed with 1 punch. Tang San clenched his fists secretly. As a twin martial soul user, once he began to cultivate his hammer martial soul, he would definitely be able to catch up to Xiao Jiu. Can my blue silver grass and hammer martial soul fuse? Maybe create a meteor hammer? Tang San's heart ignited with excitement as he thought about developing his own martial soul fusion technique. Ning Rongrong's blue eyes were filled with admiration as she imagined taking Tang Jiu to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to cause some trouble. It would definitely be fun. You lost. Xiao Wuji, his body covered in frost, said with a serious expression. He pulled out Tang Jiu's claw from his body and landed steadily after a jump. Although Tang Jiu's strike had pierced his defense, there was no follow-up attack, and his injury wasn't too serious, but the blow to his pride was immense. He had actually lost to a student. Oscar, give me some recovery sausages, Xiao Wuji shouted to Oscar. After receiving 5 recovery sausages from Oscar, Xiao Wuji swallowed them all in one bite and turned to leave. He felt he had lost a lot of face this time. He needed some quiet. Teacher Xiao, did we pass the assessment? Why did you leave without saying anything? Ning Rongrong teased, noticing Xiao Wuji stumble, and she immediately felt as happy as a little devil. Xiao Jiu, did you take medicine? You're so strong. Xiao Wu curiously observed Tang Jiu with her hands behind her back, even poking Tang Jiu's arm with her finger. Yeah, I really took medicine. Tang Jiu released the martial soul fusion state, wearing a look of how did you know, which instantly caused Ning Rongrong to burst into laughter. And even the cold and elegant Xiao Jiu covered her mouth and chuckled, feeling that Tang Jiu was too funny. And you, Xiao Wu, you forgot that you have to call me Xiao Jiu. Tang Jiu calls it? No way. We agreed that I would call you Xiao Jiu, and you would call me. Xiao Wu started but couldn't finish. Call you sister-in-law, no problem. Tang Jiu chuckled. Oh, Ning Rongrong teased, and Oscar also laughed awkwardly. Little 3, you better keep your brother in check. Xiao Wu stomped her feet in anger, looking just like a cute little rabbit. Everyone burst into laughter, and before they knew it, their relationship had become much closer. Ning Rongrong nudged Xiao Jiu and said, hurry up and call him Xiao Jiu. He has saved you twice, you know. A hero saving a beauty, so touching. Xiao Jiu blushed slightly from Ning Rongrong's teasing, giving her a glare. Feeling a bit strange inside, Dai Mubai cleared his throat and said, everyone must be hungry. Let's go eat together, my treat. After saying that, his gaze was fixed on Xiao Jiu. You don't need to treat us. Xiao Jiu, aren't you going to treat us? Ning Rongrong had a poor impression of Dai Mubai and was closer to Tang Jiu. How could she let Dai Mubai harm Xiao Jiu? She immediately gave this opportunity to Tang Jiu. I'll treat everyone to dragon meat, Tang Jiu said as he took out a large iron pot and a stand from the 12 beauties of Jinling. Then prepare to stew the iron armor dragon meat in the iron pot. Dragon meat? Everyone was taken aback. Yes, the 10,000-year soul beast iron armor dragon. My 3rd soul ring is obtained from it. He then took out the frozen iron armor dragon meat from the 12 beauties of Jinling with the power of ice. He had long turned one of the storage spaces in the 12 beauties of Jinling into a freezer. As everyone watched Tang Jiu take out piece after piece of iron armor dragon meat, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. The meat of soul beasts contains enormous energy, and eating it often aids cultivation. But obtaining meat from 10,000-year level soul beasts is incredibly difficult. The iron pot bubbled and boiled, and Tang Jiu immediately added various spices, then elegantly sprinkled a large handful of salt. An hour later, the aroma of the meat wafted through the air. Tang Jiu took out a bowl and chopsticks, scooped up a large rib, and filled the bowl with rich meat soup, then handed it to Xiao Jiu. Thank you. Xiao Jiu was a bit taken aback, as she never expected Tang Jiu would give it to her first. Prioritizing romance over friendship. Ningrongrong Hufit. Prioritizing romance over sisterhood. Xiao Wu found it amusing and immediately lined up. Prioritizing romance over brotherhood. Tang San also teased. Tang Jiu, with his thick skin, felt nothing at all, while Xiao Jiu felt a blush rise on her face as she lowered her head and took small bites of meat. Dai Mubai looked a bit disappointed, but he also knew that it was his own fault for indulging in a life of excess. He couldn't blame others. Now he was the enemy of all girls. How sad. Tang Jiu smiled, then handed out bowls and chopsticks to the crowd. Everyone immediately began to frantically grab food from the big pot, eating with great enthusiasm. It's so delicious. Oscar's tongue was burned and stung painfully, yet he was still desperately grabbing for more. Xiao San, look, they're going to take all the meat. The few girls, including Xiao Wu, were eating more elegantly. They hadn't finished a piece of meat yet, and there wasn't much left in the pot. especially since Oscar was holding one piece in each hand, not even using chopsticks. Entangled, Tang San immediately wrapped the remaining pieces of meat with blue silvergrass, reserving them for Xiao Wu. This is for you. Tang Jiu handed a large rib he had just fished out to Xiao Jiu's bowl. This is for you too. Oscar, imitating Tang Jiu, tried to put half of his leftover meat in Ning Rongrong's bowl, even throwing her a wink he thought was cool, but it disgusted Ning Rongrong, who kicked Oscar away. Get lost, perverted uncle. I forgot I haven't shaved. Oscar's cries echoed from afar. After a hearty meal, everyone returned to their dorms. Tang San and Oscar shared a room, while Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong shared another. Xiao Jiu and Tang Jiu each had their own room. Why don't you two just share a room? Ning Rongrong started teasing again. Xiao Jiu couldn't take it anymore, turned around, and slammed the door shut. Ning Rongrong winked at Tang Jiu, giggled, and pulled Xiao Wu into their room. In the dead of night, Xiao Wu was reflecting in his room, wondering if it was Tang Jiu's extraordinary talent or if his own cultivation method was flawed. After all, he was the renowned immovable king, a 76th level soul sage. Yet he had lost to Tang Jiu. He had originally just wanted to stretch his muscles and give these kids a lesson, but unexpectedly, he had been the one taught a lesson. Tang Jiu was bound to become the most talented title Douluo, but this kid was too arrogant. He might just fall. Should he team up with Flandra and use the pretext of practical lessons to give this kid a beating? A sly smile appeared on Xiao Wujia's face. I think this is for his own good, and these kids, the intensity of their practical lessons must be increased. Xiao Wujia, clearly seeking personal revenge, still wore a guise of doing it for their benefit. This was the perk of being a practical teacher. Xiao Wujia grinned and prepared to sleep. However, just as Xiao Wujia lay down, a sudden voice exploded in his ear, chilling him to the bone, causing the smile on his face to freeze instantly. Xiao Wujia, come out. Tang Hao, I'm here to thank you. Xiao Wujia sprang up in shock. Who? His face turned wary as he approached the window to observe. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Both teachers and students had fallen into a deep sleep. His expression suddenly turned grave. He had many enemies before coming to Shrek, and this sudden voice had only startled him, indicating that it came from a powerful individual. As a 76th level soul sage, his senses were exceptionally sharp, yet he still couldn't detect the other party's aura, which made Xiao Wujia realize that the opponent's strength was on par with his own. Whoosh! Xiao Wujia jumped out of the window and quickly distanced himself from Shrek Academy. I'm off to get beaten up. Tang Jiu watched Xiao Wuji's departing figure and couldn't help but let out a wicked laugh. Soon, Xiao Wuji arrived at a nearby grove. He was seething with anger, wanted to find someone to teach a lesson. Come out, I want to see who has such guts. 7 soul rings appeared around Xiao Wuji, exuding an overwhelming aura as he angrily shouted, You are very unfortunate to choose this moment when I'm in a bad mood to provoke me. Bang! A figure dropped down from the tree, cloaked in black, obscuring their shape and appearance, slowly walking towards Xiao Wuji. Who are you? I have many enemies. Too many to remember. State your name. I don't fight nameless people. Xiao Wuji unleashed his full aura, roaring wildly. You hit my son, the cloak man said. I've hit many people. How would I know who your son is? Xiao Wuji coldly snorted. Not only did you hit my son, but you also expect me to thank you. The cloak man spoke with a hint of amusement. I came specifically to thank you. You're a parent of a student? Xiao Wuji was taken aback. If Xiao Wuji had known who this was, he wouldn't have continued to provoke, but there are no ifs. Upon learning that the other party was a parent from the academy, Xiao Wuji assumed the stance of a practical combat teacher and began to lecture the parent. Jade must be carved to become a gem. You parents are too reluctant to be tough on your children. Don't worry, I will definitely increase the intensity of practical training in the future. You are too impatient. Oh, is that so? Then I must thank you properly. The cloaked man stepped closer, and with each step, a soul ring appeared, swirling around his body. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. When the 8th soul ring appeared, Xiao Wuji's expression changed dramatically, and then his pupils suddenly constricted. It wasn't over yet. The last eerie red soul ring descended from above the man's head, overshadowing all light. Hiss! Xiao Wuji gasped. 9 soul rings, a title Douluo. The most terrifying part was that this 9th soul ring was a red 100,000-year soul ring. Xiao Wuji felt a rush of panic. Is this person here to thank me? Why does it feel like something is wrong? Are you sure you don't have a grudge against me? Is it necessary to use soul rings to scare me? When a gigantic hammer appeared in the cloaked man's hand, Xiao Wuji finally realized something was wrong. This was definitely not a visit to thank him. Cold sweat trickled down Xiao Jiu's forehead as he quickly bowed and said respectfully, I don't know who you are, senior, so please don't joke with this junior. The man said, I'm also here to give you a lesson, so you should thank me. Xiao Ji felt bitter in his heart. Senior, you are a title de law, and I am just a small soul master. How can you take advantage of me like this? I'm not bullying you. I'm teaching you. You should thank me. After the man finished speaking, he swung a punch over. Boom, boom, boom. Howls of misery echoed, tragic and unbearable, causing Flinder, who was rushing over, to gasp in shock. He flapped his wings, covering his eyes with his hands. It was truly a sight too tragic to behold. In the distance, Tang Jiu was almost laughing out loud. Tang Hao's gratitude was just too genuine. Even Xiao Ji could be made to cry from gratitude. Tang Hao didn't even use the Haotian hammer, fighting barehanded without using any soul skills. Yet he still defeated Xiao Ji, who had activated his martial soul true body in a terribly miserable way. Tang Hao is also quite mischievous, hitting people right in the face. Xiao Ji was soon beaten to the point that even Flander couldn't recognize him. Your Highness, that's enough. Really enough. Xiao Ji pitifully begged for mercy. If this continued, he estimated he would have to lie in bed for several days. Tang Hao lightly snorted and said, Do I need to thank you later? No need. Xiao Ji is almost crying. I can't bear your gratitude. I'm not doing this to beat you. You should understand that I'm doing this to help you. I want you to know what a strong assault-type soul master is. What the path of power is. Are your flashy soul skills useful? What's the point of being able to catch up if you can't defeat anyone? I'm teaching you with such care. Shouldn't you thank me? Tang Hao threw another punch. Thank you. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Xiao Ji wanted to cry, but had no tears. He originally thought he was unlucky enough during the day, only to realize that the night would be even worse. My name is Tang Hao. I am Tang San's father. Did you just experience what it means for a strong attack-type soul master to walk their path? No freeze. Just pure attack. Tang Hao stood with his hands behind his back. Hiss. Xiao Ji finally understood Tang Jiu's sympathetic gaze, and then respectfully said, Thank you for your guidance. Your Excellency, I have benefited immensely. No wonder Tang Jiu is so powerful. It turns out he is Your Excellency's son. Xiao Ji appropriately flattered him, as he dared not let Tang Hao thank him again. He's not my biological son, and I haven't taught him anything deliberately. He relies on himself. Tang Hao replied. Xiao Ji was once again stunned, even more impressed by Tang Jiu's strength. All right, I should be going. In the future, please take good care of Tang San for me. I will remember your kindness and will definitely thank you properly later. Tang Hao turned around. Xiao Ji twitched his mouth. No need to thank me. Your thanks are toxic. Whoosh. Just as Xiao Ji was stunned, a hammer flew at high speed, heading straight for Tang Hao's head. Xiao Ji was shocked. How dare someone cause trouble for Tang Hao? Boom. Tang Hao struck casually, flattening the incoming hammer. Then he felt his body being suppressed, the sixth soul ring quietly disappearing, and his soul power forcibly dropping by one level. A figure rushed in like the wind, delivering a punch aimed at Tang Hao's head. Oomph. Tang Hao let out a cold snort, turned around, and threw a punch, directly sending the intruder flying. Then with a sharp gaze, he said, Do you still dare to come see me? Just as Xiao Ji was astonished, wondering who had the guts to attack the former Haotian, a figure slowly emerged from the woods. I knew I wasn't your biological son. You only care about your own son and never thought of getting revenge for me? You leave just like that. Tang Hao's nose is about to twist in anger. The Spirit Hall is attacking the Haotian sect, all thanks to Tang Jiu. Xiao Jiu, tell me, what exactly did you do to provoke the Grand Elder Qian Douluo of the Spirit Hall? Tang Jiu was immediately displeased and said, I've been a wild man in the Starry Forest for over 4 years. How can you pin this on me? This matter was done by Tang Hao, right? Go find him. I suggest you break his legs first. Flander looked at him oddly, wondering if Tang Jiu still didn't realize that he was Tang Hao. Tang Hao was also amused and snorted. As you wish. 81 Prepare to flatten the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Tang Hao raised the Haotian hammer in his hand and took a step towards Tang Jiu, striking down directly. Tang Jiu was completely stunned. The first soul skill. Speed Evil Ring. He extracted Tang Hao's speed, barely dodging Tang Hao's hammer strike. Boom! The entire forest trembled, and all the trees within a meter radius of Tang Hao were shattered by the terrifying shockwave. Xiao Ji shrank his neck. If he had been hit by that hammer just now, he would have been turned into a meat pie. Old man, are you crazy? Tang Jiu glared at Tang Hao angrily. Didn't you tell me to break your legs? Tang Hao Lauet. I meant for you to break Tang Hai's legs. Tang Hai's is you. Tang Hao said irritably. What? Tang Ji was stunned, then angrily said, "That bastard gave me such an ugly name? Just wait, I'll smash him." Tang Hao's face darkened. "The bastard you're talking about is me. You can hit me right now." Tang Jiu rubbed his nose, really unable to argue. He said, 4 years ago, what exactly did you do to offend Qian Douluo? What trouble did you cause? Tang Hao held the hammer, ready to execute family law at the slightest disagreement. Tang Jiu was very frustrated. His family's rules were a bit too wild. They actually used a hammer. "Dad, it's really not that I offended the spirit hall. It's that a girl from the spirit hall insisted on being my child bride. She can't fall asleep at night unless I tell her a story. Keep making up stories, keep going." Tang Hao snorted, and the black soul rings on his body lit up. The Haotian hammer directly grew 3 sizes larger. With this strike, Tang Jiu felt that he probably couldn't dodge it. This old man is really devious. Tang Jiu could only submit to the power and truthfully said, "For years ago, I hunted a 10,000-year soul beast, but ended up encountering people from the spirit hall who tried to rob me. I directly killed 5 of their guards and kidnapped the girl who was with them." Tang Hao snorted coldly and said, "Who is that girl?" Tang Jiu coughed lightly and said, "The holy maiden of the Wuhuan Hall, Qian Rinxue." Hiss! Xiao Wujia and Flanders gasped, looking at Tang Jiu with astonished eyes. This shameless guy actually said that the holy maiden of the Wuhuan Hall would be his child bride. "You didn't do anything to her, did you?" Tang Hao asked Tang Jiu. "I'm very good to her, just like how third brother treats Xiao Wu," Tang Jiu replied. Flanders twitched his lips. No wonder Qian Daolu was angry. "You were trying to abduct his granddaughter. Is there anything else? If you didn't hurt the holy maiden of the Wuhuan Hall, Qian Daolu shouldn't take action against Haotian's sect," Tang Hao asked. "I almost made the person who came to get Qian Rinxue die from anger," Tang Jiu hurriedly said. "But this isn't my fault. He wanted to kill me first." "Who is he?" "Not a big shot, just old Chrysanthemum." "Old Chrysanthemum? Chrysanthemum?" Tang Hao suddenly don't how the feet Flanders and Xiao Wujia's pupils suddenly constricted. This kid Tang Jiu is asking for trouble. Chrysanthemum Douluo is chasing you, and you can still make him spit blood? If I don't teach you a good lesson, are you not planning to tell me the truth? Tang Hao raised the Haotian hammer in his hand. Saying this nonsense is a bit outrageous. Really, he wanted to chase me, and I had no choice but to lead him into the forbidden area of the Star Do Great Forest. As a result, a stupid and cute giant ape just hammered him, completely ignoring me. I was also very confused. Tang Jiu had an innocent look on his face, unwilling to admit that the Titan ape was on his side, no matter what. Is this even possible? Flander exchanged a glance with Xiao Wuji, both feeling that Tang Jiu's luck was simply outrageous. Tang Hao naturally did not believe that Tang Jiu could command the Titan giant ape. He quickly imagined the entire process. Zhu Douluo and Tang Jiu intruded into the territory of the Titan giant ape, and as a result, the Titan giant ape went after the powerful Zhu Douluo, ignoring Tang Jiu instead. In the end, Zhu Douluo was nearly beaten to death, and Qian Daolu couldn't afford to hurt Zhu Douluo's feelings, so he didn't take any drastic actions. "Little Jiu, don't cause any more trouble for the sect." Tang Hao glared fiercely at Tang Jiu and said to Flinder, "From now on, you need to keep an eye on this kid. If he doesn't listen, beat him up severely. If that doesn't work, we could do a mixed doubles." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wuji smiled at Tang Jiu, thinking it was simply a wish come true. Tang Jiu's nose was crooked with anger. It turned out he wasn't the biological child after all. Your biological son got injured during the exam, and you went and hammered Xiao Wujia, but in the end I also got bullied. And you didn't say anything about hammering that Douluo of the Chrysanthemum, instead letting Flanders beat himself up. How biased is that? "Dad, my 10,000-year soul bone was stolen. You have to help me get it back." Tang Jiu immediately changed the subject. 10,000-year soul bone. The 3 of them gasped in shock. Is this kid a lucky star? The 10,000-year soul bone is a treasure second only to the 100,000-year soul ring. Especially Flanders, who knew that Tang Jiu also had a 1,000-year soul bone. What incredible luck. Who dares to steal something from my Haotian sect? Tang Hao's gaze was cold and fierce. Tang Jiu really wanted to remind him, "That's mine, not from the Haotian sect." However, this isn't the time to get hung up on that. I need to get it in hand before I can think about the ownership of the soul bone. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Tang Jiu urged, "Let's go raid the sect and take the soul bone. Who dares to stop me? You can hammer him to death for me." Your teacher is from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Flinder couldn't help but remind him. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Let's bring the teacher along to cheer me on." Tang Jiu said. Flinder rolled his eyes. "Your comprehension skills could seriously score 0. What I mean is, You have to consider your teacher's face and avoid conflict with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Do you understand? Tang Hao sighed and said, It's not that I don't want to help you get your soul bone back. The situation of the Haotian sect is difficult right now. If I cause a commotion at the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect again, the three sects will fall apart, and the Spirit Hall might take the opportunity to destroy the Haotian sect. I hope you can consider the bigger picture. Are you just going to give my soul bone to the bigger picture? Tang Jiu raised an eyebrow and snorted, I wasted 6 years raising you with third brother, cooking for you every meal. Tang Hao coughed violently. He really had the impulse to smash Tang Jiu to death. Angrily, he said, The food was made by your third brother. Yeah, that's my third brother. Can you just let it go? Of course I can let it go. He is my own son. Tang Hao was nearly driven to the brink of anger and shouted, Don't talk nonsense. You are my son, and we are all from the Haotian sect. I can't bring disaster to the sect again for my own benefit. I've already let the sect down. If you don't go, what can I do? Old man, without you, I can still flatten the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. With just a wave of my hand, I can find 2 titled Douluos. Tang Jiu said defiantly. You have quite the attitude. I'll be watching. Tang Hao waved his hand and turned to leave. Don't regret it. Tang Jiu saw Tang Hao walk away without looking back and could only reluctantly leave his sentence behind. He turned to Flander and said, Big Owl, are you interested in joining me to form a team and go to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect? I'll bring the master along and find 2 titled Douluos. What do you think? Sounds tempting, right? Find a titled Douluo to back us up? Then you go find a titled Douluo. Flander replied, I can't afford that. Flander wasn't foolish. Tang Hao, for the sake of the sect's interests, didn't even want to help his own son. Why would he join in on the fun? Besides, where would he find 2 titled Douluos? It was definitely a big trap, no matter how Tang Jiu tried to persuade him. Flander remained unmoved and finally supported the limping Xiao Jiu directly back to the academy. Tang Jiu was angry, so he uncharacteristically set a trap for Flanders. Shouting at the 2 of them, Big Bear, Flanders has known for a long time that my father is Tang Hao, and he has a grudge against me. He is plotting to mess you up. Flanders felt a punch hit him in the face and slammed into a tree, his glasses askew. Flanders, I won't let this go. Xiao Jiu's nose was crooked with anger. It turned out that Flanders was the one who had messed up, he thought, since his luck had always been good. How could he be so unlucky today? It turned out he was being sabotaged by his teammate. Tang Jiu, you really have a toxic personality. Flanders had never seen someone so petty. He turned and shook his neck, saying, Xiao Jiu, have you been hit in the head? How dare you lay a hand on me? Come on, it's been a long time since I had a match with you. Boom, boom, boom. A howl of despair echoed through the forest again. 5 minutes later, Xiao Jiu was dragged out of the grove by Flanders, looking utterly miserable. Tang Jiu stroked his chin and thought, Am I not trying to set up Fei Land? Why is it Xiao Jiu who is having bad luck? Did something go wrong? The next morning, after Tang San woke up Oscar and the others, he followed Xiao Wu and the 3 girls to the cafeteria. Just then, they brushed past a pig-headed man. Oscar, puzzled, asked him, Who are you? A new teacher at the academy? The man covered his face with his hand and quickly left, not wanting to be recognized. To catch Ning Rongrong's attention, Oscar immediately mocked. Look, that person's face is as swollen as a pig's head. Doesn't he look like Teacher Xiao? Haha, so funny. I've always wanted to see him get beaten into a pig's head. Yeah, it really does look like it. Did a pig run into a tree? Ning Rongrong winked at Oscar, encouraging him to keep making jokes. No, it's a person who ran into a pig. Seeing Ning Rongrong talking to him, Oscar was overjoyed and continued to tease. Oscar, Xiao Jiu, unable to hold back any longer, was filled with pin-up anger and finally had someone to vent it on. He grabbed Oscar by the neck, saying, Come on, I'm giving you special training today. Oscar's teeth were chattering. Wasn't this Teacher Xiao? Xiao! Teacher Xiao. Want to come for a free big sausage? Just right, after recovering stamina. He could increase the training intensity. No. Outside, Oscar's shrill screams echoed, and Ning Rongrong waved her little fist, her blue eyes full of pride. Where's Xiao Jiu? Xiao Wu turned around and noticed Tang Jiu was missing. Tang Jiu went to get himself in trouble. Flinder walked over, smiling, Tang San, long time no see. 6 days later, outside Tiando City, Douluo Bo's herb garden, Tang Jiu went to the starry forest, filled with the energy needed for the heavenly cur seal, and flew here without stopping. He spread his bat wings and hovered high in the sky. Douluo Bo snorted coldly. Stinky kid, why don't you come down? Aren't I afraid you might still be angry? Tang Jiu was always ready to escape. What are you here for? Seeing Tang Jiu's cautious demeanor, Douluo Bo felt a sense of admiration in his heart. With high talent and hard work, strong strength, yet so cautious. Such a person is bound to become an extraordinary powerhouse. 15 days later, my father Tang Hao will step into the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to help me retrieve the soul bone. Didn't I promise Yanzi a soul bone? If you don't go, I'm afraid my father will directly contribute the soul bone to the sect. After all, I already have a soul bone, and if you, the creditor, go, he won't feel embarrassed to take my soul bone away. Tang Jiu looked like he was doing it for your own good. Douluo laughed heartily. Not bad. You even dared to trick your own father. Don't worry, I will definitely be there in a month. Tang Hao has to give me some face. I will take this soul bone for my granddaughter. Aren't you coming down to have a drink with me? Douluo was extremely satisfied with his grandson-in-law, daring to challenge the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. This kind of courage is hard to come by. No need for that. I'll take my leave first. My father is still waiting for me. Tang Jiu felt it was better not to talk too much with Douluo to avoid revealing anything. With a flap of his bat wings, he flew towards the Stardoe Forest, staying in the forbidden area for a full 3 days before heading to Notting Academy. He smoothly entered the master's room and saluted. Teacher, it's me, Xiao Jiu. The master turned around with a look of surprise, heavily patting Tang Jiu's shoulder, repeatedly saying, Good. You've grown. Teacher, I'm going to trouble you again this time. Tang Jiu then recounted the incident of the soul bone being stolen. Despicable, shameless. What a disgrace. The master slammed the table in anger, filled with resentment. It's the Elder Council again. They've embarrassed the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Xiao Jiu, don't worry. Even if it costs me my life, I will ask my brother how he became the sect master. I will take you to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect to get the soul bone. The master's suppressed anger from over 20 years seemed to be ready to explode at this moment, his eyes bloodshot, looking like he wanted to devour someone. He was exceptionally talented, but had been neglected and ridiculed by his family since childhood. He researched the 10 core competitive advantages of martial souls, gaining fame across the world and recognition from the Spirit Hall and many titled Douluos. Yet he could never gain his family's acknowledgement. They even expelled him from a sect. These parasites, they even robbed my disciple's soul bone today. Teacher, my father doesn't want to make enemies with the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect for the sake of the Haoqian sect. Tang Jiu spoke the truth. If your father won't go, then I will, the master said firmly. Tang Jiu's perception of Master S status skyrocketed, surpassing that of Tang Hao. After all, I'm not Tang Hao's biological child. If third brother's soul bone is taken today, would Tang Hao also let third brother endure for the sake of the sect? The answer is definitely no. Even for the sake of third brother's mother, Tang Hao would stand firm to the end. He would not tolerate anyone bullying Tang San. Tang Jiu deeply bowed to the master and said, Today, I am grateful for your protection, and I will surely repay you in the future. In fact, you don't need to worry too much. Although my father won't go, I have already persuaded the poisoned Douluo. Even if we can't retrieve the soul bone, escaping unscathed will be no problem. The master was incredibly shocked. You managed to persuade the poisoned Douluo? He is notorious for his eccentric personality and doesn't even give face to the Spirit Hall. Anyone who offends him will be killed without exception. I have overestimated you, but it seems you are even stronger than I imagined. The master didn't even pack his things and immediately had Tang Jiu take him to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect overnight. Tang Jiu was flying with the master, but instead of following the path indicated by the master, he deliberately took a route through the forest and mountains, making a large detour and leisurely heading towards the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. The master was very curious, as Tang Jiu was constantly scattering some special powder during the flight, which had a fragrant smell. After more than 10 days, they finally arrived at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, 83 Tashin Gate, in the southeast of the Heaven Do Empire Thunder Mountain Range. Here, the mountains are high and the forests dense, with thunderstorms flashing all year round. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is located on the summit of the Thunder Mountain Range, where magnificent buildings occupy the entire peak. Tang Jiu was deeply shocked when he first saw the so-called sect. The master looked at the place where he once lived with a sense of nostalgia, feeling a mix of emotions. With a sense of trepidation, he took Tang Jiu along the mountain path, and soon they arrived at a mountain gate that stood 20 meters tall. Who goes there? At the foot of the mountain gate, 2 young men in elegant clothing were guarding the entrance. Upon seeing Tang Jiu and the master, they immediately blocked their way. The master was slightly taken aback, then bitterly smiled to himself. After being away from home for over 20 years, many of the younger generation in his clan no longer recognized him. The master sincerely hoped that this matter could be resolved peacefully, and spoke in a calm tone. I am Xiao Jiu, and according to seniority, I should be your uncle. Today, I have brought my disciple back to the sect to see the sect master. The two exchanged glances, then looked at the master with disdain, sneeringly saying, You are the one rumored to have a martial soul that mutated from a dragon into a dog. How do you even qualify to be our uncle? We are from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, and we don't associate with trash whose martial soul is a dog. They raised their heads proudly, their disdain evident on their faces. The master's expression darkened. When he arrived, he was still filled with enthusiasm, thinking that this was his own sect and family. And he didn't want to offend the sect in front of Tang Jiu. He was well aware of how terrifying Tang Jiu was. Even without the Haotian sect, Tang Jiu would still become an unparalleled powerhouse. Moreover, Tang Jiu was known for his vengefulness. If this matter was not handled well, it was very likely that Tang Jiu would become a mortal enemy of the sect. However, he never expected that even his own juniors would mock him so harshly, which was truly chilling. The master was filled with shame and anger, stating each word clearly. All right, I am not worthy to be your uncle, but please pass on the message that Xiao Jiu has brought his disciple to meet your esteemed sect master. Do you even qualify to meet the sect master? Are you here to beg for alms from the sect? One of the young men scoffed. Yesterday, the poisoned Douluo came to visit, and the sect master had no time to meet with you. A waste of space. Hurry up and leave. If outsiders see you, where will our family's face be? The master was trembling with rage, pointing at the two and finding himself at a loss for words. Even a stranger visiting the sect would not be subjected to such humiliation. This was his own sect, his own family. In that moment, the master's heart felt as cold as iron. Meanwhile, a cold light flashed in Tang Jiu's eyes, and he swung his hand to slap each of the two young men across the face. Slap! Slap! Blood oozed from the corners of their mouths as their bodies spun and flew back, crashing heavily against the mountain gate, producing a dull thud. Where did these bastards come from, daring to cause a ruckus at the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect? The two shouted angrily, activating their martial souls. With the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul manifesting, and their soul rings being 2 yellow and 1 purple. Then, the light on their bodies brightened, partially transforming into dragons. After unleashing their martial skills, they charged towards Tang Jiu in a pincer attack. Just in time, Tang Jiu's eyes glinted with menace as he stomped fiercely on the ground, causing the stone-paved steps to shatter with a loud crash. Like lightning, Tang Jiu rushed towards the two people. Xiao Jiu, show some mercy. At that moment, two figures quickly descended from the mountain. It was Yu Qianheng and Dugu Yin. Tang Jiu glanced at them, but didn't pay any attention. With a punch and a kick, he heavily struck the ribs of the two guards. The two men folded into a U shape, spitting out a spray of blood as they flew backward. At that moment, Yu Qianheng finally arrived, and after a quick inspection, gasped in shock. Both of their ribs were broken in a row. Little Jiu, even if they spoke disrespectfully, I would have made them apologize. Why did you have to resort to violence? Yu Qianheng glared angrily at Tang Jiu. If apologies were effective, why would we need fists? Tang Jiu let out a hum. Then, just now they insulted my teacher. Now, they kneeled down and slapped themselves 100 times. I am a kind-hearted person, so I will let them go this time. Yu Qianheng and Dugu Yin both looked at him with disdain. Is this what you call kind-hearted? I can't see it. No way. Unless you beat us to death. The two guards glared angrily at Tang Jiu. Yinzi, did you hear that? They want me to beat them to death. How could someone as kind-hearted as me refuse such a request? Tang Jiu originally came to cause trouble, and the bigger the mess, the better. He wanted to stir things up until the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect and the Haotian sect couldn't clean up the mess anymore. At that time, he wanted to see how Tang Hao would still consider the bigger picture. With a cheerful demeanor, he raised his leg and kicked at the two guards. A glint of satisfaction flashed in Dugu Yan's eyes. People should take pleasure in settling scores. That's enough, Xiao Jiu. Yu Qianheng quickly stood in front of the two. As the young master, if these two were to die at the mountain gate, his prestige would be completely gone. But Tang Jiu didn't care about him at all. He pushed Yu Qianheng aside for dozens of meters and kicked one guard in the chest. The guard let out a pft and spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Jiu, are you seeking a fight with the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect to the bitter end? Yu Qianheng frowned and said, Do you know that our Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect has 1 titled Douluo, 3 elders, and 10 experts? My grandfather is a level 95 titled Douluo, and the 3 elders are all above level 86 soul Douluo, while all 10 experts are at the soul Douluo level. Tang Jiu chuckled and said, So, you can rob my soul bone and insult my teacher? Let me tell you, Yu Qianheng, Today, I am not here to pay my respects. I am here to tread on a mountain. If you reason with me, I will treat you with respect for the sake of my teacher. But if you try to bully me, I will destroy your sect." Tang Jiu finished speaking and stomped down on another guard, who spat out a mouthful of blood with a puff. His face as pale as paper. Yu Tianheng wanted to say something more, but was grabbed by Douluo Yin. She knew why her grandfather brought her here. He had said that Tang Jiu's father, Tang Hao, would also come. 2 titled Douluos were enough to pressure the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, and the most crucial point was that Tang Jiu was in the right. Either apologize or die. Tang Jiu coldly looked at the 2 guards, his gaze extremely fierce. The 2 guards, seeing that Yu Tianheng was silent, finally gritted their teeth and knelt in front of the master, saying, Yes, we were wrong, uncle." The master's eyes slightly moistened. This was his disciple, willing to stand up for him. Apart from Bai Bai Dong, Flinder, and Lu Erlong, this was the 4th person in the world who truly cared for him. However, when a master looked at the 2 guards again, his gaze was even colder, and he said, "I'm not your uncle, nor am I a member of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect. I'm just Tang Jiu's teacher." Tang Jiu's lips curled up into a smile. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Otherwise, how could he strike hard against the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan? Just do it 100 hits. Tang Jiu supervised the 2 guards until they had slapped his face into a pig's head before getting up to head up the mountain. "Xiao Jiu, don't be too impulsive later. I'll handle everything. I believe my brother and father are reasonable people. Teacher, don't worry, I'm the best at reasoning. If you want a soul bone, go get yourself." Tang Jiu and his companions quickly reached the top of the mountain. When Douluo Yin saw Tang Jiu mesmerized by the magnificent architecture, she nudged him with her arm. "Xiao Jiu, are you stunned by this grand palace? It's the result of thousands of years of accumulation." "Not really, I just think it would feel great to smash it." The master's mouth twitched as he led the group into the great hall. Xiao Gong, an elderly man with a spirited demeanor, suddenly narrowed his eyes and stood up. "Father." The master knelt before the old man with a thud, his eyes already moist. The old man before him was his father, the true dragon Douluo Yuanjin. "Calling you father is inappropriate. You are no longer a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, having been expelled from the family. How can we speak of father and son?" At this moment, the grand elder sitting beside Yu Yuanjin spoke coldly. Yu Yuanjin sighed lightly and said, "Xiao Gang, what brings you here?" The master deeply bowed 3 times to his father Yu Yuanjin, and when he got up, his expression turned cold. No longer looking at his father, but instead addressing the sect leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Yu Xiaofeng, who is also Yu Tianheng's father. "Sect leader Yu, I have come to seek justice from your sect." Justice?" Yu Xiaofeng frowned. What kind of justice could his brother be seeking? "My disciple Tang Jiu killed an iron armor dragon a few months ago and saved Yu Tianlei's team. However, Yu Tianlei and Yu Tianxin repaid kindness with malice, seizing my disciple's 10,000-year spirit bone while he was absorbing the spirit ring. Today, I am here to demand the return of the spirit bone from your sect." The master spoke firmly, glaring coldly at his brother. "Nonsense. How could we steal your disciple's spirit bone when your disciple saved our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect members? How ridiculous!" Before the sect leader could respond, the 3rd elder mocked. "What dare to do but not to admit? Can your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect still have some face? Fortunately, I have a witness. Yu Tianheng, you tell them." Tang Jiu sneered. Yu Tianheng immediately replied, "The facts are as uncle said." Thankfully, Tang Jiu intervened at that time. Otherwise, we would all have died there. And Yu Tianlei and Yu Tianxin were the ones who seized his spirit bone. "Tianheng, you are from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Why are you siding with him?" The 3rd elder huffed discontentedly. "Sect leader Yu, I am here for this matter as well. My granddaughter was present that day. Do you Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect want to have it all to yourselves?" Once Douluo spoke, no one doubted the master's words anymore. At this time, the grand elder spoke. "The spirit bone has already been refined by my son. Our sect is willing to compensate 5 million gold soul coins. How about that? Good to say." The poisoned Douluo chuckled, taking the money offered without hesitation. He took the card handed over by the grand elder and directly threw it to Douluo Yin. The master spoke. "Then what about my disciple's spirit bone? My son has already refined it." "What? Do you want to dig it out from his leg?" The grand elder huffed. "Are you planning to not return it?" "Sect leader Yu, has the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect truly become a bandit?" The master glared coldly at his brother, his eyes filled with anger. When the poisoned Douluo spoke, Yu immediately agreed to pay 5 million gold soul coins. Yet when it comes to your own, you want to go back on your word. Yu Xiaofeng pondered for a long time and smiled. "Xiao Gang, The spirit bone has already been refined. If we take it out, it would mean crippling you, Chun. I'll take the liberty to allow you to return to the family, and the spirit bone can be considered as your contribution to the family. How about that? Tang Jiu's pupils contracted, and he thought to himself, Yu Qianning's father really is quite calculating. Tang Jiu did not speak, but looked at the master with an unchanged expression. He was eager to know how the master, who was determined to return to the family and obtain anything from it, would choose. The master's eyes struggled for a moment before he said decisively, I refuse. Xiao Gang. Yu Xiaofeng's face changed dramatically as he shouted angrily. This is your best opportunity to return to the family. The soul bone is not mine. It belongs to my disciple. I, Yu Xiaojiang, will not use my disciple's things for my own benefit. I asked the Yu sect master to return the soul bone. The master's words were firm and clear. Yu Xiaofeng's expression darkened as he turned to the Grand Elder and said, Grand Elder, the soul bone was refined by your son. What do you think we should do now? The Grand Elder snorted. The soul bone is originally an ownerless item. Of course, it belongs to whoever seizes it. What is there to discuss about returning it? However, I'm a person who values reason the most. The soul bone is within my son's body, and if you have the ability to seize it, it will be yours. My Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect will have no objections. Saying this, the Grand Elder tapped the table and called. Yu Chun, a middle-aged man, walked out from behind the Grand Elder, casting a harsh glance at the master. With each step he took, a soul ring appeared around him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. Yu Chun, a level 74 powerful attack type soul master. If you want the soul bone, come and take it. Yu Chun looked at the master with arrogance, curling his lips in mockery. You're going too far. The master's face turned pale with anger, and he turned back to Yu, sect master. Is this how the Dragon Clan treats the weak? The master's father frowned slightly, but in order to maintain the unity of the sect, he lowered his eyelids and chose not to intervene. As the sect master, Yu Xiaofeng could not speak up either. After a long contemplation, he said, Xiao Gang, it has come to this point, there's no use in saying more. This is the only solution. Defeat Yu Chun. Take the soul bone, or give up. Good. What a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. The master's face turned ashen with anger. How could he and Tang Jiu possibly be Yu Chen's opponents? Let's go. The master was about to pull Tang Jiu away, but Tang Jiu shook his head and said loudly, I accept this proposal. Xiao Jiu, he is a soul sage. The master said anxiously, but I have defeated the unmoving king Xiao Wujia, who seems to be level 76. Tang Jiu said confidently. The master was taken aback, clearly not expecting Tang Jiu to have defeated Xiao Wujia, but he still shook his head and said, I know Xiao Wujia. Among his 7 soul skills, 3 are useless soul skills. His strength is greatly reduced. You are facing a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul Master, a top beast martial soul, which is at a higher level than Xiao Wujia's martial soul. His soul rings are close to the limit, and every soul skill enhances his attack. Most importantly, he also has a 10,000-year soul bone. Teacher, I believe I can win. Tang Jiu's eyes burst with fierce fighting spirit, seeing that the master still wanted to discourage him. Tang Jiu whispered to the master, Don't worry, if I can't handle it later, I'll run to Poison Douluo. At that time, let Poison Douluo take a move and kill this bastard. After reassuring the master, Tang Jiu then stepped towards Yu Chun. The bullet ant martial soul manifested, and 3 dazzling soul rings floated out, purple-black. The members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect collectively gasped in shock. 85 Infinite Ice Seal Flow. First ring of 1,000 years. Second ring of 10,000 years. How is that possible? Even the true Dragon Douluo was taken aback, feeling a slight unease in his heart, as if something wasn't right. Yu Chun was first stunned, then sneered. Just 3 rings, a soul master over level 30. Even if there are 2 10,000-year soul rings, I can easily crush you. Yu Chen's confidence awakened the crowd from their shock, and one by one they agreed. That's right. No matter how talented, the gap in strength is clear. Is that so? Do you think this is the end? Tang Jiu said, starting to merge his martial soul. The evil ring of the sky-devouring ant appeared. The dazzling ice-fire ring patterns, the sharp ant legs like spears, combined with the transparent wings, displayed its terrifying power. What is this? The crowd, who had just shown smiles, was once again shocked, all turning their gazes towards the true Dragon Douluo, hoping that the strongest member of the family could provide guidance. The true Dragon Douluo's hair and beard trembled slightly, unable to suppress the shock in his heart, and exclaimed in horror, Could it be a martial soul fusion skill? You have a twin martial soul. Is this your trump card? Twin martial souls. It can also produce martial soul fusion skills. My god, this is too monstrous. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was in an uproar. The legendary twin martial souls had become merely an accessory, and what was even more terrifying was the martial soul fusion skill. Their hearts were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. How unfair is the heavens? A trump card? No, this is just the beginning. Poison Law was very satisfied with their reactions, shaking his head mysteriously. What? Does he still have hidden strength? The true dragon Douluo's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. At that moment, Tang Hao shouted, "Heavenly Curse Seal, activate." An even more evil and strange power emanated, and Tang Hao's wings and ant legs fused to form bat wings. The curse seal split into red and blue colors, crawling all over the bat wings, and his hair also turned red and blue, standing in the void, looking down on all living beings. Such evil power. The true dragon law could no longer contain himself. His body suddenly sprang up, his gaze fixed on Tang Hao. The unease in his heart had transformed from a small stream into a river. At this moment, the others seemed to have fallen under Medusa's gaze, all petrified. The first ring of 1,000 years, the second ring of 10,000 years, twin martial souls, martial soul fusion skills. These coveted talents were merely the beginning. The bloodline form that Tang Hao ultimately presented crushed their proud talents into dust. The strongest freak in history. Everyone had only this one word in their hearts to describe him. The master stood proudly, gazing at the crowd with pride, shocked, jealous. This is my disciple Xiao Jiu. Stronger than you 1,000 times. Yu Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, and shouted loudly, "No matter how monstrous you are, you can't fight me at a higher level. Unfortunately, I can also fly." Martial soul, true body. Yu Chen shouted. Blue soul power surged like thunder around him. And then his form underwent a huge transformation, his body directly expanding to 3 meters, and a pair of dragon wings grew from his back. His hands completely transformed into dragon claws. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon is called the strongest beast martial soul because after level 50, a part of our body will randomly dragonize. And I am the most perfect dragonization direction, possessing dragon claws and dragon wings. After Yu Chen finished speaking, without waiting for Tang Hao to react, he flapped his dragon wings and charged towards Tang Hao, blue lightning flashing on his dragon claws. Able to unleash the power of Thunder Dragon Claw without using soul skills. Second soul skill, soul power deprivation. Tang Hao said faintly. The 4-colored soul rings radiated brilliant light, as if triggering the power of the rules. Soul power deprivation, evolved from the soul power evil ring, can extract 5 soul power from the opponent with 1 attack. However, unlike the first soul skill speed deprivation, soul power deprivation cannot be stacked during its cooldown time, so it cannot continuously extract soul power like the speed evil ring. But it has one major advantage. The cooldown time is short, only a mere 10 seconds. This was the first time Tang Hao felt that a short time was a good thing. In contrast, the cooldown time for the speed evil ring is a month. This means that the second soul skill, soul power deprivation, is a soul skill that can be freely used in the martial soul fusion state. During the battle with Xiao Jiu, Tang Hao did not use soul skills at all because he wanted to rely on his true strength. But in the battle with Yu Chen, it was a matter of life and death. Boom! The two collided in midair, and Tang Hao deliberately used the bat wings for defense to feel Yu Chen's attack power. But the powerful bat wings were unexpectedly torn apart by a single claw, and the lightning-wrapped dragon claw heavily struck Tang Hao's body. Tang Hao delivered a punch to Yu Chen, but this time he suffered a huge loss. With 7 extreme soul ring configurations, all enhancing strong attack abilities, along with a top-tier beast martial soul, a dragon-like body, and the perfect synergy of a 10,000-year soul bone, Yu Chen's strength could absolutely crush Xiao Jiu. His power was already comparable to Lu Erlong. Xiao Jiu couldn't break through Tang Hao's defense, but the strongest beast martial soul, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, could. Haha kid, our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon specializes in fighting beyond levels. You think you can surpass me? That's simply laughable. 4th soul skill, Blue Lightning Dragon's Fury. The purple soul ring shone brightly, and under the effect of the soul skill, Yu Chen completely transformed into a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. With his power and speed surging once again, and dragon wings striking towards Tang Hao. If you can't take me out in one hit, then you've already lost. Let me show you the art of battle. Infinite Ice Seal Flow. Tang Hao's wings shook. Ice Seal. As Tang Hao spoke, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex that was pouncing forward was frozen into an ice sculpture. by the time Yu Chun reacted and used his strength to shatter the ice. It took 0.1 seconds from his neural response to muscle exertion, and he was delayed by Tang Jiu in midair for that 0.1 second. Trying to use such a low-level soul skill against me is too naive. The ice sculpture shattered, and the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex continued to surge forward. I seal. Tang Jiu's frozen skill locked onto the attack, and this skill could not be avoided. Yu Chen's body stuttered for 0.1 seconds, and after the ice shard shattered, it continued to charge forward. Frozen, frozen, frozen again. Tang Jiu strolled leisurely, using his soul power as if it were free, unleashing skills one after another like an endless barrage, and the most crucial part was that this skill had no cooldown. In fact, his soul power truly cost him nothing. It was all drawn from Yu Chun. With just a sip, Tang Jiu's soul power could increase significantly. Then, everyone witnessed the most incredible scene. Yu Chun, flying in the air, became choppy, his movements extremely disjointed. Although he was stronger than Tang Jiu and faster, out of the endless control skills, no matter how furious he roared, he couldn't catch up to Tang Jiu. It was just like playing a game. No matter how strong a player you are, you can't overcome poor internet speed and laggy graphics. Tang Jiu is all about smooth positioning, and more positioning. Tang Jiu continuously showcased his positioning, leading Yu Chun to chase him relentlessly, while he employed the infinite freezing technique, causing Yu Chun to experience endless lag, wasting his soul power without even touching the corner of Tang Jiu's clothes. Soon, Yu Chun had no choice but to deactivate his fourth soul skill. The fourth soul skill was useless. Yu Chun repeatedly used his seventh soul skill and the fourth soul skill, consuming a significant amount of soul power. After Tang Jiu drained 5 of his soul power, Yu Chun's total soul power was down to 89. This kid is incredible. It was the first time Poison Douluo saw someone use such a small skill as an ultimate move. It was truly astonishing. Positioning, counterattack. My teacher said, there are no invincible soul skills, only invincible soul masters, and I am that invincible person. Winning against the strong with the weak is my specialty. Tang Jiufeng lightly mocked in the sky, leisurely gnawing on a chicken leg taken from the 12 beauties of Jinling, which infuriated the members of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect. Come on, kill him. The crowd was stirred up, and the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect felt extremely humiliated. Yu Chen's face turned ashen with anger, and his soul rings lit up one after another, attempting to crush Tang Jiu with absolute strength. But Tang Jiu directly taught him a lesson, using the infinite ice sealing flow to soar. First soul skill, Thunder Fury Ice Seal. Second soul skill, Thunderbolt. I'm still sealing. Third skill, Thunder Fury Warrior. I'm continuing to seal. I ask you, have you eaten? If not, I can give you the chicken leg. Tang Jiu smashed the chicken leg directly onto Yu Chen's face, causing Yu Chen's face to turn green with anger. Sixth soul skill, I freeze, and then I freeze again. The members of the blue electric tyrant dragon sect watched with gritted teeth as the powerful Yu Chun was being toyed with like a dog on a leash, spinning around in circles. No matter how much he unleashed his power, he never managed to land a single attack on Tang Jiu. All of his skills were wasted. His frenzied attacks left the square pockmarked, yet he still couldn't hit Tang Jiu. Meanwhile, Tang Jiu, like a bloodless supreme king, relied solely on the bushes and terrain to completely dominate the stubborn bronze, displaying agile positioning and extraordinary stability, even teasingly taunting him, which was particularly infuriating. Grandpa, even though Tang Jiu is using low-level skills that consume little soul power, he casts dozens of skills for every single one of his opponents. Can his soul power keep up? Asked Duga Yen. Yinzi, I almost forgot. Come, let me siphon some soul power, Tang Jiu said as he swiftly dashed to the Poison Douluo's side, slapping his hand on Duga Bo's shoulder. Duga Bo didn't resist at all, thinking what could such a light slap do? But the next moment his pupils suddenly contracted as he felt his soul power being drained by 5 instantly. Meanwhile, the soul power fluctuations around Tang Jiu surged violently. This little brat actually has such an ability, Duga Bo gasped, finally understanding Tang Jiu's strategy. Yu Chun's attacks were too strong. 2 or 3 soul skills could kill Tang Jiu, and his defense was terrifyingly formidable. However, Tang Jiu didn't engage him head-on. After testing the opponent's attack and defense with the first strike, he realized they were beyond his match, so he chose to exhaust the opponent's soul power. The scariest part was that Tang Jiu could also siphon soul power. But what Duga Bo admired the most was that Tang Jiu chose not to drain Yu Chen's soul power, but rather his own. This was incredibly prudent. Tang Jiu would never give Yu Chen a chance to attack him. Yu Chen's soul power was quickly depleting with each wave of soul skills released. Not good, Yu Chen. You want to exhaust your soul power. The Grand Elder finally realized something was wrong and immediately warned him. Shameless. There's even outside guidance. The master scolded. However, after the reminder, Yu Chen suddenly woke up, stopped his attack, and realized that he only had 17 soul power left, inwardly thinking how dangerous it was. Dugu Yin frowned in pity for Tang Jiu, but Dugu Bo remained calm, believing that Tang Jiu would definitely have a way. Then Tang Jiu laughed loudly. Yu Chen, your son Yu Tianlei, I killed him. His body is in my storage soul guide. Do you want me to take it out for you to see? What? Yu Chen's eyes turned blood red in an instant. If you don't believe it, you can ask Dugu Yin. Yu Tianheng, was your son killed badly? Your son is foolish. And you are cowardly. Truly a pair of useless trash. Come kill me. Tang Jiu beckoned to Yu Chen. Tianheng, is what he said true? Tianlei has already been killed by him. Yes, cousin Tianlei was indeed killed by Tang Jiu. Ah, you bastard, I will kill you. Yu Chen was furious, his face twisted, and he charged at Tang Jiu without hesitation, directly activating all the soul skills he could. That's right, Tang Jiu laughed heartily, raising his hand to use the Ice Seal skill infinitely, continuing to showcase his dodging skills. This match was secure. Chinner, don't be impulsive. The Grand Elder stood up, quickly reminding him. But at this moment, Yu Chen could not hear anything. The hatred for his son's murder was irreconcilable, and he had been toyed with by Tang Jiu until now. The new and old grievances had completely driven him insane, leaving only a heart full of killing intent. After a fierce soul skill attack, Yu Chen suddenly found his soul power drained. Without the support of soul power, his martial spirit's true form was forced to, and his dragon form returned to normal, significantly reducing his body's defense and attack. This is bad. Yu Chen, feeling weak, was shocked. Tang Jiu, who had been showcasing his skills, decisively turned back. With a flap of his bat wings, he first used an Ice Seal skill to limit Yu Chen's speed. Then, like lightning, a claw pierced through Yu Chen's shoulder blade, lifting him high. Without saying a word, Tang Jiu swung his other bat wing like a knife and easily severed Yu Chen's legs with the Black Evil bat wing infused with soul power. With a clang, a crystal clear and splendid soul bone separated from the severed legs and fell to the ground. Tang Jiu casually picked it up and laughed a quick grab. And the soul bone is mine. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is nothing special. At that moment, the faces of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect members turned ashen. They had lost. They had actually lost. A 74th level soul sage had been defeated by a soul master in his 30s, and his soul bone had been taken away. Was it that Yu Chen was too incompetent, or that Tang Jiu was too terrifying? He had actually won. Dugu Yin covered her red lips, her eyes filled with disbelief. The teacher she admired the most, Qin Ming, was only in his 60s. In her opinion, he was the most formidable young person aside from her grandfather. Yet Tang Jiu was 3 or 4 years younger than her and had managed to defeat a soul sage expert of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Moreover, he had won so effortlessly. Clearly, Tang Jiu was much weaker than Yu Chen, but how could he so easily dominate his opponent? There are no invincible soul skills, only invincible soul masters. What a theory of invincibility from Yu Xiaojiang. Poison Douluo was greatly impressed. Since Tang Jiu broke his soul skill, he had regarded the master with new eyes, and today once again proved the importance of theory. Soul skills have never been invincible. Invincibility lies only with the user of the soul skill. A small freezing soul skill in Tang Jiu's hands was like a divine skill. Winning against the strong with the weak, nothing could be better. Dugu Bo felt many emotions, his mind suddenly enlightened, and he gained a deeper understanding of the use of soul skills. Unknowingly, he felt a significant boost in strength. Damn it, let go of Chunner. The Grand Elder's eyes were bloodshot. He had just heard the bad news about his grandson and was about to see his son have his legs severed and his soul bone taken. If it weren't for the fact that his son's life was still in Tang Jiu's hands, he would have wanted to kill Tang Jiu directly. Poison Douluo, seeing Tang Jiu with the soul bone, was overjoyed. This son-in-law was truly impressive. Soon this soul bone would belong to his precious granddaughter. He then asked, Sectmaster Yu, what do you mean by this? If Tang Jiu keeps the soul bone, I can guarantee that the sect won't interfere in his personal grievances with the Grand Elder. Yu Xiaofeng said leisurely. Poison Douluo sneered. It seemed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was going to be shameless. The unfortunate ones cannot be stopped. 87 No rest until death. Shameless. Tang Jiu looked coldly at the members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, an endless killing intent surging within him. Yu Qianheng stared incredulously at his father, saying, "Father, didn't Tiyu just promise? If Tang Jiu wins, let him take the soul bone." Qianheng. He broke into the sect and took the soul bone. If we let him take it just like that, our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect will become a laughingstock among the world. Yu Xiaofeng glared at his son Yu Tianheng with disappointment, questioning how someone so upright could take over the sect. Master's face turned pale. He found his brother so unfamiliar at this moment and angrily said, "You guys seized the soul bone first and forced us to battle with a soul sage. Now that we have finally won, you want to go back on your word. Is this what the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect stands for? Xiao Gang, do you still not understand? As the sect master, you must prioritize the sect's interests." Yu Xiaofeng gently shook his head. Master looked at the true Dragon Douluo Yu engine and said, "Father, you should also speak some just words." The true Dragon Douluo sighed and said, "Xiao Gang, everything must be based on the overall situation. Everyone has times when they are powerless. Is there any justice in this world? You are still so stubborn." Master clenched his fists, his face turning ashen. When his father, the true Dragon Douluo, was sect master, he was also expelled from the sect for the so-called larger picture. Today, it was again for the greater good that they bullied him and his disciples. Master took a deep breath and said, "You will regret this. Xiao Gang, stubbornness is useless. This world values strength, and you will find that in the end, it is you who will regret it." The true Dragon Douluo sighed and then said to Tang Jiu, "I, as a man of integrity, guarantee that as long as you hand over the soul bone and release Yu Chun, I will ensure your safe descent from the mountain." Tang Jiu laughed loudly and said word by word, "Old lizard, your personality is worth nothing." The members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect were stunned. They had never seen anyone dare to insult a title Douluo before, and they didn't expect Tang Jiu to be so bold. Poison Douluo's mouth twitched. It seemed that his title as a big snake sounded a bit better than old lizard. Ah, spit. Next time Tang Jiu dares to call him Big Snake, he'll break his legs. True Dragon Douluo's face turned ashen. He was actually insulted by his son's student in front of him, calling him Old Lizard. He was a dignified 95th level title Douluo. True Dragon Douluo Yunjin's hair and beard trembled with anger, suppressing his rage, and coldly said, "Kid, let Yu Qin go. Don't bring trouble to your parents and family." Tang Jiu laughed heartily. "I really did bring them trouble. If they're bold enough, let them come find me." As he spoke, he punched Yu Chun in the heart. Yu Qin's eyes widened in disbelief, then his head tilted, and he died completely. Chun'er, the Grand Elder, let out a piercing scream. His grandson was dead, and now his son was dead as well. He roared in fury, and 8 soul rings appeared around his body, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black. Then, the 7th black soul ring lit up, and a pair of dragon wings sprouted from his back. A single horn appeared on his forehead, and a dragon tail grew from his rear, transforming him into a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, crackling with blue lightning as he charged at Tang Jiu at lightning speed. "You little beast, I will tear you to shreds." The Grand Elder was an 88th level soul Douluo, and when he made his move, it was like thunder descending, incredibly fierce. Tang Jiu didn't even have time to react before the Grand Elder was already in front of him. Tang Jiu was neither panicked nor evasive. Instead, he curled the corner of his mouth into a mocking smile and said, "Are you rushing to your death?" Just as the Grand Elder thought Tang Jiu had gone mad, he suddenly felt an extreme sense of danger looming, instinctively wanting to dodge, but he found his body suddenly losing control and his flesh rapidly petrifying. At that moment, Douluo Bo's voice drifted out slowly. Soul Bone skill, Medusa's gaze. The surprise attack caught everyone off guard. Douluo Bo had long been prepared, waiting for the right moment to rescue Tang Jiu. The moment he saw the Grand Elder unleash his martial soul, he immediately got ready. Soul Bone skills do not require activating martial soul rings, and this gray-white petrification beam, in close range, was impossible to defend against. Everyone was stunned by this sudden change, and then they witnessed an even more incredible scene. Tang Jiu's bat wings slashed down towards the Grand Elder's head. How could he dare? This was the Grand Elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. The Grand Elder's entire body was petrified, and his defense was only equivalent to that of a stone. Tang Jiu's strike could definitely split him in half. Stop! The true Dragon Law had already sensed the moment Douluo Bo attacked, and he quickly activated his martial soul, rushing over to rescue him. Before Tang Jiu's bat wing could descend, he had already grasped the Grand Elder's arm and pulled him back with all his strength. Bang! Tang Jiufeng's bat wings slashed down, failing to split the Grand Elder in two, but heavily struck his left arm, shattering it with immense force. Among the rubble, a piece of crystal-clear soul bone fell, and Tang Jiu's eyes brightened as he quickly grabbed it. Buy one, get one free. Tang Jiu laughed heartily and directly placed it into the 12 beauties of Jinling. At this moment, the Grand Elder finally broke free from petrification, and the pain of his severed arm contorted his face. Their family immediately sent healing soul masters to assist him. In that moment, Yu Qianheng's gaze was blank. He never expected that Tang Jiu would cooperate with Douluo and nearly kill the immensely powerful Grand Elder. Moreover, he even dared to take the Grand Elder's soul bone. Was this a declaration of a death match with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? Decisive, ruthless, I truly did not misjudge you. Douluo pulled Yin and swiftly retreated to Tang Jiu's side. Initially, he only intended to control the Grand Elder to save Tang Jiu, but he did not expect Tang Jiu to seize that fleeting opportunity and nearly counterkill the Grand Elder. This time with 2 soul bones in hand, and with Tang Hao and Douluo around, there was no reason to spit them out. The true Dragon Doll coldly stared at Douluo and said, "So, you are his backing. No wonder this kid is so arrogant. Douluo, you are merely a 91st level title Douluo. You must understand that the difference in power between titled Douluos of different ranks is like heaven and earth. Hand over the soul bone, or don't force me to kill you." Douluo shrugged and replied, "I'm not his backing. Kid, you explain for yourself." Tang Jiu shrugged and said, "I've always been low-key. I'm a disciple of the Hao sect. Did I say that? No. My father is Tang Hao. Did I say that? No. I once kidnapped the saintess of the Wuhuan Hall and injured the chrysanthemum Douluo. Did I say that? Definitely not." The poisoned Douluo twitched his lips. "What are you being low-key about?" At this moment, the sect leader Yu Xiaofeng and the true dragon Douluo Yuanjin both gasped, realizing that this brat is actually Tang Hao's son. "Why didn't you say it earlier, you bastard? If you had said it earlier, would they dare to play tricks?" "Obviously not. Didn't you say you were going to cause trouble for my parents' family? You are welcome to smash the Hao sect and crush Tang Hao. I want to even blink." Tang Jiu urged. The crowd. "I've seen bastard before, but I've never seen one this outrageous. Attacking the Hao sect? That's a joke. The #1 sect in the world isn't just for show. As for smashing Tang Hao to death, that's even more ridiculous. That guy was the one who killed the previous pope. Even if you're Tang Hao's son, today I will still kill you." The Grand Elder's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted, "Second Elder, Third Elder, take action." 2 figures shot out, directly unleashing their martial souls. And their soul rings appeared one by one. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. 8 rings soul, Douluo. 88 like Wang Junlin, the Titan giant ape. The poisoned Douluo's eyes turned cold as a huge emerald-scaled snake emperor appeared behind him, revealing 9 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Facing the 3 soul Douluo charging at him, the emerald-scaled snake emperor opened its mouth and released a stream of green toxic mist, forcing the 3 to retreat. The true dragon Douluo sighed. This situation had developed to a point where it could no longer end well. He stepped forward, and blue soul power immediately dispersed the toxic mist as he said in a deep voice, "Tang Hao, since you're here, come out." After a long time, there was no response. The poisoned Douluo, under the pressure of the true dragon Douluo, was starting to struggle. His strength was among the weakest of the title Douluo, and while he could manage in group battles, he was not strong in one-on-one fights. The poisoned Douluo hurriedly asked, "Little Jiu, where's your dad?" Tang Jiu touched his nose and said, "My dad had diarrhea yesterday, so he can't come today." "Do you believe it?" "I believe you, my ass." Poisoned Douluo's pupils suddenly constricted. "Your dad didn't come? He didn't want to make a bad relationship with the Hao sect and the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect, so he didn't come." Tang Jiu spoke the truth. Yin took a sharp breath. "Your dad didn't come, and you're still so tough. Are you out of your mind? Are you really his biological son?" Douluo said in disbelief. "Actually, I'm not." Tang Jiu shook his head. Yin and Douluo. "I already told Yinzi that Tang Hao has 2 sons, one biological and one adopted. I'm the adopted one." Tang Jiu shrugged and said, "You little brat. You're going to kill me." Poisoned Douluo was stunned. It turned out he was the only one who came, so what was the point of fighting? A true dragon Douluo could easily beat him, plus there were 14 soul Douluos, so he would definitely have no place to die. "Don't worry. Whether Tang Hao comes or not, it won't affect me flattening the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect." Tang Jiu comforted him. Poisoned Douluo looked at Tang Jiu as if he were an idiot, then grabbed Yin and flew off, ready to escape. However, everyone else heard Tang Jiu's words. With a loud crash, 10 Soul, level experts quickly ascended into the air, blocking Douluo's path. Where do you think you're going? You caused a ruckus in my blue lightning tyrant dragon sect. Even title Douluo has to die. The elder roared in anger. This time, 6 Soul Douluos joined him in attacking, and a fierce wave of soul power pressed down. Douluo's face turned extremely ugly. If he were alone, he could still maneuver. But he had to protect his granddaughter and Tang Jiu. Boom! The green soul power clashed with the blue soul power, and Douluo was struck by several people, staggering and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Little brat, take Yinzi and go. Douluo shouted in rage. Emerald-lined Snake Emperor, coiling like a dragon. 8th soul skill. Time freeze. The black soul ring lit up, and the soul skill from Medusa rippled around, slowing down time and space. The many soul Douluos attacking him suddenly lost control, as if frozen in place. For 2 seconds, time seemed to stop. Douluo took one last look at Yin, then ran towards Tang Jiu. His eyes filled with reluctance. But he knew he was doomed today. What a tyrannical soul skill. The true dragon Douluo, standing at a distance, was the first to break free from the restraints with overwhelming soul power. His claw, entwined with lightning, struck Douluo's chest. Grandpa, Yin exclaimed, watching helplessly as Douluo spat out a large mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. The black ring on the true dragon Douluo flashed, and a winding electric dragon appeared behind him, lunging at Douluo. No! Yin struggled violently in Tang Jiu's arms, wanting to jump down to block this fatal blow for her grandfather. Go, hurry up! Douluo looked at Tang Jiu with eyes full of anger and hope, completely ignoring the attacking soul skills. He knew he couldn't escape, and only hoped that Tang Jiu could take his granddaughter away. Big Snake, you've moved me to tears. Tang Jiu was slightly moved. This old poison master was cold-hearted yet warm-hearted. At this moment, he still wanted to let him escape, feeling that Douluo was better to him than Tang Hao. Don't worry, I brought my little brother today. Let you see my true strength come out, Xiaoming. Roar. Tang Jiuyang let out a long howl. Douluo was almost furious. Why weren't you running with Yinzi? And what are you screaming about? But at that moment, the ground shook violently, and then a massive black shadow jumped down from the mountainside, like a mountain peak, crashing down onto the square with great force. Boom! The square was smashed into a 10-meter deep pit, with blue stone fragments flying everywhere, causing everyone to retreat in panic. A gigantic soul beast, resembling a mountain, stood in front of Tang Jiu, its claws swiping and shattering the soul skill released by the true dragon Douluo. Its powerful arms pounded its chest, and then it bared its teeth, letting out a deafening roar. The terrifying sound made people's eardrums ache. Everyone looked at the guardian creature in shock, the Titan giant ape. Its sudden arrival blew the scene apart, like a king descending. How could the Titan giant ape be here? How could it leave the Star Do Great Forest? Everyone was filled with questions and fear. This was the king of the Star Do Great Forest, its strength unfathomable. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Tang Jiu pounded his chest with his right hand and then pointed at the Titan giant ape. Everyone was stunned. Was he seeking death? How could he provocatively point at the Titan giant ape, just when everyone thought that the Titan giant ape, a ruler with a commanding presence akin to humans, would crush Tang Jiu with a single punch? The Titan giant ape actually pounded its chest with its right hand and then pointed back at Tang Jiu. In the end, both man and beast extended their fists and bumped them together. At that moment, everyone was collectively dumbfounded. What was going on here? The Titan giant ape let out an excited laugh, grabbed Tang Jiu and Yin, and placed them directly on its shoulder. Yin nervously clutched Tang Jiu's arm, afraid that the Titan giant ape might swallow her whole. At this moment, Tang Jiu coldly looked at the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect and said, My backing is not Tang Hao, but my brothers who have fought alongside me, the Titan Great Ape. The Titan Great Ape had been with Tang Jiu for 4 years. Although it could not speak, its intelligence had grown rapidly, and it could fully understand Tang Jiu's meaning. Hearing Tang Jiu refer to it as his brother, it joyfully pounded its chest and roared incessantly. Xiaoming, smash them to death for me. Tang Jiu pointed his finger, and the Titan giant ape immediately threw a punch towards the true dragon Douluo without saying a word. What? He can really control the Titan giant ape. The poisoned Douluo was filled with shock and suddenly recalled what Tang Jiu had said about how he had once made the chrysanthemum Douluo spit blood and flee. Now he believed it. 6th soul skill, true dragon resistance. The black soul ring of the true dragon Douluo glowed, and a true dragon seemed to emerge from his body, instantly granting him the power of a dragon. He could not retreat. If he did, the others would be waiting to be killed by the Titan giant ape's punch. No one but him could withstand the Titan giant ape's attack head-on. Boom! The strongest beast, martial soul title Douluo, at level 95, collided with the strongest power king, the Titan giant ape. A thunderous roar exploded. The battle began. 89, infuriating without compensation. Boom! The Titan giant ape's unmatched strength sent the true dragon Douluo flying with a single punch, and the true dragon Douluo's body crashed into the hull, creating a human-shaped hole. Roar! The Titan giant ape slammed its fists into the ground, unleashing a violent soul power that sent the surrounding soul Douluos flying back dozens of meters. The might of the king was fully displayed. With just one strike, the members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect all change color. Activate martial souls. The entire sect prepares for battle. The sect leader, Yu Xiaofeng, shouted angrily with a pale face. All the sect members who heard the news immediately activated their martial souls. This place not only had the members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, but also attracted many excellent soul masters, just like the Haotian sect with its 4 single attribute families. Control, healing, support. These soul masters added up to 100 or 200, and the square was suddenly filled with various lights flashing as unique martial souls were unleashed, setting the stage for a large-scale battle. Soul rings lit up, and various support enhancement soul skills were applied to the main combat title Douluo and soul Douluos. Under various boosts in defense, speed, strength, and soul power, the true dragon rushed out from the hall, gritting his teeth and saying, "Tang Jiu, if you dare to bring the Titan giant ape, let's see how we slaughter this beast. We have thousands of experts. Old lizard, are you still going to kill us? Aren't you afraid of your tongue getting twisted in the wind? Let you know what true teamwork invincibility is. Xiao Ming, come play them a song, East Wind Breaks. Let him know what it means to be the invincible duo across the Stardow Forest." Tang Jiu laughed heartily and pointed, saying, "Gravity field." The Titan giant ape happily hammered its chest with its hand and immediately activated its own field, gravity. Everyone around felt their bodies unusually heavy. Tang Jiu shouted, "Ice seal." As his voice fell, the Grand Elder's body was immediately encased in ice. The combination of the gravity field and ice sealing was terrifyingly powerful. Just as the Grand Elder shattered the ice, he began to personally experience the horror of Tang Jiu's infinite ice sealing technique. His movement was more sluggish than his son Yu Chen's, as he was hindered by the gravity field. At that moment, the Titan Great Ape took a deep breath, using his gravity-controlling ability to compress the air, then shot a ball of earthy yellow energy towards the Grand Elder, who was restricted by the ice seal. Titan Great Ape skill, Titan Sky Break. This skill is essentially a soul bone ability that Tang San would later absorb. It was like a super air cannon in soul skill form. Boom! The blast hit the Grand Elder squarely, and the power of this soul skill used by Tang San was equivalent to the 9th soul skill of a title Douluo. Not to mention it was performed by the Titan Great Ape himself. The Grand Elder couldn't withstand even 0.1 seconds of the terrifying pressure and was crushed to death. His body then blasted away to another mountain peak by the overwhelming energy shock. However, in the moment of death, a crystal-clear soul bone fell from his body. It turned out to be a torso bone. I seal. Tang Jiu directly froze the soul bones and quickly flew over to snatch them. Tang Jiu, you are too much. The true Dragon Douluo's eyes were bloodshot. Their family's 3rd strongest was actually killed directly, and the 2 soul bones of the Grand Elder were also taken away. Tang Jiu disdainfully curled his lips and continued to cooperate with the Titan giant ape, once again freezing a soul Douluo. After using the infinite ice sealing flow to restrict him, the Titan giant ape skill, Titan Skybreak, was ready, and with another shot, he was killed. That unfortunate soul Douluo was sent flying for several thousand meters after death. Tang Jiu couldn't help but hum, "I'll send you away, 1,000 miles away, you should die." The Titan giant ape loved to listen to Tang Jiu sing, laughing happily. The soul skills attacking from afar were just like scratching an itch to it. With its tough skin and thick flesh, and its astonishing defense, it couldn't be bothered. Instead, it focused on blasting away Tang Jiu's frozen enemies, and after each kill, it would stretch out its hand to see how far they flew, wondering if it was 1,000 miles. However, after a few booming shots, its soul power could no longer be consumed like that. With the gravity field and continuously unleashing its ultimate moves, it couldn't handle it anymore. Besides, it preferred to use its fists to smash people, Come on, let's enter party mode, Tang Hao sang loudly, who was playing a tune on the pipa, strumming east windbreaks. Tang Hao sang and danced while making provocative gestures towards the true dragon Douluo. However, he instructed the Titan Great Ape not to waste time with the true dragon Douluo, but to enter a frenzy mode like himself and specifically target the easy prey. The first unfortunate victim was Yu Tianxin. Tang Hao froze him with a single move. The Titan giant ape swung its hand and slapped him, sending him back to be remade. Douluo Yin was stunned. She had never seen such an absurd guy before. Moreover, Tang Hao was not satisfied with just jumping himself. He directly pulled Douluo Yin to jump with him. Hey, we're still in a battle. Douluo Yin initially refused, but after a few jumps, she realized. It felt great. With a snap of his fingers, he could annihilate sects, dancing lightly while teasing the Soul Masters. In this continent, the three most powerful sects were battling fiercely, while he could easily dance, watching the giant beasts underfoot cause countless casualties to the opponents, while the title Douluo could only stare in disbelief. What a delightful and refreshing experience that was. As a noble, dancing was her strong suit. But after so many years of dancing, she had never had such an unforgettable moment. Douluo Yin felt as if she had reached the peak of her life. Her clothes fluttering, her smile radiant. The poisoned Douluo's mouth twitched. He saw a genius testing the limits of madness and a truly free-spirited madman, but he liked it. Tang Hao was definitely his kind of person. I am crazy, I am wild, I am angry, I am laughing, all for my own happiness. This battle, after all, would go down in the history of Douluo Continent. The Titan giant ape was not seriously fighting, it was mainly having fun, stepping on some small reptiles that didn't know better. The Titan giant ape was thrilled. Indeed, following little Jiu was so much more enjoyable than Deming, who only knew how to sleep by the lake all day. Beast, fight me. The true dragon Douluo's eyes were blood red, chasing after the Titan giant ape, seeking battle. We want to fight you. I want you to see with your own eyes the consequences of your actions. Big lizard, open your eyes and see. This is the outcome of offending me. Tang Hao made a provocative gesture towards the true dragon Douluo. The Titan giant ape responded by giving him the middle finger, then slapped the second elder's youngest son to death. Watching the true dragon Douluo's furious expression, the Titan giant ape laughed heartily. Ah, I'll kill you. The true dragon Douluo watched one person after another get killed in front of him, screaming madly, but no matter how he charged, he could not break through the Titan giant ape's defenses and was even told that Tang Hao was killed. Tang Hao looked at the furious true dragon Douluo and immediately mocked him by singing. I am Ankila, usually very obedient. But the premise is that you must never touch my doll. I am Ankila. I make you eat poop. I am your unapproachable nine daddy. I am Ankila. I can send you home in a second. Let you watch the disciples turn into little muggles. As Tang Hao sang, the Titan Great Ape made a loud noise and killed the eldest son of the second elder, who was also Yu Tianxin's father. Come on, Xiaoming. Say hello to them. After all, I called you for 4 years. Dang du ge. The Titan Great Ape grinned and awkwardly imitated a phrase it had learned over 4 years. I am your unapproachable daddy. After saying that, the Titan Great Ape was as happy as a child for being able to speak human language, showing off its big white teeth, as if waiting for true Dragon Douluo to praise it. True Dragon Douluo's pupils suddenly constricted, his throat felt sweet, and with a poof, he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Douluo Yin was already dumbfounded. Tang Hao is really toxic. Nani ge, someone is hitting me. Poison Douluo also opened his mouth wide. He knew Tang Hao was mischievous, but he didn't expect him to be this playful. Actually taking 4 years to teach the Titan giant ape such an infuriating line. However, seeing the true Dragon Douluo spitting blood out of anger is quite satisfying. Father, please calm down. We need to proceed steadily. Against a 100,000-year soul beast, even a soul Douluo level attack can't break through its defense. But we can exhaust its soul power. Once its soul power is depleted, won't it be at our mercy for slaughter? As the sect leader, Yu Xiaofeng didn't participate in the battle, but calmly commanded instead. After the true Dragon Douluo spat out a mouthful of blood, he had already accepted the fact that the sect would suffer severe damage and knew that being anxious was useless. So he acted as a medic, saving whoever was in danger. Although he couldn't save everyone every time, this forced the Titan giant ape to confront him head-on, continuously exhausting its strength. At this point, the battle had entered a tug-of-war phase. Thanks to Tang Hao and the Titan giant ape's cooperation, they were caught off guard. But now they had grasped the Titan giant ape skills and could effectively evade them. Over 100 auxiliary control soul masters behind them showed their power. with vines and roots continuously entangling and restraining, and various enhancement soul skills being released. They delayed the Titan giant ape's movements and rescued their sect members who were frozen or trapped in the gravity field. With each skill cooperation, their casualties decreased. Douluo watched anxiously. Xiao Jiu, should we retreat? If this continues, something bad will happen eventually. No matter how powerful the Titan giant ape is, it can't fight against the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Aren't I here? Tang Hao replied confidently. Douluo facepalmed. If it weren't for the Titan giant ape protecting you, you'd be smashed to pieces. Douluo said irritably, no matter how strong you are, your soul power will eventually run out, and then you won't be able to escape. I said I would flatten the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. If I don't flatten it, how can I leave? What will happen to my face? Tang Hao said lightly, still calm, continuing to cooperate with the Titan giant ape to hunt down enemies. Douluo stomped her feet in frustration, but there was nothing she could do. She didn't dare leave the Titan giant ape's shoulder, or she would be directly overwhelmed by hundreds of soul skills. Suddenly, Tang Hao shouted, "Kill him!" Douluo turned back to look, almost choking in disbelief. Tang Hao finally seized the opportunity to control the second elder, who had lost all his sons and grandsons. The Titan giant ape, without hesitation, summoned its last soul power and unleashed its ultimate move, Titan Skybreak. A brownish-yellow energy ball directly hit the second elder, sending him flying thousands of miles away. With the second elder's death, two crystal-clear soul bones fell, one appearing to be an arm bone and the other a leg bone. What a pity! It would have been great to snatch them. Now, the Titan giant ape was low on soul power and couldn't dare to risk its life to grab the soul bones, only able to watch as they were taken away. You should worry about your own life instead of the soul bones, Douluo said irritably. She could hear the Titan giant ape's rapid heartbeat. It had finally been exhausted to a state of insufficient soul power. This is bad. Counterattack. The true Dragon Douluo could see that the Titan giant ape was struggling to unleash this ultimate move, and the surrounding gravity field was continuously shrinking. The true Dragon Douluo charged in front of the Titan giant ape again, and his black soul rings lit up. 8th soul skill, 3 dragons push mountain. Blue soul power condensed into faint shadows of true dragons, and behind the true Dragon Douluo, there were actually 3, doubling the power of this 8th soul skill compared to the 6th. The Titan giant ape roared. It had little soul power left and still needed to protect Tang Hao, so it chose not to use soul power and instead swung its giant fist down hard. Boom! The true Dragon Douluo coughed up a mouthful of blood again, his body being smashed into the ground like a pile driver, leaving only his head above the ground. The members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect looked on in horror, with mere physical strength. The Titan giant ape nearly killed the true Dragon Douluo with one punch. Truly terrifying. Collective attack. With a command from sect leader Yu, everyone from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect with ranged energy attack soul skills launched their attacks. Various soul skills rushed toward the Titan giant ape from all directions, forcing it to defend itself to protect Tang Hao instead of crushing the true Dragon Douluo. The true Dragon Douluo seized the opportunity to retreat to the back, where over 20 healing soul masters collectively healed him, restoring him to full health and status, charging forward once again. Soul Bone skill, Rage of the Thunder Dragon. The true Dragon Douluo's body transformed into a winding blue electric dragon, once again clashing with the Titan giant ape. The dragon and ape collided, and the true Dragon Douluo was sent flying again. However, the Titan giant ape was also suffering. The true Dragon Douluo possessed 6 soul bones, and while his physical attributes were somewhat inferior, he was still no less than a 70,000-year soul beast. After a brutal fight, the Titan giant ape had nearly exhausted its soul power and was beginning to feel the strain physically, while the true Dragon Douluo was continuously replenished from the rear. His soul power and status always full, enhanced by the auxiliary soul masters. After 7 or 8 collisions, the Titan giant ape felt a sense of crisis. Its nose was huffing heavily, clearly exhausted. Tang Hao, it's time for me to send you on your way. This time, the true Dragon Douluo was different from before. All his soul bones radiated a shimmering light, and 9 soul rings spun wildly. Every sect has its own secret methods. The Haotian sect has the Great Sumera Hammer. The 7-treasure Glazed Tile sect has the ability to multitask, and our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect also has secret techniques. True Dragon Crown. As the true dragon Douluo spoke, the soul bone on his head emitted a brilliant light, appearing to be a dragon crown. This is an ancient true dragon's soul bone, containing immense power. as the dragon crown's light radiated. The true dragon Douluo's ninth soul ring transformed from a strange black to a red-black color. This is a soul ring of 99,999 years. The master was astonished, finally recalling the legends within his clan. It is said that there are 9 true dragon crowns, which are the soul bones of the 9 dragons. And these crowns are unmatched in power, capable of elevating soul rings to their utmost limit. At this moment, the true dragon Douluo's momentum was incredibly strong. The red-black soul ring suddenly lit up, and the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul behind him transformed into a true eastern 5-clawed divine dragon, rather than a western evil dragon. 9th soul skill, divine dragon annihilation. The terrifying divine dragon, with its scales and claws flying, coiled down, and its tail whipped fiercely toward the Titan giant ape. For the first time, the Titan giant ape's eyes showed seriousness. This tail reminded it of the tail of the Tianqing bull python. The unyielding Titan giant ape let out a roar, pounding its chest with both fists as it faced the divine dragon's furious strike. Boom! This time, it was the Titan giant ape that was sent flying, under the true dragon Douluo's secret method, and nearing the terrifying power of a 100,000-year soul ring, the exhausted Titan giant ape finally fell. The divine dragon coiled back and bit toward the Titan giant ape. Xiao Jiu, are you satisfied now? I let you go, but you didn't leave, and now you've brought us trouble. Dugian's face turned pale. At this moment, the Titan giant ape was in a daze, sitting on the ground, having been beaten to the point of confusion. It shook its head, clearly unable to withstand this terrifying blow. Yin, who told you my brother is the only one? Can you conjure up another 100,000-year soul beast? Dugian didn't believe it at all. The dazed Titan giant ape raised a middle finger at the divine dragon in the sky and let out an unhappy roar. Translated, it meant, bro, someone is hitting me. One person suppresses one sect. Kill that beast, finish him. Kill the soul beast, get the soul bones. Seeing the Titan giant ape injured, the balance of victory finally turned. The members of the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect erupted in intense cheers, each hoping that the true dragon Douluo could kill the Titan giant ape and obtain the continent's #1 treasure. 100,000-year soul ring, 100,000-year soul bone. Obtaining these, they would not only break even but make a huge profit. It was too dangerous to go to the Stardow Forest to hunt the Titan giant ape. But this beast was actually seeking its own death. And the poisoned Douluo, killing him could also yield soul bones. Most importantly, they wanted to crush Tang Hao into ashes. Dugian's expression was extremely grim as she looked at the winding divine dragon coming toward them. She couldn't believe what Tang Hao said about having brothers. Just having one Titan giant ape was already a stroke of bad luck. Who else could come to save them? At that moment, a voice filled with authority and anger rang out. Who dares to touch my brother? Dugian looked up and saw a scene she would never forget. A gigantic bull's head appeared, comparable to half the body of the Titan giant ape. Below the bull's head was a thick, winding green python body, nearly 10 times the length of the Titan giant ape. Its entire body could wrap around the peak several times, and the raised bull's head blocked out the sunlight, casting a terrifying shadow. A soul beast, can speak? Dugian's mind was overwhelmed. At that moment, the divine dragon, transformed from the true dragon Douluo, was about to bite the Titan giant ape when a massive python tail reached out from the mountain and swept toward the divine dragon. Wham! The soaring 5-clawed divine dragon was directly swatted away, crashing heavily against the cliff, looking quite disheveled. The mountaintop fell into a deathly silence as the members of the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect sadly realized that the divine dragon transformed from their sect leader was like a little loach in front of this terrifying monster. The animals in the forest were no match for the beasts in the water.